Story begins. Our protagonist named Grid. Grid thought I spent months and months, obediently listening to you guys, but fucking hell, now I being chased after. Am I going to die here? The warrior sliced his back. Asher said, foolish boy, you got too greedy. You got blinded by greed and betrayed my trust even after signing the contract. Although I no hopes on you, I should at least praise your tenacity that accomplished the mission. Grid said, even though I completed the difficult quest, you are treating me like a dog without any reward. Asher said, of course I will reward you. For you who lost my trust, the reward is death. Grid thought, is this it? To think that this is the result after pursuing a quest for months by putting my life on the line. This outrageous, shitty game. The world's greatest virtual reality game, Satisfy, with over 2 billion players worldwide. It is a fantasy world so vast that it can be called another Earth. The explored lands cannot compare in size to the undiscovered lands, and that place was, as expected, in a certain unexplored area. Northern End Cave, the deepest location within the cave, an area with all types of battle gear piled up like an overwhelming mountain. It remained unexplored until a certain user arrived and discovered it first. 1 hour ago, Grid, a level 73 warrior, found the S-grade quest item for Earl Asher, the legendary craftsman's rare book. Grid said it was a difficult journey. Anyone else would have quit the game by now. Grid said, an S-grade quest that I could not even give up halfway. Just how many levels did I drop? How many potions and equipment did I lose to deal with this? Grid thought, once I get the Sun Sword as the reward, I won't talk to that Asher dude ever again. Grid noticed the quest item showed unidentified and you need to be discerning with Eye of Palalian. Grid thought, wait, if I remember correctly, it was an expensive appraisal item, around 500,000 won. Grid wonders, there's no way I could earn more through sheer labor. Do you know how many loans I got while playing this game? After struggling, Grid wonders, I might able get more from this. I'm counting on you. System alerted, appraising the legendary craftsman's rare book. You have discovered a legendary item. Pagma's rare book. This is a book that contains the techniques of Pagma, the master blacksmith who transcended human limits. By opening the book, you can change your class to Pagma's descendant. Rating legendary, reputation will rise by 500 across the content. Grid covered his mouth. Excited laughed, he can't believe it is a legendary class item, which means that he can become the strongest, one and only class. But then he gave up the thought very quick. Grid said, wake up now, I am here to clear an S-grade quest. It would feel distasteful to leave the quest like this. I should just sell this thing. Legendary class, it should cost at least a few 100 million won. Grid thought, I've even been doing some hard labor due to the game price and school expenses. The only thing I am confident about is my tenacity, but all my friends left me for being addicted to the game. Even my family ignores me, thinking I am a useless loser. But it's over now. Say goodbye to my nightmarish life. Grid said, Mom, Dad, my little sister, I did it. I finally become successful through the game. While Grid think about to sell it now and log out. System alerted, you cannot end the game here. The quest Earl Asher's secret request S-grade is changed to Earl Asher's anger SS. Asher appeared with his men and said, foolish traveler, you all have the same greed. System alerted, Earl Asher is angry that you tried to take away the rare book. He intends to kill you and recover the book. Asher said, it is a worthy verdict for a traitor like you. Grid replied, stop shitting me. You even reduced my reputation that I struggled to accumulate to reduce item prices. Asher said, a meaningless plea. Get him. Back to present, while Grid almost being killed. He wonders, I am still a sturdy level 73 warrior and cast Guardian Shield to stun the warrior. But he finds out it did not get stunned. Grid thought, are you kidding me? Half of my health though when blocked it. Even though I knew Asher was at level 300, I did not know these guys were this strong. This is not a quest made to be cleared in the beginning? This crappy game, the admin should all just die. Fucking right, of course. There's no way this chance of a lifetime would ever happen to me. Grid wonders, wait, if I die here, what about the book? Won't this disappear as well? I can't clear the quest nor log out. I obviously can't sell the item either. If it is an item that will disappear from the inventory, then I only have a single choice left. Asher said, he's trying to open the book. Stop him. Grid said, too late, you shitty scamming Earl. You should have let me be. System alerted, commencing class change. Grid wonders, now it's do or die. It's a legendary class. If I become the strongest class, I might possibly clear this quest. System alerted, you have changed class to Pagma's descendant, the legendary blacksmith. Grid thought, is this a production class? To think that I will be doing hard labor in the game as well. Is it because it's a legendary class? It's like I am overflowing with power. Grid wonders, it feels good seeing that Asher bastard panicking. Now I shall entirely deal with you guys and clear this crappy quest. System alerted, class change over. Title 1 who became a legend has been acquired. Grid said, you are finished, assholes. Die. System alerted, you are now level 1. You have died. At that moment, in real life, someone said from the phone, therefore, according to the operations team's report, the class change happened 5 minutes ago. The man said, I understand, I will join you at the company. Then he wonders, the class change happened. Interesting. System alerted, your level has dropped by 2. You are now level -1. Quest failed, you are no longer able to enter Patreon. Any Patreon soldier will kill you on sight. Grid said, you seriously kill people just because they got swayed a bit? What's up with that face? You were furious just moments ago. You dirty scammers, these guys are scammers. Don't play this game. Live a happy life. Soon, Grid wake up from his capsule. Grid said, I could have gained hundreds of million. Shame. Then her mother said, just what time do you think it is right now? Location, the game satisfies developer operating company. This lady is Nahi from operations team. This man is the head of the SA group and satisfies developer Chulho. Chulho said, the class change happened 5 minutes ago? I was not expecting that. Looks like things will get interesting. I will first have to take a look at the report. Is everything ready, team leader Choi? Soon. Nahi said, ID Grid. Originally a level 73 warrior, now at level -1. His real name is Young Woo. He changed classes using Earl Asher's quest item Pagma's rare book. According to the Intel Room's report, he is an ordinary user who is addicted to the game. His special achievements are staying in the same city for a year to raise reputation and playing in a level 200 area for 3 months while endlessly dying. Although you ordered us to report directly to you for legendary class changes, look at this foolish and inefficient pattern. We can consider this an accidental case that is unnecessary to report. Chulho replied, really? I think that luck and tenacity are good traits. Nahe said, but he gained the class due to pure luck, so is there any meaning to it? Even though I think it is a shame as the operations team leader. Chulho said, I am saying that this luck is what's interesting. As you know, according to the supercomputer Morpheus and the development team's predictions, the Northern End Cave and Pagma's rare book were supposed to be discovered in 2 years. However, that boy broke the predictions, discovered the cave and activated the quest chain to get the book. Can those quests, items, can they all be explained with luck? And there's another interesting thing, the minus level. Normally speaking, the Asher quest is given out after level 350, but the lower leveled Grid changed classes because he did not want to lose the item. Dropping to level 1 is an extreme penalty that follows legendary class changes. Chulho said, moreover, the rules state that your level drops by 2 when you fail a quest. Beginners below level 10 are exempted from that rule, but he became a level -1 because he was in a penalty state. Nahe said, wait a moment, does that mean? Chulho said, did you realize? 10 stat points are given per level, and he is the only level -1 user until now. You need 2 level ups to reach level 1 from -1. That means that this boy's stats will be 20 points higher compared to other same level users. If luck stacks up to this point, can it be called inevitability? And if it's inevitability, could it be related to his skills? Nahe said, that could mean that there's a disruption of balance in the game. We need to fix it. Chulho said, no need to go that far. As you said, he is an inefficient user, so there should not be anything to worry about. Moreover, Pagma's descendant is weak in combat compared to other legendary classes. I will head home now. Contact me if there's anything to report. Meanwhile, an uncle told Young Woo, he is calling for you. You have to get the money for the job earlier. After Grid took his salary, the staff discussing that Grid is a game addict. Apparently he does not work well either. They say that babies are born with at least one skill, but for him, so young but incapable for his age. Grid thought this should be enough for the game. To think that paying for the game is all that comes to mind. You should be ashamed a little, you despicable guy. Grid said, I was planning on selling items and making a comeback in life, but I just lost a few hundred of millions worth of money. I even kicked away my chance at success. Did I struggle this much just to have my dearest level 73 drop down to -1? Meanwhile, Chulho thought, I do not see any value in that user. That might be true, but I think that is his greatest asset. Well, he will have to realize that himself. Grid pondered, should I look for another way? I should also have at least one skill? No? Is there nothing that I can correctly do? Whatever, forget it. Let's go play the game again. While Chulho wonders, but his tenacity is certainly great. Soon, Grid wonders, now should we have another go? Even if I lose everything, I should at least check out the new class. Things should work fine as long as the capsule holds on. I am counting on you. I will do everything I can to gain a profit from this. System alerted, connecting to Satisfy. Grid wonder, where is this place? It does not look anything like yesterday's cave. I worked hard in Patreon to raise my reputation though. It's unfair that they banished me just for a small betrayal. I should find a landmark to find out where I am. Grid wonders, what the hell? Why is this place so gloomy? System alerted, you have entered the Yatan Temple. Grid thought temples are generally level 150 dungeons. This is dangerous. Then he looks on his level, it is really -1. But these options look pretty good. Grid wonders, I could use the enhancement skill to make money. As for the item, should we try it out? Grid find out he managed to equip the level 60 item that he was planning on selling, even though he need more than 200 points in strength. System alerted, a penalty is applied because the item conditions are not met. For Mammon's great sword, attack power and option effects are decreased by 30% and 50% respectively. For Mangel's plate armor, defense and option effects are decreased by 20% and 50% respectively. Grid said, but the drawback is the penalties, but still the sword attack power of 200 and armor with 130. Since normal level 1 equipment's capabilities hover around the 10s, this is almost 10 times better, even with the penalties. Grid thought amazing. As expected of a legendary class. What a blessing, I am a blessed man. Wait a minute, if this is a level 150 dungeon, then the surrounding area must be field of a similar level. Since this is a Yatan temple, they must be Yatan believers? Are they casting an incantation? Roaming around in this state would be suicide right now. I would die just by grazing them. While Grid wanna leave, a man touched his shoulder. The man told Grid calm down, you are gonna kill someone at this rate. I am Earl Stime's secret bodyguard. My name is Duran. Seeing how you were hiding, it seems like you are not on their side. That girl is Earl Stime's daughter, Irene. Indeed, it seems like she was kidnapped during my vacation. This is a difficult situation, but I'm glad to have a help by my side. System alerted rescued the Earl's esteemed daughter. Rescue Irene within 1 hour. Clear reward 3000 gold. Clear reward of low chance become the Earl's son-in-law. Failure level -2. Grid thought another S-grade quest. This dude, he's an NPC. Duran said usually people would be in a state of fear here, but seeing how you are not, you truly must be powerful. Grid thought then there's no way a wimp like me would be fine. Did I get some other skill? It's thanks to composure. Stat points cannot be distributed. Lowers the probability of being affected by a status effect and recovers quickly from one. I should quickly learn about my class's characteristics. Duran said to think that you will help with the rescue. Thank you for making such a hard decision. Grid replied, but I am not doing it. Duran said, wait a minute, are you saying I should face all those black magicians on my own? Grid thought 3000 gold is a pity, but my current state is because of another S-grade quest. You think I am crazy? Duran questioned, are not you a powerful person who can withstand the temple's terror? Without you, the rescue is impossible. Please help me. Grid explained, I am fine just because I am lucky. I am a level -1, if I fail again I will be level -3. While Grid said, I am telling you, I am too weak to help you, he accidentally pushes a stone and kill a magician. System alerted, quest accepted. Duran said, since you became the Yatan believers' enemy by killing one of them, we are in the same boat now. Our enemies are fanatical believers who sacrifice humans as offerings. Since they took over the altar, they won't easily let us through. Destiny is inevitable, don't complain and go with the flow. I will clear a passage, I'll leave the lady in your hands. Grid thought, even though I am fully equipped, my health is only at 34 because of the penalties. I will die just by touching their breaths. Shit, I barely managed to steal myself and made a comeback, and yet you are killing me already. Then Grid noticed Duran's moving so quickly and swiftly in this narrow space. Duran said, we won't get anywhere just by fighting them. You think so too, right? Grid replied, I don't really. Duran ignored and said, I know that you were waiting to kill them all at once rather than individually. Duran then pushed Grid and cast float magic to reach safely. Grid said, thanks to you I got to breathe again. Duran reminds, if you are thankful, then you should go at full power from now on. Because this is where the real rescue starts. Magician yell, punish the heretics with your spells. Duran never let them cast magic and through hidden attacks. A magician said, he is mocking our casters, children of Yatan. Buy me some time, we absolutely have to kill that heretic. While Grid wonders, the magician mobs should be around level 150 and yet Duran's facing them all on his own. I might clear the S-grade quest using just the NPC at this rate, then what I can do now is cheering. Grid said, do your best, Duran my sunshine, my hope. Next second, magician done their magic casting and defeated Duran. Grid wonders, actually I always wanted to be a Yatan believer. Duran said, I am merely completing the mission. As the sword that guards the family emblem. To fanatics who have laid their hands on the Stime family, there is no such thing as again. Duran dispersed the black magic and threw hidden weapon once again. Suddenly, a magic shield protected those magicians. A woman said, you have such good fortune today, you will have to give up on this offering. It's my S-grade quest to defend this sacrifice. To think that I would face a named NPC like Duran. This is my first exciting quest in a while. Will you be a worthy adversary? To me, Yura. Yura the Blood Witch. She is a Korean user consistently ranking first in the Black Magician rankings, as well as the 5th in the Unified rankings. She is a famous person who frequently appears on TV due to her beautiful appearance and outstanding abilities. The ultimate expert known for her excellent sense and control that allowed her to combine magic and surpass the limits of a black magician. Grid wonders, what is she doing here? Yura questioned Grid, are you the one who activated the S-grade quest here? This was the only place that I could train a new skill without being bothered for being famous. Thanks to you, I now have a pleasant surprise. But won't it be hard for you with that armor and sword, being a level 80 only? Grid thought she got my level wrong, but as I thought, rankers are different. However, I still have Duran. Grid said, don't start trembling now. This esteemed Sir Duran is a named NPC. Yura said, oh, I was just about to ask you to be my opponent, to commemorate my 230th level. Duran said, let's move, warrior. Nothing will happen if we stay put, only being one step ahead. We can win this battle. Yura said, you act like an NPC that has completed his 3rd class advancement. However, you are not to my liking. Yura cast magic hold Duran's legs and blocked Duran's hidden weapon, followed by another few magic black holes draining Duran's blood. Grid thought he'll die at this rate. If you fall, I am dead too. Yura said it's an advanced skill in which I poured 30% of my mana. With this, it's finish. Duran said, how arrogant young black magician. Let me show you the power that has protected the family emblem for hundreds year. Yura replied, you forcibly dispelled a level 220 mesmerize skill. Duran said, it's thanks to this ring. It's an item that shines during emergencies. It's not perfect, but it can dispel curses and heal your body. Grid said, please give me. Duran replied, are not you a hell of a beggar? In any case, since it's not omnipotent, we have to hurry. Stick with me, warrior. Yura thought, he's tougher than I thought. Even if I keep my last resort, I have to deal with top level magic. That warrior is the only variable here, but what could a terrified low level user possibly do in this high level field? Seeing Grid action, Yura wonders how pathetic. He was trying to clear the quest using only the NPC. Anyways, now's the time. Great god of darkness, plant fear and agony in the enemies' hearts and reveal your powers. Yura said, let me end this for sure. Duran a high rank attack with maximum mana output. Dark Storm. Before the attack hit on Duran, Grid blocked it. Yura thought, he's perfectly fine even after taking my attack head on. There's no way I would not know of such an amazing user. Just who is this guy? Grid thought, my health is at 1, even though I got hit? Then he recalled back the title, a legend does not die easily, so that's why I'm alive. In Yura's vision, just what is he? Is not he a level 80 and he's smiling? Yura shocked and wonders, there's no way I would not know of such an amazing user. Duran step on Grid and jump strike over Yura. Duran said, you have to be one step ahead to win. Yura said, your last desperate attack, is it? Don't belittle me, Crystal Shield. Yura blocked it and said, I am almost at my limit. I have to deal with that guy before it's too late. Then he finds out Grid disappeared. She wonders, he simply log out? He remained by the sidelines even though he was that strong? Just who is that user? Meanwhile, system alerted Grid, you died. Your level has dropped by 2, you are now level -3. You are unable to connect to the game for the next 12 hours, due to dying twice in 24 hours. Back to a moment earlier, damage 1 when Duran step on him. Grid wonders, I was team killed. Dory, you son of the bitch. Yura thought, he yielded the quest to me? To Yura? How dare he show sympathy to me? I will find him. Unforgivable. The next day, the unknown user was given a nickname by the community. Ghost of the Yatan Temple. Grid thought, this is all Yura's fault. If only she were not there, it would not been a happy ending. It does make me mad, but this is a game where the strong ones rule. Let's calmly think back on it myself. I am the biggest jackass in town. Die, Yura. Suddenly, Grid's little sister say, he questioned, did you finally go crazy? She find out Grid's room was damn dirty. Then she questioned, can you really earn money with this game? Grid replied, there's 2 billion people playing this game. If you do it seriously, you could get successful. The say he reads the comment Grid wrote. Grid explained, this piece of shit did it. It was not me. Say he felt disappointed on his brother behavior and leave. The next day, a channel broadcast the game Satisfy. This man is Kyung Min from Satisfy's Global News. Kyung Min said, we are currently at the Yatan Church in the north of Eternal Kingdom. Last night it collapsed. During our investigations, we have unearthed a familiar name. The incident's protagonist was the 5th rank of the unified rankings, the Black Magician Yura. Looking at the state the temple is in, we believe that an incredible battle took place over here. Well then, let us listen to the sole witness of the incident. Witnesses said, I was being chased by monsters. Then I saw Yura was casting skills to a certain guy. But then something happened that surprised her. Yura shot some kind of ultimate attack, but that guy took it head on and was unscathed. Kyung Min questioned, was he a famous person? He should be a top ranker only able to do that. Witnesses said, I was just staring at Yura, and died after getting crushed under a boulder. Kyung Min said, every user around the world wants to know just who could this user be. Grid wonders, am I famous now? Money carpet. What? Grid immediately make a call to Global News and told them the guy from the Yatan Temple was me. I am Grid. They questioned Grid, please tell us your level as well. Grid replied, I am level -3. Then the phone call immediately ended. Kyung Min said, lastly, we have some footage from the scene, so please take a look. Grid thought, it's Duran. Did he successfully rescue Irene? But he does not look good. Duran, so you end up dying. Although he was an NPC, he was a good guy with a really good magic ring. TV continues broadcast hot topic issue. Then they invited Cats, a level 203 warrior. Grid thought, if it's Cats, is he the one famous for being a jerk? They say that he's the son of a big corporation's CEO. The way he talks is annoying. From conversation, Grid also curious how Cats increased to 53rd place and level increased by 30 within 3 months. Grid took about years to get to level 70. Cats said, wait, if this is a Korean channel, the Korean rankings first place goes to Yura, right? Listen up, Yura, your era ends now. The one to rank first in the unified rankings will be me, and I will trample on your pride. It's all thanks to this sword. See for yourself if I am bullshitting or not. This is my passive skill. Any weapon I hold will transform into this shape and I can absorb a certain amount of health in proportion to my attack power. The more I attack, the faster I heal, and my hunting speed increases tremendously. The broadcaster questioned, but I've never heard of a skill like this. Katz replied, of course, you have not. It's a power I gained 3 months ago. Blood Warrior, it's my one and only epic class. Grid thought, another hidden class, and to think that with a single class skill, he increased his level by that much. I also want to use Pagma's Descendant properly. Soon, system alerted you have entered Barren Town. Grid wonders, I did not spawn at the temple because I am enemies with the Yatan Church now. There are a lot of user looking for party member who level 100 and above. Grid thought a level -3 like me will be left to die of starvation in town, so he decided head over to an appropriate town first. But the money he have right unable to pay for transport either. Finally, Grid remembered that he is a Pagma's Descendant. Grid pondered, if I make items, I can make money and level up at the same time. First off, master Blacksmith's technique. It says the attributes of all items are increased by 10% when Grid make items. His stats and reputation increase as well. Grid find out he is starting off having mastered the master level skill and with level 1 in the legendary skill. The best is the creation skill that allows him to create a production method himself. Grid thought since the epic class was that great as the legendary class should be even better. System alerted, legendary Blacksmith's creation skill activated. What kind of item will you create? And followed by what materials would you like to use? After Grid answered, to create a great sword. Grid answered, blue or a calcum I heard earlier. System alerted, after designing the item, please describe its characteristics. Grid said, let's make it cool and big and strong just like a shark. Attack power above 10 million every time I swing it. Meteors fall. Make it ignore all defenses so that it can one-hit kill. System alerted, automatic corrections commencing, making adjustments after synthesizing the characteristics, options and materials. Grid wonders, it is changing things on its own. I might have made it too absurd. Why are there so many numbers and screens everywhere? Suddenly, Grid confused why he can understand all that info. This is a new blueprint though. Is it a class effect? This feel like he is a real blacksmith. Grid seeing the stats of durability of 1090 with an attack power of 1820, defense of 80 plus agility 50. Grid thought, this is incredible. The characteristics that I babbled on were adjusted, but there's plenty of extra option. Amazing. Now I have to get blue or a calcamoras from the party that's going for the Guardian of the Forest. Then he noticed user restriction level 300 or higher, 5000 strength or more, advanced sword mastery level 8 or higher. But the first ranked user right now is only at 250. Grid thought you won't get 5000 strengths even by pouring all your stat points into strength. And the current top blacksmith only has intermediate level skills. To reach advanced sword level 8, I just made crap with a super rare skill, a shark-shaped big and powerful piece of shit. It's not like I can't use it, I am not affected by the restrictions. Even my current equipment is the same situation. Even if there's the penalties for not meeting the requirements, this great sword will still be overpowered, if I manage to make it. Good, I can see the tunnel's end. I have to enter the Guardian of the Forest party no matter what and dine and dash. Soon, Grid went to the one who finding party member, but immediately being rejected by the man. The man said, this is a level 190 minimum party and looking at you equipment, you should be around level 60. Grid said, although I look like this I am at level 100. My equipment does not matter much because I have good control. The man replied, what are you saying, that we rely on our items too much? Rigas said, everybody enough. Since our guild is in charge of the boss mob, we can leave him in charge of another job. Someone said, wow, it's Rigas from the Zadaka guild. The first place in the martial artist rankings, his nickname is Taekwondo Master. The equipment items requirements are so severe that raising the level is difficult, yet he's already at level 180. Grid thought, a top ranker with good looking, the world truly is unfair. The man said, Mr. Rigas, even if you like someone there should be limits. You can't just accept an unidentified user. Rigas said, but is not having a lot of party members good for cleaning up the surroundings? Grid replied, of course, I can do that. Grid thought, although I don't like his appearance, he's a good guy. The man said, I understand your point, but I wonder if we could convince everyone. Rigas said, well then let's have a 1vs match to test his abilities. As long as we can prove his control skills, it won't be a problem, right? Grid thought, I am fucked up. Rigas questioned, shall we get started? Grid said, I should go train my left foot's control today, and left. Grid thought it did not go well. Let's earn money for the carriage trip first. System alerted, please name the newly designed item. Grid thought, creation has a limited number of slots, so I should use it only when I absolutely need a custom-made item. From now on I will earn money for the route and study a bit about creating items. Grid decided named it failure, as this is just the beginning. Afterward, Grid went to Smith's smithy. He requested for the blueprint for an item that sells well. The shop owner replied, you ignorant little lump of blood, are you looking down on blacksmiths? Kids these days don't even know the basics and just want to gain money. Grid failed once again and said, I am fucked. This was my only way to earn money for the trip. Am I going to die in this town just like this? The shop owner came out and said, I can't even tell you to actually go and die. Don't disturb our neighborhood by crying against my wall, just go and chop me some firewood. System alerted chop firewood, chop 500 pieces of firewood, clear rewards plus 10 EXP and 20 bronze. Grid remembered that within this game, you can even potentially fail at chopping wood properly. Grid wonders will item appraisal be of help. After appraised system alerted your understanding of old axe is at 100%, you have learned how to make an old axe. Grid thought 100% on the first try, but theoretical knowledge is different from actual practice. Am I supposed to hit there? As Grid successfully done in one hit, he realized if he reached 100% understanding for a legendary item, then he would soon become successful. 2 hours later, Grid thought this crappy level 3 stamina, I've only managed to do 150 of them. I will squeeze out my energy to the last drop. I can't procrastinate if I want to escape from this town. Hang on a little more. Just one more. System alerted persistence stat has been opened. You do not get tired easily. The user's equipment weight limit has increased. The feeling of satiation's duration has increased. Every time 10 points are added to the persistence stat, the indomitable stat point increases by 1. Afterward, shop owner was surprised that Grid chopped 1,000 of them within 6 hours. Grid said it was a piece of cake. Despite my appearance, I am a blacksmith. The owner said, how funny. How can that puny body be a blacksmith's? However, if you succeed in this, I will believe you. System alerted mine iron ore quest. Grid thought 55 experience points will get me back to level 0. Soon. Grid wonders to think that I took 3 hours for a 30-minute march. I am out of energy just from moving. Since I am just a minus level wearing level 70 equipment, it's no wonder my movement speed is slow. I want to take it off right now. Grid said, excuse me, I am here to mine for iron ores for Mr. Smith. The man said, we are a bit too busy to adjust the quantity right now. For now, don't disturb us. Go to that corner and imitate us. Smith sent us a guy like him even though we are too busy to be teaching someone else. As Grid start to mine, they shocked. Grid thought my body feels like it's about to break but my mind is clear. He was not wrong, but even pointless persistence. Other miners start discussing how great Grid was. System alerted you have gathered 170 iron ore. Grid achieved level 1. You are now level 1. Your stats that were fixed to a minimum due to the minus level penalty have been restored to their normal states. The basic stats of Pagma's descendant have been applied. Grid thought a normal level 1's total stat points should be only 22, but Pagma's descendants is 165. If I count the persistence that was created earlier and the additional point in Indomitable, it's 182. Wait, 40 stats points. They are supposed to give out 10 points per level, so why do I have 40? There were 4 levels from -3 to 1. This is amazing. Soon, Mr. Smith said to think that I treated such an outstanding person so harshly. How embarrassing. System alerted your affinity with Smith has increased by 60. Your reputation within Barren Town has increased by 200. Mr. Smith hugged on Grid's arm and said, come on, don't be mad. We are both blacksmiths. Grid replied, please recommend some items that sell well. Like I said last time, I need the money for my carriage fare. Mr. Smith said, I've prepared just the thing for you. Jaffa arrows. These should be good enough as your first item. Its effect is that it ignores some of the enemy's defense. This is indispensable for raids against powerful golems such as the Guardian of the Forest. Grid appraised it. System alerted your understanding of the Jaffa arrow is at 89%. You are able to use the Jaffa arrow skillfully. Grid wonders if I increase my understanding by disassembling it, will I get to learn the production method? Mr. Smith said, I will trot you about the production method, so follow me. Grid watched the blacksmith's action carefully. Although Satisfy is a realistic game, acquiring knowledge is quite easy. Grid thought, moreover, for me, I have something called the class compensation effect. Are these signs for the direction and strength of the bellows? It has not even been 5 minutes, but I managed to heat up the furnace. System alerted Pagma's descendant is sensitive to the temperature. You are precisely measuring the blast furnace's temperature. Grid thought, incredible. I get a notification window with the detailed temperature on display. This is certainly going to be a success. System alerted quest cleared. You have gained 80 experience points. Your affinity with Smith has increased by 30. You have gained 3 Jaffa ingots. Suddenly, Mr. Smith said, you were amazing, and so sexy. Even though you did not have any experience with smelting, unbelievable. You can't simply be called talented anymore. It's just like Pagma was reborn. Grid thought, not exactly a reincarnation, but a descendant. System alerted you gained 1 level. You are currently level 2. Soon, with Mr. Smith guiding, system alerted you are learning the Jaffa arrow production method. Your understanding of the Jaffa arrow has reached 100%. Mr. Smith thought, as I thought. He is no ordinary boy. The way he handles the molten metal is masterclass. Then he said, oh, I did not teach you how to make the arrow shafts. Grid said, it's fine, I will make it myself. Grid thought, because my understanding is at 100% the shaft production method was added. All I did was watch, but it still increased my understanding. Although the list is short right now, the day will come when it will be filled to the brim. This much is doable myself. Straighten out the twisted parts, and after cutting it uniformly, make the fletching using feathers and glue. The efficiency is astonishing due to my dexterity stat and class compensation effect. Mr. Smith questioned, what are you doing? Why are you quenching the arrowhead? If you do that, although it will get harder, it won't be as durable. Grid said, don't worry, I plan on tempering the arrowheads. If I make it even a bit better, I can sell it for a higher price. Grid thought, how intriguing indeed. My occupation to this day has been about doing hard labor, so I never expected I'd have so much fun working like this. Grid said, I finished making the arrow. Now the quest should be clear. System alerted, legendary Blacksmith's breath has activated. Grid questioned, what's going on? System alerted, special Jaffa arrow epic. Grid thought, leaving the level up aside, its epic grade. Mr. Smith said, this is magnificent. To think that a boy who is not an apprentice like you made a perfect arrow. Are not you impressed as well? Grid cried and thought, this should have been a sword. I got an epic grade. Still, amongst the existing arrows, there are none that exceed 40 in attack power. Moreover, there's the extra option to completely ignore the enemy's defense. My class's effect is amazing. At this stage, this must be better than most level 21 handed weapons out there. Soon, Mr. Smith said, what a pity, can't you stay for a bit longer? Grid replied, we will meet again, if destiny allows it, so don't worry. I can't keep these amazing weapons, take them with you. System alerted, you have gained 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 Jaffa ingots. Grid thought, is it because of our high affinity? He gave out a lot. Grid said, I've been in your care, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Mr. Smith said, it would be nice if we could live together. Grid replied, please don't say such disturbing words and wonders, although the presents are nice. The weight slow me down. It's gonna take a while to reach the town. In any case, as long as I sell the arrows, I can leave this place. Wait for me, users. I Grid am bringing you guys some amazing things. Meanwhile, location guardian of the forest raid scene. Jishuka from Zadaka Guild Guildmaster said, those morons, even though I warned them. You wanna live? Get moving already, Zadaka Guild. Rigas, Tobin, Vantner. Jishuka said, everyone died except for a few. Even though we managed to capture the boss, they all fell to the small fries. The damage is too great, even so we somehow managed to finish it. End up they got 30 black iron ores, 7 orichalcum ores and 1 blue orichalcum ore. This is everything. Rigas said, the amethyst shield that has the worst drop rate did not appear again. Ventnor said, but at least we got a blue orichalcum. We fought for an entire day and only made losses. Jishuka questioned Tobin, how many died? Tobin replied, including the guild members makes 75. While the main force was dealing with the boss, the golems multiplied, which was detrimental to us. Jishuka thought the difficulty of this S-grade linked quest is harder than we expected. We need to take some measures. Soon. Location, Barren Village. Jishuka said, the 4th raid yielded no results again, and the value of the Guardian of the Forest is falling amongst the users. At this rate, the quality of the users for future raids will considerably drop. Zadaka Guild. This guild is composed solely of high rankers as its guild members, but because of its small size, their fame is also small compared to their rankings. Before the launch of Satisfy, during the era of LTS, the members were these 17. Due to their small numbers, they always perform raids with other ordinary users, but even that method has its limits. For reader understanding, LTS was a famous MMORPG game that was popular before the launch of Satisfy. Tobin said, without the amethyst shield we can't continue the linked quest. Let's put aside the raid for now and increase our strengths. Rigas said, and Ventnor agreed. Jishuka announced the Zadaka Guild will focus on individually leveling up and enhancing our equipment. In 3 months' time, those who don't gain 15 levels will die. Rigas, you need a minimum of 20 levels. Jishuka went to auction house to find Jaffa arrows. She wonders, our guild situation truly is not good. We used to attract attention in the beginning of the game, but now they won't even bat an eye. Let's just buy some arrow supplies. Then she noticed, what's with this moron? He's selling them at triple the price of a normal 6 silver per arrow deal. She noticed they are epic grade. She thought, impossible, I've asked almost every blacksmith to make me some arrows. But no, actually I've never even heard of a high grade arrow before. Moreover, this cheat-like performance, it can be a decisive weapon during a high level battle. First I will have to bid for this, but who in the world made these? If it's not the top 2 blacksmith rankers Panmer and Stang, does that mean there's a blacksmith who has surpassed their level? Meanwhile, Rigas questioned, just how can I level up 20 times within 3 months? Ventnor said, think this through seriously. When she said she'd kill us, I am sure she was serious. I will at least pay for your last meal. Suddenly, they received Jishuka announcement. Find users in the top 100 blacksmith rankings whose player level is lower than the skill level. Rigas said, but she was telling us to level up earlier. Is not our guild master a bit too whimsy? Next moment he calmed down after he saw the notice from Jishuka. Go ahead, mock me, I will kill you. Jishuka announced that user has the skill to successfully lead us to victory against the Guardian of the Forest. Jishuka thought our small team of elites managed to rank in the top 3 of each class rankings within half a year. Because of that pride, we don't accept new guild members. Although we are not famous or influencing like those other large guilds, our strength is recognized by everyone and we have authority in our hands. That is us, the Zadaka Guild. If he's better than Panmer and Stang, it must be because his items far surpass the original ones. All the guilds around the continent will be in chaos as they search for this user. We need to find and meet him first. Meanwhile, Panmer the first place in the blacksmith rankings. He wonders made by a master craftsman with great skills and potential but lacking in experience and reputation. They say, even I don't get called a master craftsman, in the descriptions. Although it happened twice only, I was the first person to craft an epic grade item. I was proud of putting in more effort than anyone else, but just who is this person? Back to Grid, he wonders when will the labor office open. Soon, labor office staff said Shinwoo Building's construction site is looking for 4 workers. Grid wished to do it, but an old man took it. The staff continue electric pulling work, for 1 person. No one won it. Grid thought I tried it last year and the cost for medicine afterwards was greater than the income. But a man lifted his hand. Next day, Grid's mother questioned, where are you going this early in the morning? Grid said to the labor office, I am late right now. Grid's dad said we will give you the money for your daily wage, so take a break today. Grid said the daily wage is at least 90k1 these days. He said be thankful he gave you that and use this. I've prepared the bath so go relax a bit. Grid thought now that I think about it he normally leaves early in the morning to go to work at the vegetable store. Did he wait for me just to have a meal with me? Everyone I have such a wonderful family. Grid said then father please pay back my debt. Next second, bang. Afterward, Grid entered the game. He wonders it's nice resting a bit and playing the game but, after paying back my debt, my account savings are at 0. I am not motivated. How high did the arrow price go? I quickly have to go to another village. Then he wonders what's this? Even if they are epic grade how did it get compared to the normal 6 silvers? 99x silvers that make 71 golds and 28 silvers. Since 100 golds is 120,001, I gained about 80,001 in 6 hours. I won't have to go to the labor office from now on. Grid immediately told auction house give me my money. The staff said here's your 60 golds and 59 silvers as epic grade items have a commission of 15%. Grid thought but if I can make money just by crafting items, there's no reason to leave this place, right? Nah, it's too dangerous here. Let's flee. Soon, Grid told Coachman the fees was 8 golds and 90 silvers it's too expensive. Coachman replied be thankful that I reduced it for you. Do you think driving a carriage is easy? Grid questioned did you say that beginner's village is called Winston? Coachman replied right, they say that it will change into a city because of its high population apparently. The heir to the Stein family will become the new city lord. Grid wonders Stein? That's a familiar. Soon, Grid said let's start over properly now, starting off by sorting out my inventory. The weight is slowing me down too much. Let's leave everything I can in the warehouse. Is this all I have? Alright, maybe I should appraise the Mengel armor and Mammon greatsword as well. If my understanding increases, the penalty should drop as well. System alerted understanding greatsword has reached 33% and plate armor has reached 65%. System alerted due to the increase in understanding, the penalties have been adjusted. Greatsword attack power reduction adjusted from 30 to 20% and defensive armor from 20 to 8%. Grid wonders since the durability has fallen a bit, I could repair the item to increase my understanding, but right now I need to save money. Grid thought since I will need energy to craft things, let's store the equipment for now. Afterward, Grid decided to just hold on to the epic grade arrow he kept as a souvenir. Grid thought looking at their equipment, this area seems to be for beginners, and over here there's a diversity of equipment levels. Is it an area for all levels? I guess the smithy would be over there. Soon, Grid went to find Blacksmith in the town. He wonders due to the skill master Blacksmith's technique, they will treat him favorably. When he opened up the door, he find out it's empty. The blacksmith questioned who are you? Grid said I want to craft the best-selling item here. Can you help me? Blacksmith replied the Marrow Company is selling items in bulk at a lower price. Due to that the items here have not sold well for a long time now. This smithy closed down long ago. Suddenly, a group of warrior came in and said old man you still have not made your decision? I told you to hand over the building to us while we are still being nice. Grid thought this is not annoying but straight up troublesome. The warrior said sign this contract and hands over the building. Grid thought a contract? Is not the famous Marrow Company. Not sure what's happening but let's sneak out before things get complicated. The warrior glared on Grid and said you saw the contract right? Where are you going? You bastard, are you a spy from the Sconner Company? Grid thought he's a gangster hired by the Marrow Company. Outlaw NPC kill users sometimes. These dudes look to be around level 35. Let's not fight back and act accordingly. Grid replied it's not that. Since I am new to Winston, I did not know this smithy was closed. The warrior replied right, I can see that in your appearance get lost now. The blacksmith said you criminals, you are about to end a 7-generation long family business. Another guy said either way did not your only son die from a disease, stop being stubborn. Or is it that this place is his grave? Grid thought stat cool, you are not some hero, just leave this is none of my business. But will that old man be alright? System alerted quest Blacksmith's Rage has been created, get rid of the Marrow Company's minions. and destroy the smithy transfer contract. Clear rewards. Khan's alcoholism will improve max affinity with Khan. Quest acceptance reward. Skill Blacksmith's rage will be created. Quest failure. A few days later, Khan will die and all quests related to him will disappear. Grid thought the reward is a class skill. I obviously have to do this. What are my odds? First, there's the reliable skill Legendary Blacksmith's Patience and the passive skill that gives me 5 seconds of invulnerability when my health touches rock bottom, and I also have the stats of a level 20. The problem is that I left all my equipment in the warehouse, so I have no weapon. Wait, I have one and it's epic grade. Even though its attack power is low, as long as completely ignoring the enemy's defense activates, I have a chance. Grid said you really don't hold back on your words against the elderly. Even if you are debt collectors, there's a limit to things, you bastards. A warrior laughed and said, what are you gonna do with a single arrow? Grid replied, this is not all I have. I just gained another weapon. Enough talk, let's fight. Grid dodged the slash attack and wonders, since when low-level warriors were this fast, I need to gain the advantage. Great, the narrow stairs. When another warrior chases up an attack with axe, Grid activated the Blacksmith's rage and launched a critical attack. Grid said, does this look like a simple arrow to you guys? Your eyes must be for decoration. Grid thought, amazing. I landed 2 hits thanks to the increase in attack speed. Moreover, ignored defense was activated and it was a critical hit, killing him with 2 hits. System alerted, you killed an outlaw from Winston. Your reputation in Winston has increased by 60. You are now an enemy to all the outlaws of Winston. You have gained 4,300 EXP. Level up X5. You are currently level 8. Grid wonders, plus 5 levels to a level 8 for killing a level 35. My stat points are at 110 now. These guys have high attack power but low defense. To defeat the remaining ones, I need to invest points in strength and agility. Since there's still 4 of them left, I will use them all. Grid invested 50 in strength and 60 in agility. Grid gather his power and kill another one using the rest of the time with Blacksmith's rage. The warrior said, I won't die from this. Looks like he was lucky earlier. The leader of the warrior said, but his attacks are fast, and we can't fight on those narrow stairs using large weapons. Grid thought he did not die even after increasing my stats. This time the option did not activate, nor did I get a critical hit. The leader warned Grid, if you don't want to live up there forever, then get down. Grid thought, I have no choice, it's a head-on fight now. If they surround me, I won't last 2 to 3 hits. But I still have a backup plan. My health is low and my defense is close to 0, but if they surround me I can kill them all at once. All I need is the health to last until then, so what I need is Legendary Blacksmith's Patience. While Grid activated, system showed this skill cannot be used intentionally. Failed to activate. Grid dodged the axe attack and wonders, a big failure. The skill I was counting on had an activation condition. Grid thought, my max health is at 316. Why do I have to drink an intermediate potion that heals 1500 health? 20 seconds until I can use the next one. If I don't keep up I will die. Soon. System alerted, you have received 200 damage. Grid again consumed strength potion and agility potion, which increased by 50 for 5 minutes. Grid thought, 10 golds for a bottle. Around 24,001. I just wasted the money for a big meal on a B grade quest. But still it is hard for Grid to dodge all of their attacks together. Grid wonders, I need the time to recover my leg at least. From following conversation, Grid talked with them to buy some time for potions cooldown time over. When Grid's leg recovers, he immediately sudden attack towards and kill one of them. Again, level up X3. Grid thought, I am level 11 now. I am different from earlier. However, when his attack stabbed one of their men, the man said, you can stab me more if you want. So, Grid was slash attacked by another 2. They quickly held Grid, not letting him run around this time. Grid thought, I will really die this time. It's over now. Then he noticed upstairs there was an armor. Grid launched an arrow, stabbing the man and threw it to the leader. Grid immediately ran towards the armor. He questioned Khan, do you want to protect it, the smithy? Khan replied, yes, if you help me this time, I will definitely protect this place. Grid said, then I will borrow it for a bit. Khan reminded him, that's not something anyone can equip. Anything you could wear is on this floor. The remaining enemies came upstairs and decided to finish Grid with a final blow. Grid questioned, have you ever heard of the word overgeared? He then launched a single blow, killing 3 of them in one strike. System alerted, your reputation in Winston has increased by 220. Level up X10. Meanwhile, Khan came upstairs and questioned, what happened, are you alright? Grid said, old man, this is amazing. Why did you hide items like these in a dusty corner? Armor Valhalla, rating unique, user restrictions level 250. Dane's life, reproduction rating, unique level 250. Khan questioned, young man, did you perhaps recognize those items' values? You even learned the creator's name. Grid said, I can learn just by looking. Khan fainted. Grid wonders, does he have high blood pressure? Well, he was an alcoholic. That's why you should be careful when you are old. Since I've cleared the quest, I should stop being so noisy. Let's move on to the next quest. Grid thought the linked quests, so he immediately yelled, old man, wake up. Don't start foaming. Give me the next quest before fading. Soon, Marrow Company knew that the gangsters sent to the smithy went missing. The head of the company questioned his assistant. What happened? Rabbit is the name of this guy. Rabbit said, I don't know. We are certain they reached the smithy, but they went missing afterwards. Head of Marrow Company said, we need to take over every single smithy in the village, because we could not deal with that one. Where's the old man Khan? Rabbit replied, 2 hours ago. An unfamiliar young man carried him to the clinic. Head of Marrow Company said, we imported and sold those cheap weapons and made a contract just to get that smithy. We finally have him on the ropes. We can't miss this chance. You are in charge of this. Deal with it. Back to Grid. He wonders, I got to level 21 for killing a few gangsters. Is not my luck amazing these days? There's even the possibility of receiving linked quests. If I get that armor and sword as a reward, I could become a billionaire. Dane's Life and Valhalla are both unique grade just like Failure. But unlike Failure, they can be traded and the user requirements are standard. Soon, Grid went back to the game and visited Khan. Khan questioned, did you say you were Grid? Looks like I owe a lot to you. Grid said, we should help others in difficulty. You just need to pay the fee and get discharged now. Khan replied, sorry to say this, but actually I am penniless right now. Doctor said since God's anger would create chaos, you should pay 1 gold for the fee. Afterward, Khan thanks Grid and said, I really wish I could do something for you. Grid then pointed on those armor and said, give me these. Khan replied, wait, listen to me, I can't give you. These are family heirlooms that have been protected with our lives, please understand. Dane's Life and Valhalla are unlucky items. Since there was no one to wield their incredible powers, they have been abandoned here for hundreds of years. But 130 years ago, a single person recognized their worth. That person was Pagma. Pagma wore these items and displayed his astonishing swordsmanship, becoming one with the battle gears. With his powerful but beautiful momentum, they say his swordsmanship pierced the sky and summoned lightning. My ancestor Albertino knelt to him and requested him to take Dane's Life and Valhalla with him. Grid questioned, so did Pagma agree? Khan said no, he refused, but he said that one day these items' rightful owner would appear and you managed to equip these. How did you do it? I shall make my decision after hearing your answer. Grid thought, is the linked quest finally here? I can't lose this to anyone else. Grid said, well, if I had to say, I am similar to Pagma. Khan questioned, no way, does that mean you are Pagma's descendant? Grid replied, well, yes. System alerted class quest Pagma's descendant has been created. Follow Pagma's swordsmanship and collect all the legends Abu T Pagma. There is no time limit. If you accept the legendary class quest, you cannot change your class again. Class quest clear conditions, complete all linked quests. Reward unknown. First class quest Pagma swordsmanship. Clear condition, learn Pagma swordsmanship. First class quest clear reward Dane's Life reproduction. Grid questioned, you won't give them right now? Khan said, I need proof, so please understand. Khan thought, am I meeting the legend's descendant just like how my ancestor met the legend? Khan said, if you truly are Pagma's descendant, you will get to prove it one day. Let's have a toast to our encounter. Grid took over his alcohol and said, these are prohibited until I clear the quest. Suddenly, Rabbit questioned, is Khan here? I come from the Marrow Company. Grid questioned, Marrow Company? Did you come here to replace the gangster? Khan said, let's head down and talk. Rabbit said, I was told that you were unable to pay the debt of 600 golds. Khan replied, it's the truth. However, I cannot give you the smithy. Go back home. Rabbit said, actually today I am here to give you a chance. If you hand over the smithy, we guarantee you a high salary and the operating rights to it. These terms A and comparable to before, will you refuse? Khan replied, this affair is not about my job, it's about protecting my ancestor's smithy. Rabbit said, your pride is just as the rumors say, then if we shatter that pride of yours, will you be convinced? Let us have a competition putting the debt and the rights on the line, our blacksmith against you. If a blacksmith more qualified than you wins, you hand over the smithy, how about it? Grid thought, it looks like a good condition, but I am sure they will send out a craftsman far more skilled than Khan. Does he think we are idiots? Khan said, if that happens, then I will be convinced. However, since I have become rusty from resting for too long, I will send out my successor. Do you agree? Here he is, my successor. Grid said, what are you talking about, old man? Who are you to decide? Rabbit said, I can see that he's just a passerby. Are you really fine with that? System alerted, clear condition, win the competition against the Marrow Company. Rewards reputation within Winston plus 500 increase in affinity with the Winston residents. Prize of 600 golds. Failure, reputation within Winston will fall to a minimum. The Khan smithy will be handed over to the Marrow Company. Rabbit reminds, if you are not related, stay out of this. Don't get carried away. Grid thought, you are on. I will trample on everyone. Khan said, I am sorry about this. I had to protect my smithy. Grid replied, no, don't worry about it. Grid thought, since I would gladly sell my soul for 1001. It's an A-grade item production competition with the Marrow Company quest. If it were a combat-related quest, it would be impossible for a level 21 like me. But I am a legendary blacksmith who even crafted an epic grade item. It won't be a problem. Khan said, I have some materials remaining since the shop was closed. We can train with these. Grid questioned, by the way, why did not you report these events to the Lord? Khan replied, the Lord is part of it all. He's being bribed by the Marrow Company. Grid questioned, is not Winston part of Earlsteim's territory? Did you try looking for the Earl yourself? Khan said, I made an appeal and even went looking for him myself, but the Lord intervened each time and I was unsuccessful. Grid said, don't worry too much, I will win this competition. You even left me in charge since you trusted me. Khan said, of course I do. Thanks for cheering me up. If my son were alive, he would have been an upstanding man like you. Grid said, don't cry and come on over. Your worries will disappear if you see me with the bellows. Grid thought, why am I being kind unlike my usually? Well, since Khan is my lucky gold mine, I must have unconsciously right. But old man Khan reminds me of my grandfather. His gentle words and attitude are very similar. Fighting with fire and steel alongside someone I am fond of. Moments like these make satisfy feel like reality. The next day, location Marrow Company. Valmont, the head of the Marrow Company, mad and questioned Rabbit, why you do such an unnecessary thing? It was a smithy that would be ours as long as he could not pay the debt. Why did you make an unnecessary arrangement and give him a chance? Did you secretly make a deal with Khan? Rabbit replied, currently, the business district is doing badly because the Marrow Company took the residents' properties. Considering the Marrow Company's long-term business, it is best to be friendly with the residents. Valmont said, are you trying to teach me a lesson? I am the one who bought those shitty lands and those rights. Those ungrateful bastards. Rabbit thought, this is Valmont's limit, it will be harder for the Marrow Company to grow any further. Rabbit said, the residents greatly respect Khan, who has been resisting alone against the company. We must create the impression that we are giving him and his skills another chance. That way, we will be able to improve the company's image. Valmont replied, and the company will be able to attract loyal customers. If this brings profit, it would not be so bad. What about our opponent? Could he win? Rabbit said, according to our investigations, he is just an ordinary young man with no reputation. We have already prepared a craftsman who will definitely win this for us. Valmont said, then it's perfect, we will completely destroy them. Rabbit thought, even if you are a nameless person, we will send out our best blacksmith to face you. This kind of unknown variable is what I am most wary of. Meanwhile, an old man questioned Khan, really? That bony boy erased Vale and his men. He just looks like an innocent young lamb to me. Khan replied, unlike his appearance, he's one amazing guy. Grid yelled, keep it down, will you? Suddenly, someone opened up door and questioned, there's this notice everywhere in town. Is it true? Khan replied, it's the truth. Why the fuss? The man said, well, we were thinking that the company is better than we thought. Grid thought, indeed. Although they sent us gangsters, I can feel a lot of thoughtfulness from this notice. They might actually be a nice comp. Khan teared off the notice and said, the Marrow Company monopolized the lands and the business districts and got us into poverty. Did you seriously forget the misery we went through just because of a measly piece of paper? A man questioned, according to what I've heard, the Marrow Company bought the lands and commercial areas from the residents, who were not aware of the Winston development plan. Did they force you to sell them? Grid aware he has a green mark on his head, so he's a user. This man named Who ROI. He continued, after exchanging the lands with money, you planned on leaving the village, but later on decided to remain because of the development plans. This situation is because of your self-interest, and not the Marrow Company's fault. The residents of Winston questioned, an outsider dares to talk like that? Are you the company spy? Who ROI said, I am not here to fight. The company's first priority is obviously profiting. As long as you admit that fact, you can create a symbiotic relation with the company. After all, the company can't persist without the residents. Grid thought the conversation's flow changed. Khan said, you are right. It is better to have a symbiotic relationship with the large company in the long run. However, Winston Village is part of Earlsteim's territory. There is a local statute called Rights of the People in the Steim Earldom. The residents have the right to be informed about their area of residence faster than anyone else. Earlsteim imposed this Rights of the People himself. Due to the pioneering age in the north, their new lands have a large impact on the nearby cities and villages. Prepare for change and share information with the residents that would maximize their profits. That is Earlsteim's will. Who ROI replied, so the problem is that the company ignored the Earl's will and the Lord must be responsible for allowing the company to monopolize the information about the development plans. Khan said, indeed, that is the reason behind this conflict. Who ROI said, you have convinced me. It appears that there is something I must do. I have heard that the appeals you have made to the Earl have been blocked by the Lord and the company. The Lord and the company's evil deeds must be revealed. I, Who ROI, will secretly deliver your pleas to the Earl. Grid thought, impossible. This guy, how did he just do that? He did not receive a quest, but made them give him a quest. Soon, Grid followed Who ROI and said, I am sure you had received a quest from the Marrow Company in the beginning, so why did you change sides? Who ROI shared quest information. Grid seeing the info and wonders what's with these incredible rewards. Who ROI said, you notice that I made them give it to me. It's a method that uses the degree of freedom and satisfy. If you actively meddle and intervene with the NPC circumstances, you can get a related quest. It's a method that only the early users know about, so you probably did not. When Grid said, I am also an early user, Who ROI laughed on Grid, Grid felt embarrassed and log out. I thought let's hurry up, I should not be wasting time here. My level is only at 127 even though I've been playing 18 hours per day. It's because my class is order, because my only way to attack is spiteful tongue. It's harder to level up compared to other classes. Extremely limited weapons, low health fighting power skills, and the most fatal weakness is having no escaping techniques. I need the courage stat that permanently increases attack power and defense, every time it increases by 10 points. I can't become a ranker just through quests I get from talking. Soon, when I reached the castle, the guards ignored him. Rabbit said they won't answer to your words, I have instructed them not to do so. The instructions told you to report to me after instigating the resident. I thought how annoying. I need to borrow the power of the persuasion skill. As long as I use it correctly, I can control most NPCs as I wish. Persuasion passive skill activated. I said I came here to plan my strategy of instigating the residents while taking a walk. Is not that the basics of creating a plan? Rabbit replied, it seems that I have overestimated you. You failed to create a commotion even though we had confused the residents with a notice? Or could it be that this is a betrayal? I was surprised as persuasion did not work. Rabbit said, I've learned from experience to always prepare for a betrayal. I am sure you understand why I am arresting you. I thought I can't get away with my battle power. Forced escape. Log out. System alerted you cannot end the game here. Rabbit said, stop your futile resistance. Don't you know that we can neutralize your logout spell? Since you will resurrect if we kill you, we are incarcerating you. Imprison him in the castle's dungeon. System alerted the quest has changed into wait. Clear conditions. Do not log out for 50 hours in real time. Will you give up on this quest? I thought what? 50 hours impossible. I've done 20 hours before, but if you go over that the capsule system will forcibly log you out and you cannot connect again for 6 hours as a penalty. Staying in a small dungeon for 8 days and 8 hours game time. It will be mentally straining and potentially dangerous, but I am just a single man with no job, there's no one to interrupt me. If I convert the capsule into trance mode, my body just might hold on. I can't miss this opportunity to do an S-grade linked hidden quest. Let's do this. Capsule trance mode activated. From now on, your brainwaves will be monitored to forcibly log you out when danger is detected. When your health is harmed, SA will dispatch executives with medical equipment to your location. It is impossible to shut down the capsule from the outside. If there are attempts to shut down the capsule, an SA employee will be dispatched to protect the capsule. I thought I will be loyal to you for the rest of the game. I will be waiting for you. Apostle of Justice. The game satisfy. This is a huge system where every user's actions change the world. 2 billion users make 2 billion variables. Therefore, in order to sustain the world, errors or bugs cannot be permitted. Someone report quest B has been activated. Please grant permission to dispatch emergency executives. Chulho said permission granted. I will be there soon. Chulho thought B even though it's an S-grade hidden quest that activates on special conditions. The clear reward is a second class. If he succeeds it will be the birth of the first user and satisfy to have 2 classes. However, he needs to persist through 200 hours of game time. It's a quest that can potentially harm the user. In the meeting, ROI details being revealed. Chulho said only 3% of the Mongolian population play the game. What an incredible phenomenon. Nah, he said moreover, his class is order that has weak battle power but he still managed to rise up to level 127 by using his class trait to clear quests only. Chulho said Director Sang Min, what about the Mongolian branch manager? Sang Min said we are connected. Chulho said we have requested a conference due to the B quest. Has the user Alunbatar's safety been secured? Person in charge from there replied yes. And I also have a suggestion. To release the news to the media about the potential first user with multiple classes. If the first user with 2 classes is Mongolian, it will greatly help in boosting the market over here. From following conversation, someone of them worried what if ROI fails the quest. Sang Min said the quest was made to be easily clearly by design should be no problem. When he showed the probability of success at only 9%. As the user will meet the mysterious Apostle of Justice in the underground prison and this Apostle of Justice will rescue the user after listening about the situation in Winston. Afterwards, the user will get a linked quest to help the Apostle and receive a big reward, as long as the user's safety is secured. Can't most users clear this quest? Chulho laughed and said look at the documents. It seems like there was a variable. Share quest information. ROI was supposed to share the information about the village to the Apostle of Justice only. However, he revealed the quest's information midway, which led to the mysterious Apostle of Justice becoming obsolete. And the user he shared it to is Grid. Meanwhile, Grid drunk and cried. He said even though you only gave me a quest worth 600 golds, Khan you shitty old man, you should have given that awesome quest to me first. You gave it to that crappy guy instead just because of a few words, even though I paid for your medical fees. A refill of fish cake soup please, with some free radishes please. Back to the meeting, The man questioned this user's probability of success. It should be 0% rather than 9%. The supercomputer Morpheus must have had an error. Nah, he said no, there was no such report. Chulho said he's being like that because the scenario changed and the chances at success are unclear. Now the one who needs to learn of who ROI's incarceration is not the mysterious apostle of justice, but Grid. Sangmin said damn, this Grid is absolutely the worst. He's still at level 21 even though he got a legendary class. What has he been doing all this time? It's a pity the legendary class went to a user with zero productivity like him. Another hidden content will go to waste because of him. This guy, he's toxic. Fatally toxic to satisfy. Sangmin questioned, won't he actually fail the quest at this rate? We've missed the perfect chance to advertise the game. Chulho, though, the only things he's done after the legendary class is crafting epic grade arrows and receiving a class quest. This indeed is hard to predict, but if I had to say something, this truly is entertaining to watch. His incompetence transcends common sense. Currently in Satisfy, there are 3 epic classes, other than the most recently revealed Blood Warrior. The details on the other 2 have not been released yet. The very first epic class user is unidentified, while the second one was revealed to be held by the 7th place ranker. Because of that, the community and broadcasts have not stopped debating about what the other 2 epic classes were and who the very first epic class user was. Soon, location Steim Earl de Macaro dungeon. A few users keep approaching Euphemina to join their party. Euphemina replied, I will be joining the strongest user's party, so please demonstrate your powers. A man cast Scorching Heat Wave, while another cast 1 Point Break. Euphemina comment, everyone's pretty average. Then she noticed another skill seems powerful enough. She thought he must have had quite a hard time leveling up until now. It's perfect against Piero, let me use that as well. Skill duplication. System alerted Swirling Frenzy level 3. Successfully duplicated. The skill is available for 1 use. You can keep it permanently until it is casted. Euphemina said, I am counting on you for next time. Euphemina level 190 duplicator. Then they noticed Euphemina went off. Euphemina thought it's perfect. It should be enough with this skill. It took me 63 whole days to prepare. For this S-grade quest, Traitor of the Red Knights, defeat the target of Asmophal's vengeance Piero, who is hiding within the Kisan Canyon. Clear reward, title Agent of Revenge. Creation of the Cruelty stat, attack power plus 100, creation of the skill, Murderous Impulse. Euphemina thought the enemy is an incredibly talented named NPC, he must be stronger than most boss monsters. System alerted the Eternal Hermit Piero has appeared. Piero questioned, did Asmophal send you here? Piero first launched attack, Euphemina counter with Tartan, the strongest defensive skill only known by the first ranked Guardian Knight, Bump. Euphemina wonders, I only have 9 basic skills, but I can use skill duplicate 3 times a day. For 2 entire months, I've duplicated all kinds of skills used by top rankers. Thanks to that, I now have 50 highest grade skills in my skills list. Although I can only use them once, it's more than enough to clear this quest. I am the duplicator, the very first epic class user in Satisfy. Euphemina cast counter barrier to blocked Piero next attacks followed by Swirling Frenzy. Followed by another 5 attack spell. She thought did he die, but then she did not get a quest clear notification yet. Piero still alive. Euphemina cast Levitate and keep a distance to recover mana using a potion. But next second Piero's unscathed and said I shall give you an inevitable death. Euphemina thought no, I have to survive no matter what. She cast Nightmare Projection. She thought it is an ultimate skill that traps the opponent in an illusion. I've been keeping it to use in an emergency. It's only for a short while, but he's going to be trapped in an illusion where he's fighting against Asmophal. I have to use this opportunity to replenish my mana and destroy him with more skills. System alerted warning. Due to the excessive use of skills, your physical abilities has fallen. You cannot use skills for a while. All stats have fallen by 50%. She thought even though I've almost cleared the quest, still before Piero recovers, I have to kill him. Then she noticed Piero already recovered, so she has no choice but abandon the quest. System alerted your level has dropped by 2. Asmophal's trust in you has decreased. Euphemina thought 2 months worth of effort just vanished into thin air. Even though it was a great opportunity to gain a new title, the title's effects would have been perfect for me as well. Suddenly, someone questioned her, are you Miss Erina? I have a message for you. If you don't mind, we would like you to take on a task. System alerted a quest has been generated. Clear rewards 1,500 golds. The title competitor. Fighting Spirit stat will be opened. Luck stat will be opened. The skill rolling dice will be generated. She thought since he called me Erina, amongst the many aliases that I have used until today, Erina is the one I use to craft an item. She replied, you are from the Marrow Company, right? I will do it. Back to Grid. Khan said, stop sulking so much. Grid replied, leave me be. You gave such a good quest to someone you had just met. Khan said, since the company is monitoring the whole village, if you try to leave Winston you will be eliminated, but an outsider like who ROI will be able to avoid their suspicion successfully. I can't put my benefactor in such a dangerous situation. I would not be able to live on if something were to happen to you. Since I think of you as my son. Grid replied, come on, no need to start crying again, let's back to training. Did they decide on a date for the competition? Khan said it's in 2 days. Grid thought if I repeatedly use my skills, my proficiency increases, I can feel my movements getting more precise and efficient. System alerted you have crafted an epic grade item, all stats +4, reputation across the continent +80. The persistence stats has increased, the dexterity stat has increased. Grid thought this feeling of improvement is absolutely exciting. Soon, Grid noticed even he crafted so many items. That's it. It's different compared to that time with the Yafa arrows. Grid thought, well, we can't do anything about it. We don't have any high-grade materials because of the Marrow Company. We could sell a few epic grade items, but either way, regardless of my stats, I can feel my proficiency increasing. Moreover, I've gained an additional 130 stat points by crafting items. I obviously have to allocate them to dexterity if I want to win the game. But if I think about how I almost got killed by the gangsters, I should also consider my other stats, right? End up. Grid allocated 60 in stamina and 80 in dexterity. System alerted, due to the increase in stamina, your health has increased from 936 to 1536. Grid thought these are not the stats of a level 21 user, they rival the stats of a level 75 user. Moreover, my stat points increase every time I craft a high-grade item, so that can cover for my lack of combat skills. I obviously need to do a lot of physical labor, but I'm already used to that. During tomorrow's battle, I shall show you the fruits of my labor. Soon, Winston's Central Square competition day. The square was crowded with local NPC residents and users. Valmon questioned Rabbit, how are our preparations coming? Rabbit replied, everything is according to the plan. Judge announced, allow me to introduce the lead star of today's competition. The Marrow Company's Erina. Grid thought, she's pretty, does not she rival the Blood Witch Yura's beauty? The cheering is amazing, but we have the local residents on our side. Then Grid noticed those residents seems fall in love to Erina. Erina said, Mr. Grid, since fate brought us together today, I will be in your care. Grid replied, you are not my type, so don't mess with me, kid. Erina replied, is not that rude to a beauty like me. Grid said, you do look pretty, but a little brat like you should not go around calling herself a beauty. Erina thought, what's with him? No man has ever treated me like this before. I will humiliate you in front of everyone. Erina said, who are you calling a kid? I am 20 years old. Grid replied, that does not mean anything to an old man like me. Judge said, today's competition's theme is a dagger. You have 3 hours to produce it. The one who creates the better dagger wins this game. Erina thought, if I win, I will gain a new title and stats, but the only thing that bothers me right now is the quest's difficulty, unknown. Does that mean that my opponent's skills have not been disclosed yet? Whatever, it probably does not matter. My plan won't change. The moment he enters the crafting phase, I will duplicate his skill. If we use the same skills, the luckier person will create an item with a higher rating. Even though this is a gamble, I have a 50-50 chance of winning. Soon, she noticed Grid already started forging. Don't get nervous. Strictly speaking, there's no difference in skills. If so, then the one with a better toll will have more chances of winning. Blessed Blacksmith Hammer, Epic. Probability of making a rare item plus 15%, probability of making an epic item plus 5%. She thought, no matter how good of an item this is, if I don't have the right skill, it's useless. That's why I will just borrow your skill. Skill observation. Grid questioned, why are you staring at me like that? System alerted, you cannot analyze the target's skill. The level of skill observation is too low. She thought, what? That's not possible. My skill observation is at level 7. I even managed to duplicate an advanced blacksmith skill when it was at level 5. Does this mean he's a master blacksmith? The top-ranking blacksmith is only at intermediate himself. There's no way my skill would fail. Could it be that he has an epic class? That can't be. Anyus, Cats and I are the only one to have an epic class. Then is he a user with a unique class? Whatever he is, I am finished if things don't change right now. Erina questioned Rabbit, that man has a mentor, right? Make him participate in this game. Rabbit questioned, excuse me? Are you asking to change the rules halfway through the game? Erina said, deal with that yourself. You said that we have to win this competition. Soon, Judge told Sir Khan, please come on stage. This is Miss Erina's request. She says that the mentor should participate with his disciple. Grid thought, she's looking down on me. Khan said, let us work together since she has requested so. I am thankful to her since it gives me the opportunity to work with you, a blacksmith I respect, and gives me the chance to gloriously fight for my smithy. Grid replied, alright, let's get her off of her high horse. Erina thought, perfect, you are the one I've been aiming for, allow me to borrow some of your amazing techniques. System alerted, you have successfully duplicated the advanced blacksmith's craftsmanship level 2 skill. Erina thought, good, I've got the skill. As long as our skill levels are similar, it all comes down to luck. That won't change even if you're a master ranked. This game is not over yet. System alerted Grid, the legendary blacksmith's patience skill has activated. Your health, defense and dexterity have increased by 200% for 1 hour. He thought, good, this is going well. Master Khan's concentration is incredible as well. iron and fire. I can perfectly feel each and every swing. It's all perfect. Khan said, incredible, I am honored to be part of the creation of this masterpiece. Grid said, there's still something else left. It's the Minotaur horn we will use for the hilt. It costs 10 golds, you know. Suddenly, someone said the participant Erina's dagger has been completed. Its appearance is as marvelous as the creator. An amazing masterpiece has been produced in less than 3 hours. Grid thought, I don't want to admit it, but it's really remarkable. That kid was not bragging. She's really skilled. Judge said, now shall we display its characteristics? Even though its features are unbelievable, rating epic. Grid thought, don't be disturbed. Concentrate on your dagger and your dagger only. Khan said, that's amazing, she can rival me at her age, but it poses no problem to you, right Grid? Grid said, of course, I just finished crafting mine. I am worried that the audience might have a heart attack after seeing this. Suddenly, a few guards came in and told Grid, we have received information that you are working with the terrorist who ROI. Arrest him immediately. Khan thought, Valmon, so he's the one behind this. That bastard. He knew he could not win and mobilized the guards. Grid said, why would I work with who ROI? Let me go. Rabbit thought, I've seen all sorts of items while working in the company for 20 years, but this is an incredible item that Erina's dagger can't rival, it's our loss. Valmon said, we almost had the tables turned on us by one amazing guy. This is an astounding item. Rabbit questioned, so you realized it as well. Did you order the guards yourself? We will lose the public's support if we announce a winner in this situation. Valmon said, the audience will be more than convinced if Erina's dagger wins. Do you really think I will give up on that smithy? Take that dagger with us. We can't have its properties revealed. Rabbit thought, with those skills, it would not be far-fetched to call him the continent's greatest blacksmith. His name is Grid. Erina said, what's with this amazing item? If we had finished the game, I'd have lost, right? However, the game ended with the audience's support on my side. I've accomplished the company's goal, so I will have to receive my reward. Erina thought, everything else is good, but this one is not great, it's completely at random, but it's still better compared to that quest I failed last time. Erina said that man acted like he was wronged as he was taken away. Rabbit replied, what has happened has already happened. For readers' information will be changed back Erina names to her original name. Euphemina thought he had the worst personality ever, but I did want to know of his true identity. Rabbit said he probably did not know he would face an ordinary civilian in a smithy contest either. Your basics were very crude, but you have the same movements as Khan. Do you have some sort of a copying skill? One day the Marrow Company will get prosecuted by Erlstein for its greed. That's why I am thinking of leaving the company and giving myself another chance at success. Khan's smithy could create that opportunity. That's what I've learned from watching Grid and his skills. When his connections and resources become vast, he will rival small and medium-sized companies with just his crafting skills. Euphemina thought even the top merchant ranker Biga is just the owner of a small company. So Grid was that amazing of a man. Rabbit said, so here's a proposal. Will you help me rescue that man? System alerted help Rabbit's job-seeking plan. Help Rabbit rescue Grid and cause the downfall of the Marrow Company and Winston's Lord. Clear rewards, 5,000 golds, max affinity with Rabbit and Winston's residence. Euphemina thought that Grid guy, as soon as I got involved with him, I got a title and an S-grade quest. She immediately replied, very well, I shall help you. Meanwhile the residents decide to take weapons and rescue who ROI and Grid. Suddenly, a resident was attacked by arrow. Valmon said, Sir Philipson, how does this look? Even the Lord must fear these rebels, right? Philipson said, that is correct. We must subjugate them immediately. Valmon said, just hand over the smithy, and Gare captured obediently. Even I want to end this and go to bed. Meanwhile, who ROI thought, how many days has it been? Someone please get me out. Someone said Heroi's electroencephalogram is too unstable. At this rate we can't guarantee his health. Park Yun Hyuk Mongolian branch manager said, but he has spent 48 hours in real time already. We now have to enter the stage of protecting and helping his efforts. Even the rescue probability must be below 9% now. Due to Grid arrest, he's closer to who ROI in the dungeons now. There's still hope. Yun Hyuk thought, even though this is a desperate moment, I believe that something is going to happen. He may be a low-level user with irredeemable greed, but his persistence is the real thing. He will surely do something. Grid. Yun Hyuk said, let's bet the remaining 2 hours on him. The guard questioned Grid, give us the name of the one who requested who ROI. If you don't answer my questions, you will be immediately executed. Grid replied, I don't care. Kill me already if you are going to do it. In the end you are the one manipulating everything. Just kill me, you ball-less man. Grid thought, no matter what I do, it's best that I die. If I stay imprisoned and lose the competition, Khan might die from the grief of losing Smithy. But if this madman kills me, I will respawn and return to Khan's side. Now kill me. Another guard said, calm down. Leo, you know that he has an immortal body. Take him to solitary confinement. He will tell us in no time. Grid thought, this is bad. If I get imprisoned, Khan will be in danger. Besides, if I stay in prison, I can't even play the game. I'll tell you guys everything, so takes off this gag. I am sorry, Khan. End up. Grid, being locked up. System alerted the quest Apostle of Justice has been generated. Rescue who ROI within 7 hours. Clear rewards. Opens the courage stat. All stats plus 10. Generates the skill Unbreakable Justice. Grid thought, what? Where have I seen this reward? It's from the quest who ROI revealed to me. But either way I got captured as well. I can't rescue him in 7 hours. There's even a penalty if I fail. What a crappy quest. I am not doing it. System alerted you cannot refuse this quest. Accepting the quest. 3 hours later, Grid wonders I knew it. There was no way such luck and fortune would come to me for free. I've never found nor picked up a single cent for 26 years. I should have known the moment I gained the legendary class. I really want to punch the goddess of luck in the gut. Suddenly, he heard Euphemina looking for him. Grid knocked the door, alerted her. Euphemina said, you surprised me, anyways found you. I will get you out of there, so wait for a bit. Before that, I will give this back. It's something you made with your painstaking effort. Grid thought, that's the dagger I met. Now that I see her again, she's such a kind and gorgeous girl. Next second, Euphemina said, however, I have a condition. Please make me an orb, one that can contain as much magic as possible. Grid thought, an orb? I've never made one before. Why me? Who cares, let's agree for now. Euphemina said, and one more thing. Don't call me a kid. I have a name, Euphemina, call me that. Soon. Grid finally out. Grid questioned, but why have you come to rescue me? Wait, rather than that, how did a blacksmith get in here? Euphemina said, I am not a blacksmith. I have the hidden class duplicator. I copied Khan's skills during the competition. Grid replied, hidden class? I heard that there were only 3 people with those. You were one of them. But why are you revealing your identity to me even though you made an alias and all to hide it? Euphemina replied, cause either way, we will get to know each other soon enough. Don't you have a hidden class as well? One that's at least unique grade. Grid questioned, you knew? How? Could it be, do you like me? Euphemina said, stop talking nonsense. I don't know what class you have, but you have to fight properly now. Otherwise, we will both die here. Euphemina, I've already dealt with more than 100 of them. You need to assist me to survive. Grid said, God damn it. I only have a single dagger on me, even if I wanted to help. Then Grid noticed it is a unique dagger. System alerted, this is an item you crafted. Your understanding is at 100% penalties will be applied as you don't meet the requirement. Reduction of 20% in attack power and half of the option effects. Euphemina said, wow, you were part of the Assassin series. Was not one of the restrictions advanced dagger mastery. But wait, you also have master blacksmith skills. How did you do that? Grid thought, this kid must have seen the item's details. Seeing how she did not take it, is she truly nice? Euphemina said, here it comes. Grid cast Wind Blast and questioned, are you just going to spectate? Euphemina said, other than rescuing you, the rest is extra work for me. Moreover, my skills are a bit costly. Grid said, don't be stubborn in this situation. System alerted, you have 1 hour and 25 minutes left to complete the quest. Grid said, don't be like this, we need to save someone else. Euphemina said, I already saved old man Khan on my way here. Grid replied, he was arrested as well. That's a relief, but the one I need to save is a guy called Who ROI. I've only met him once, so I don't know much either. Euphemina said, I don't want to get too deeply involved to save a stranger. It's excessive, you see. Grid said, I am also tired of getting involved. Just listen to me, you insolent kid. Euphemina said, did not I tell you not to call me a kid, and cast Spear of Destruction. Grid dodged and cast all the warrior behind dead. Grid thought, it's this powerful even though she did not chant. She can rival Yura. Euphemina said, I will let it slide this time since we need to save someone. But I'd really love it if you did not call me a kid. Grid said, I have committed a grave sin, madam. Soon, they head to be where high probability Who ROI at. Due to Euphemina activated a trap. There was an hole at bottom. Grid jumped into it and said, this is the fastest way to get down there. I will leave them to you. I don't even have armor, so I can't fight them. Wipe them out with a flame spell or something. I will find Who ROI. Euphemina reminds, if I use fire in this closed space, we are toast, you scumbag. Grid thought, a duplicator, can she duplicate anyone's skills? Normally, the greatest flaw of powerful magic spells is the long casting time. But to think that she's a magician who can cast those instantly, what a cheat. Well, thanks to that I don't have to worry about her watching my back. Block them well, kid. Euphemina cast Frost Queen's Breath. She thought they'd just keep coming no matter how many I defeat. It would be nice to use the wide-range flame spells, but I would explode along with them. There are 11 spells left from Piero's quest. I won't lose to mere guards, but the problem is amongst all those guards, I don't see the 5 Knights of Winston. Soon, Grid heard the sound of Who ROI. Who ROI reached his limit and start request for help. Then Grid encountered warrior Leo earlier. Leo said, I've heard of your prison break. If you were working with Who ROI, I knew you would come here. Grid thought, shit, a knight is at least level 180, what should I do? Grid said, did you gain some balls? You were all bark and no bite earlier. Leo replied, I see that your mouth is healthy. You wretch. I shall personally kill you. Be grateful. Grid thought, did I provoke him too much? And activated Blacksmith's rage quick movements. System alerted, your attack power and attack speed have greatly increased for 20 seconds. Your agility and evasion rate have greatly increased for 1 minute. Grid barely blocked the attack. He thought without this dagger's quick movements I would have been finished. Leo said, insulting me and blocking my attack. A mere blacksmith dares to hurt my pride. I shall be angered no more with my fatal flam sword. You shall die. System alerted, you have suffered 17,300 damage. A legend does not die easily activated. Grid immediately took a potion. Grid wonders what did he stop. Then he recalled back Euphemina said if I use fire in this closed space, we are toast, you scumbag. A dust explosion. Leo questioned, what did you do to me? Grid said it's a difference in skills. What else? System alerted, you have defeated a Knight of Winston. The title Knight Slayer has been acquired. You have obtained the prison key. You have gained 13 level. You are currently at level 45. Soon, Grid opened up ROI door and said I am planning on punching you, but you look like you are at death's door. System alerted, quest cleared. You have acquired the second class Apostle of Justice's partner. ROI thought no matter who it is, as long as you help me end this quest my loyalty is yours. ROI said I am damn, a Loonbatar descendant of the Blue Wolf by putting the name Apostle of Justice's partner on the line. I shall follow you and repay this debt. Grid thought what's wrong with him, he must lost his mind. The duplicator, someone who can copy skills and gain the benefits of all classes. It can be seen as the most useful class out of them all with a correct combination of skills. They can defeat a boss alone or become a one-man army. However, they can only duplicate 3 skills a day, and each skill only has a single use. They only have 9 basic skills and none of them are combat oriented. Finally, the duplicator has poor physical abilities. Taking these into account, a duplicator with a large supply of skills can become the strongest, but once the skills are all used up, Euphemina will be at her weakest state. She thought there still are elite knights left. I've used almost all of my skills, but thanks to that, they won't approach me carelessly. There was a huge explosion earlier. Seeing how he has not come back yet, Grid might have died. Actually, no, even if he managed to rescue ROI, would he come back here to help me? The knight questioned, what do we do if that Grid guy escaped? Another knight replied, there are the Lord's bodyguards upstairs, but we need to end things here. Euphemina thought I can't hold on more than this. The 3 spells I have left are of fire attribute. I will end up killing myself if I use those in this enclosed space. I should not have trusted him. I should not have gotten involved. Soon, Euphemina being injured before the last blow hit her, Euphemina thought there's a 50% chance rolling dice. If the target is yourself or an ally, 4 or higher will have a beneficial effect, 3 or lower will have a harmful effect. If the target is an enemy, 3 or lower will have a beneficial effect, 4 or higher will have a harmful effect. Grid said, you self-proclaimed righteous knights are ganging up on a girl. How shameless. Euphemina said, and here I was cursing you in my head. You should have come faster. The knights can't believe that Leo was defeated. Grid confidently said, I did get rid of a swine called Leo. Did you think you could injure a single strand of my hair? Grid stepped forwards, which scared all the knights. The knights said, we cannot be disgraced by a mere jailbreaker. Grid said, is that so? Hey Euphemina, show them what you are made of. Euphemina replied, right now I can't really. Why don't you do it yourself? Grid stunned and said, I can't beat them. Euphemina said, did not you defeat a knight on your own? Just do it. The knight attacked towards at the same time. ROI blocked it with strong will activated. ROI thought it's the priceless skill that I received after enduring that hellish trial. ROI said, the 2 of you should run away. I will hold them back. He wonders, since I have decided to pay back this debt my whole life. Grid told him, hold on for as long as you can. ROI activated spiteful tongue and caused all opponents' stats have decreased. ROI thought, and now my new skill. Taste this unbreakable justice. Deals 300% of your physical attack power. ROI thought, as I thought, a useless skill for a feeble order like me. Since the quest is finished, I can log out with no repercussions. And it seems like Winsotton City Lord is finished. 50 hours now. I can finally rest. I've done everything I can. Grid Nim, I wish you good fortune. Soon, when they get out, Euphemina thought, we still need to escape from the castle. If the knights downstairs start cooperating with the Lord's bodyguards, things can get difficult. Grid said, the air is so pure and nice. Euphemina said, I told you to shut up. I will kill you if you don't listen to me. She wonders seriously, out of all things, this side of him annoys me the most, this attitude of messing with me, even though he has a higher class than me. Grid questioned, hey, those guys, are they our enemies? The Lord of Winston Baron said, to think that all those soldiers and knights were defeated. Grid said, it's because you were making such a ruckus. Euphemina replied, you are the one who was being loud. Baron thought, if let them get away, I won't be able to stop the citizens from reporting to Earlstein. If that happens, I am finished. Baron said, kill those unforgivable sinners. Grid told Euphemina, get rid of them. You can do it right. She thought, since we are not in an enclosed door, I can now blow them up as much as I want. Demon King's tail fire. Baron said, impossible, my bodyguards were annihilated in one hit. Euphemina said, I was feeling irritated from losing all the skills I was saving and because of a certain man who loves to annoy people. But, thanks to you, I could get rid of some of that stress. Now follow us outside this infuriating castle. Grid thought, such a terrifying woman, let's not antagonize her. But who is annoying her? Soon, Rabbit said great work, everyone. Grid thought he was working with the Marrow Company. Damn it, so things are not over yet. Euphemina said, are they the ones you've prepared? Grid wonders, oh yeah, Euphemina was also hired by the Marrow Company. Wait, then why did she rescue me? Is this a trap? What's happening exactly? My stats are very high compared to my level. I have 4 titles, even though those are hard to acquire. They have around 10 subordinates, thankfully. They are not heavily armed. I must increase my attack power and defense with my remaining stats points. System alerted, you have invested 150 stat points in strength and 90 stat points in stamina. Although Grid was nervous even after increasing his stats, he had unknowingly become very strong. An ordinary level 45's total stat points should be under 500. However, Grid's stat points totaled more than 1,300. Once he equipped his ideal dagger, Grid was stronger than a level 100 combat class fighter. However, his experiences of facing overwhelmingly stronger opponents had sprouted hesitation within him. Baron questioned Rabbit, what are you talking about with the devilish wretch? Hurry up and release me. Rabbit said, I am not a member of the Marrow Company anymore. I am about to punish you and Valmont for your deeds, therefore please follow us obediently. I am a merchant, therefore, I am obviously acting with profit in mind. I shall bet everything on you, Mr. Grid. With your skills you will be able to create incredible luxuries, but on your own, you won't be able to gain the full potential of profits. If you join me, I am confident that we will become bigger and greater than small and medium-sized enterprises. I shall bet my resources and experiences on you. Grid thought, is that why he rescued me? Grid questioned, but why are you raising the flag of rebellion against the Lord and the company? Rabbit replied, because our business will start at Khan's Smithy, the symbol of Winston. We must sever the hands of tyranny to regain the trust of the citizens. Euphemina said, let's go quickly. We must hurry up to end this affair. Rabbit said, I will inform you of the details after we have dealt with the company. I will definitely make you richer than you could ever be. Euphemina said, I hope you don't forget about your promise to craft me my unique rated orb. Grid replied, I did not forget, but you must get the materials and the production method for me. Grid thought, I am getting a free production method. Thanks, kid. Everything finally over now. I am so tired, let's log out. But I can finally see a silver lining, the revenue of small and medium-sized enterprises. I am finally rich. Rabbit said, but it seems like Grid was terrified of you. Did something happen inside? Euphemina replied, he's not afraid, he's just messing around. That man has the skills to defeat a Knight of the Lord in 1 versus 1 battle. Rabbit replied, what? Then he's stronger than knights. That kind of powerful blacksmith can't exist. Then he thought, Pagma? There is one in existence that fulfilled both requirements. My goodness, it all makes sense when you take those blacksmithing skills and his strength into account. He is Pagma's descendant. To think that the day would come where I handle the works of Pagma's descendant. Aiming for a big enterprise is not far-fetched after all. However, the honorable vision he had as a merchant never came to pass. The Marrow Company fell under Euphemina and Rabbit's actions, and the company and the Lord's misdeeds were revealed to Earlstein. Valmont and Baron Lowe were sent to the frontier, and this entire affair ended when Earlstein ordered their executions. However, during these events, Rabbit was sentenced to 10 years in prison. He had not predicted that Earlstein would be a stern figure and would not forgive the entirety of the Marrow Company. Rabbit thought, although I managed to keep my life, what a pity, Mr. Grid. However, I have successfully decorated a single page of a future Legends biography. Once the tyrants were overthrown, the village of Winston quickly recovered its original activity. A storyteller said, therefore, the second in command of the company, the world's most beautiful lady and one young blacksmith brought back peace to Winston. Irene told such an entertaining story. Here is the tips for telling me the story. And this story linked back to the seed from the Yatan Temple as Earlstein appointed his daughter, Irene, as the new Lady of Winston. Back to reality, broadcaster said, breaking news. To all users of Satisfy, the very first second class of Satisfy has emerged. Location USA. A man said the SA group said that they are not willing to disclose information about the second class. Location UK. A woman said, I just received the news that the user is from Mongolia. How surprising, they don't even have many users. Location China. The lady said the SA group is trying to dominate the world using the game. We must stop people from playing Satisfy. Location Japan. The girl said, since a Japanese person obtained an epic class, I am certain the next person to gain a second class will be Japanese. Another lady said, but don't you think Korea also has the potential? Satisfy is a Korean game, and they have the most users. The girl said, no, other than Yura, they don't have any crucial rankers, so I don't think they have a chance. Location Korea. The man said, they say that with a second class, you gain access to a wider variety of weapons to choose from, along with new skills and stats. You also gain 2 additional stat points with each level up. Grid thought, 2 additional stat points? What a cheat. The one who got the second class is so lucky. Damn it, I am so jealous. Afterward, Grid told his family, I won't go to the labor office anymore. His dad questioned, are you going to spend your days unemployed again? He said, how can you be so selfish at that age? His mother said, you even have debts to pay. You did not get tricked by your friend to join a pyramid scheme again, did you? Grid said that's not the case. I am playing as a blacksmith in the game, so I can sell the items I produce to make money. A great merchant said he'd help me, so I might make the same amount as a CEO's salary. Next second, his dad threw a spoon over and said, you want to play games in your room? Is that what you are saying? Say, he said, Opa, if you could actually make money through the game, you would not be swimming in debt in the first place. Grid explained, I gained a legendary blacksmith class, so it's gonna be different. His dad said, stop with that nonsense. Go to the labor office first thing tomorrow. Grid thought, no one's listening to me, this is driving me crazy. As I thought money is the problem, I need to trust him if I want to stop working there. Alright, let's accept Rabbit's proposal. With the knowledge of a large company's second in command and by using Khan's smithy as a comfortable base of operations, I can create the results and finally convince my parents. Soon, Grid questioned Khan, looks like that incident is finally over? Did Rabbit come by? Khan said, so you have not heard. Speaking of which, I have something for you. Rabbit wrote that. Mr. Grid, I did not get pardoned due to my previous sins while in the company, therefore, our business plans ended up going down the drain. However, with Khan's help, you can become the richest man if you use your skills correctly. I pray that I will get to hear of your legendary feats from far away. Khan said. Earlstein said that a complete pardon would not be possible. Rabbit was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Khan said, don't be so upset, I also have a proposal. I will hand you this smithy. You have earned the right to receive this smithy, since you protected it from the Marrow Company. Once I become too old to work, it would be greatest honor to have Pagma's descendant receive this smithy. Grid thought, he's gonna give me this smithy? I've never heard of anyone receiving business from an NPC. Grid said, I will believe you if you sign a contract. Khan said, here, are you satisfied? System alerted, you have obtained the position smithy's successor. Grid thought, is this a dream? Although I will have to work hard from now on, I can become the owner of a smithy. Khan said, then let us start training. Are you ready to become the smithy's owner? Meanwhile, Jishuka thought, why can't I find those arrows anymore? Even though blacksmiths generally make a few thousands of arrows each time, he disappeared after putting up a mere 99 for auction. Did another guild find him already? She talked in the guild chat, told them if you don't find the blacksmith within this month, you will all undergo the health training. System alerted, Vantner has logged in. Jishuka questioned Vantner, why did you sleep for 7 hours? You will get your ranking stolen. Vantner explained, I was late from looking up some interesting information I found online. Do you know the Winston village? There was an item production competition between users in that village. Amongst the two users, one of them crafted an epic grade dagger within 3 hours. Even the top blacksmith ranker Panmer can't do that. Then she told everyone to head to Winston. The last one to arrive will die. Meanwhile, the third epic class Blood Warrior, this epic class's attack power and duration was specialized in hunting. Katz is currently level 216, unified ranking 40, the second son of Jin, a major Japanese conglomerate. However, his unified ranking that was rising at high speeds thanks to his tenacity and his special class's effects had not increased at all this past month no matter how much he hunted. Katz wonders, why can't I reach rank 1 no matter how hard I try? Are my skills too poor? I won't acknowledge that. My elder and younger brothers are gaining ground on me in our fight to be the successor. I can't let myself be a loser in the game as well. I need to catch up. I need to go to hunting grounds with higher leveled enemies. I have enough money, so I will just need to persevere using advanced potions, but there are not any high grade equipment on auction house. What the hell are those production class users doing? Those lazy and useless blacksmiths. 1 month later, location Frontier, the capital city of the Steimerldom. Euphemina was also in deep thoughts. She wonders, I can't seem to find production methods for orbs. It's so difficult to find production methods for high-grade items, even though I've been looking for a month. I did get 6,500 gold for clearing the quest, but can't find uses for it. She said, not only am I feeling annoyed, but now it's also unpleasant. Reveal yourself, I already know you are there. She wonders, thanks to my class trait, my detection skills are quite high, but I'm getting monitored even though I did not reveal my name on the ranking list as a secret ranker. This is a first. Who could it be? This guy named Faker Assassin rank 1. He thought a single blacksmith detected my presence. That's not possible. His teammate texted him, don't kid yourself, it's obvious you got caught. Faker thought, damn it. After receiving information about the item competition our entire guild members are gathering right now. Thanks to the numerous eyewitnesses, we quickly managed to find the winner. The winner of the game, the rumored blacksmith Erina. Jishuka reminds me I will meet her in person. Keep monitoring her until I arrive. Faker wonders, I was planning on watching her from a distance until Jishuka arrived, but she detected me despite my level 7 stealth skill. Euphemina launched magic spell seeing Faker does not want to appear. Faker said, so you did detect us, is everyone alright? Euphemina said, stop following me like a pervert. Angels scream. Faker thought, how a blacksmith can use top level magic. Is she not the blacksmith we are looking for? It's a trap laid by a guild who is also going after the special Yafa arrows creator. They are trying to deter us by using fake news. The item competition may have been made up from the start. Faker said you got us this time. What guild are you part of? Euphemina questioned why are all the men I meet these days psychopaths? Monitoring and now threats. I am sick of you all. Faker said such power even without chanting. What a shocker. But it's useless for me. Faker blinked to her behind and launched powerful kick. Euphemina thought it's the first time I go thit by a user after becoming a duplicator. This guy is strong. Then Euphemina against eliminated all Faker's clones in a hit. Then she casted Ancient Queen's Knight. Faker thought she summoned a familiar even though she is not a summoner. That's not possible. What destructive power. A knight is the worst matchup to an assassin who mainly fights using stealth. If I can't fight the knight head on, I will aim for the real body. Let's see if your defensive magic just is as good. Euphemina thought those are explosive flying knives that react to magic. She dodged with an assassin skill which shocked Faker. A man said don't fight alone. We will help. Faker. Euphemina launched powerful area of attack dragon claws. Faker thought this is impossible. She has an overwhelming advantage even against 4 high rankers. Jishuka arrived and said everything's gone. Just who are they fighting against? A man said she single-handedly defeated 4 guild members including Fakers. Apparently, she used all kind of skills from different classes. Jishuka thought she might be a user with a hidden class. Jishuka said she dares to lay her hand on our guild. To rule as the strongest guild, we cannot look feeble. Find her immediately. I will annihilate her and her backers. Back to Grid. Khan questioned why don't you take a break? You really don't get tired, huh? Grid thought well I guess I've been hammering non-stop for an entire month. But, thanks to that, I've realized a few things. First, if I keep producing the same item over and over again, I don't get as much experience. Second, there are 2 conditions to successfully craft high-grade items. Either you use high-quality materials, or spend a lot of time and effort when using average materials. Third, when dealing with heavy ores, dexterity is not the only important stat. I need to have high strength and stamina as well. Grid thought but my stamina and my stats are not much of a problem. Just by crafting all this time, all my stats have risen by 30. And the production skills that would not level up finally did. The problem is, even though I spent over 6 hours on each item and produced a total of 73 items, the only high-rated ones are 3 epic items. Legendary my ass. At least there's the list of item production methods. There are a few dozens of production methods that Khan passed on to me as his successor. When I think of how much I suffered initially trying to receive a single production method from him. Now that I think about it, I have not heard anything from the kid who left to look for an orb production method. To think that I will get the materials and production method for a unique rated orb, even though she's a bloody and scary girl, she brought me a wonderful opportunity. Wait a second, if I craft it and it turns out to be a normal rated orb, I am fucked. That wretch will absolutely annihilate me. Suddenly 2 soldiers came look for Khan. A warrior questioned did you truly have a blacksmithing competition with someone called Arina a month ago? Is that girl really a blacksmith? I am asking if you personally witness her crafting something. Khan replied your questions are quite odd. She was an excellent blacksmith. But who on earth are you to barge in and question us about her? The warrior continues question was the Marrow Company the only other party involved in this competition? Was there anyone else that was suspicious? Grid thought what the hell is wrong with their attitude? These jerk faces. He may be an NPC but Khan is a person with emotions and memories. He is their grandfather's age, so how could they? Grid said who gave you the right to threaten him like that? The warrior replied then should we have brought a fucking gift to ask him a mere question? Another warrior told him calm down he's only a newbie. You've become too irritable after Faker and the crew got defeated. He said sir we just need to learn more about this Arena. Did not your successor also participate in the competition? Does he know more about this Arena? Khan said we only faced each other in a competition. How could we know anything about her? Grid thought they have not realized that I am actually Khan's successor. Then both of them left. Grid said don't ever return, you jerk-faced assholes. Khan said look on the bright side. The competition has become a hot topic. Then another customer come to look for some items. Grid thought selling my items here is not such a bad idea. Setting up a booth and bargaining with passing customers is too stressful. Auction houses or cash transaction sites have enormous fees. Compared to that, when Khan sells them for me, there's no fee to pay. If I keep this up I could get rich. My ass, this is just a shitty class that only produces normal rated items. This game system is fucked up. Location SA Group Headquarters Operation Team. They received mail from Grid regarding complaint about creating 73 items and not a single one was legendary and only got 3 epic items. Nah, he told the staff to stop reading it. The staff questioned but the probability should rise as his level increases. So why is he acting like this? Nah, he replied that's simple. He does not know that. He has a legendary class but does not know that. The staff said but still 3 epic items amongst 73. Even when using legendary skill, I can see why he thinks we are manipulating the probabilities. Nah, he said that's what's crazy about this case. It would make more sense for it to be a bug or manipulation. Even with his legendary class, he is an absolute icon of misfortune. Back to Grid, He said the money I made from the level 60 weapons and armor, I've made a profit of 1079 gold, that's 1,294,801. I've made this much just by crafting for 5-6 hours a day. I could make more if I work all day. But why? Why won't mom and dad change their minds? If I want to convince them by showing a proper high income, I will need to sell ideal dagger, but there's no one who can meet the usage restriction, advanced dagger mastery. Since there's no one to use it, I can't sell it on the market now. In the end, I'm going back to the labor office. Then a flyer flew to Grid's face. He wonders a lifetime discount. It's today, this is it. The fee is 6,001. A 30% discount makes it. In the morning and afternoon, I will play in the capsule room, and at home in the evening. Today onwards, this place is my workplace. That day was Grid started working as a full-time blacksmith. Soon, a lot of people looking for the items from Khan's smithy, as the performance is 20% better than the of equipment of the same grade. Khan thought even when he works by spending all his blood, sweat and tears, there's a limited number of productions, and he does not want his name to spread yet. From that day onwards a lot of users gathered to ask him the same question, but none of them realized that the novice user who was hammering items in the back, was the person they were looking for. Yet, Grid glared on the armor and thought, I'm begging you. Please, I've been playing around 15 hours per day by going to the capsule room during the day. Thanks to that, the amount of items I've been making is doubled, and today is the day of salvation. I made this plate armor by following Khan's method word for word. It cost me 483 golds, around 1/5 my entire assets. This is the most expensive item I've ever made. I spent 20 hours crafting this because I did not want a normal rating, so please let it be legendary grade. I am begging you, or at least make it unique grade. End up it is an epic grade. Grid said it's over, damn it. Khan said its rating is higher than what you would normally get from my production method, it's impressive. Grid questioned how much could we sell this for. Khan said it's hard to estimate. We could put it up for auction and let the knights bid for it. I saw an incredible set of armor during the parade, but its quality was not as good as this one. Grid thought, I guess so. Since the blacksmith's breath and craftsmanship were used while creating this armor, its stats are 20% higher than normal, and it even has an additional option. Most knights are around level 180, but this level 120 armor could still grab their attentions. Khan said this is a good opportunity, you will have to go to the castle to sell it, but there's no fee this time. What do you think? Grid replied, if there's no fee, I am in. Let's auction it. I've been holed up for a while, so it's about time I head outside. Khan said since the auction is in 2 days you should craft some more equipment to sell. 2 days later, Khan said don't be too disappointed. It's impressive that you managed to make normal grade items. Take this, only those with this badge can participate in the auction. It will get you exempted from additional appraisals. System alerted you have gained the token Khan's successor. Although the purpose of Winston Castle's auction was to offer good equipment to the knights, it was also to find and pinpoint blacksmiths with great skills. Many blacksmiths gathered and crowded in Winston Castle's NX lobby every year, hoping to get selected and gain the rights to deliver goods to the Lord. Grid thought there are so many blacksmiths, both users and NPC, I could try looking for employees here once I inherit the smithy. Soon, the staff said the auction will soon begin. Please set a minimum bid price and submit your items. Grid thought it's about to start. First I will submit the plate armor and this epic gauntlet I managed to make at the last moment. The problem is the minimum bid price. I won't be able to sell them if they are too expensive. So how high am I supposed to set them? Suddenly a man called Steng said, I'm a blacksmith. This looks like your first auction, so I thought I could be of help. Grid thought he's a user, but where have I heard his name before? Grid said I can't decide on a minimum bid price. Steng said, really? Did the teacher who gave you this quest not decide on a price beforehand? They usually make their decisions in advance like this. Share quest information. Grid questioned, you are not submitting your items but your teacher's items? Steng said, I can't submit my own works at the castle's auction. The quality of the items are too high here. However, my teacher's skills are top notch. Have a look at this. This is a level 190 rare grade great sword crafted by my master. Grid thought, I guess that normally you need to complete quests for NPC blacksmiths to gain new production methods. But look at him being so excited at rare items. What a happy kid. Steng questioned, could I have a look at your master's item as well? Grid replied, that's a bit. Anyways, could you tell me the general bid price of a level 120 defensive equipment? Steng said, you don't want to? I am so curious. For normal grade items, it's generally around 300 golds. Grid questioned, what about epic items? Steng replied, did you teach or craft an epic grade item? That's amazing. Even if the option is not good, epic grade items go for 600 golds for gauntlets and maybe around 1800 golds for armor. Grid thought 1800 golds, that's about 2,880,001. A net gain of 2 meters 1 if you remove the costs, but it's still amazing considering it took me 1 week in a capsule room. At this rate, I could even repay my debt of 10 meters 1. Goodbye my debts. Steng said, nothing. You should set the bid price now. Grid thought, alright, I've submitted the items. All I have to do now is wait. I am counting on you guys knights. Soon, the staff said, please observe our last item for today. The blacksmith Razvan's disciple brought this to us. It's a longsword that easily allows magic to flow. When bid until 1200 golds, she said please calm down. There apparently is an item that was submitted tardily. Soon, Stang called Grid to wake up. They were announcing the results. The staff said a total of 110 items were submitted, but unfortunately only 6 of them were sold. When come to Stang's longsword it sold 1900 golds. Grid thought damn it he is a nice guy, and sold for a high price. I am so jealous. The staff continue and lastly Mr. Grid, are you here? The administrator wishes to see you. Please follow me. Stang said please follow her, you are in for a good surprise. The man said you've masterfully copied Khan's handiwork. It's impressive considering your age, the heroic blacksmith. I've heard the rumors about you that have been spreading in Winston. An exemplary personality paired with amazing skills. Khan has coached you magnificently. Grid thought this is all due to my skills, not him. The man said we will buy your items for 5,500 golds and one more thing. I would like you to supply our soldiers with your equipment. Grid stunned and wonders that's 6,600,001. That's the income I get by working at the labor office for 73 days. I earned that in just a single week. Calm down, there's something more important than the winning bid. Grid replied our smithy is so busy that we don't have time to prepare the equipment of all the soldiers. Grid thought thanks to this auction I am certain of it now, although it takes more time. High-level equipment makes more money than lower-level ones. Let's refuse him for now. The man said I understand it must take a lot of time and effort just to create a single item. Alright then, please craft the equipment for the knights only. However, the items you deliver us must be of the same quality or higher than the ones you brought today. The pay will obviously be increased an additional 10% compared to today's winning bid. This may be an exceptional suggestion, but once you accept it you must abide by the demands. Grid thought epic equipment. I am not an idiot. I sometimes get normal ratings even with 20 hours of work. I am obviously gonna get penalized. Who would be crazy enough to accept this suggestion just for a few more pennies? System alerted business with the administrator. Clear condition, deliver 3 level epic grade swords within a week. Grid thought I ended up accepting this deal and the quest I need to make some money right now. Since I managed to make 2 epic items amongst the last 3, it's not impossible to clear this quest. It took me 20 hours to make one of them, so I will somehow make it within 1 week. Grid recalled back the kid earlier. Stang he wonders he was so happy for me but I did not manage to say goodbye. Anyways, the auction was a success. From today onwards I am rich. During the past few months, Earlstein has been thoroughly searching and destroying the Yatan Church, a dangerous group of religious worshippers sacrificing young virgin women. The Earl's daughter Irene had once been kidnapped by them and during her rescue operation the Stein family's strongest shadow Duran was killed. However, the situation of the area north of Winston changed when Blood Witch Yura appeared on the battlefield. Yura thought there's a lot of them. This may take longer than usual. System alerted 8th servant SS grade. Save the believers from the Stein troops and become the 8 servants of the Yatan Church. Clear reward, the position 8 servants. Obtention of the skill Infinite Faith. Yura thought it's an invaluable SS grade quest. I absolutely must clear it. I need to be stronger to become the number 1 ranker. Location Winston Castle. A warrior reports there were 412 casualties, and 5 knights were gravely injured. Lady Irene. Irene said the enemies only have 150. Are you telling me that 1,000 soldiers with 8 knights were defeated at hand? The warrior said according to the reports, there was an incredibly skilled opponent. We believe that it was one of the 7 servants. Irene thought Duran, I will definitely avenge for you. Irene said reorganize the subjugation group to strengthen it. Back to Grid, Khan said it may be a normal item, but it's still quite the amazing sword. Grid said are you kidding, it's a normal grade. I can only buy the materials for 7 swords, with my money, and I just ruined one of them to reach the requirements of 3 epic swords. I now need 1 epic every 2 swords at least. Khan said but if you sell this you will still get 800 golds. Grid replied the materials cost 950 gold. Khan said you are using all your energy and spending over 20 hours to craft a single item. Hard work will never betray you. Trust yourself and try again. And up again. Grid got another normal. He yelled operators, you pieces of trash, stop manipulating the probabilities. I will ask for a prosecution at customer service, you assholes. Grid thought damn it, so much for a legendary blacksmith. Now I only have 5 chances left, unique or legendary, what a joke. Even rare are barely appearing. Still concentrate, if I concentrate, it still won't fucking happen. I don't care anymore, whatever happens, happens. 1 week later, 2 epics, 1 rare and 3 normal. Khan said you are missing a single epic, but this is still a great achievement. Time-wise, that one's your last sword, are you alright? Grid said I am fine, I've cleared my mind, I am dead either way. Khan questioned how Pagma's descendant acts so feeble and weak. Can Grid replied Pagma, I don't know him, I am only Normal's descendant. Grid thought my last blade, my chances of getting an epic are nil, I am dead. My last sword, no use crying over spilt milk, let's just take a break. Suddenly, a lighting from the sky fall to the sword. Grid thought just what the hell is happening. I've given up already, so just leave me be. It revealed Sword of Self-Transcendence. Legendary grade. System alerted all stats have risen by 25 due to the creation of a legendary item. Reputation plus 1000 through the continent. The title only legendary item maker has been acquired. Khan shocked and fainted. Grid yell old man don't die, I still have not cleared my class quest. Back to Irene. The warrior said I am deeply ashamed. The second subjugation group has also been defeated. Irene replied to that person you believe to be a member of the Seven Servants? The warrior said you are correct. Irene said so the success of this subjugation lies on whether we are able to defeat this enemy or not. The warrior said that is the case, however we currently need reinforcements, therefore we cannot make a move for now. Irene said there's nothing we can do then, although it may take a while I will definitely avenge Duran. Then she noticed someone in the fountain pool. She questioned who he is. Meanwhile, administrator opened up door and questioned are you present? Irene said perfect timing, there is a suspicious individual in the garden. Administrator said you've noticed him already, he is called Grid, you need to meet that man immediately. Soon. Administrator said this man has received an order to create swords for knights after the last auction. He is also the one to have stopped the Marrow Company's tyrannical rule. Irene said oh the rumored blacksmith. I was planning on meeting you, but some circumstances had taken up my time. Grid thought just give me the reward, but where have I seen that woman before? Administrator said please take a look at this, it's a sword that man has produced. As you can see it's an incredible weapon. The warrior beside said this is a sword of unbelievable power. Grid questioned let's start the talks already, how much will you pay for it? I am certain you said you'd increase the pay the better the weapons turn out to be. Irene said Sir Phoenix, if you were to wield this sword, will you be a match to the Seven Servants? Phoenix said with this sword I can defeat them. Irene said very well, then there's no need to hesitate. Administrator, please purchase this sword, I shall leave you to decide the price. Your name was Grid correct? Let us meet more often. Grid thought that ring where did I seen it? Who cares anyways? I like Winston's new ruler, she's flexible and open-minded. Very good. Afterward, the administrator said we will purchase that sword for 220,000 golds. Grid replied hey 220 golds is far too. Then he stunned. The administrator said not 220 golds, but 220,000 golds. We've come up with this price as we plan to make this sword the Stein family's heirloom. He questioned is it too little? The yearly budget of Winston is 170,000 golds, this is the most we can give you. Grid thought that's 264 million won. I will still have 254 million won left after paying back my debts. Wait, if I put this up for purchase on an online transaction site, I might get even more. Actually, no there's nobody who can use it right now due to the requirements. Let's just sell it now. My 26 years of hardships were all leading up to this day. I can now go to the high school reunion party wearing luxurious cloths and an expensive car. Let's declare my love to Ah Young, my first crush again. Spring has finally arrived. Grid agreed with the price. The administrator replied a wise decision and this is a token of our sincere gratitude. Blue ore calcimate is a rare ore, it will be of use to you. Grid thought this is the material I need for failure. I think I need 15 of them, how lucky. System alerted quest cleared. The status Winston's person of distinction obtained. Grid thought I won't have to pay taxes when I inherit the smithy, amazing. This is great. Thank you for everything then. Let's log out here for today. I can't wait to tell everyone at home. I've made it rich, or so thought Shin Young Woo. However, he had made enormous losses. While there currently were no users to wield the sword, many users would gain advanced sword mastery within the next few months. Considering the supply of items that would be on the market, his legendary great item would have sold for several billion won. Nevertheless, this even was definitely the start of a new life for him. When he reached home, he questioned what's wrong, why is everyone so gloomy, did something happen? Say he said that dad signed a loan guarantee for 800 million won. Grid's dad told him don't worry too much, if we sell the house and use all our savings, we can pay back at least 400 million won. I have nothing to say to everyone. Grid thought I can't believe our stubborn and headstrong father is breaking down due to a loan guarantee. Grid's dad said we will have to use the money we've been saving for Seihi's university and her wedding. I am sorry. Grid questioned excuse me, are not I also part of this family? Seihi replied I don't need to go to university, I will also help out by doing part-time jobs. When the three of them hug and cry together, Grid thought oh well, it would be a shame to make her work when she always ranks first in the entire school. Grid said alright I will make the money, Seihi don't worry about anything and continue studying. Everyone stunned for a second, then they ignored continue crying and said we'll work hard to pay for the debt. Grid yelled doesn't look down on me, I made a lot of money through the game, over 200 million won. Grid thought I will save my family myself, it's time I take responsibility for something. Soon, Phoenix said I bestow upon the commander of the Yatan subjugation forces, the sword of self-transcendence. I Phoenix, vow to return victorious and protect the glory of the North and Erlstein. Irene said advance, bring me the head of the one of the seven servants. Irene thought while they only have 150 units, They have a member of the 7 servants by their side. We can't let down our guards. This time we will dispatch 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers. We finally managed to gather this many troops. We must win this time. Come to Ura. The man told him we must lay waste to them and offer them to God Yatan. If you take on those ground forces, we shall support you from behind, Lady Ura. Ura thought this members of this church, including the core members called the 7 servants, are wicked with no precedent. While I feel skeptic to accept their quests, I can't turn back until I receive a hidden class like Anyus and Cats. Ura thought to think that they consider me as evil as the 7 servants. Still I must complete my mission no matter the cost. Ura said, Great God of the darkness, reveal your powers to the world. Ura thought I must protect the believers. Ura's dark storm destroyed about 14 of their forces. Next second she noticed Phoenix managed to block the spell and dashed towards her. Ura again cast Diamond Barrier to deal with it. Phoenix said, Don't even think about laying a finger on my soldiers. Your opponent is me. Perfect state of self-transcendence. Ura thought the Diamond Barrier that even managed to block boss monsters was shattered by a single knight's attack. Impossible. Ura cast Hell. Hell is a black magic spell that causes a single target to enter a state of fear. Phoenix said, Impressive, I did not think you'd go for the horse. System alerted, perfect state of self-transcendence. Every stat is doubled for 2 minutes. Resistance to all status effects. Ura thought, I've felt this before. This feeling of helplessness. One against that unknown man. There's nothing I can do now. I can't turn back anymore. Phoenix launched a slash attack. 17 days ago, Ura's faith reached 100,000 and she heard the voice of God Yatan in her ears. I will bestow upon you my power. Should you wish to receive it, pray. Ura thought, I need to be stronger. I need the power to face against enemies who are immune to black magic. Darkness. Back to Grid. His dad said, It's true. Did you participate in some shady business? Say he checked Grid's body and said you did not sell your organs? Did you? Show me your stomach. Grid thought, who would actually believe their unemployed 26-year-old son if he suddenly showed them that amount of money? Grid said, I gained that money inside the game, so trust me and just use it. Grid thought, what infuriates me is that when I gained 240,000 golds after selling the Mammon Great Sword and the Mangal Armor, I exchanged 220,000 golds into real cash but got charged partially one as tax. Grid's mom said, my friend asked her son, and he said that, you need to be extremely famous in the game to make this much. Say he said, I also heard that there must be less than 20 people who make as much as Oppa. Grid's dad said, we've been nagging you a lot all this time from a parent's perspective, but if you've made this much money, it's the outcome of all the effort you've made until now. I now approve of the game you've been playing. Thanks to you, we've overcome our crisis, so don't worry about us and do what you want. Your mom and I will make sure to pay back the rest of the debt in the next 3 years, as well as the 240 million won you've given us. Your father is now greatly indebted to you. I am sorry. Grid thought the remaining 600 million won debt is still too much for my parents to pay back. I will help father. It's time to repay them for everything they've done. Grid said, there are no debts between family. By the way, it's not 240 million but 240 million and 800,000 won, father. Soon, Grid entered Satisfy and wonders, I must use the remaining 20,000 golds efficiently. If I get a normal grade for an item with a high usage requirement, I won't profit from it even if it has extra options. If I get a high grade it would be perfect, but the probability of that happening is I need to make level 140 items. If I get a normal grade for those, its price will still balance out the production costs. Then he heard someone said, did you hear the news? The Yatan Church subjugation group was defeated again. They say that Sir Phoenix, the North's strongest knight, was seriously injured. Grid thought, 7 servants? I've heard a lot about them from the customers chatting at the smithy. As they that strong? Grid watch on his status window and wonders, my stats increase a lot from all the crafting. I've long since surpassed the stats of an ordinary level 80 warrior. As long as I equip the appropriate items, I could even hunt level 100 monsters. Grid said, I want to hunt monsters like the good old days. Oh well, gotta work to repay the debts. Afterward, Khan questioned Grid, what are you making this time? Grid replied, a crafting hammer. The durability of the hammer I've been using is almost at 0. Khan said, I did notice you using that worn down hammer all this time. So you are going to change it? Does not it mean a lot to you? Grid replied, not at all. Khan said, are you out of your mind? The hammer is a blacksmith's most important tool. I thought you'd be aware of it since you are Pagma's descendant. Have a look at my hammer. When crafting battle gear, the materials, devotion and technique are not the only important aspects. Grid noticed it increased probability of creating rare items plus 10%. Khan said, with a better hammer, you would not have gone through that much trouble. Grid madly replied, why are you telling me this now? Soon, Grid glare on the epic hammer. It stated probability of creating rare plus 17% and epic plus 7%. Grid said he was right. There even are additional options, and it's a personal hammer only I can use. Khan said, you are quite the unpredictable one. I have been having good laughs thanks to you recently. Anyways, I have a request for you. Actually, today is the anniversary of my son's death. Would you be willing to visit his grave with me? Grid thought, it's awkward. Well, Khan is the only person who accepted me as I am, both in the game and reality. He is my only friend. Let's listen to his request. Khan said, this is the cemetery where all of my ancestors are buried, and this is my son, Oliver's grave. My son was also an excellent blacksmith. I thought that he would one day reach the same heights as Sir Albertino, but he left the world at a young age due to a disease. 10 years have already passed, but I still miss him dearly. Every day, I wish that I could switch my lifespan with his. Oliver, can you recognize who this is? He is Pagma's descendant, the blacksmith you kept asking me to tell you stories about. I am working with such a great person. He also saved our smithy. I've also stopped drinking alcohol with his help. Not only that, he will also inherit our smithy. Listen to this. Grid, my son says he's so jealous of me. Thank God I brought you with me today. Grid thought, stupid Satisfy. They should have made the game moderately. They actually poured a soul and emotions into the NPC. Grid said, Mr. Oliver, your father is my dearest friend. I will make the smithy you love into the greatest smithy ever. That's why keep watching over me along with old man Khan. Suddenly, a huge wind blowed at them. System alerted, the bond between you and Khan has deepened. The souls of Khan's ancestors are thrilled by your affection towards Khan and emerge from underground. Then Grid noticed Khan fall asleep in this situation. Oliver said, nice to meet you, Pagma's descendant, friend of our descendant. Keep your cool, we are Khan's ancestors. We are here to reward you for your sincerity. 130 years ago, I witnessed the admirable beauty pierce the skies. I was so fascinated and could not hide my excitement, so to record it, I drew the scene from my memories on the northern cliff of the Kisan Canyon. There you will find Pagma's swordsmanship. System alerted, Pagma's swordsmanship first class quest. Grid thought, I remember now. It's the class quest from back then. Oliver said that drawing will help you in learning Pagma's swordsmanship. I hope that you will become an existence greater than Pagma. Finally, I can leave my father in your care. Grid promised, leave him to me. Soon, Khan waked up. Grid said the elderly should not sleep anywhere. From now on, take better care of yourself. Khan questioned, but why are you standing like that? Grid said, don't pay attention. He thought ghosts are scary. Soon, I thought, what should I do? Will he be pleased to see me? Or will he ask why I am so late? 40 days have passed since I cleared the wait quest. He spent a week in the hospital as the SA groups had advised him. He also received the offer to reveal his identity as the first user with a second class and spent a week trying to decide whether to accept it or not. Then he rested and returned to the game 3 days ago. After improving his understanding of his new class, he finally came to Khan's smithy to meet Grid, the one he had sworn to serve. When Grid saw he immediately questioned, why did you blabber to the knights about me even though we are strangers? Grid said, I was disqualified from the competition, locked in jail, got massacred by the knights and had to follow a crazy and terrifying girl because of you. Do you know how much I went though? Apologies my lieges, and said everything is my fault. Grid thought, why does he keep calling me that? He's got a screw loose in his head. Is it because of spending time in jail? Or maybe because of the torture? Grid said, forget about it, just leave already. Said, descendants of the Blue Wolf never break their vows. I belong next to you, my liege. If you are in a guild, allow me to join it as well. I will follow you wherever to serve you. Grid said, I am not part of anything, so get lost already. Said, then you should create your own guild. Many people will gather around you due to your just heart. Grid thought, I am busy crafting items that I will need for my class quest, so stop bothering me. Grid said, stop this nonsense and be on your way. Alright. Soon, secretly followed Grid and wonders, I must protect him. How can a human be so unlucky? While Grid was obtaining misfortune instead of ores on his journey for materials, the world of Satisfy was greatly shaken. The Yatan Church subjugation had occurred across the north. At the end of the brutal battle, the power of God Yatan had manifested. It was the birth of the eighth servant. Yura had broken through the limits of a black magician and was approaching her path to completion. To hinder the growth of a pseudo-religion that harmed others as sacrifices, dozens of nations united and gave their users a subjugation quest. This guy is Black Magician Talos, the first servant of Yatan Church. He yells, show these heretics the might of God Yatan. This guy is Earlstein from Eternal Kingdom. He yelled, this time get rid of all the seeds of the Yatan Church in the north. The Alliance versus the Yatan Church. It was the beginning of a big episode that would greatly affect the continent's future. It was the biggest incident ever since the release of Satisfy. It drew the whole world's attention. From the TV broadcast, the man said the cause of this incident is the 8th servant, the 5th unified rankings, Yura. The entire world was in an uproar due to this unprecedented war. Back to Grid, he received a quest, subdue 25 members of the Yatan Church. Grid said this quest keeps popping up recently, but who cares? Grid thought clearing a single class quest would solve a lot of my problems right now. I completed rare and epic equipment using the ores I gathered in the last 10 days, but the problem is with current equipment of this level, the Kisan Canyon is still too difficult. The Kisan Canyon is considered one of the worst areas in the north. It's also difficult to tread on its uneven terrain. What's even worse are the caves hidden within the canyon. They are packed with monsters at level 160 at least. Grid thoughts it's not one of the 5 forbidden areas of Winston for nothing. I died over 10 times there for the quest for Asher. Should I challenge it after raising my level to 150? No, it will take too long. I want to become overgeared by getting Dainsalif. Then Grid remembered something. Grid said I am a moron. Failure is an absurd design after getting killed over 10 times by the monsters in the canyon. I now know them like the back of my hand. Now as long as it's not an unreasonable design I can make an item to counter them. While the world was in turmoil due to a war, in a certain corner of the continent, a brand new item was being created. Grid wonders I need to make an item to match the Kisan Canyon's characteristics. I don't need to worry about stamina. Despite those rough terrains, I can recover through my stamina stat. Those level 160 monsters are the problem. They stay hidden in their caves and jump out on passing adventurers. I will need a weapon at the same rank as Sword of Self-Transcendence at least. How can I make another masterpiece like that? Seeing ants avoid the trees. Grid wonders do I even need to fight them? I could try avoiding them without fighting, using something like an invisibility cloak. Soon. Khan said materials for stealth items? What about silver dragon scales? They are a species of dragons that live stealthily. Their scales have a protective coloration that hides them away from human eyes. Those are perfect for stealth equipment. Grid question they are invisible and part of the strongest species of monsters? How could I ever get those scales? Khan said I am pretty certain that humans can't smell dragon scales in the first place. Amongst stealth equipment, the most famous item is the invisibility cloak made by Kruger. He's a legendary tailor, who was active 200 years ago. There's another material you could use for stealth items. Sylphid scales, the scales of small air fairies. Those also have a protective coloration. Dragon scales are so hard that they are classified as ores, but sylphid scales are thin but tough and classified as cloth. Therefore, making stealth items using sylphid scales is a tailor's specialty, not a blacksmith's. Grid told System to create a cloak with sylphid scales. Grid thought blacksmiths sometimes use leather when crafting items. If I can't make an item made of cloth since I am a blacksmith, the system should notify me. After Grid draws the design of the cloak, Grid requests the characteristics which can perfectly hide appearance when equipped. Soon, the system alerted the automatic correction has finished. Grade unique, a cloak designed by a legendary blacksmith, activates stealth upon equipping it, but deactivates it when attacking an enemy. Grid wonders amazing. It even increases your movement speed and wind resistance, and the materials are simple as well. 20 sylphid scales. Let's name it simple. The hooded zip up. Afterward, Khan laughed and said hunting sylphids. Unless you are an elementalist, you can't see sylphids with your eyes. How will you catch them? Grid madly replied, stop laughing so much. Why did not you tell me earlier? Grid thought I am fucked up. I created an item for which I can't even get the materials. Khan said let me finish talking. You can still get it even if you can't see them yourself. You just need to hunt the frostlight orcs. In the snowy north, they have a sixth sense that can detect and hunt sylphids. They like to keep the sylphid scales as treasures, and while the frostlight orcs have a big weakness against fire, they are still stronger, larger and smarter than ordinary orcs. End up. Grid crafted a warm giant brown bear leather armor for fighting with the orcs, but only got rating normal. He wonders those fucking operators. Even though I used top grade materials and spent 20 hours making it, it's just freaking normal. I even used my epic hammer. I am just the incarnation of normal, are not I? Damn it, nothing I can do. Let's concentrate on the other items. After some time, Khan said so the hunting day has finally come. I am repeating again, but frostlight orcs are extremely powerful. Be careful. It's a relief that your preparations are complete. Grid thought at least one rare and one epic. It's not so bad. The penalties are a bit of a shame though. System alerted you have equipped the giant brown bear set. Grid questioned did you teach me a set's production method? Khan replied not at all. I end up with individual equipment when I craft them. Grid thought I only follow the production method steps, though. Is it because I am Pagma's descendant? Set items would sell for a lot. Now my weapon will be the ideal dagger. My preparations are perfect. This was Grid's first hunt where he was properly prepared, but what he did not know was that the drop rate of sylphid scales was below 1%. Soon, Grid arrived the frostlight orc's lair. He wonders I need the sylphid scales they have. These low-grade monsters who are so stupid they can't even use bows and arrows. This hunt is going to be a piece of cake. But things never go like what Grid expect. The frostlight orc is stronger than he think. He even used intermediate potion and all the buff he have, and he can't even kill one of it. Soon, Grid was injured and thought he was going to die. System alerted the passive effect of the title Apostle of Justice is activated. The Apostle of Justice will not fall easily until the enemies before him are killed. Grid wonders is not this the title I got when I rescued Who-ROI? I never knew the Apostle of Justice had such an effect. Now I can't blame Who-ROI. System alerted all stats have increased by 30%. With the title, Grid finally killed one of it. System alerted you have gained 266,000 EXP. Your level has risen. You have recovered all your health. Grid thought let's take this opportunity to level up. Come at me you bundles of experience. 3 days later, Who-ROI thought the north is so cold. Should I have prepared more equipment? Who ROI recalled Khan told him Grid left to hunt the frostlight orcs in the northern snowfields, to find a crafting material. How could I have left him go on a hunt on his own? My sincere apologies, my liege. Soon, he heard an explosion sound. When he reached there, he noticed a bloodbath. He wonders frostlight orcs are powerful level 120 monsters. In such a big battle, I am afraid my liege did not come out unscathed. Then he noticed Grid is fine. He wonders, so this is my liege's strength. Grid questioned, what are you doing? Who ROI said, please forgive me for the sin of leaving you on your own. Soon, Grid thought I rose by 38 levels in 3 days. I caught up to the level back when I was a warrior. Well, technically those who buy one good item reach the hundreds in simply a month, so this is not so surprising. In any case, why does he keep following me? Grid questioned, did something make you happy? Why do you keep following me with that smile on your face? Who ROI replied, of course I am happy. I was worried about you, but you ended up being unscathed. In fact, I got to see your overwhelming appearance. Grid thought, what's the point of being overwhelming, when there's no meaning to it? I hunted orcs for 3 entire days and killed over 80 of them but only got 3 sylphid scales. Who ROI questioned, why are you frowning so much, my liege? Grid replied, so annoying. I am irritated because I did not get what I wanted. And here you are calling me my liege every second. Why do you keep following and bothering me? Who ROI said, you rescued me from that hellish prison and saved me from the quest where I had to spend 50 hours in real life inside the dungeon. Grid replied, what kind of quest demands you to spend 50 hours inside a prison cell? Who ROI explained, it's the truth. Its difficulty was high since the reward was a second class. Grid questioned, wait, the Mongolian who was the first to get a second class was you? Why were you the one to get such a reward, even though I went through all that trouble to rescue you? Who ROI said, please calm down. While my reward may look appealing, it is an honorable class where I can sacrifice myself for my master. Grid thought, well, the title Apostle of Justice I got is not so bad either, but still he profited from my pain, sweat and efforts. Grid said, you must serve me until you die, understood? Who ROI replied, that's what I've been saying. Then he questioned where you are headed to now. You killed all of the orcs at the lair's entrance. Grid replied, I need to get 20 sylphid scales. There were not enough here at the entrance, so I need to kill a few more within the lair in that cave. I am starting to get sick of hunting for 3 days in game time, so I will stop if I don't get another scale after killing one more orc. They noticed a frostlight orc chief appeared. Grid thought, this is bad. It's a level 140 field boss, but not all hope is lost. Grid said, block it. Who ROI, so that I can escape safely. Who ROI said, we don't have to run away. My class is Apostle of Justice's partner. If we fight together, our stats increase by 30%. I am level 138, so if we face it together we stand a chance. Grid thought, that's true. He was pretty strong back in the underground prison. Grid said, let's do it. However, all the drops are mine. System alerted, you have created a party. The item distribution has been set to party leader pickup. Who ROI noticed Grid is level 83. He questioned, how did you kill so many orcs with that level? Don't tell me, Lord Grid. Do you have one of the 3 known epic classes? Grid replied, well, something like that. Now that you understand, get to work then. I will leave the boss to you. Let me handle the mobs. Who ROI thought, he truly is extraordinary. I never could have predicted it. I need to live up to his expectations to show my allegiance. System alerted, taunt draws the enemy's aggro. Grid said, I've never seen someone who swears better than me. Grid thought, with Blacksmith's rage, unbreakable justice and wind blast simultaneously, I got better at using this combo through 3 days of hunting EXP. Then he obtained 2 scales from 11 orcs. While he said it's time to go destroy that boss with Who ROI's help. Who ROI reminds the duration of taunt ended. The boss attacked Grid. Grid thought, what? I'm getting damaged just from the wind pressure. I am dodging all of its attacks, but I can't counterattack either. This is the first boss monster that I am facing properly. Can I actually win? System alerted, a legend does not feel fear easily. Even combination attack of Grid and Heroi, they find out its skin is thicker than they thought. System alerted, you have suffered 5,300 damage. Grid said, I have less than 20% health left. Then he noticed Who ROI fainted and his health is below 10%. Grid thought, normally you faint for 3 seconds if your health decreases by 40% with 1 hit. It's different in my case since I am resistant to debuffs as Pagma's descendant. But Who ROI is completely defenseless right now. Seeing the boss attack towards Who ROI, Grid blocked it, and yelled, stop sleeping already and wake up. You are not telling me to face this monster on my own, are you? You can't just die as you wish, when I am the one leading this raid. Who ROI questioned, how could you sacrifice yourself for me? Grid said, instead of talking, attract that bastard's aggro for a while. I will drink some potions. System alerted, a legend does not die easily activated. Who ROI never dodged the attack and said, please drink your potions already, my liege. Please don't worry, I will always protect your back. As the attack hit on Who ROI, Grid said, you moron. Even if you tried blocking this attack, you would have been reduced to ashes. Next second, I said I cannot fall when the enemy blocking my liege's way is this weak, eat this. Grid thought frostlight orcs are weak against fire, I threw a few fire bombs towards. I thought he's definitely taking damage but he's so steady and strong that his elemental weakness was not as efficient as we thought. If we don't give him fatal damage, we will be the ones to die. Grid said he has not been moving since we burned him. He's like a standing lump of meat now. Stay still, I will kill you in one hit. I reminds my liege don't stop moving. He's still healthy enough to attack. I thought this is bad. The boss stepped on Grid and took out a magic orb. I said since you can pretend to be unconscious, you are not just a simple monster. If so you should be smart enough to realize that I am more dangerous than him. This is a skill that can absolutely destroy you. I never had the chance to use this, but it appears the time has come. Grid thought his remaining health was completely depleted. I yells sacrifice for justice. But the boss never died. I said as I thought that was not enough. I said my liege it's up to you to finish him off now. Things will be different than earlier. You will see it, the entrance. Then he is being killed. Soon, Grid noticed the boss defense decreased a lot after I applied his skill for sacrifice. Grid finally defeated the boss. Grid's first successful boss raid. Grid thought we barely won the raid, but I still did not get 20 sylphid scales. Grid obtained Frostlight Orc Chief's Helmet Unique Grade, Red Lighting Summoning Bead, Blessed Weapon Enhancement Stones X2, Blessed Armor Enhancement Stones X3 and Sylphid Scales X7. Grid said Orc Leather is a crappy item, so fuck it. This helmet and bead would fetch a lot if I put them up for auction. Grid wonders and I also unexpectedly got these Blessed Enhancement Stones. Ordinary Enhancement Stones were to fail, the item's enhancement value would decrease by 3, but these blessed ones only decrease it by -1. They also cost 12 times more than ordinary Enhancement Stones, around 1,200 golds. Those high-level users only use these expensive stones when enhancing their equipment. In any case, these cost 720,001, I might sell them. If it were not for I would not have obtained this much. I feel bad for hoarding all the loot, but what can I do about that? I feel so bad for him. I feel bad but there's nothing I can do about it. Khan questioned are you that happy about the items you got from the hunt? Grid replied he got his second class, thanks to me, so these are all mine. Khan questioned are these the dropped items? I've never seen any of them before and did you throw that away? Grid said it's a Frostlight Orc's leather, a shitty item. Khan said this leather is of great quality. If I use it as inner armor, it can fully absorb the impact on the exterior armor. Grid immediately said give me, Khan said but you threw it away. Grid said then I will give it to you, so use it to make an armor for me, I will head off to the market for a while. Khan questioned are not I on the losing side of this bargain, but I am interested, I don't get to work with this material often. Soon, Grid went to purchase 10 ordinary weapon enhancement stones, which cost 1,000 golds. Grid thought the sylphid scales are not the only problem. I will have to wander around in the Kisan Canyon, in search of the mural that depicts Pagma swordsmanship. I had such a hard time against those ordinary orcs and even though I am level 85, now there are still many monsters I can't face. So, for now, I need to enhance my items. Grid decided to enhance Ideal Dagger. Grid thought my family is in a crisis and I said I'd save them so should I be wasting money for mere item enhancements? When I should be carefully spending each penny. Enhancing items up to +5 is normal. That much should be fine. This is an investment. I am not wasting anything. Let's do this enhance. It successfully reached +5. Grid wonders the success rate for +6 enhancements and above greatly falls. So let's stop here. Then he pondered should I enhance it one more time. +6 enhancement it's rare even amongst other users. I just need to succeed one more time. Just one more time. End up. Grid went to but another 10 enhancement stones. He can't believe it dropped down to +2. Soon, someone said whoa look at that. Blue shine it's a +6 or above weapon. I always fail at +3 I am so jealous. Grid thought I don't regret using those 2,000 golds to get to +6. I made it so this is what it feels like to be the target of envious gazes. Suddenly, Kat said pathetic. How pathetic? Do you like your +6 that much? You peasant. Grid replied what's wrong with you? Kat said I just find it hilarious that someone wearing those pathetic clothes is trying to show off. I just came over to spectate, but this is what a true enhanced weapon looks like. I'd be embarrassed if my weapon were not enhanced at least this much. Glad to see that's not the case for you. Someone said it's +8 weapon. Grid thought it's absolutely breathtaking. Grid questioned what about it? Why should the number of enhancements on your weapon matter to me? I find my dagger so much cooler and more than satisfactory. Have you ever felt the satisfaction of achieving an objective after spending all your energy and effort to reach it? Katz replied pathetic, just live on feeling satisfied like that then he left. Soon, Grid thought that scumbag, what an attention whore. In any case, I still have the blessed enhancement stones with me. I can't waste them if I want to save my family. I am not immature enough to be jealous about everything. Khan said you work so hard all the time. Grid replied I am making a few more items to use when I go to the canyon tomorrow. Khan said still, Take this, it's a present, have a look at it. Grid replied, did you really make it? I was just kidding earlier, it's just a worthless item. You should not have wasted your energy on it. Grid noticed it's an epic rate item. Khan said, I can proudly say that this is my best work so far. I hope it will be of help. Afterward, Grid went to Kisan Canyon. He wonders, I am done preparing, so let's get to work now. Grid thought, I have no regrets. I just need to move forward now, since I achieved it. +8 is so cool. The blessed enhancement stones are amazing. System alerted Pagma's swordsmanship first class quest. Find the clue about Pagma in the Kisan Canyon in south of Winson. Clear condition learns Pagma swordsmanship. Clear reward Dane's life reproduction. Grid thought, even though ideal dagger was enhanced to +8, it's still a level 180 weapon. It's not comparable to a level 250 great sword, and the most important reward is Pagma swordsmanship. I absolutely need this skill right now, since I only have 4 attack skills. I need to watch out for the caves on the walls. I got killed so many times by the level 160 monsters in those caves. Well, thanks to that I got used to their patterns, so as long as I move silently. After his word end, Grid immediately encountered a canyon lizard, level 162. Grid thought, this blade-like tongue that killed me countless times still as dangerous as ever. But I am not the same as before. After Grid launched attack, he thought the damage it took is greater than I expected, but the defense of canyon lizards is supposed to be higher than frostlight orcs. The dagger's enhancement greatly boosted the skill's power. After a few attack, Grid successfully eliminated the canyon lizard. Then he noticed a group of canyon lizardmen level 185 waiting for him. Grid finds out their defense is much higher. Grid thought they have thick skin and defensive equipment as well. I would have died if not for Khan's epic great armor. But the armor will be useless if I can't endure their relentless attacks. Grid stopped their movements with Wind Blast, followed by quick movements with a slash attack with max buff. System alerted, you have defeated canyon lizardmen. You have obtained 948,000 EXP. Grid thought, I did kill them all, but my mana is rock bottom now. The 4 attack skills I have gobble up my mana like crazy. Well, I don't have to worry about potions right now, so dealing with small mobs is not a problem. I will also level up if I kill about 2 more monsters anyway, as long as I don't come across a canyon spider, the strongest predator here. Next second, canyon spider appeared. Grid thought, how funny these monsters pop up whenever I mention them. Grid launched a wind blast which only dealt 300 damage. Grid thought, I am dead if I get caught. Grid activated Blacksmith's rage with wind blast, but the damage only 344. Grid thought, my ultimate combo did not affect it at all. At this rate I will die. I can barely dodge its attacks with quick movements. Even wind blast is useless right now. Normally my attack power should increase by 60%, but it's only half of that since I don't reach the usage requirements. I could use Unbreakable Justice if I get a chance, since it increases the attack power by 300%. But I need to make physical contact for it to work, so it's useless if I can't get close to it. Then Grid got an idea. He wonders, it's an obstacle I have to overcome. I have no choice. I am betting everything on the degree of freedom and satisfy. Right before Wind Blast, add Unbreakable Justice. Grid thought it worked. System alerted, the new skill fusion has succeeded. The fused skill Wind of Justice has been generated. Your intelligence has increased by 10. Seeing the spider fell to the back, Grid finish off with Gauntlet's effect. System alerted, your level has risen by 1. Your current level is 86. Meanwhile, Piero thought he single-handedly killed a canyon spider. I have not seen that in ages. He may be rough on the edges, but his abilities grow each time he defeats an opponent. His potential is beyond imagination. As Moffel, I have survived for all these years, even after you accused me of treason and took everything away from me and my comrades, just to give you a cruel death. Wait for me as Moffel. It revealed Piero's identity, the Saharan Empire's strongest knight, ex-captain of Red Knights. Piero said, I have finally found my agent of revenge. Soon, Grid wonders that spider has been alive for about a decade, so it could have gathered some treasures in its nest. Then he spotted 3 peoples were caught as prey by the spider. As he see the man, Grid immediately ran. He wonders, Lee Jun-ho, why is that lowlife here? I can still clearly remember all the bullying I suffered at the last alumni party I went to. They are the bullies that took my money and beat me all the time in high school. If they find me in the game, they will just start it again. Then Grid realized, oh yeah, stronger, I am different. Meanwhile, Jun-ho said, even if we log out, it will count as a death. Just wait a bit, that guy will come back, since high-leveled players like to look down on people caught in situations like us. Grid came back and asked if he wanted help. Jun-ho thought it's nice that he's back, but he's kinda spooky even without that helmet. Grid thought this is the perfect chance to get my revenge. From following conversation, Grid told them, give me all your assets and I will free you. Jun-ho decided to ignore Grid, so Grid started to punch on him. End up, they choose to die instead of beg Grid. Grid felt it's no fun. Then he leaves. He wonders, I will go and bring back another canyon spider for them. Soon, Grid came back with spider. He found out they already logged out. A dreamy mist surrounding a waterfall. 5 rainbows that decorate this 1300 meter long fall. Eternal Kingdom's founder Lauren discovered this waterfall after his conquest of the north. It is hidden in the rough terrain of the Kisan Canyon and its location is only spread around Orly. Grid thought, so this is Lauren Falls. Amazing. But wait, where is Pagma's swordsmanship? I engraved Pagma's swordsmanship on the northern cliff. I was an idiot for believing a ghost's words. It must have been a scam. I did not find anything after searching all day long. But Grid noticed there was a tiny cave behind the waterfall. Grid thought, I finally found it. Pagma's swordsmanship. It's all covered in moss, but I can still see it. So he's Pagma. He is holding Dane's life. Grid wonders, but why am I not getting the quest clear message? Don't tell me, do I have to learn all these to clear it? This is so annoying. But since I've almost fully cleared the quest, I will do it. Soon. Grid madly wonders why I've been copying the moves for 3 hours. This is killing me. This is completely draining my stamina. Then he noticed there's one more carving on floor. System alerted, you have obtained Pagma swordsmanship. Pagma swordsmanship first class quest has been cleared. Return to Khan now. Grid wonders, so it was not about copying the moves, but just seeing them all. System alerted, swordsmanship level 1. When the skill is deactivated, physical attack plus 20%, critical hit rate plus 10%. This effect is only applied when a sword type weapon is equipped. When the skill is activated, wave, restraint, link, kill, transcend. You can unleash a total of 5 sword techniques. Grid thought, amazing. A skill that's both passive and active. These skills are no inferior to combat skills. Wait, what's with this crazy mana cost? There's a few I can't even use with my current mana. This is irritating, but let's go back now. I will need to get my intelligence to 400 to use the skill kill. Soon. Grid encounter Merman level 175. He wonders, I should test it out at least once. Pagma swordsmanship. Grid thought, my body is automatically performing those difficult moves. As restraint activated, monsters unable approach for 3 seconds. Grid immediately took mana potion and deactivated Pagma's swordsmanship so he could get buffed. With Wind of Justice killed one of the merman. Soon. Grid and with Pagma's swordsmanship wave. System alerted, you level has risen by 1. Grid invest the 10 stat points into intelligence. He thought that's 30 additional mana. That skill was perfect to end the hunt. Suddenly, Piero said that was impressive. Grid thought, there's someone in this dangerous area? Who is it? That name above, he's an NPC. Piero said, no need to stay on guard. I just have a favor to of you. Grid questioned, are you a beggar? Piero laughed and said, a beggar? What makes you think I'm a beggar? Grid said, take a look at yourself, and if you shout that loudly. Then the laugh attract a lot of merman. Grid thought, there's too many of them, I will die this time. There's just one way to survive. Grid pointed on Piero and said he killed them all. I saw it myself. Piero said, blaming someone else to survive on your own. You are similar to the man I hate the most in the world. Piero launched a slash attack, immediately killed all merman. Grid wonders, what's with that sword? It looks incredibly powerful. More importantly, he killed all of them with a single slash. Grid immediately said sorry. Piero replied, there is no need for any pretenses. I don't want to talk to you for too long, so I will cut to the chase. I need you to help me. System alerted, the quest, the true traitor of the Red Knights. Piero is asking you to become his agent. Clear conditions. Punish as Moffel. Clear reward, title agent of revenge. The cruelty stat will be opened. Attack power plus 100. Skill murderous impulse will be generated. The Saharan Empire's Red Knights were once the strongest knight division on the continent. As Moffel, the vice captain of the Red Knights, had a secret rendezvous with the Empress, and framed Piero, who found out the truth. Piero was forced to flee and became a fugitive and is searching for an agent of revenge to act for him. Grid thought the title is quite appealing, but how could I ever defeat the vice captain and it's so far away? Grid replied, I refuse. I don't have the necessary skills and time to help you out. Piero said, what an obvious lie, do you want more rewards? Grid said, I am telling you I don't have the skills. That's why I am refusing. Piero said, I saw you eyeing for this earlier. I will add my sword as a reward. Seeing how you defeated those mermen and the canyon spider, you must be making up an excuse. I've increased the rewards, so just accept it now. Piero's long sword rating unique. Piero reminds, I might kill you if you keep refusing. As the sword slightly touch on Grid, system alerted, you have suffered 7,500 damage. Grid thought, what? That small bump to my thigh shaved away so much of my health? Not only does he know everything I did in the canyon, he won't listen to me either. A NPC that will kill me if I don't accept the quest. Just what's wrong with him? Grid said, just kill me instead. It's better to simply lose experience right now instead of dropping levels due to the quest failure. It won't be so bad to respawn at Winston right away either. Piero said, people like you really don't know how precious life is. Get lost. Killing innocent people is not my hobby. However, if you end up changing your mind, come find me again. I am not forcing you. I am just being hopeful. Soon, Grid finally got Dane's life reproduction. He said there should not be many people who have a weapon this good, even amongst high rankers, and it's a great sword. If I enhance it, it will become super cool. Khan said, to think that I got to see Pagma swordsmanship. Thank you so much. Grid questioned, what next? How do I obtain Valhalla? Khan said, you should take a rest. That was a long journey for you. Grid thought seems like I did not meet the conditions for the second class quest yet. Oh well, I got up to level 95 on my way back and increased my intelligence. Let's stop here for now. My main skills also leveled up. I am satisfied. Suddenly, two warrior came to find Grid and said the administrator is urgently requesting your presence to craft an item. Please come with us to the castle. Administrator told Grid I'd like you to craft the item here this time. The Yatan Church has been growing at an extreme speed ever since the appearance of the 8th servant. Grid thought I also heard the rumor many users have been joining the Yatan Church due to the plus 20% EXP increase event. Winston must be feeling threatened. Administrator said in order to stop their advance, we need to send backup to the Kinban Fortress. Could you craft us an item using this production method? Divine Shield production method. Rating rare to legendary. Divine Shield, a shield that contains the power of Rebecca, the goddess of light. Grid pondered this as an opportunity to obtain the production method of a level 190 equipment. There's no reason to refuse. Administrator said I've already prepared a priest to infuse divine power into the shield. The priest said I am Cassis. This body serves Rebecca, the goddess of light. Soon, Grid questioned Cassis, why did you pray all night long for 2 days without sleeping? I would have just woken you up when I needed your help. Cassis said I was trying to bring you good luck and fortune by praying as much as possible. Goddess Rebecca administrates light. Grid thought your face looks like you've been living in misery though. Grid said if prayers worked, my misfortune until now would not have happened at all. Anyways, do your best. Those 2 are my entire assets. The material costs 17,000 golds. I can only make 2 of these even if I use all my fortune, and if I get the lowest rating of rare, could I sell it somewhere? It can only be used by members of the Rebecca Church after all. Meanwhile, Chulho wonders he really plays in a manner I can't predict. He works on projects with slow speed while avoiding anything that will directly lead to success. I can understand why Sang Min is so frustrated about him. Then he noticed there is an NPC beside him. He questioned Morpheus, is Isabel among them? The reply he got is no. Chulho wonders, interesting, this is entertaining. No matter how unpredictable you are, I did not think you'd create a variable like this. 2 days later, Cassis said, Mr. Grid, I have finished. Goddess Rebecca has responded to our prayers. Grid hold up the shield. It reviewed divine shield rating. Rare. Grid said, why did you raise my hopes like that? Cassis replied, no. The one she's responded to is this one. Perfect divine shield. Legendary. System alerted and legendary rated item was produced. All stats have permanently increased by 25. The administrator said, great work. I will send you the money later, so you may return now. Our financial situation is not good due to the war, so please return for now. Grid replied, then return the shield to me. I made it with my money, so it belongs to me. Grid thought, why is he reacting so differently than that time with a sort of self-transcendence? The administrator said, send that man to prison. Bring this to that man. You are acting out of place, Mr. Grid. Don't let my politeness get to your head. This shield's owner is not someone we can go against. Cassis launched light of purification. Then the administrator fainted. Cassis said, as I thought something about this is off. Only the members of the Rebecca Church can use the divine shield, but Winston only asked the church to dispatch a priest, and did not ask for a paladin to wield the shield to make something they can't use. Their objective must be to steal it. You brainwashed the administrator, right? Infidel of the Yatan Church. The heretic said, it seems that I've made a small mistake, but even if you figured it out, can you still stop me? Isabel said, I know this will happen. What would you have done without me? Cassis said, you must not break walls instead of using the fully functioning door. Isabel said, but is not this much cooler? And you, Mr. Heretic, why don't you start by reveling why you want the divine shield? Heretic said, that spear, lethal spear. What is Rebecca's daughter doing here? He wonders, this was not part of the plan. I need to escape now. During this sudden and unexpected situation, Grid thought to himself, when will the quest notification pop up? However, due to the variable that the president had noticed, the quest was never activated, and Grid only noticed that after waiting for 30 minutes. Pedro, a small city in the Eternal Kingdom, a fief that belongs to one of Satisfy's top guilds, the Giant Guild. The Lord of Pedro, Chris, great swordsman, third in the unified rankings, Giant Guild Master. He wonders, armor made by a master craftsman with no reputation. It's a great item. I failed to invite Panmer and Stang, the first and second blacksmith rankers, into our guild. Pedro said, find the blacksmith in Winston and recruit him into our guild. Location: Winston. Rigas said, we know that Erina was Euphemina through our investigations, and we need to find this blacksmith before Jishuka shoves a fire arrow up my nostril. He wonders, is not he from back when we were recruiting for the Guardian of the Forest raid? Rigas said, hey Mr. Armorless Gladiator. Grid questioned Rigas. Rigas replied, so you remember me? You are called Grid. Why you look so upset? Grid thought, it's the naive muscle man I met back in Baron. Then he got some idea, as this soft-hearted guy will definitely listen to my request. Grid said, some asshole stole my item. Kill me now. Rigas said, my goodness, what an evil bastard. But don't kill yourself. I will help you. You must not give up on your life. Jishuka smashed on his head and said, who said you could? Why are you trying to help someone else instead of doing the missions? Jishuka questioned Grid. And where do you think you are looking? Rigas has work to do, so deal with your problems yourself. Rigas said this person is our Zadaka guild master, Jishuka. Grid replied I don't care, don't intervene when someone is trying to help another person. Then they start to argue. Grid thought it was a priceless shield, I need his help no matter what. Grid said don't be like that, please lend Rigas to me. Jishuka thought we are drawing attention, there goes our guild's reputation. Jishuka said this is a pain in the ass, then you choose, Rigas. Rigas immediately replied healing those in need is the spirit of Taekwondo. Let's go Grid. Jishuka thought I will destroy him, that fucking Taekwondo crackhead. Jishuka heard someone said that dude is the blacksmith from the item creation game who team up with Khan. Jishuka wonders he's the man from the rumors? He might know the whereabouts of Euphemina. I need to send Rigas a message. System alerted Rigas has blocked all messaged. Jishuka thought did this bastard seriously block me to avoid my fury? I am gonna find you, you Taekwondo crackhead. Meanwhile in Yatan Church, Malikus said must-have will soon be returning with a divine shield. Who would have thought that there was such a convenient blacksmith in the area? Do you know what will happen if the divine shield is infused with dark magic? This guy is Malikus, the sixth servant of God Yatan, priest of the Yatan Church. Malikus said oh well, if you were aware, the defenses at Winston would not have been so weak. But, thanks to that I managed to get my hands on excellent virgin to use as a sacrifice. Lady Irene. Irene recalled back what Duran told her I could only save you. Thanks to that man it would have been impossible without his help. You must find him and keep him by your side. He is the young man who will recognize this ring. Back to Grid. The next day, Grid said what will we do if this mountain is amiss as well? We did not even sleep last night. Rigas replied then we will search a different mountain. By the way, your equipment are impressive. So you are a powerful warrior. Grid said we never know when we will encounter that thief. Rigas said you said the thief emanated a black aura, right? He was probably a member of the Yatan Church, and if he was a high-ranking priest, it would have been possible for him to hold the item that would otherwise have been fatal to other Yatan believers. Grid replied you must be correct, there's at least a dozen of them. I did not think there'd so many of them here. We should move discreetly and avoid getting noticed. Next second, Rigas yelled come at me, you evil people. Soon, Rigas said that was a great opportunity to train, thank you. Grid said the old man must be inside the cave, I did not see him amongst the ones on the ground. System alerted God Yatan's sixth servant Malikus has appeared. The mighty dark magic power has applied fear, weakening and immobilizing effects. Malikus said I don't like having uninvited guests. System alerted a legend does not feel fear easily. You have resisted all the abnormal conditions. Then Grid noticed Rigas could not dodge because of the immobilization. Rigas said this might a bit too difficult to consider as training. Malikus said you resisted my power. What a surprise. Are you someone like Yura? But there will be no mercy for you. Grid said what a grumpy dude. Stop attacking us before giving us the chance to talk. Wind blast. Rigas thought I did not think we'd find Malikus. I need the help of my guild. Let's unblock everyone. Rigas announced center of Rolf Mountain sends support. Malikus has appeared. Jishuka immediately questioned do you have a death wish? You dare ignore us. Rigas replied calm down for now, master. I don't know what your problem is, but we encountered Malikus. He was not in the Eton Church headquarters. He's level 310, so prepare all your equipment and come help me quickly. Jishuka reminds Malikus or not, don't let go of Grid no matter what, he is the blacksmith Khan's disciple, he might know Euphemina's whereabouts. Rigas wonders wait, he's a blacksmith. Grid said I never thought the opportunity to use these would come so fast. I've trained myself while looking for you filthy thieves. I need to hold this with both hands because of my low strength, but I like its heaviness. Plus 5 Dane's life, Pagma's swordsmanship. Link deals 500% of your attack power to a single target. Rigas thought someone powerful like that a blacksmith? They must have heard it wrong. Malikus said that's his one impressive sword. A shame it's useless since it does not reach my body. Grid thought what's with that cloak? Just how much damage is it able to nullify? Malikus said your weakness has ruined my excitement. Die now, divine punishment. Grid activated Pagma's swordsmanship restraint. Grid thought I need to replenish my mana. He told Rigas if you are healed we need to escape. Rigas replied I've always wanted to fight against a powerful opponent, and fortunately they were fast enough. Jishuka cast an arrow and said if you don't want to be killed with that monster by standing in the way, go stand in a corner. Jishuka told Rigas we need to talk after this is over and you Khan's disciple don't think of going anywhere and wait for us. Grid questioned a special Yafa arrow, I made those, were you the one who bought them? Jishuka thought he made them? Then he's the one we've been looking for. Malikus said how pointless, there is nothing you can do against the servants of God Yatan, who have transcended humanity. Jishuka said I will say it again, don't go anywhere and wait for us. Transcended humanity? You are just prey, and we the Zadaka guild are your predators. Rigas said that's why I am here, my body won't stay still in front of a strong opponent. The sixth servant of God Yatan, Malicus was the priest who oversaw all rituals in the Yatan church. He was famous for the event where 87 virgins were sacrificed in order to turn the king of the Bungarst principality into an idiot, as well as sacrificing 607 virgins to raise an epidemic in Earl Raven's territory. Malicus questioned me a prey? What can mere humans do against a servant like me? Jishuka said, let's see how long you can keep up that confident act. Tobin assisted Jishuka to block the attack from Malicus. Tobin thought that simple attack, decrease the shield's durability by 20. I know you are acting tough to make the others less nervous, but a level 310 black magician is not your average enemy, master. Malicus replied, a measly archer is calling my attacks weak? Jishuka thought the enemy is the weakest among the 8 servants. Since we are all over level 200 we can win this. Ventnor, the first ranked guardian knight 66th palace in the unified rankings, went to assist Regas. Regas being lifted by Malicus' skill. Malicus said, enough with this nonsense, you measly beings who dare to go against God's will. System alerted. Malicus has discharged his magic power. The mighty dark magic power has applied fear, weakening and immobilizing effects. Malicus has launched his magic in all directions. Everyone suffered a huge damage. Jishuka lost 53% of health from a single blow and stunned for 3 seconds. Black magic, debuff and various defense skills. Additionally, amazing self-recovery ability and an enormous amount of magic power. Malicus was truly powerful. Malicus questioned, so who's hunting who? Tobin yelled, everyone protect the master. Jishuka said, I am fine. Listen everyone, this is my order. Your top priority right now is the blacksmith Grid. Protect him instead of me. Even if everyone else dies, he must survive. Then she noticed Grid was completely fine. She wonders now that I think of it, that sword and armor, is he not a blacksmith? Was he lying? But he definitely said he had made those arrows. Malicus curious and thought again, just what trick is that lowly human using to survive? Ventnor launched a sudden attack but being blocked by the black cloak. Malicus said, ridiculous, your attack speed and power are not enough. Suddenly another man attacked towards. Malicus thought, an attack like streak of lighting. I barely deployed my shield in time, and what's with his power? Pawn level 243, the first rank spear knight 23rd place in the unified rankings. Pawn said he managed to react to my surprise attack. With their combination of attack, Malicus mad and cast guided magic. Pawn counter with mock spear which penetrated 3 layers of Malicus's shield. Ventnor threw his axe but again Malicus blocked with the cloak. Pawn said, you are being too greedy for a guardian knight who suppose focuses on strength, grows quickly and is powerful during PvP battles, but it comes harder to face stronger opponents since you can't exploit your class full potential. Ventnor replied, it's not like I can reset my stats since there are no cash items. Pawn said, more importantly, I can't believe mock spear was ineffective. That's a first. Pawn wonders, but it was not because of his defense. My level 190 weapon is too weak compared to my current level. Even if it's a unique item, this is its limit. Malicus said, it seems you still have not realized your position. Watch carefully, everyone will be in the same state as him in a few seconds. Jishuka thought, damn it, think Jishuka, will I put everyone in danger to save him or will I save everyone else by letting him die? Grid questioned, just what are you rankers doing? Do you know how much money at stake here? Release that hand immediately. Malicus thought, this persistent bastard again. Grid launched Pagma's swordsmanship restraint. From the movement that excites the heart and the intense intimidation and beauty his swordsmanship emitted, everyone's time in the area stopped. Malicus thought, the only being I shall be afraid of is Yatan. I can kill him in a second. This mere bug, just how is he overpowering me? Regas said, you brave through such dangers, despite not being a famous ranker. Grid thought, I just performed my sword dance and a high ranker like him is so thankful. Regas, you are truly a pushover. This guy is going to do anything I ask him. Grid said, right, the duration of the restraint is only 3 seconds, we should get out. Malicus thought, that weird, or it disappeared now. Layla, second rank mixed magician. She cast a fireball, assisted Grid to escape. Grid excited said, Layla, a world-class singer, you two are in the same guild, huh? I am a huge fan, I love you. Boo, I mean songs very much. Layla reminds, watch out behind you. Malicus said, you think I will let you go? Faker lifted them to escape. As the battle continued, Pon said Jishuka's arrow pierced, which means that there is a blind spot where he failed to prepare it in time. He questioned Regas, you used the penetrating mirror to confirm that, right? Regas replied, confirm is a big word, let's call it training. Faker said, even so nothing changes. All the rankers' high-class skills are getting blocked. If it is like Pon said and he uses the shield selectively to save his mana, the next move Malicus will make is an attack. Malicus said, noble master of hell, allow me to rip the hearts of those humiliating your servant by releasing this bridle you tamed me in. Grant me the hell's keepers to tear them apart. Jishuka reminds, protect Grid. She wonders seeing that sword dance. He's a blade dancer and not a blacksmith, but he did recognize the arrow, so protecting him is first priority. Ventnor perfect attack to the Hell's Keeper, but he find out it does not make a high damage. He wonders the axe is corroding. Pon thought even if he invested everything in strength, it still defeated Ventnor, who has the highest defense in the guild, and it withstood my mock spear. It's at least level 300. Tobin blocked the magic and said there are many variables, but everyone is all in a hurry. Even though it is a highest grade monster, damage is definitely being dealt. If we buy enough time by focusing on defense, she can fire an ultimate skill from the back. Tobin thought even the strongest shield is corroding. What a monster. Malikus thought such remarkable travelers, defending against that fierce dog, it's beyond that. They might defeat it, well one of them only though. Jishuka thought we have no chance. This is our defeat, she said. Everyone, this raid is a failure, I am sorry. Malikus laughed and said, you fools, you now know the glory of God Yatan. It brings me much joy as a high priest. Now die. Grid stepped out and said, I forgot about it because of all the ruckus and I still don't know who stole the good shield. Divine shield, rank rare. A shield blessed by the goddess of light Rebecca, effective against dark magic, demons and Yatan followers. There is a rare chance of completely resisting dark spells. Why do I have to use this failure? Jishuka questioned, did you make that shield too? Like the special Yafa arrow? Han questioned, he's the creator of the special Yafa arrow? Tobin thought, I can see it better since I use shields. That is not a common shield. It's one of the top 3 shields I've seen so far. Grid replied, so what? This is a rip-off and a failure. The real finished one was stolen by some bastard. Malikus said, that's the divine shield. You are the blacksmith that is said to have made a deal with the Lord of Winston. The divine shield is in your hands. It means that Mesta failed his mission to steal it. Grid replied, you know who stole it? Then are you the bastard who ordered him to steal the shield? Han curious and asked, but he can wear heavy armor almost like a knight and use the dagger that requires agility. In addition to that remarkable sword dance, he can't be just a normal blacksmith. Risking the guild for that user means that you believe he is a hidden class, huh, master? Jishuka replied, it's still just an assumption. We have to finish this raid first to find out. We will resume the battle soon. You have not lost yet, right, Rigas? Rigas said, I now know the strategy to defeat him. I still need one more thing though. Grid, these dogs seem afraid of that shield. Could you help us? Grid thought, they are turning to me for help. They must be desperate. I can't turn this down. This reeks of money. Grid replied, fine, but I have a condition. Half if you give me half of the items Malikus drops. I will help you. Ventnor questioned, what? We have 17 people on our side, but you want to take half of it for yourself. We helped you for free, but now you want to be paid to help us. Grid replied, you guys are all in the same organization anyway, and it's Rigas who helped me, not you guys. Han said, forget it, Vantner. This raid is only possible with his shield. Let's go. But in return, remember that we are unconditionally favorable to you. Grid accepts the party invitation. Grid thought all the 17 guild members are around level 200, Jishuka, Han and Rigas might even be in the top 20 of the unified ranking. There are many that could be the top 100 too. Were they this good? Someone said, did you see the party window level 95? He has a hidden class yet he's level 95. He must suck at the game. Rigas said, don't mind them, Grid. You just have to hold on the shield. Grid replied, you are undoubtedly a nice person. Next second, Rigas threw Grid forward and reminds, you really have to hold on to the shield. Malikus laughed and said, sacrificing your only chance just for the Hell's Keepers. I will take the shield with pleasure. Malikus then noticed Rengus broke through the shield. This guy's, he was powerless earlier. What kind of trick is this? That's it. He is changing the trajectory of his attacks to avoid the shield. His movements are so fast his muscles are about to burst, this fool. Seeing Malikus being pushed back, Jishuka yelled everyone out. It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down. Rigas reminds Grid, take care of those dogs please. Grid replied, do you take me for dog sitter? Malikus yelled, you disgusting bugs. You dare to do this to Yatan's servant. How dare you? I will comment you for your effort, you insects, but you can't break through this barrier. Next second, Jishuka's attacks works and said, well, it's easy to break through. Rigas said when he could not predict the next attack. The penetrating mirror worked, and he blocked Pon's mock spear with 3 layers of shields, proof that he needs to focus his shield when defending, since he would not be able to focus if he sets the barrier up in the forefront to block all the attacks. Jishuka said, it means that one strike, oh, the strongest arrow will break it, but I commend that mana of yours that still heals you even with half of your face blown off. Malikus said, well done, but with that method of yours, I am not sure if you calculated my mana capabilities accurately. Divine punishment. System alerted, TG has died. Vethan has died. Jishuka thought, we will all die at this rate. I can't waste the guild member's sacrifice. I must end it here and now. An ultimate skill with 100% of my mana. I will pour everything into this. Phoenix arrow. Malikus said, that's amazing power, but this too will heal. Tobin said, we are the only ones that can move. We need to finish him before he heals. Grid questioned, wait, you are all down. Do something. Rigas said that was extremely high damage, but those two can't beat him. Han said they don't have enough attack power. Grid replied, dang, best guild my ass, even though I'm making it so easy for them. This I was distracted by their levels that I missed this. Party buff. Malikus said, enjoy your last entertainment. Tobin and Vantner thought that's an overpowered regenerating ability. This raid is a failure. Grid launched critical best gauntlet option effect has activated. Followed by Pagma's sword dance kill. The Malikus raid has ended. System alerted you have defeated Yatan's sixth servant, Malachus, who was spreading fear throughout the world. Reputation throughout the continent has risen by plus 3,000. The Yatan Church will be forever hostile to you. The power of the Yatan Church has extremely weakened after losing its priest. Until the next priest is elected, the Yatan Church's further expansion is impossible. The party leader has acquired 382 golds, 8 blessed weapon enhancement stones, 10 blessed armor enhancement stones, 3 high-grade magic stones, Malachus cloak, Malachus mask and dark magic orb. Jishuka thought what? He defeated Malachus at only level 95. Who is this guy? Grid glare on Jishuka question. The party was set to have the leader acquire all the items? Are you all scamming me? Jishuka thought what's wrong with this guy? How anticlimactic. Jishuka replied I will keep the promise so don't worry. Pan said you are dope despite your level being low, you are better than Tobin and Vantner combined. Layla said that was impressive. Grid replied Miss Layla, don't flatter me. Next second he yelled you guys are planning to run away after flattering me so that I let my guard, right? Distribute the items now. Jishuka said if you are all done healing I will start distributing. She thought he is extraordinary with his blacksmith skills and combat capabilities. His personality is weird but we need to get him in the guild no matter what. Pan said the cloak is not that good. It does increase intelligence but the blood smell that comes with it. Vintnet questioned was that remarkable defense limited to Malachus. Zednos said the mask is really good though. Resistance to all attributes and casting time reduction. Layla said the orb can save 4 spells too. Jishuka thought I want to give the mask and orb to those two for the growth of the guild. But we promised to give him half, so I must give up on one. Grid said I call dibs on the cloak. What's with this vibe? You succeeded in the raid, thanks to me, now you want to take it back or something. Regas thought I can't believe Grid misjudged, but the benefit of the guild is at risk so no one is speaking up. Even if I get blamed I have to tell the truth. Jishuka said the cloak has the least value among the 3 items. Think again. Grid thought why are they saying the cloak has the least value? It will grant me the intelligence needed for the sword dance and plus the bloody smell that lowers in monsters. It's a fantastic item perfect for herd hunting and grinding. As a blacksmith, an item helps me level up faster is more valuable than combat training. Grid said I still choose the cloak. It was a brilliant strategy to level up faster for crafting items. It was proof that Grid has grown. Jishuka said then since we want both the mask and the orb, what do you say about us paying you for the rest? However Malachus is a special boss so his items have no base rate since he does not respawn. It will take some time because we will put them up for auction to just see the highest bid then cancel it. Grid said fine but you guys pay for the cancellation fee and next combining the enhancement stones and magic stones around 33,600 gold. Jishuka said you can have all that, since this raid would have failed if it were not for you. Grid thought she's pretty and generous. Regas said good job Grid, let's look for your stolen item tomorrow. Grid questioned will you help me? Regas said of course, I promised to help so I should see it through to the end. Jishuka said then I will send you a private message in 3 days when the final price is decided. Reply instantly. See you again. Grid thought it feels like some hurricane passed by. Should I get going too then but what was that bastard doing here? I want to search a cave whenever I see one. Scene come to Irene. Duran said it's time you should get ready to return to the castle. He arrived just in time, so don't miss him. Remember the man I told you about? Grid said the Yatan Church? No wonder this ring looked familiar. It was Duran's ring. So you are the Earl's daughter that Duran said he's going to save. Nice to meet you again, Miss Irene. Irene said you are the one that made the sword of self-transcendence? Mr. Grid. Grid thought I was wondering where the lady was during this ruckus, so Malachus had kidnapped her. System alerted a quest has been generated quest starting. Escort the lady, escort Irene, who is weakened by her second kidnapping. Quest clear condition arrive at Winston with Irene. Quest reward, max affinity with Erin Duran's ring. If the affinity with NPC of the opposite sex reaches the maximum, the possibility of a special event occurring will increase. Grid thought an automatic quest again. Beside that, Duran's ring is finally up as a reward. Duran's ring unique. It's the best item that has memories of Duran. I am definitely putting it up for auction and it has an even better benefit. Grid said it's still hard for you to move, so hold on tight. Irene said I can't make you go so far for me. Grid replied nonsense. I would go through all kinds of difficulties and troubles if it's for you. Some church believers spotted Grid. Grid activated quick movements and escaped. Irene thought he's strong. I can see that from my experience of observing my father and the best knights of the north. She remembered Duran said rely on the man who recognizes this ring and keep him close to you. Grid thought the benefit better than the ring. Getting to the maximum affinity with Irene means I could marry her, right? A lady husband, a lord. All the taxes are mine. This day, the death of the sixth servant Malachus resulted in a severe weakening of the Yatan Church, and it went to the point where users could not become dark magicians until a new priest was elected. The request to join the Zadaka Guild increased significantly after the guild became the first in reputation after the Malachus expedition. It was the day satisfy and the whole world shook, and history was written. Irene questioned how you are so strong even though you are a blacksmith. Grid replied, I am not like before. For one, I am overgeared. It was also the day a new chapter began for Grid. Soon, Mr. Phoenix said, my lady, are you safe? Please punish me for not being able to protect you. Irene said, you should take care of the wounds from the expedition. Get up. You have to heal fast. The Yatan Church's attack is only going to get stronger. It's because in the process of getting rescues, Malachus, the sixth servant of Yatan that led the kidnapping, has been killed. I was almost killed as a sacrifice too, but I am alive, thanks to Mr. Grid defeating Malachus and saving me. Phoenix said, you are the blacksmith that made the sword of self-transcendence. He wonder show did a mere blacksmith. He does not seem like a resourceful person either. And the lady's face, has she fallen in love? After hearing what he did, he does seem different than before. If he really defeated Malachus, he must have a spectacular reputation that I just did not recognize. Phoenix said, you are Winston's savior. I shall never forget your kindness. Irene said, I will give you this ring as a token of gratitude. It's a keepsake left by my life savior, so please cherish it. Grid replied, I too have a tie with Duran. Of course I will. System alerted, Duran's ring is bound to you now. Grid wonders, what? Bound? I was going to put it up for auction. The option alone is worth $1 million and I can't sell it. It's useless to me except for the health option. Soon, Grid thought, but there were a lot of gains. I became level 97 from finishing Malachus, and the byproduct from the raid is 33,600 golds, about $35,000. I really did benefit from their guild. Alright, let's stop it here and log out. Grid brought his sister to have some nice meal. Say, he said, we are still $500,000 in debts. Grid said, you are too mature for a high school freshman. Do I have to watch my sister eat badly on the school anniversary? Yura thought, he's the guy from the Yatan Church. I did not expect to meet him in real life. The lady beside said, thank you for agreeing to this interview, Ms. Yura. I hope you enjoyed the meal. This restaurant has quite an established reputation. Yura replied, sorry, I just remembered I had plans, please excuse me. She thought I could not find his true identity despite all that investigation. But I met him here. Does he live around here? The only person that gave me 5th in ranking a sense of defeat. I finally have a grasp of him. Yura called someone, said, it's me. I sent my current location. Investigate the man eating here. Back to Grid. He received Ah Young, his first love phone call. He wonder I can recognize her just from her voice. Grid questioned, what's going on? Ah Young said, you remembered my voice. You are still delicate. It's nothing much, I was just going through the graduation album and saw you. Do you want to get beer later in the evening if you are free? After the call ended, Grid told his sister, eat fast. No, let's just have them pack the food. He wonders what's going on. Did Ah Young really contact me? I was hesitating to confess because I had nothing that stood out. But now it's different, I have money now. Afterward, Grid went to meet her. He wonders, she's still so pretty and lovely. I think my heart will burst just being here with her. How long have I waited for this moment? Let's surely express my emotions to her this time. Grid thought, I spent about 1,000 on this look, but is she going to be dumbfounded if I confess? What should I do? Ah Young said, you were always a hard-working person. I knew things would turn out well for you and I like that part of you. Grid thought she liked it. Does that mean she always had feelings for me? I mean, I never asked. If there ever is a time to be brave, it's now. Grid said, I like you. I always did for a long time. I wanted to say this. I have no dating experience, so it came out unrefined. I am sorry. Ah Young replied, what? Why are you making such a serious face? But it's so you and that makes me happy? You are not joking, right? Could you give me some time to think? Grid replied, of course, and wonders as expected. She made the atmosphere much more comfortable. How cool. Ah Young said, I should get my head straight today then. I'll go fix my makeup. Grid wonders, I should go to the bathroom too. While she's gone, I can't ruin the vibe I barely saved. Then he heard Ah Young said, it's exactly like what the people in the reunion said. He's not even a high schooler now. Yet he still does not know how to dress himself except wear what was exactly on display. I don't know where he borrowed all that money, but he was pretty good at pretending though. As you know what's worse, he confessed to me. Just get the bet money ready, I will bring him over to the next reunion. I've never seen such a dumb virgin my whole life. Grid left, and pondered, I thought I changed from my past with no life or money. It does not matter if I earn money or wear expensive clothes. I am just like a well-packed cigarette, a worthless human. Back to Satisfy. Khan thought he looked so down today. Is something wrong? Grid thought, I have to work. I have to repay the debt. Do I just need to earn the money without thinking? Jishuka sent a private message. I request you to officially join our guild. I promise to provide you with the best environment to craft, because we need you, Grid. Grid said, but I feel better now. Soon, whole Zadaka guild came to see Grid. Grid said, I can earn the money by working alone though. Jishuka replied, it's way more beneficial to work with us. You will gain fame that will outvalue the money you get. I assure you. Grid questioned, I am based here at Khan's Smithy. I can't move my base even if you want me to. Is that still fine? Jishuka said, I've prepared to move the guild base here. There is no problem since you are more important. Grid said, that's very favorable. Good, I will join. Seeing the guild status window, Grid said, having no alliances is understandable, but no territory, And yet you have so many enemies. You are hostile with Fire Dragon Traka too. If you are a guild you should get territories from kings and nobles to collect tax. Jishuka replied, we received some offer, it's just that we declined all of them. When the nobles offered territory, we were busy looking for you. It's impossible to take care of the base while searching the entire continent. We had to find you, even in exchange for territory. Grid thought, what, just for me? Grid said, I guess a hidden class is really something. The whole guild is desperate for it. Jishuka said that's not true either. Tobin said this game has way too few blacksmiths that can make high-level equipment. There are no advanced blacksmith users, and even the NPC are barely available in the major cities. Jishuka said what we were looking for was not a hidden class but the blacksmith that had made the epic arrows. Of course we are curious about your class, but it is a secret, we will not ask you any further. Grid said, you are not like the people I know. Grid thought they only see me for me. Grid said, you came to the right place. So you will get the materials and production methods from me, right? Even if you get me the materials, I can't give you the finished product for free. Riga said, a blacksmith is the core of a guild's growth, so of course we will fund you. Grid questioned, then whose do I start with? Pawn and Vantner fight for the first. Tobin said, it's obviously should be the master, she the symbol of the guild. Self-interest is poison that harms the sublime nature of the guild, and after the master is me. Grid thought their crave for equipment is immense. Grid said, then Tobin and Luck and Jeep, you guys are the last. The rude ones and the asshole are last. Don't even think you will get equipment before you apologize to Old Man Khan. Jishuka said, I request you to make Pawn's spear first. He's one of the few pure physical damage dealers, so Pawn's attack power is very important in high-level raids, but the weapon he uses currently is low-level, so he can't fully display his ability. Pawn questioned, I do have the production method, but will you be able to learn it? Gable spear production method prerequisite. Advanced blacksmith mastery level 4. Grid said, was it Pawn? No problem. Pawn and Jishuka thought he learned it, so he is at least level 4 in advanced blacksmith mastery. The first ranked blacksmith is still at the intermediate level, and considering his combat skills in the raid, even among the hidden class, he is the best. Grid thought it's not as good as the Sword of Self-Transcendence, but it's still decent. Pawn said, I will go get the materials. I will also find the stolen shield with Riga's, so just focus on crafting. Grid replied, nice support. Alright, I will do my best. Ventnor questioned, could I also request for a repair? It became a rag because of Malika's dogs. Khan said, then I will get you the repairing anvil and hammer. Grid questioned, there are separate ones for repairing? Khan said, if the repairing tools are disposable, we would be able to get more repair fees from the customers, won't we? It is the wisdom devised by the ancient blacksmiths to get a stable income. Grid said, a stable money-making plan, a wisdom indeed. Grid said, that's weird, the attack power is low for a twin axe. Vantner replied, yes, well I still use it because I like the option. It's quite a loss considering how hard Fang's raid was though. Grid glared on the axe and said, that's why. Here, Mr. Vantner. Vantner surprised and said, look at the information. Jishuka questioned, the axe changed and there's a new skill. Grid said, it's not magic, it's a skill. I can discover hidden features with appraisal. This axe had a feature that allowed user to change the attack power by pressing the hidden button on the joint part. Until now the attack power was in the lowered mode. Jishuka said, that hidden feature, does it exist in every equipment? Grid thought, so pretty. No, get your head straight. Grid replied, not every equipment does. I can only know if I appraise it. Grid thought, it's more advanced than the 15 gold worth appraisal item. The Eye of Palalian, so is 20 gold enough? But it's a bit dishonest to charge my new guildmates for a skill with unlimited use. Grid said, listen up. It's 30 gold a special discount for joining the guild, but if a hidden feature is found, it will be an extra 300 gold. Line up for appraisal. You guys are last. Meanwhile, Pawn said an advanced blacksmith is only around 10% in producing epic ratings. Excluding the ordering fee, I can only buy for 3 sets of material. Then they noticed giant guild members is searching around the town. Pawn told Rigas, what are they up to? Let's just get what we need and leave. They were a few ranks lower than us in LTS, but in Satisfy they are one of the top guilds. We should avoid any conflict, soon when they back. Pawn questioned Vantner, what's going on? Vantner said, look at this. Grid found a hidden feature with his appraisal skill. Tobin said that's why all the guild members are handing him their equipment to get it appraised, and there are only 3 out of 300 that had hidden features. Pawn said, mine too. Appraise my item too. But Grid said, you don't have it. Grid said, I'm going to start crafting now. Are not you guys going to hunt? Rigas said, we will get going now. Show us when you are done with the production. Grid. Grid thought they are some boisterous guys, like good friends. Grid thought ability to use all equipment, immunity to all status conditions, an extraordinary skill like immortality, and Pagma's sword dance. Pagma's descendant has no problem as the combat class, but it shines brightest when it is blacksmith. 3 days later, Pawn questioned, why are you guys all here? I am here to get my spear. Ventnor said, we came after seeing the message Grid sent on the guild chats. Heard your spear got messed up. Look at your face. Jishuka said, don't be too disappointed. Even if it's a normal, it would be usable. Grid said, what a racket since the morning. I told you it's messed up. Why are you all here? Take it. Pawn said, that's alright, thank you. I don't expect much from the materials, just worth 3 trials anyway. Grid said it's not enough but use it well. I was expecting a legendary but it was disappointingly 2 epics and a unique. Vantner said no, that's a fake spear. Throw it away. Tobin questioned a unique rating can be produced? No way. Grid said epic is pretty good too but the unique rating has 19% higher durability and attack power. Grid thought it also got a plus 12% in stats by the legendary Blacksmith's craftsmanship skill and a plus 7% by the legendary Blacksmith's breath. Pon said also additional skill, it has a penalty but the buff overlap will be a good trump card for the main dealer. He wonders an appearance that is as beautiful as the Saharan Empire's national treasure persona known for its beauty, the perfect length and width for spear combat. It's like it's made just for me. There are only 2 times I got chills playing Satisfy. First was the existence of the game, and second was when I met Kraugel, the top 1 in total ranking, the genius that completely defeated me, one of the best in all the other games, the only best player in Satisfy. There was a time when I intruded on the Fire Dragon's territory to look for a weapon crafter that can make an even better weapon than his, but all of the blacksmiths found it difficult to produce unique equipment. But a blacksmith that can make my long desired equipment in just 3 tries. It feels like a wall that has been blocking my way is torn down. It's the 3rd chills I got in this game. Pon said, thank you for clearing a path for me to move forward. Jishuka hugged on Grid and said you are the best, you really are an amazing person. Pon said I have 2 epics so I can use 2 spears. What do you think, Vantner? Faker said that's a good idea though, only if you can use them properly. Pon said, thank you for volunteering as a practice partner. Someone questioned Khan, is this really your smithy? This looks like some sauna of desire. Khan questioned, what are you doing in the smithy? Grid, you too. Grid immediately get way and said, what have I done? You are planning to seduce me into not paying, right? Nothing's free. Pon said, sorry I got too excited, but honestly speaking, this is my first time getting an equipment this good so it's hard for me to choose a price. What do you say for 800,000 gold? It won't be too small an amount at least. Grid thought the legendary Sword of Self-Transcendence is worth 220,000 gold. He's going to buy a unique 4 times with that price. You became so gullible in your desperation for new equipment. No 2 pushover, no one is Regas. Grid said okay, I am in a good mood. The 2 epic spears are free. Jishuka thought he is usually timid and dorky but now he is recklessly bold. This guy, he is really unpredictable until the end. Meanwhile, Giant Guild member noticed the reason why Zadaka guys came to this smithy often. They decide to tell the master about this. Soon, Jishuka reminds Pon and Regas quickly find where the shield is. We need to earn Grid's trust. The main crew will carry on with the raids we postponed to recruit Grid. There are not many of us so we must distribute the roles as efficiently as possible. When Jishuka told Pon if you can't find the shield today I will kill you, she find out these bastards ghosting again. Vantner said why don't we produce my weapon first for the growth of the guild. Jishuka said everything in its own time, that's why we left him alone even when we are this busy. The second production request is for that guy. Ibeline level 212, the Zadaka guild 3rd on the swordsman rankings. He wonders my new equipment, I am so curious. He would not like it if I pestered him, right? But just a little. Grid yelled, damn it's so annoying. Why the hell does it look like this? A flamberge. Thorn production method. Grid wonders what's with these sticks. I get that conserving the shape is the main priority since the weapon is for tearing out flesh, but I don't want to make a normal class or rare. If you include my title effects, my dexterity is almost at 1,500. A level 2 advanced blacksmith like Khan has a dexterity of around 600. I have a higher dexterity than Khan, who is called the best blacksmith of the north. I will make it with my own hands. A strong flamberge that no one has ever made before. Location: underground dungeon of the southern Pedro Castle. System alerted you defeated the vampire baron. Chris, great swordsman, giant guildmaster. Chris said good, with this the vampire accessory set is complete. A member questioned, did you hear the news about the unknown craftsman who joined Zadaka? Why don't we barge in and take the craftsman? We have 530 guild members. Are not you being too cautious against a mere 17 members guild? Chris laughed and replied, you are the executive that joined us after our guild moved to Satisfy, right? The giant guild ran away from the Zadaka guild from LTS to Satisfy. It's a disgrace that it still follows our name. You will understand their strength once you experience it. They are curled up dragons. The member asked, but are not we overly cowering? Chris said, do you know 3 out of the 5 captains of the guild did not come to this raid? They are the 3 that have always had problems with the Zadaka guild ever since LTS, so what do you mean by cowering? They are the ones that want to crush them no matter what. They are not the only ones. Meanwhile, Mahara Magic's swordsman 19th in the unified ranking. Ambushed Regas. Zirkin 1st in the swordsman ranking, 11th in the unified ranking, ambushed Pon. And Azella's magician 32nd in the unified ranking, ambushed Jishuka. Mahara said, it's been a long time, let's chat a bit. Regas being injured by Mahara. Mahara said, you are not the old you anymore. Seems like I am too strong to be considered your rival now. Regas replied, there has not been anyone I provoked recently. I am sorry, but who are you? Pon also started to deal with Zirkin. Pan questioned, are you still wasting your time under that incompetent fool? Zircon said, it's been a while, but you are late to the news. Master outgrew me and even outpowers you. He is a person worth serving. Pan thought during LTS I was superior, but right now he has an even higher rank than Jishuka. I can't let my guard down. Zircon said, that's not the only happiness of a 70 years old. It's also a joy to be hale and strong. Meanwhile, Jishuka questioned, no way, who are you? Reveal yourself. Azella said, I've been waiting for the day to finally ensnare you like this. Vantner said, there's roughly 200 of them. They are indeed the largest guild. Jishuka said, the reputation of being the best is not earned by having a bigger head count. You still have not changed giant guild. Azella's wonders not even agitated in front of this army impressive Zadaka. Azella said, but it hurts me that you still think we have not changed since Chris considers you guys to be curled up dragons. Jishuka thought I acted tough, but they aimed for when our best fighters Pawn and Rigas were absent. Chris, you prepared well. No way. It's Chris who acknowledges your strength the most. You think a person like him only wants this small victory. Azella said, that condescending attitude of yours. Speaking of him so lowly, you guys are really, listen carefully, it's Chris's message. The goal is the dragon's magic pearl. The ones that are still underestimating us are you guys. Ibeline thought the fourth one. I have to protect Grid at all costs. A warrior said, Zadaka is not that great. A kid like you is a guild member. I commend you for fighting back until now, but elite or not, you are nothing once you are defeated. Ibeline thought I defeated 4, but the remaining 12 are all above level 150. My stamina also ran out since I fought for roughly 3 hours and half of the remaining ones are knight classes wearing armor. It's a bad match for my Flombers, which has weak durability. Outsider said, Zadaka is pathetic. They were so boastful of their strength, but look at them now. One of their members is getting beaten and they are nowhere to be seen. Back to Rigas. Mahara said, impressive, even with that wound you can attack with a flare. Rigas said, I acknowledge that you are skilled in both magic and swordsmanship, but you keep attacking in the same pattern even by giving up your sword. How simple. Mahara said, did you think I would use the same pattern again? Rigas thought the lightning is catching on to the dried air from the constant fire attacks. System alerted you have lost sight in your left eye, all stats will fall by 30% state. Confusion. Mahara said, the sapphire of callous ice, the ruby of mighty flames, become one as the emerald of storm and transcend cognition. This is the end. Rigas said, the average duration of the confusion state is 5 seconds. The time you take to cast your ultimate skill is 3 seconds, but martial artists who train their mind and body have a faster recovery from the confusion state than other classes. Rigas jumped to sky and cast Yellow Dragon. System alerted you have died from the blow. Rigas said, you were a great opponent and it was good training, but you were not the only ones with time to grow. Meanwhile, Zircon thought, I am confident that I have grown accordingly to my reputation as the first-rank swordsman. But why the difference was not this big? Is it the era of the young generation now? The attack speed of the spear. It's going over my predictions. At this rate my defense can't hold on much longer. Pan cast True Illusion. Pan said, the thing that decided the outcome of this battle was the strength of this spear, since I was completely overpowered by you initially. Zircon replied, even so, it was you that was handling the spear. Don't humble yourself. It's just a shame that this old man's clock is running a little slow. Pan said, next time you threaten Zadaka, you will have to steel yourselves better. Please convey this message to Chris. Back to Jishuka. Azelas thought, no way, they started 3 months later than us, but just around 10 of them slaughtered 200 of us. It's a power that transcends common sense. It's Jishuka that's putting them in the dominant position. But even if I want to destroy her first, Tobin's defense is impenetrable. The initial plan was to defeat them, but I can't return like this. I will stall them here until the others succeed in their mission. Tobin said they are going for a protracted battle, so it's confirmed that their goal is not us. Jishuka said, don't prolong this boring fight and reveal yourself, Acelis. Is your target the blacksmith? Acelis replied, I see you noticed, but your base has no main force at the moment. Everything is going according to plan. Jishuka replied, you think so? A plan can only be devised within the imaginable range. Just watch how things will turn out. Meanwhile, Ibeline being through into door. Grid yell, you fuckers, do you know how long it took to make this? A warrior said, seems like we interrupted him while he was crafting. He is furious. Another warrior replied, I will lower my head because of the master's orders, but still, we are from the giant guild. You've heard of us, right? We are here to recruit you, so please calm down and sheath your weapon. We have over 10 blacksmiths in our guild, so we know well about your work. Crafting is really hard, is not it? You can make it again, don't be so offended by it. Grid replied, can make it again? Do you think other people's work is a joke just because you guys are famous? Ibeline thought, I have to stop him. There are 12 of them all above level 150. It's different from the raid. He texted Grid, please wait until I recover, you can't fight them alone. Grid said, you morons, I hate your apology and your attitude. I must kill you. A warrior questioned, is he really a blacksmith? His outfit is strange and he even has a greatsword. Another warrior thought, right, something feels off. Why is a blacksmith? He reminds there's something wrong. But it's too late. Grid killed the one who stand in front with a hit, while everyone thinking how a blacksmith killed in one hit. Grid too was surprised. He wonders I know it for certain. Now Dane's life is amazing. I just swung it in anger, but it's stronger than I thought. The option effect increased the attack power by 165 since I am fighting against many. There are 11 of them now, so is it 15 per person. Estimating by that the additional attack power when fighting against 100 people would be 1,500. There must be a limit, but considering its basic attack power, it's outstanding. The work of humanity, Albertino. Even when it's the same rating of unique, his items are way more powerful than mine. A level of skill that outperforms me, the legend. I should surpass him before calling myself Pagma's descendant. But first, I should avenge my crafted item. Grid activated Blacksmith's rage. The warrior blocked it and wonders this guy is not a blacksmith. This must be Zadaka's trap. He yell everyone retreat. But Grid activated quick movements to kill them one by one. Even a pure tanker can't endure the attack from Grid. Grid questioned who told you can run away. Let's end here. Pagma's sword dance. Wave. Back to Jishuka. Acel is defeated and said you fuckers. Tobin said the petrification is gone now. So let's hurry back to the smithy. Ibeline texted Jishuka. Jishuka questioned are you alright? They attacked there too, right? Ibeline said you knew. There were a total of 16 of them. And currently I am recovering. Ibeline said but master about Grid was he always this strong? Ibeline thought what the hell is Grid's class? Everyone is assuming he is the unknown third epic class, but this power he must be a hidden class. An outsider questioned are you still recording? The man replied yeah, I thought it would make some money if I reported it. However this is not a battle, is not it more of a massacre? The unlikely counterattack of the blacksmith. Because of him, the giant guild's sudden attack ended unsuccessfully. Next day, Chris thought the blacksmith's skill I saw from the clip, he was surely a class higher than epic. How did you win a guy like him over Jishuka? Outside activities banned focus on leveling up only for the present. A new policy was established in the giant guild and the incident ended. The Zadaka guild, 2 experience change, reinforcement of the guild's strength. They recruited some of the highest rankers who were drawn by the guild's power. This made the number of newly joined guild members 7, including Grid. Jishuka thought it was because we were desperate to reinforce our guild, but none of them are sane. They are most probably drawn to the madness of that day. The day that was marked with the blacksmith's madness, who was angered over just a single hinge. This news was spread all over the world 2 days later. Come to broadcast, news reporter said today's Satisfy evening debate. We begin first with a viewer's reported clip. The clip contains some brutality, so pregnant women, the elderly and the weak, please refrain from watching. It was the day a blacksmith caused turmoil. Today's topic, is it okay to let a psychopath roam free in the game? Back to Grid he wonders the profit of the Malachus raid was 40 million won. The Gale Spear profit was 960 million won. The profit from appraising and repairing guild members' items was about 10 million won, so the overall profit would be over 1 billion won. On top of that, a cash price of 360 million more won. Grid said the orb was 600,000 and the Gale Spear was 800,000. They are paying this much just for a unique item. So many suckers are, so many pawn Jishuka, all of them are suckers. The Sword of Self-Transcendence was 220,000 gold. It's only worth 220,000. When will you ever be as big a sucker as I am? I was an idiot, I sold it to the NPC at a shitty price. I've earned 1.4 billion won now, yet I still feel pathetic. No, I have to think positively. Thanks to that I became Winston's person of distinction and was thus exempted from taxes and also crafted the divine shield. The shield was stolen but we defeated Malachus. Irene's affinity towards me increased and I got in contact with the Zadaka guild. Overall, it's all going well. Grid thought there is no time to be preoccupied with the past. I have to finish Ibeline's item. The thorn has the highest difficulty of all the items I have ever crafted. The core material is super rare and those assholes ruined it. Grid said if Ibeline can't get those materials again. Ibeline said I finally obtained it, Nab's diaphragm. It was a pretty hard journey but I have enough materials to make one more. Grid thought I will try to catch up to Albertino starting today. Soon, Grid continued to craft. Grid thought there's only one chance. My goal is epic, just 100,000 more gold. After I clear Dad's 700 million debt, I will get a brand new 800 million won luxury car. Life is all about items. The media, young, I will change up my image and stick it up their noses. I am counting on this item for everything. End up the first item rating is rare. Grid said maybe just the tires for now. Don't do this. Not again. This is not enough for a B13 midsize sedan. Should I take some money from Riga's? No, he is sweating his guts out to find my shield. That's right. It's not like I don't have any materials to remake it at all. It's mixed with bloodstained steel. But if I smelt it I should be able to make one more. In that case, I will make one more even if it's made with low quality materials, so I can charge more. 2 days later, Jishuka said don't feel so bad Ibeline. Ibeline said what do you mean bad, master? Even if it's a rare, Grid's productions are definitely something. I am grateful. Grid wake up and said you are here? You already saw it, I could not help it. Not all things go according to plan. I made one more, so use it as much as you want. It's on the chair. Aileen said there's one more. It's a two-handed sword so one is enough. But still thanks. Grid said I made it with the one the giant guys ruined, so I did not expect a lot. Well you never know. Thorn of Deep Grievance. Rating legendary. Grid questioned are you surprised? I was surprised, too when I saw the item description. It is the first production of the creator to be born with emotions. It has the owner's blood, which contains wrath, and is hostile to its creator, who neglected and abandoned it. Jishuka thought, I heard unique is the limit of the historically few master craftsmen. A legendary can only be obtained in raids, because the system makes it impossible for a user to craft. Jishuka said according to Satisfy's system, there is only one being that can do the impossible. Grid you have a legendary class right. Grid thought did she realize? I did not expect to be able to hide it until the very end but besides that why is she so sexy? Hot dang. If she stares for just one more second I will give everything to her. I really should not. It has not been long since the Young incident I am not going to fall for it. Grid replied well, yeah. Jishuka again hugged on him and said you are the best. Grid thought get your head straight, you can't fall for this. She is just really happy, but gosh, it's so good. Aileen said I don't have to thank you, I will purchase it right now for 1 million gold. Grid replied what are you talking about? Give me 3 million gold, it's legendary. Aileen said the options are truly amazing but only I the owner of the blood can use it. You can't even sell it. This price was already the best I could offer to express my gratitude. Grid said of course, you are backstabbing me, I could tell from your face. Anyway hand it over. Grid used it and said if you don't buy it I am using it. Aileen questioned what possibly could be your class. Grid said I am being generous. I will sell it for 2.5 million gold with a guild member discount. I can't go any lower. Grid thought I am done being an idiot after what happened with the Sword of Self-Transcendence. Back to reality. Grid said first pay all of the debt back, and with the remaining settle the store. Both of you have struggled so much from taking care of the field work in the store. Grid's dad said it's the parents' role to look after the family. I am sorry. Grid thought he's not even thinking about all the things he has done for us over the years. The position of a parent is so heartbreaking. Grid said we have to endure everything by relying on and raising up each other. That's what a family does. Say he said you are awesome. Spend the remaining sparingly. Grid replied life does not work like that, sister. Tada, mom I bought this car. The dream of the younger generation the B13. It's worth 800 million won. Grid's mum madly questioned you bought this without thinking. When will you grow up? Grid thought but it still feels nice. There's energy in her beatings. Next day, Grid went to fetch Seihi from school. Yerim questioned Seihi is he really your brother? He's so different from you. Are you adopted or something? Seihi replied what do you mean? Adopted? He really is my older brother. Yerim said ugly go away I don't want your ugliness to spread me. Grid ignored and said let's talk on the way. Get it? Yerim get in and questioned what are you doing? Handsome. Oppa, let's go already. Seihi said if you are in that much of a hurry, just walk. Seihi said what's the occasion? Is there something going on? Grid said it's just I need your help making me look good. Tomorrow is the reunion. The day of the reunion. Grid thought they are hosting the reunion this far away from the city. Are they trying to mess with me? Well it does not matter. This time I received reliable clothing help and I am here with my beloved 13. Then he noticed a car break down. Grid wonders I am not in any situation to help someone else right now, but I should still help a person with such a great body. No a person in need of help. Grid thought is that the S model that model is about 4 times as expensive as 13. That's a model famous for only being affordable to millionaires. How can such a young person own one? Yura question could you give me a ride? Grid shocked it was Yura, the only female user in the top 10 of the unified rankings of Satisfy, third on the list of the 100 most influential people in the world. The queen of CFS. The most beautiful woman in the world. Grid thought she's standing in front of me right now. For real. No way there can't be such a coincidence. Is it because of the negative comments? Is she here to get revenge for what I wrote about her after she ruined the quest? Yura said then I will consider that a yes and let myself in. It's an honor to meet you in person. Grid immediately replied you've got the wrong person and thought I am so fucked. Grid questioned am I going to die today? Yura said just drive to wherever you are headed. Meanwhile, Junho questioned Young are you sure Grid's coming? Young said I am not sure. Well it's because you got a place so far away to mess with him. Are you anxious because there's no one you can bully here? You can't sit still. Don't worry his first love did a very good job convincing him to come. So how will he not come? There's nothing to be butthurt about. All the guys here they are all waiting for him. There's no other person as fun to bully as him. Then one of their friends said someone's here with a B13. Junho said what is it? A luxury car? Guess someone's living an easy life, thanks to rich parents. Then they noticed it's Grid, and that's Yura the Satisfy goddess. Junho thought that's Grid. Someone said look at how beautiful Yura is, it makes the girls here look like hot garbage. She looks close to Grid. Yura said that's my secretary, thanks for the ride. Don't take the conversation in the car lightly, Grid. She stepped forwards, which shocked everyone. She said there's enough attention, so this much is one debt repaid. Grid thought she leaned in to whisper. Yura said I will be on my way. Junho thought no way, he's the loser but now he's living in a different world. When Grid came up, everyone start question how he become so rich and how he met Yura. Grid questioned Junho, what are you up to nowadays? Do you still have that bad habit of fighting? You are old enough now, you should grow up. Junho madly said I don't know what scheme you are up to, but don't get so full of yourself. I will punch you to death if I must. Grid laughed and replied there's no use getting angry at just this. How does it feel, being crushed under the foot of the person you always look down on? Junho thought this glare, I saw it before. It's him. Grid said I like that expression. I'd like to see more of that, but I am too disgusted by all of you to stay here longer. You guys tore down my self-esteem and messed with me all the time. But now you guys are so desperate to be nice to me. You are all leeches that have no sense of shame. Learn your place, instead of indulging in your minuscule sense of superiority. I am leaving, loser. Ah Young came out and said we did not finish our conversation last time. I like you too. I can soothe the hurt they inflicted on you. I can promise that. Grid recalled the conversation with Yura earlier. Grid questioned you want to repay your debts because I saved you from the Yatan church to me. Yura said you made me give up on winning and helped me clear the quest. Grid replied I think there's a misunderstanding here. I never helped you with your quest. You don't owe me anything. Yura replied I became the 8th servant. Thanks to you. I can't let this go lightly. Grid thought she's getting everything her way. Yura said I know that you joined the Zadaka guild that destroyed Malachus. Conflict is inevitable now that you guys are a prominent foe of the Yatan church, but I will never kill you in battle. Maybe I will only beat you to the point you can't fight anymore. Grid thought so she investigated well enough. You guys can fight all you want. I am just going to earn money. Yura said this is the debt I will repay in the game. I heard you have been humiliated quite often in the reunion you are headed to right now. I will be your lover. You will gain the envy of everyone. Think of it as a promise to repay my debts. Grid told Ah Young, thank you for the answer but I don't believe you anymore. Bye. Satisfy has over 10,000 classes, but it was close to impossible for new figures to enter the top 10 of any class. That was changed when the Zadaka guild entered the top 10 of each member's respective ranking in just 4 months. Users back then called that period the maelstrom of upheaval. Recently, there arose a new generation that brought another major upheaval to the stagnated rankings. They were the 10 rookies. Ibeline thought amazing. This hunting ground is 30 levels higher than my usual, yet it's so easy. I am leveling up really quickly, too. It's all thanks to the Thorn of Deep Grievance. It was worth investing 2.5 million gold. Thanks to this, I will be able to catch up to him again. I was the best among the 10 rookies, but Lal beat me made it to number 1 of the Qigong Master rankings. Above all, what most shocking was that he was around the same age as I am. Just wait Lal. Ibeline am coming for you with the Thorn of Deep Grievance. Meanwhile, Ventnor said Ibeline is leveling up so quickly because of his new weapon. Why are you making armor not a weapon for me? Jishuka said shut up, Ventnor. The weapons you have right now have improved thanks to Grid. This is for you to be ready as a tanker in raids. I guess the members' weapons excited you. But even if Grid's very skilled, it does not mean he can craft legendary items every time. Just be grateful that you are even next in the production order. Plus we already handed him the production method. Preparing the materials should take around half a day, right? Don't bother visiting him and just focus on finding the materials. You won't find Grid in the smithy, anyway. He is just as desperate to level up. Back to Grid, he wonders it was a brilliant choice to use a handmade pickaxe with 100% mastery. I was frustrated at first because I could only deplete half of its health, even using the greatsword's kill. Excluding the central magic stone that acts as its engine, most of it is made of minerals. With this pickaxe, I can see the way. Was the legend that this labyrinth was made by a great magician or something made up to hide treasure? Pretty rapid leveling in minerals. This is just a mine for me. A warrior said the pickaxe is its weakness. We can do this. Everyone come one. Next second he died. Jishuka texted Grid, sorry being late. The raid took some time. The materials are ready. Grid wonders I should head back now. But where is this? I was too focused on destruction. Damn it, this is a labyrinth. For fuck's sake, I don't see those people from earlier, either. Should I take advantage of the guild instead of getting lost in here? I am in the golem's labyrinth. Someone come here. Suddenly, system alerted the magical traps set up by the great magician Braham have been triggered. You have suffered 205,100 damage. Duran's ring effect activated. Recovered 50% health. Immortality activated. All attacks resisted for 5 seconds. Grid thought, what is this place? I only lived because the ring and immortality activated together. The cooldown for immortality is a whole day, so any more of this is dangerous. System alerted the guardian of the labyrinth has awoken. Grid thought it's huge. It's at least 5 times bigger than the golems above. Anyway, I can only get out if I kill it. Grid launched Pagma's sword dance kill, but only 1 out of 15 of its health is gone. and killed deals 1500% of Grid's attack power. He wonders if my ultimate attack does not work, there's nothing I can do. Even if I dodge it and critically hit it with 15 attacks considering the cooldown. How many hours do I have to fight? Meanwhile, Jishuka said we came here as soon as we saw the message. Why the hell are you fighting the boss monster alone? Ventnor said we should help. What are we waiting for? Jishuka said Grid has not given up yet. He might think we are stealing his kill. Grid, if you think you can't handle it, hide in the small cave behind the Guardian. Grid said indeed, if I can't dodge I should attack. Grid took our red lightning summoning beat attack towards and again cast kill. Grid thought the damage has doubled. Is it because it temporarily became a magic sword from the electric attribute? Grid noticed the damaged area is transforming like an ingot. If so, Grid took out hammer and crafted its whole body. Soon, Grid said now your joints are too rigid to defend. Blacksmith's fridge, I have not used it since this robe increased my mana, so this is a good opportunity. Pagma's sword dance. Transcend. Grid said good, I will use this opportunity to test my sword dances. Link. Grid thought I could only use Link 6 times when I first acquired it, but now I can use it 10 times. I've improved a lot. Jishuka said he exceeds the boss in attack power, stamina, and every other aspect. His luck's also in his favor, since the Labyrinth's Guardian is a boss monster with no skills, but even so, it's hard to believe he's overpowering it in defense and attack power. I am sure the skills he showed in the Malachus raid and the Giant Guild incident are just the tip of the iceberg. Grid said finally it's about to end. Pagma's sword dance, kill. Jishuka thought if Grid does his best, he could even be as strong as Riga's. System alerted you have defeated the great magician Braham's loyal servant, the Guardian of the Labyrinth. You are currently level 114. Grid thought I succeeded in the raid alone. All the experience is mine. How nice. System alerted you have acquired one Braham's treasure chest key. Grid thought what is this? Was not it a boss monster? I was able to survive the trap because it's me, and the reward for that is just few pricey metal scraps. Jishuka said, this place is falling apart. Escape to the cave I told you about earlier. Grid wonders, I've already had enough with the ugly ass monster and the sucky rewards, and now it's trying to kill me. Looking at the treasure, he wonders, I got the chest key. Satisfy is the best game. Of course, this makes more sense. Grid thought most would think the fanciest one is a trick, but this is reverse psychology that makes you lose if you overthink. Grid yelled the rightful reward for my effort. Come meet your owner. From now on I am your owner, beautiful pristine egg. Grid madly yell, are you shitting me? You fuckers. I risked my life fighting that monster and arrived here with my ass on fire. But an egg? Why is an egg even included in the rewards? Was the correct one of the other chests? I don't even have the key now. What's the use? That's right, if I don't have the key, I can make one with item creation. Grid thought nice, it's a super scientifically designed key that can unlock any kind of lock, so I will name it the master key. Alright, now that I have the black iron, it's not a problem making it whenever, but I need a strong fire to smelt it, which is impossible here. Jishuka came and questioned, are you okay? Grid said good timing, light a fire for me. Was it Phoenix Arrow that one? I need fire to smelt an ore, I will just make one small item. Jishuka questioned, so you are saying you want to use my ultimate skill that requires 100% of my mana, to light a fire? Grid said it's not that hard, if you don't then I will leave the guild. Okay. Jishuka replied fine, I just have to fire at the wall, right? She wonders he's devious, but there should not be anything wrong with cooperating with the legendary blacksmith. Ventnor thought he's got Jishuka in the palm of his hand. He's pretty cold. Jishuka questioned what is that? Grid replied it's the best tool on earth, just look. Duh, should I open the shabbiest one? It was unique boots. It has the fly skill. Grid thought this is awesome. It has cooldown reduction and the exclusive flight magic very few great magicians have fly. With this the long cooldown time of Pagma's sword dance can be dealt with. Jishuka said it's magic only acquirable after reaching over level 200 and getting the second advancement. There are only a few magicians that can use it. Vintner said the options are already amazing and the defense is high. Sell it to me, Grid. I will buy it for a high price. Grid replied no, I am not desperate for money and this is a useful item for me. So now I shall open the last chest. Suddenly, an attack shoot to Grid when the chest opened up. Jishuka yells, how dare you? What are you? Ventnor said I will avenge Grid's death. Grid said I am not dead. Jishuka said but your chest was pierced. Grid replied yeah I thought so, but it blocked it. This egg, what the hell is this? It moves on its own. It's super fast and it has the durability to withstand that attack. It does not look like anything other than an ordinary egg. Is it a dragon's egg or something? Then it's cracking open. Grid thought, is it liquid? A metal like mercury. The ghost who attacked Grid said you defy my still even after 300 years. What a reprehensible mineral. Jishuka thought this overpowering pressure. It's strong. It's at least as strong as Malachus. The ghost said the Pavranium is protecting you. So are you Pagma's successor? Grid thought he mentioned Pagma's successor. Is this the stagnant class quest? Grid replied yes, and who are you? The ghost said I am the great magician Braham. I made this labyrinth full of minerals a long time ago and waited for you. I made LJ more places like this across the continent, yet you came here this late. For his successor you have no desire for minerals. Grid questioned, you made this just to wait for me? Why'd you do that? Braham said, the name of this metal is Pavranium. It can move with its own will. It's the most perfect metal created with Pagma's skill and my magic. It's stronger than adamantium, the god mineral, lighter than mithril, and has the elasticity of Jaffa. Grid thought it's a metal created by Pagma, before that to be at a level where he can create metal. Braham said, you imbecile, focus. He wonders it only favors a blacksmith that can smelt it. It's narrow-minded piece of metal. Grid questioned, what was that for? Why the hell are you attacking? Braham said, I am the great magician that survived the battle with the fire dragon Traka. I had already transcended humanity, so I wished to become an immortal. So I designed the vessel of the soul that would transform my soul into an immortal one, and I believed Pavranium was the perfect material to make it. I assisted him for 10 years trying to produce Pavranium. With our effort, the Pavranium was completed, but Pagma died of old age before he could even start the vessel. The lowly dwarves could not even smelt the Pavranium with their sloppy skills. I was in despair and frustrated. But I have finally met you, who can fulfill my goal. System alerted Pagma's successor class quest. Braham said, make the vessel of the soul. If you can, I will give you all the Pavranium I have left. System alerted, you have encountered a fragment of Braham's soul that was sealed in 28 labyrinths. Braham desires the production of the vessel of the soul that can resurrect him into an immortal being. Grid thought, a material even stronger than the god mineral adamantium. With the scarcity of this mineral, Grid said, I don't see why I should not accept it. Alright, I will make it. The vessel of the soul. It kinda looks like a dog food bowl, is this okay? Braham thought, this asshole successor. How dare he mock the holy vessel of the soul? Braham said, the god of health and wisdom, Judah the god of war, Dominion the goddess of light, Rebecca and the god of darkness and pestilence, Yatan received their blessing in the Pavranium. If you use the divine Pavranium, you can make it into whatever form you like, as long as it can contain something. Grid questioned, how do I get the blessings? Also, the Yatan church is already hostile to me. Braham said, the time's already up. Do whatever you can, whether that be by force or by plea. Then I will wait here. Grid thought, since I defeated Malachus, the other 3 churches are quite favorable towards me. The problem is receiving Yatan's blessing. Jishuka texted Layla, do you know of Braham and Pagma? Layla replied, Braham? Of course, he is like the teacher of all magicians. He is the strongest magician that created most of the magic in Satisfy, but I've never heard of Pagma. Jishuka told Vantner to investigate Pagma. If he's a historical figure, the NPCs would know better than the users. Grid said, I can see the way. Seems like Braham gave me knowledge of the labyrinth. I am heading to the smithy first. See you later. Jishuka thought the level restriction of the boots was level 240 though. The cape was also over level 200, just like with the Thorn of Deep Grievance. Can he wear all equipment? I had no intention of finding out his class, but now I am curious. Grid thought, these boots are eating up so much mana, I should land somewhere and walk. On that day, a few witness accounts were uploaded to the community, but no one believed them. The story of the flying swordsman ended. Soon, Grid said, you guys should move faster. Why'd you come so late? Anyway, shoot an arrow at me, Jishuka. Jishuka thought, we just arrived here after struggling with the labyrinth. He asked us to come too. And what more is he asking of me? I should aim it a little away from him to just scare him. Grid blocked it and said, what do you think? I smelted it. Grid thought, if it gets hit, it freeze for 2 seconds. Complete protection would be impossible. Then, the amount is limited, so I should make a removable small item. That's right, I could make blades and put them on my armor, then automatic defense would be possible. Suddenly, a warrior told Grid, Earlstein requests to see you. Please come with us. Jishuka thought, the Master of the North, one of the big powers in the Eternal Kingdom, is looking for Grid. Location, Castle Winston. Stein thought, I don't like it. My precious daughter is making that face. She's fallen for some commoner instead of a prince. Is he the blacksmith that forcefully defeated Malachus and saved Irene? It does not make sense. The man beside is Branda Ian, Earl Stein's swordsmanship student, and Irene's longtime friend. He said, I am certain that he is a fraud like you think, Lord. All those achievements at such a young age, it's impossible. We can't send Lady Irene to that bastard. You must rightfully punish that fraud for seducing your daughter. He yelled, how dare you present yourself in that attire, and not even have the etiquette to introduce yourself. Grid thought, was not I invited to be appreciated for my achievements? What's with this mood, and who the hell is that intense guy? Stein said, I have heard that you crafted the sword of self-transcendence at a young age and that you are an outstanding swordsman that defeated Malachus and the Yatan disciples. Grid said, I defeated Malachus with my comrades and I could defeat the disciples with my low-level swordsmanship because they were weak. Stein questioned, you handled the Yatan disciples that have been a pain for years with the blacksmith's swordsmanship? I can't help doubting if it really was them that kidnapped Irene. Grid thought, wait, is he implying that I fabricated the whole thing? He's suspecting me, who sold the excellent sword at a cheap price and saved his daughter. Brand, real or not, there is a need to confirm matters. Prove it to me. Grid said, I did not know you treated your guests this poorly. Well, if this will clear the misunderstanding, I have no reason to avoid it. Grid blocked Brand's attack. Bran thought then I will win with my technique's leg strike. Again Grid blocked and counter with a kick. Bran's level was 200, but Grid's stats, weapons and experience as a warrior were offsetting the level difference. Bran then cast Sword's Grace and Armor's Will. Grid said, oh so you were a magic swordsman. Bran said, blabber all you want commoner, I will destroy you with the magic learned from my father, in the name of the only son of the great magician Earl Asher. Grid recalled Asher. Grid resisted the magic spell and said, you bastard, you should have said that before. If I knew you were the fucking son of Asher, I would not have wasted time chatting. Pagma's sword dance. Link. Stime noticed it's the Pagma. He wonders I should have recognized it in the first place. There is only one person that is both the best blacksmith and the strongest swordsman. Stime immediately changed attitude and said, please wed my daughter, Pagma's successor. Grid thought so he realized, before that, marrying Irene. Irene has a wonderful personality and she's beautiful. Some would scoff saying she's just a game NPC, but this game is another reality. The NPC have feelings, thoughts, physical, bodies and physiological needs just like humans. I can finally do it after 27 years of single life. Bran said, my lord, he is an immortal that cannot die because of the god's curse. Are you willing to let Lady Irene meet the tragedy of aging alone? I can't let you have her. I request a second duel. You all have lost reason. Storm Sword. Grid said, you are one slow-witted guy. I will show you the difference between you and me very clearly. End up Bran defeated. Stime said, I did not think Bran would be that enraged. It's because he cherishes Irene as well. I apologize as his teacher. Grid said, it's alright, but a wedding would be difficult at the moment because I have some urgent things to do. I know you cherish her deeply, it's an honor. Grid thought, let's clear the class quest first. Stime said, I apologize for letting you go through this when I am the one who invited you here. I will give my prayers to Goddess Rebecca for your urgent work to end well. Grid thought, right, Cassus mentioned that before. Stime has a good relationship with the Rebecca Church. Grid said, if you are truly sorry, could you write a letter of introduction for me? I wants to request for an audience with the Rebecca Church as Pope. Stime agreed. Irene questioned, are you returning to the smithy immediately? Please be careful until the next time we meet. Grid replied, of course. You saw how strong I am. Pagma's successor Grid. He is the first among the 2 billion users of Satisfy to become the son-in-law to be of a noble. Grid pondered, a son-in-law of a noble. I failed in the Yatan Church because of Yura, but things turned out this way. I guess it's what's meant to be after all. Toon said, hey, I've been waiting here for a while now. Are you Grid? I heard you are an amazing blacksmith. Grid thought he is one of the 6 who recently joined the guild. Toon said, you know about the maniac that wrecked the giant guys here before, right? Make me a weapon so I can fight him. Toon spit in front of Grid. Grid questioned, where did you spit? Toon said, whoa, a level 100 is getting pissed. Seems like the guild people are being too nice to you. But you see, I will be leaving the guild after I destroy that masked bastard. You say one thing wrong and I will break you. Do you know his id? I asked the others in the guild, but they all pushed out. Grid replied, I am already tired from acting all polite in front of a noble. You will be the last thing I am dealing with today. I will teach you a lesson for dirtying up my workspace. Toon replied, are not you a pro? Drawing a sword for your workspace, but like I said, you should not dare to do that with me. I don't say no to a fight that's been started already. I am not like other guys. Grid thought, incredible strength. Toon said, you are this ignorant because you've only dealt with noobs. You should be compliant to a ranker. Grid thought, my strength has increased 1,000-fold after the Malachus raid, and yet, while I have always been confident when it came to a trial of strength, this guy is beyond me. Toon said, that's dope. Are you really a blacksmith? I thought you were only level 114. But you still managed to block my boulder-wrecking attacks with that dagger. Grid wonders, I was too excited by defeating those giant guys. I've never fought a high ranker before. Toon said, I don't think you are an ordinary blacksmith, so, are you a hidden class? I did not expect this gem when I came here for that masked bastard. Let's get real, because I'm also a hidden class. Toon the Beastmaster 40th of the unified rankings. Grid thought, what incredible strength. He's going all out now. I should bring out all my equipment. Suddenly, Regas stepped in with a kick. Regas said, you are being rude to Grid. Next time it'll be your head that's blown away, so please mind yourself. Grid thought, even the famous pushover's mad. Seems like the newcomers have not been fully accepted by the guild yet. Toon said, a great taekwondo master using a surprise attack? I was planning to fight you one day, but 2-on-1 will be a little difficult for me. I will back off for now. Blacksmith, you were pretty good. Let's fight for real, soon. Grid yell, you asshole. Clean up before you go. Regas said, just let him go. He's not an easy opponent to deal with when he shapeshifts. Besides that, we found your divine shield. One of Rebecca's daughters has it. It's a title referring to the top 3 paladins of the Rebecca Church. I requested a meeting, but they declined, probably not wanting to return the shield. Grid thought, I remember now. The bastard that stole the shield called Isabel that. Regas said, Goddess Rebecca's bestowed sacred weapons on them, and it's been said that their powers equal Yatan's 2nd and 3rd servants. It's also why the relatively weak Rebecca Church can stand up against the Yatan Church. Grid thought, this is getting complicated. I have to meet Rebecca Church Pope soon. Is this going to mess things up? Riga said, and there's a message from the guildmaster. She said the equipment production can be delayed, so go without worry. If you need our help, the guild is just a message away. Grid thought she's always so serious. Grid said, then tell her I will be back soon. From the Holy See of the Rebecca Church. The next day, north of the Vatican town entrance of Rolling, a blacksmith wonders, should I start on the last pickaxe now? Then he spotted gargoyles. He wonders, why are that many gargoyles gathered in one spot? Grid killed them and dropped to the blacksmith in front. Grid thought, thanks to the Pavranium and the cape, I could herd hunt, and luckily there is a smithy here, just in time to repair my equipment. Grid said, a portable forge. This place is quite professional. I will pay for using it, so lend me your forge. The blacksmith replied, hold on, how dare you use someone else's forge? You don't even look like a blacksmith. Grid thought, because of my class effect, any blacksmith above mid-rank should be favorable towards me, so he must be low ranking. Does this mean I should shut him up with my skills? Grid said, hey, you are level 20 or something, right? Look carefully if you want to be successful. A mere country blacksmith would never have the opportunity to witness this kind of skill, otherwise. Soon, the Grid said, then let's continue the journey without further delay. Here is 10 silver. The blacksmith said, you are going already? It's going to be a difficult journey to the Vatican without a healer. Grid replied, why would I waste money on that? Anyway, practice my methods. Perhaps in 10 years or so, you could be a mid-rank blacksmith. The blacksmith guy said, my name's Lecter. It was a rude first meeting, but I will try my best to reenact the basic skills you showed me. In Satisfy, only the priests of the Rebecca Church can be legitimate healers, but in order to be a priest, they have to practice abstinence, silence and fasting, so there were very few users that became priests. Users who needed healers started paying huge sums of money to hire NPC priests, and when these funds began piling up in the church as offerings, the high clerics started giving in to worldly desires. The person who led the whole thing was none other than the current Pope himself. Location: the Holy See of the Rebecca Church. Isabel said, His Holiness is really energetic in bed, is not he, Cassis? Cassis replied, that's not an appropriate remark from the Sacred Virgin of Light. Isabel said, he who has to be the holiest has been degraded with avarice. Are you saying I can't even complain behind his back? Cassis whispered, His Holiness is coming out. There are people who are His Holiness's eyes and ears everywhere, so please be careful. Drevigo XIII, the Pope of the Rebecca Church. Drevigo said, it's noisy. Were you talking behind my back or something? Isabel, you are as beautiful as ever. Isabel said, Your Holiness, if you did not come out to make me join you in bed, will you listen to the reason I am here? Cassis reminds, please pay respect. Drevigo said, it's alright. Isabel should know best that I will never tempt Rebecca's daughter, the very symbol of the church. Isabel said, if the divine shield is imbued with dark magic, the divine power of the shield will be converted to dark. The Yatan church knew about this and targeted the shield. Drevigo said, then we should retrieve all the divine shields from the countries and families that have them, so divine and dark power have good compatibility. Isabel said, then I will order the paladins to retrieve all of them. Drevigo said, no, you have other things to do. I received a divine message last night. Goddess Rebecca told me that one of her daughters will betray me. Who else could it be than Rin? Bring Rin to me. I will punish her myself. It's already been 3 times that she's declined my summons, hiding in that country temple. Her intentions are therefore obvious, are not they? Isabel said, does Your Holiness genuinely not know why she has not replied to your missives? No. Before that, can you even hear Goddess Rebecca's messages? Drevigo madly said, how dare you? Are you doubting me? I will give you 2 days. Bring Rin to me. My will is the will of the Goddess Rebecca. Cassis thought Rin could not tolerate the church's corruption and has currently lost her faith, but Isabel promised loyalty, so she could never defy him. The Rebecca Church is a giant cage for Isabel, who was raised by the church from childhood. She would not be able to betray even a corrupt pope. Dear Goddess Rebecca, can't Rebecca Church purify itself? If the path of light still remains, please send an envoy to this world to punish the corrupted pope. Location: town of Rolling, Rebecca Church. Someone said he doesn't look like he's from here. What is he doing at Temple Wall? Grid wonders, this is real gold? Damn, these are well attached. Is there a way to remove them? Someone said, brother, the townsfolk are watching. Rolling is a stopping area for users that are heading to the Vatican. Are you heading there too? I also happen to be traveling to the Vatican. What do you say about accompanying me? I am Dong Pao, a priest user. Grid said, I've never seen a priest user, plus you are level 160. I heard only actually religious people can complete the class chance quest because of its difficulty. Is that right? Dong Pao replied, I am just an ordinary person outside the game. It is quite difficult because of the vows of silence and abstinence, and the need to consistently quest to maintain the priest position. However, praying makes clearing quests easier and increase my divine power, so it's fine. Shall we get going? Add me to the party, please. Dong Pao said, you are level 147. Is not that quite low for a user that managed to come all the way here? Grid questioned, is that a problem? I will rely on you. Dong Pao said, the path we are taking is the Paladin's patrol route, so there won't be many mobs. It will be my pleasure for you to accompany me. He wonders the higher his experience points, the higher the value of his life. I shall lead you safely to the hunting ground. While they on the way, they encountered monsters. Dong Pao said there should not be this many monsters around here. Grid yelled, give me the heal and wonders. Level 190 lizard man really takes a toll on my health. But this priest's heals are amazing. At this rate, I can level up really quickly on the way to the Vatican. He's a free priest, so let's use him to the max. Dong Pao thought this guy is strong. I assumed he crossed the Sways Mountains by luck because of his low level, but guessing by the enhancement effect of his dagger. Is it because his items are good? This much mob hunting will have many rewards, so I must make it through. Dong Pao said the loot distribution is unfair. Should make it to sequential distribution instead of part leader distribution. Grid said that could be unfair if one of you gets something expensive. So let's divide it in half when we arrive. If you don't trust me, then die with me. Suck up your potion and give me that heal. Soon, Dong Pao suggests take a rest in that cave. It's truly strange, all those mobs gathering so suddenly. I am not a fighter like you, so I've reached my limit. Grid said I'd prefer to keep heading to the Vatican, but I guess there's no choice. Suddenly, system alerted the vampire Duchess Marie Rose is sealed here. Due to Marie Rose's evil influence, you are unable to use any magic or skills. Grid said it says something's here. Can we really rest in a place like this? Dong Pao replied it's alright. Marie Rose was sealed here by the second pope, Kreshler and Rebecca's daughters. There's no way that a being that has been asleep for so long can suddenly awaken. The middle red hair guy is Shay, the green hair is Curb and the last is Sniffer. Their class are assassin. Shay said, why are you so late? We waited for half a day. Dong Pao said strangely, monsters kept showing up, so we were slowed down. He looks poor, but going by his dagger, he's loaded with money, his level is low, so it could be a little difficult to convince him with experience points though. I doubt you would rather die, so drop all the equipment and money you have and leave. Grid said, so that's what all this was, a robbery. It would be detrimental to divine power if a priest disobeys the law. Can a priest of the Rebecca Church do this? Dong Pao said there are way too few priest users to trust all the rumors. For example, priests are trustworthy. I only need to obey the law during quests, and I can increase my divine power by praying, and you are wrong about me. My faith in the goddess Rebecca is unshakable. It's just that faith does not have to necessarily be consistent with deeds. Shay said it's because the Rebecca Church is corrupt that their priests end up like this. Stop listening to that bullshit and worry about yourself. Grid thought, guessing by his equipment he's at least level 200. The rest are all at a higher level than Dong Pao. He must have led me to a place that restricts skill because this is a perfect condition for assassins. I know that rankers are not be underestimated because of Toon. Nidome the case of assassins. I am quite educated. They are way less skilled than Faker. Grid hit on Shay. Curb said that helmet and sword, it's him, the butcher of the streets. The cast smoke screen and cast attacks together. Sniffer said my shuriken are explosion, poison and smoke screen. Pretty sure you guys are not necessary. Die you psychopath. Shay said we defeated him. I felt it from the tip of my sword. Grid said rankers are really different from ordinary users. You have many interesting items. I could have died if I let my guard down. But the funny thing is, I also have many items. I am telling you again, you messed with the wrong guy. Blacksmith's rage, Pagma's sword dance wave. Dong Pao thought, how is he using a skill here? No, before that, how is he still alive after fighting against 3 high-rank assassins? This guy must have a hidden class. At this rate, I will surely lose experience points and items. I have to get out of this. Dong Pao said, spare me brother, I've committed a grave sin. Grid said you make money off of other people's lives, yet you value yours? Ridiculous. I don't care about the others, but I am glad that you betrayed me. You have no complaints about me taking all the items we got on the way, right? Then he noticed Dong Pao reaction. Seems something wrong. Marie Rose said I did not expect to be woken up like this. I followed the scent of blood, and a meal was in front of me as soon as I awakened. Is not this nice? System alerted you have encountered vampire Duchess Marie Rose. All magic and skills disabled. You've lost control of your body from the vampire's dominating gaze that subdues inferior species. You are captivated by Marie Rose's absolute charm. You have resisted. Grid thought she has immense charisma. Malachus is nothing compared to her. Grid said, wait, I thought you were sealed. How did you wake up? Marie Rose said, this cloak smells like tens of thousands of people's blood. I woke up because of this stimulating fragrance. But you don't have strong divine power like Rebecca's daughters or strong magic power like Brahm, and yet, it's remarkable how you are not affected by my presence. Grid thought she knew Brahm. She casually mentioned him. Is she a higher being than him? She's unrealistically beautiful and powerful. I could never fight her alone. I have to be careful. Grid said, by remarkable you mean interesting, right? Then will you let me go? You would not be free if it were not for me. Marie Rose laughed and said, you are asking so confidently. Adorable. Alright, I will let you go for today. Since I want to breathe some outside air after all these years. Let's meet again one day. Grid thought she's one uncomfortable lady to be around. This ended well, but I was nearly screwed over some free heals. I should really be careful with free things. I should keep this in mind. Then Grid noticed it's the shuriken belt the assassin guy used. He dropped the items and died. Grid thought of fortune. It's free. Location Rebecca Cathedral. Drevigo said, I've heard that you've been using prayer as an excuse for searching for a different truth. You've always been my sword, getting rid of the church's nuisances as I willed, and yet you dare doubt me, the proxy of the goddess Rebecca. You should have been the paragon of loyalty you have always been and set an example for the other followers. If you truly are Rebecca's daughter, Rin. Those high priests that fomented a rebellion, saying that I am blinded by earthly desire, did not you, Rebecca's daughter, take care of them? Was your loyalty back then a lie? Rin said, my loyalty to the goddess Rebecca and your holiness is eternal. However, I have become confused by your holiness's unfaithful behavior as a pope, so I prayed to the goddess Rebecca for answers about my true loyalty. Drevigo madly said, silence. How dare you speak of eternal loyalty with such skepticism? Traitor, you are no longer one of Rebecca's daughters. Kill that girl this instant and retrieve the holy weaponical sword. System alerted Pope's decision SS grade. The Pope, concerned about losing control of Rebecca's daughter, the church's absolute weapon, wants to replace her. Clear conditions. Rin's death. Clear rewards. Ability awakening. You can awaken the abilities of a paladin of the Rebecca Church. Will you accept the quest? If you refuse the quest, you will be viewed as a traitor by the Pope. This paladin is Damien. He wonders the reward is ability awakening. Does that mean I will finally get to be a true paladin of Rebecca if I accept? Compared to the Jadar Church or the Dominion Church, popular for their buffs or exemplary combat ability, Rebecca Church's paladins can only heal, and it's difficult to change to this class, so it's not popular. But the reason I still chose this path is because the daughters, who are paladins of the Rebecca Church, are the strongest among the NPC paladins. I've passed level 200 and endured a second class change, but nothing got better. I am still trying to become a true paladin of the Rebecca Church, only if I kill her. But how can I point a sword at Rin Chan, when she's this beautiful? Damien said, I refuse. It's alright, Rin, I will protect you. Damien is second-rank paladin blog owner of Praise Rebecca's Daughters. Rin said, I am not alone? Damien replied, of course I will always be by Rin Chan's side. Drevigo yells, that disgraceful bastard. Traitor, what are you waiting for? Punish those two. System alerted Goddess's Divine Punishment class change quest. As Goddess Rebecca's proxy, punish the Pope, progress reward, ability awakening, clear conditions, Pope Drevigo's death. Clear reward the hidden class Goddess's proxy. Your abilities awakened by the Goddess's blessing. All stats plus 100 skill lights blessing and heart's desire generated. Damien thought these skills, they are probably the best in existence. I've been chosen. Am I finally becoming the main character? Damien yelled, Drevigo, your evil ends here, today. But Damien immediately pushed back by Drevigo's simple magic spell. Meanwhile, Isabel thought I pushed Rin to the edge of a cliff. I should have refused His Holiness's orders, but I was too scared. I made Rin come back despite knowing very well how much she hates the current Vatican. Cassis said even if you'd refused, Rin would have been aggressively brought here by force by someone else. Surely she's grateful for being guided back by a friend, so please do not blame yourself. Isabel questioned what's going to happen to Rin. His Holiness is not granting me the right to be with her. Cassis thought, defrocking. In the worst case, she could die. Since as long as the three divine weapons are intact, Rebecca's daughters can be replaced at any time. They were forced to fight and prove their loyalty. Just because they were born with unusual divine powers, they are discarded when they lose their value as tools. What a sad existence. Isabel questioned, why are you crying? The goddess will protect Rin, right? Cassis said, sorry, without our strength we can't save her or you. Suddenly, Grid questioned why a grown man is crying on the ground like this. You are way too sentimental, it does not match your appearance. Long time no see. Cassis questioned, what business do you have here? Isabel said, wait, his cloak, it's Malachus's cloak. I heard that a group of warriors defeated Malachus not long ago. Grid said, oh, you recognize it. Then he immediately turned his attitude and yelled, wait, that woman, shield thief. Wait, I caught the shield thief. Give me my shield back. Cassis said, he is Grid, the blacksmith from Winston's smithy who crafted the divine shield you now possess. Isabel said, it's an honor to meet the mighty warrior who defeated the foe that escaped us multiple times. I thank you for defeating that notorious demon. But this shield has the potential to be a dangerous weapon, so the church decided to recover it. I want to ask you to instead give us all the other shields you made. Grid madly yelled, who are you to tell me to give you a shield? If you don't return my stuff, you will see blood. Cassis said, please calm down. What brings you here? Grid said, I did come to get my shield back, but I need to get a god's blessing, so I came to see the Pope. Suddenly, Isabel said, this divine power, His Holiness is definitely doing something to Rin. Move, I have to stop him no matter what. Grid thought, I did not notice because of the confusion. But that's an outstanding spear, crafted with even more skill than Dane's life. It must be Pagma. Luna, the last of Rebecca's daughters, said, His Holiness's commands are absolute. You can't enter, Isabel. Isabel said, Rin's going to die. Please move aside. Cassis thought, Luna's just 14. So the indoctrination is especially strong in her. She was the biggest contributor to suppressing the rebellion and in His Holiness's favorite agent. So she will never move. Luna said, what can't be done can't be done. I am sorry. Grid thought that spirit special. Wait, why is it getting so tense? System alerted help the Rebecca Church. Class change quest. The Rebecca Church is a religion with deep ties to Pagma. The friendship between the 5th Pope, Franz, and Pagma is still spoken about hundreds of years later. As Pagma's successor, you are obliged to help the Rebecca Church, that is being corrupted by the 13th Pope, Drevigo. Clear condition, Drevigo's death. Clear rewards Goddess Rebecca's blessing. System alerted this is a sub-quest that works in conjunction with the second-class quest. If you fail this quest, you won't meet the conditions to clear the second-class quest. Grid thought, what the hell? I have to kill the Pope in order to receive a blessing. This is unreasonable. Then Grid noticed, Isabel's spear. There's a mark on the spear. He wonders, is it related to the quest? I know it by instinct. It's a hint. The higher the penalty, the more the system tries to make it beatable. Isabel thought, please move out of the way. Luna Rin will die soon. There's nothing that can be done about the Pope. Please anyone. Grid questioned, do I have to defeat the Pope? A thought come to Isabel's mind. Trust him. Isabel questioned, really? Will you punish the people the Pope for disgracing the goddess? Grid replied, yes, someone ordered me to. I will save Rin, but in return give me the shield. This is a gift, a praise. Sealed lethal spear legendary, one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Rebecca Church. The immense divine power strains the user's mind and body. When the previous Rebecca's daughters died early because they could not handle the power of the weapon, the 5th Pope, Franz, asked the legendary blacksmith Pagma to seal its power. System alerted, you have discovered a hidden feature in the item. Lethal spear rating, mythical. Pagma's successor unsealed the weapon during the reign of the 13th Pope. You have appraised a god-made weapon. Insight has increased by 200. Your insight has exceeded 500. So you will see the world differently from before. All blacksmith-related skill levels have increased by +1. You can now produce imitated mythical items. Grid thought, mythical? It's a powerful weapon that easily exceeds failure. No, it's even powerful enough to destroy the balance of this world. Any by imitated mythical items. Does that mean I can craft items like Dane's life in Valhalla? Isabel thought, what's happening? White transformation is activating by itself. An incredible amount of divine power is gushing out of lethal spear. Grid thought, is it because my insight increased? I can see a number over Isabel's head. It must be her combat power. Luna said, so we must fight. Evriel's shield, one of the divine artifacts of the Rebecca Church. Grid thought Isabel's combat power rose from 55,000 to 120,000 and Luna's combat power rose from 26,300 to 50,000. Then she will probably attack the Pope to save Rin. Right. That much is enough insurance. Grid said, then hold here. I will go save Rin. Back to Damien. He wonders as expected. I am sorry, Rin. It seems like I can't be the main character. System alerted, you have lost 41% of your health. You are unable to regain consciousness. Grid threw the shuriken caused smoke screen and said it looked like there were many cool effects when that guy used it. Is there only smoke screen? Drevigo said, I see the discipline of the church has collapsed. How dare you barge into the Vatican like this? Who are you? Grid said, well, I guess it's the main character. Grid thought, so she's Rin. Her combat power is 27,000 and this paladin is a user. His combat power is 12,500. So he must be a top ranker. His class is paladin, so he should be useful as a tank. Grid said, let's form a party. But all the items the Pope drops are mine, alright? Think of it as payment for saving your life. Daman replied, sounds good to me. I will heal for now, so please take over. Damien Paladin level 227 joined the party. Drevigo yell, how dare you defile this place? Are not you afraid of the divine punishment of Pope Drevigo? Grid thought, is this the paladin's buff? He's indeed useful. Grid said, divine punishment my ass. The blessing quest got all complicated because of you. The letter of introduction I received from my father-in-law is so useless now. So why did not you behave yourself? Drevigo blocked Grid's attack. Grid thought, even though it's reinforced with red lighting and Damien's buff, my attack power right now would even be enough to pierce through Malicus's 3-layered shield. How is that Pope blocking it when his combat power is only 24,000? With Damien as the standard, if I assume the average combat power of a top ranker is 12,000, Malicus was difficult to defeat even with the whole guild attacking. So Malicus's combat power would be roughly at least 200k. But since the Pope feels stronger than Malicus, which means combat power numbers are not simply linear, so small differences indicate a large gap. Alright, I will overcome the gap with control. I learned this during the Guardian of the Labyrinth raid. Let's see how well you block this swordsmanship. Drevigo said, the best you could come up with is swinging a lot? I doubt it can penetrate the power of light. Grid replied, damn, you are really strong. Alright, let's see how long you can endure this. I was getting curious about the extent of my power anyway. Grid yell, transcend, blacksmith's rage. Drevigo thought the power of light broke? The power given by the goddess was destroyed by that infidel. Grid thought his health is down by half now. Grid said, I can defeat you alone. I am curious what items a pope drops. Drevigo yell, what the hell you all doing? Kill that infidel this instant. Grid yell, come on, the pope is low on health. Are you just going to watch? Damien said, sorry about that, leave the rear to me. Grid wonders, red lighting, Transcend and Blacksmith's rage are running out. I will finish him off while I still have time. Next second, Drevigo completely recovered. Grid curious and thought the damage was about 300,000. So how did he get that much healing? Plus a shield that neutralized kill. Drevigo said, goddess's breath, the goddess's divine blessing protects my flesh and soul. Drevigo thought this is the ultimate priest skill. Drevigo said, it guides the children of darkness to light and grants me the authority to lead in the name of the goddess Rebecca. Drevigo cast a lighting skill on Grid. Drevigo said, it is the rightful punishment from the goddess for an infidel like you. Consider it a chance for repentance. Grid replied, who are you to talk about repentance? You are the rotten one here. You should be the one getting punished. Grid defended with his divine shield. Drevigo questioned, divine shield? How dare a heathen like you hold the holy church's weapon? Disgraceful. Grid thought each blow is extremely powerful, even though it's rare. Its durability is decreasing significantly. I'm going to wait until my item breaks. Grid yell, I will block you without a shield. Wind blast. Drevigo's spell broke Grid's mask. Drevigo said, I was attempting to blow your head off. Nice dodge. Vibranium attacked towards Drevigo. Grid again cast a 22 attacks link. Damien thought it looks like Grid has the upper hand, but I know from experience, right now, the Pope's it is most dangerous. Damien reminds Grid, stay away from him. Drevigo cast a spell which caused Grid lost 52% of health in a single blow. Drevigo said, it's over now, heathen. Grid's sword stabbed into Drevigo. Grid said, I told you right, I will kill anyone that so much as leaves a scratch on my items. System alerted, Duran's ring effect activated, recovered 7,280 health. Drevigo thought, what the hell is he? Damien thought, this is horrific. It almost feels like a greater evil has appeared to punish the evil Pope. What a cruel punishment. That's the savior butchering the Pope on holy ground. Drevigo thought, unbelievable, I am getting this humiliated by this mere heathen. This can't be happening. Not to the agent of the goddess, the lord of 70 million followers that even kings bow to. Grid thought, damn it, is it another heal? There's really no end to this. No, it's a heal, but something feels different. What is it? Drevigo said, I have been humiliated by a savage, but this has been a good opportunity for me. I am once again reminded that heathens are beasts that can't be reformed. The goddess Rebecca always guides us the light via hardship. Grid thought, it's different this time. Something's coming. Meanwhile, Luna said, His Holiness's orders are absolute. Isabel replied, the one I follow is the goddess Rebecca. She cast goddess's condemnation which broke Luna's shield. Isabel said, I used white transformation, so Luna won't be waking up anytime soon, but she's just unconscious. Look after Luna, Cassis, I should hurry and save Rin. Isabel thought, I will stand against you, Your Holiness. I cannot risk losing my sisters like this. When she entered, Drevigo said, protect your servant and bestow your power into me to punish evil and sin. I shall obey as the loyal servant of the goddess. Isabel said, that's the strongest divine magic. Don't try to withstand it. Dodge now. After the spell was over, Drevigo was shocked the Grid still alive. Isabel as well, curious about it. Rin said, I believed obeying him was serving the church, but I ended up hurting everybody. But if giving divine punishment to the Pope is the goddess's decision, I will fight against him. System alerted Ickle's sword, one of the 3 divine artifacts. Grid said, hey you guys, better listen while I'm saying it nicely. If you even think of stealing my skill, I will kill you. He's my prey now. That fucking weasel will die by my hand. Damien thought he blocked Pope's goddess's wrath. This guy, how the hell? Thanks to my ability Awakening, I defeated the paladins. I need to buff him. Drevigo thought, what's going on? How did he block the power granted by the goddess? This savage beast is still not backing down, despite having the living daylights beaten out of him. I underestimated him. You fool. Again with a sword? As long as this shield's intact, your attacks won't work on me. Next moment, Grid broke the shield and said, you idiot. You don't block magic power with physical defense. Golden Flash Dane's life reproduction skill deals 1000% of the caster's magic power. Grid yell, just drop the damn items and die. You son of a bitch. System alerted Link level 2 skill level rose by 1, damage increased. Grid yell, go ahead and heal yourself. I will just keep dicing you up until you die. Drevigo cast Goddess's protection and followed by Goddess's wrath. Drevigo thought he wouldn't be able to block the attack completely with those golden discs. It's the end. Drevigo said, finally I can see the end of this. Vanish without a trace. Grid grabbed on Drevigo's wrist and said, I told you, asshole, you are fucked. System alerted immortality activated. Grid casted kill level 2 and finally defeated the 13th. Pope Drevigo. System alerted you have gained 20 levels. You are now level 170. Grid said, I am totally drained. I can't even move a finger now. System alerted quest complete. The Rebecca Church's affinity has reached max. Talk to Isabel to receive the blessing on the Pavranium. Isabel said, thanks to you, the honor of both the goddess and the Rebecca Church could be saved. Damien thought, unbelievable, he defeated the Pope alone. barely receiving any help. Without him, Rebecca's daughters would not be protected. Besides, system alerted change to unique class. Goddess's agent, you are qualified to become the Pope. If you become the Pope, you can run the Rebecca Church. Damien pondered. Most of the hidden classes are rare, and there are only roughly 3 Epis class holders, but I get to change into a unique hidden class. He granted me this fortune, who served Rebecca's daughters until the age of 32. This man is my life's savior. I must repay this huge favor. Grid told Isabel, you are not thinking of paying this off with just words. Is not the Rebecca Church super rich? Give me my money. You saw my helmet broke, right? My cape and armor are super damaged, so you need to pay the repair cost for those. Also, you did not return the divine shield to me, so you need to compensate me for the mental struggle I had to go through. Damien thought his nickname is Grid. He's really going at it with the demands. Grid said, and this is the most important thing, bless these. That's possible? Yeah? Isabel replied, it is, but you want us to bless Abijex? Anyways, alright. System alerted the Provranium is imbued with Goddess Rebecca's blessing. Golden discs made of Provranium. Grid thought it is a healing skill. It not only has its own will, but the ability to acquire skills. Does that mean there's a chance its skills would increase if it's blessed by the other gods? Isabel said, and as promised I will return the divine shield. Grid thought, now my concern is whether I can get the blessing from the Yatan Church at this rate. If they won't, I will have to make them give a blessing by force. Isabel said it would be difficult to give you compensation for your efforts as we must use our funds for rebuilding the Vatican. It's a truly shameless request, but please consider the shield as compensation. Grid replied, that's a sham, but alright. I have a long way to go anyway. Damien questioned, are you leaving already? Many have gained peace thanks to you. I was not a big help this time, but I hope one day, I will be able to pay you back this favor. And before you go, can I rub my cheek on that disc? It touched them, right? Isabel's breasts. Isabel kicked Damien's head. Grid said, right, instead of money, do me a favor, it's about my next destination. Write me an introduction letter. Meanwhile, Tobin thought, disloyal bastard, I asked them to help me on a quest, and they all back out? That volunteer guy can't be contacted either. It's an SS rank quest with a legendary sword as the reward. It's a 1 in a million chance I got because of my status as the best paladin of the Jadar Church. The risk's as high as the difficulty, so with their lack of balls, no one will help. The ones that did decide to help are newbies. The lady in front questioned, where do we start? Tobin said, we need to go retrieve something. Our destination is the Rebecca Church's holy see. The god of health and wisdom Jadar, and the god of war Dominion. They were the children of the goddess Rebecca. That's why the Dominion and Jadar churches have maintained a close fellowship serving the Rebecca Church. However, members of each religious body had their own ambitions. Pascal, the Jadar Church 11th religious leader, said, I cannot tolerate Drevigo bringing disgrace on the papal position. The anxious Rebecca followers must also want the rise of a new pope. Tobin said, the most highly respected 5th Pope Franz was selected from our church. There is precedent, so it's possible. What can I do for you, sir? Pascal said, retrieve Franz's treasure from Rebecca Church. If I can prove my line of descent with that, I can be the next pope. System alerted Franz's descendant. Pascal is dreaming of becoming the 14th pope. He wants to prove to the Rebecca Church that he is Franz's descendant. Retrieve Franz's treasure from the Rebecca Church and deliver it to him. Clear reward plus level 5 and the Sword of Wisdom. Tobin thought a high ranker's ranking goes up with even and just a small gain in EXP. But 5 levels, I am 68th in the unified rankings at level 232, so it can increase my ranking tremendously. And also the Sword of Wisdom, rating legendary. A divine artifact of the Jadar Church. Considering it being legendary, it has unimpressive attack power, but if I use the skill cooldown reset cleverly, I will be able to make continuous attacks like Pawn and Ibeline, and I will level up in no time. It's a difficult task, but I am already disliked by Grid, so I must accomplish this to get something good. Pascal said, the spy within the Vatican will tell you its location on your way. I look forward to your performance as our church's strongest paladin. Back to the day of the quest beginning. Tobin thought they all agreed to help when I asked them, but then refused Alteron when they found out it involved the Vatican. Was our relationship weaker than the trust the newbies have in us? Tobin said, I appreciate you guys, but might have to fight Rebecca's daughters at the Vatican. Box the linker ranking 1 unified ranking 232 said, was it treasure retrieval? It will all work out one way or another. In return, we just want the opportunity to meet the Skull Helmet Man. Tobin thought linker is one of the highest difficulty classes because of how hard it is to use magic power to control and influence the target. His unified ranking is the lowest in the guild, but he's the top in his class, so a lot is expected of him, and the others are also high ranking. So this feels reassuring. Asuka Berserker, Black Teddy Summoner. Tobin thought, all else aside, the newbies seem to be especially obsessed with Grid. Tobin said, I said it earlier, but I can't reveal his identity until I can fully trust you all. Box said, he really is treated like some kind of treasure. We know it very well. That's why we offered to help you here. If we earn your trust by doing this, perhaps we will be able to meet him someday. You are the guild's chief of staff, so you must have some acquaintance with him. Tobin embarrassing said yeah, we are super close, I am pretty sure I am his closest friend in the guild. Soon, Tobin noticed the signal of the spy which leader talked about. Tobin said wait here for a bit, I go get the church's message. Asuka questioned Box can we really meet the skull helmet guy, if we help on this mission? Box said I can't be sure of that, but there's no other way right now than earning the favor of the chief of staff. Asuka questioned what if he just wastes our time and gives some lame excuse, I will continue along the way with Black Teddy, so you bring the chief of staff. I am tired of waiting. Back to Tobin, he received message Pope Dravigo was just recently brutally executed, by a person that has been blessed by the gods. Tobin questioned what's that person's name. The man replied, I could not get any more information but he was strong enough to counter a pope with just his swords. Tobin thought no way, if he's been blessed by the gods, that means he's a player, and whoever it is defeated one of the strongest known NPC alone? Could it be the first ranking Krogel that Pond talks so frequently about? I heard his power is on such a transcendental level that even our whole guild would not be able to beat him. No, there could be plenty of hidden skilled people that we are not aware of. Like how I had never heard of that girl Euphemina until she totally wrecked Faker not long ago. Tobin questioned the Vatican guarded by Rebecca's daughters? Were they defeated? The man said Rebecca's daughters are safe. Recently the Vatican's relationship with Rebecca's daughters has been very tense. That seems to be the cause of their defiance against the Pope and ultimately their abdication in protecting him. Tobin thought was the situation this bad? Anyway, with the Pope dead, the Rebecca church must be in chaos. Tobin thought this makes it easier to steal Franz's treasure. Tobin said alright, then told me the location of the treasure. Soon, when he came back, he questioned why you were alone. Box said Miss Asuka could not tolerate it any longer and went first and Black Teddy decided to accompany her. If what I heard is right, Mr. Black Teddy is Miss Asuka's attendant in real life. Besides that, you don't look so well, is everything alright? Tobin said it's nothing. It's just that the situation of the quest suddenly changed a little. I don't think we have to go to the Vatican for now. But the location of the treasure changed. I will share the modified description in the party chat. Suddenly, they noticed smoke in front. Box said that must be Asuka, she could be hunting because she's bored. Tobin immediately head over and thought there's no need to go to the Vatican. We can avoid confronting Rebecca's daughters at all. If there's one thing that's not feeling right, is that it's an SS rank quest. At this point it would not be strange for the difficulty of this task to drop. Box said it says the task location is right in front of us. I think they came across the quest, rather than hunting. It's Asuka, let's hurry. Asuka told Black Teddy, help me. Black Teddy summoned Black Bear. Tobin stunned and thought the man's word earlier. There is a treasure in the Vatican that could prove my line of descent from Franz. You must retrieve it. The thing is a player took the treasure. Tobin questioned a player? The followers allowed a player to take Franz's treasure. The man said they were even sorry they could not give anything more than that. So I command you, our best paladin, Tobin, the treasure that can prove my line of descent from Franz is the Holy Crown, armor and gloves of light, and that player it was for a very short time, but he wore the armor of light. He must be stopped. He defeated the Pope and took the treasure. Grid questioned Tobin, did you order this? Come here. Care to explain? A white bear ambushed Grid. Grid thought is it the big dude summon creature? The damage is too high. Tobin said wait, he is in the same guild. Asuka never stopped and continued attack. Grid noticed their attack power are around high rankers. Grid thought but even so, this much damage dealt is it because of my lack of equipment? If that's the case, Grid equipped Holy Light Crown Legendary and Holy Light Armor Legendary and Holy Light Gloves Legendary. System alerted when equipped with 3 set items. Defense plus 500, health plus 6000. Grid questioned what do you think? It's cool. Tobin thought that is the Holy Light set. I did not believe it when it was listened in the quest. So that means it was Grid that defeated Pope Dravigo and took his battle gear. Even though it was only a few weeks ago when he was level 100 or so. How did he defeat the Pope alone? Besides that, it's a good thing, if I can get him to help me with my quest. Tobin thought don't trigger him, you lunatics. Asuka said this great sword, you are the skull helmet guy, the psychopath, right? I heard you defeated the giant guys alone? Grid replied you still call me a psychopath when you can see this magnificent set? For once I thought I was gaining some fame. Why the hell are you showing up out of nowhere picking a fight with me? Grid activated kill to the white bear, but he wonders it withstood it? I felt it pierce through its body though. Grid thought is it that big summoner's power? Black Teddy activated Berserk. It gives summoned creatures an immunity status for 10 seconds and doubles all their stats. Grid immediately cast Restraint. Black Teddy thought not only did he deal damage to a level 280 white bear warrior in Berserk mode, but he blocked it. Grid said if you started a fight, you need to end the fight, kid. Asuka defending and wonders he's swinging that huge sword at this speed. This is an unbelievable ability. But he is going for a slugfest. It's good for me. Since the longer the battle duration, the stronger a berserker gets. Sword frenzy. Grid said hey, kid, you should have listened carefully, when I said these were brand new, and this is what a consecutive attack looks like. Hagma's sword dance, Link. Now tell me, what was the purpose of your attack? You called me a psychopath earlier, yeah? Let me show you what happened if you don't answer me properly. Tobin interrupted. Grid questioned, you bastard, how dare you interrupt? Tobin said, trust me, I did not do that. It's true, I did not do it. It's our new guild member Box. He's a linker that can control targets. He controlled me to do that. Box thought a linker's ultimate attack marionette controls the target with magic power. It's the best status magic there is in my ultimate attack, but it only lasted for 3 seconds. If it's a monster, it would be a maximum of 5 minutes, and even on a user, it should last for 30 seconds. Is this the magic resistance of a first-ranked paladin? It's a shame that my ultimate skill ended like that. Box said, nice to meet you, Grid. We joined the guild recently and we're helping Tobin with his quest. His quest was to kill you. Grid questioned, you were really going to kill your guildmate? Tobin said, it's a misunderstanding. It was a quest to execute the person who killed the Pope, but I did not know the target was you. And fighting is not even necessary. The quest is completed if I take the holy light set you are wearing, so you need to sell me those. Grid questioned, and I should just trust you and die? Tobin yelled, Black Teddy, stop. Grid said, I will consider it since it's a guildmate's quest. How much will you pay for it? Tobin questioned, what do you say about 2,000 gold each? Grid replied, are you insane? You are kidding, right? You should at least give 2 million for each. Tobin questioned, what? But that's an absurd price. Are you not the one that's got to be kidding? It's quest equipment that I can't even wear. Grid said, well, I think it fits great on me. Tobin said, honestly speaking, don't you think you were a bit cruel? It's my first SS rank quest. Help me out there. Grid thought it's good that an idiot like him wants to buy exclusive equipment, but he is underestimating this legendary equipment's ability and worth. Tobin thought, damn it, the price aside, he never compromises, so he will never hand it over easily. Box texted Tobin, can we just defeat him? You are aware that we want to fight him at our max strength, right? We will defeat him and give you the equipment, so just stay out of our way. Tobin thought, that's messed up, hurting a guildmate like that. But I won't know when Grid will start to make my new equipment. With lower tier equipment I will just hold back the guild. Is that a good reason to turn back on a guildmate? Trust in the guild is absolute. Tobin replied in message, please pretend like you are using magic on me. Grid thought, a buff of a paladin? That means. Tobin said, I am being controlled by Box's marionette again. I am sorry. Grid thought, Tobin is acting strange. This means I have to fight them, right? Box said, since we met you after all, I would like to experience the power of a hidden class changer that defeated the giant guys myself. Asuka cast attack and questioned, what do you think? It's the power of my favorite demonic spear, Hell's Halberd. This skill is a fixed CC, as long as you are in the air. Grid thought, I heard a berserker can use all types of weapons and now it's a demonic spear. That aside, her defense got better too. Even more annoyingly, that bastard Tobin is giving them a buff. Grid cast wave, Box immediately give magic power resonance. The buff effect applied to you and your party members will increase 1.5 times. Box cast magic pistol. Grid said, even with the stats penalty, the items make up for it. Box thought, only 300 damage inflicted? Even though a linker's attacks are weak, all my stats are increased because of the buff. Grid cast transcend. Tobin stepped in, blocked it. He wonders there's damage on my epic rating shield. What the hell? Grid yelled, damn it, why are you acting like this? Asuka said, you asked earlier about why we wanted to contact you, right? Did you know that there are as many people who sell information on class changes as there are hidden classes? In order to choose and purchase the best class, people need a lot of information, and famous hidden class changers like you are the best source of information for me. Teach me how I can obtain your class. I will pay you an amount so large, you would never able to spend it all. How much will it be? 10 billion? 20 billion? Tobin thought she was so desperate to find the skull helmet guy in the guild, so this was why. Black Teddy is Asuka's assistant, so he must have been helping her. It's a tempting offer for a man like Grid, who is so greedy for money. Grid said, 1,000 trillion won. Use your brain and think for a second. Do you think it would be a hidden class if I could tell people about it? Also, it's not like all class change methods are the same. You can't do everything you want with money, dumb kid. Also, you attacked a person out of nowhere just to make that kind of offer? I have to finish this quest ASAP and go on a date. Tobin thought, it's a ridiculous price, but it was worth it for Asuka to offer that. But even if you are risking a battle, you will regret rejecting the offer. Grid. A battle with a ranker is on a different level. Grid said, you are attacking immediately after getting rejected? This is why I am calling you a kid. You are not match for my joint attacks. Link. Box questioned Tobin, why don't you make a decision now? It would be beneficial for the guild to be aware of their guild members' full strength. Tobin said, I will pitch in. Tobin casted fierce momentum while Box casted magic power resonance. Grid thought, the demonic spear again? The physical force is different than the one earlier. The shockwave lifted me in the air. Grid said, now chains? How many weapons? The white bear attacked towards. Grid blocked with gold disc. Asuka said, now you don't have that golden disc around. Let's see how well you can endure this with your bare body. Onslaught great sword. System alerted, you have been hit by a fatal blow. You have been dealt 29,900 damage. Grid said, Damn, I thought I was really going to die this time. System alerted Duran's ring recovered 50% of damage received. Holy light armor health recovery magic effectiveness increased by 300%. Black Teddy yell move away miss. Block. White bear warrior cover up. Grid said you plan to make it out alive after stabbing a hole through my chest? Kill. System alerted your party member Asuka died. Your party member Black Teddy died. Box thought that's strong against rankers. He's way beyond my expectations. It was definitely worth it to go through all this trouble to meet him. Box said leave the Zedaka guild and come to our guild. I am here to invite you. Before his word end, Grid already killed him. Grid said your acting was quite remarkable. I almost died thanks to you, Tobin. Tobin kneeled and said no matter what excuse I give, I turned my back on a comrade for my own desired. I have nothing to say. I am sorry. I wanted to become stronger, that's why I had to complete this quest. But still that does not change the fact that I have done something unforgivable. Grid said if I tell Jishuka, you will be kicked out. You know that, right? Tobin said I will accept it. Grid said I will take your desperation into consideration since your item production order has been pushed to end. I have enjoyed many benefits from being a part of the guild, so I will let this slide. However, from now on, you will do as I say. I will make you the item. What do you say? Get up. There's a quest we need to complete, and the payment for being an asshole is separate. Give me all the money you have right now. Location SA Group. Chulho said, thank you all for gathering. We had to call for a meeting so suddenly due to the urgent nature of the matter. As you know, Satisfy is huge success, and the SA Group is not only the biggest group in Korea, but also the whole world. We have over 20 million clients and hundreds of affiliates. Our influence and wealth is now incomparable to other groups. Undoubtedly, Korea heavily depends on us, since they can't substitute our company's contribution to job creation and charity work, and the Korean government sent us an interesting request yesterday. Let's begin the meeting on the international competition. That's the government's suggestion. We will categorize the top 100 rankings into their respective countries as teams and host a tournament here in Korea. The Korea government will be in charge of the supervision, and they have requested us, the SA Group, to design, promote and sponsor the event. A man said the government keeps asking, we are not some kind of charity, there are already plenty of tournaments hosted by companies and broadcasting stations. Do we really need to spend company resources on this? Another man said on top of that, one well-known ranker is worth hundreds of millions. Director Sang Min said, but if it's an international tournament for a game that 1/3 of the population enjoys, then it's definitely going to draw a lot of attention. President Lee Hoon said considering the ranker's popularity, its success is guaranteed and the cost of the broadcasting's rights will be massive. This is probably what the Korean government is aiming for too. Branch manager Kim Ji-young said, why don't we make the Satisfy International Competition a prestigious festival starting this year? Chulho said it's very desirable to build patriotism within the world of Satisfy. Let the Korean government know our thoughts and approve their request. Nah, he said, please wait. Before approving it, there are some improvements I'd like to suggest. First of all, the balance between countries is not equal. There are 23 Americans in the top 100 unified rankings and there are only 2 Koreans. It's impossible for an international competition to be fair like this. From following conversation, someone suggests decreasing the range to top of the unified rankings or expand it to picking a celebrity of each class. Nah, he said, then the scale will become too small, and if we choose to pick a celebrity, there will be too many things for us to handle. Also yesterday you're a recast level 280. So currently top 5 rankers are all over level 280. A man said the ranker's leveling speed is too fast. Was not the next appearance of a level 280 ranker supposed to be in 2 months according to Morpheus's prediction? Nah, he explained there's nothing wrong with Morpheus. It's just that the top ranker's capabilities are beyond reason. We can instantly realize this when we take a user named Rigas. He plays with his bare hands without a weapon, yet he is maintaining the first rank of the marital artist class. The ranker's skill mastery and battle sense exceed those of ordinary people. A man said he is from British, Roald Hoffman, right? Does he still believe that using a weapon is a violation of the Taekwondo spirit? Even thought a martial artist does not always rely on weapons, just equipping a knuckle duster will make him stronger. Nah, he said, then back to the point. The reason I mentioned Yura's level was because if we accept to host the international competition we need at least 3 months for preparation and promotion, and with the current leveling speed of the top 5 rankers level ups, they will reach level 300 within that 3 months, which means there will be 3rd advancement users. In the past 5 months, the number of users over level 200 grew exponentially, so now there are over 1,000, but, as you know, even though there is a difference between a 1st advancement user and a 2nd advancement user, and that difference will be way bigger between a 2nd advancement and a 3rd advancement. Chulho said you are right, since we programmed the 3rd advancement to be as difficult to accomplish as a hidden class. The 3rd advancement users will overpower the other users, so you are saying the results would be too predictable. We can't change the system now? Branch manager, can we do anything about it? Branch manager Kim said it's already difficult to limit the international competition participants depending on their ranks. Someone suggests to select the participants through a quest. We could inform players about the tournament through the quests and encourage the users to take part in whatever category they want and provide a related quest for that. Chalho said not only will all users have the same starting line, promotion and participant selection would become easier. Brilliant idea. Location Dominion Church. Dominion Church leader Rhonda questioned, you want the Dominion God's blessing? God's blessing is a holy ritual that happens once a year only to a selected follower of great faith. Even if you have the Jadar Church's best paladin as your supporter and have a recommendation letter from Isabel, the Rebecca's daughter, that would be difficult. She thought he looked stubborn, but his eyes are genuine. What a peculiar impression he gives off. Tobin said, leader, this man in front of you is Grid. He is the proxy of the goddess that punished Yatan's servant Malachus and the corrupted Pope Drevigo. Rhonda thought then he is already a great being that has been blessed by the Rebecca goddess. Rhonda said, it's an honor to meet you. If that's all true, I will grant you God's blessing. Tobin thought the Pope and the leader each have tens of millions of followers and even kings respect them. So their authority is beyond imagination, but that high of a being is bowing for a mere user. Soon, Grid excitedly said it now has attack power options. Tobin whispered, quiet down. This is a level 260 Griffin habitat. If we get caught by them, we are dead meat. Besides that, if I return without Pope Francis' armor, the Pope will be really angry. Do I have to go with you? Grid said, that's your problem. Enough nagging and let's go. My paladin slave. To the Jadar Church. Tobin thought, you sick bastard. I should have realized the second we set foot to this road. Grid said, I was planning on hunting griffins on the way. The griffin's bones, leather and tendons are worth a lot. Tobin said, but this canyon has too many level 260 griffins. Once they start crowding, even Krogel won't stand a chance. Then he questioned Grid, are you listening? We should not just hide. Then he noticed, why is he wearing Malachus's cloak? Griffin leader level 290 field boss appeared. Grid said, run so that I can hunt. Tobin thought, my quest is ruined. God has given up on me. A field boss appeared. What kind of curse is this? Grid fully equip and start to hunt. The boss monsters of Satisfy can be classified into 3 general types. First is a hidden boss like Malachus and Drevigo, then a dungeon boss that resides in the deepest level of the dungeon, and lastly a field boss, like this one. They are the weakest among the boss monsters, but their stats are 4 times larger than an ordinary monster's. Hunting one ordinary griffin is already impossible to do alone. But Grid critical attack immediately defeated the griffin leader with a blow. Grid thought that surprised me, was not the Pope's health around 300,000. Level 2 kill attack power 1800% and Blacksmith's rage and the increased attack power from the Dane Self's option effect. I put all of the 200 stat points I acquired after defeating Drevigo into stamina 2. On top of that, the Pavranium's attack power reinforcement and Holy Light Glove's 5 joint attack option effect, and a critical hit. No wonder the damage was so big. Tobin questioned the attack power just now. How did that happen? Grid said it was luck, pure luck. Besides that, why is the reward for the field boss so unimpressive? Just one old spellbook. Tobin said it's extremely rare. It's an item only dropped by the Griffin leader and the probability of it appearing is just 0.1%. Anyway, I did not expect to hunt the field boss here. I almost died, but thanks to you, I got items and EXP. Then only he realized we were not in a party? Tobin asked, can I join the party? Grid replied, a traitor does not deserve any rewards. What are you doing? Run. At the time, Tobin did not know how this slave life would bring him fortune. Meanwhile in Winston, Irene said, bestowing rewards on you for your contribution on stopping the Yatan Church's threats and defeating Malachus is my honor as the Lady of Winston. Jishuka, I award you with the title of Baron and give you a village called Baron. The Zedaka Guild has been recruited by Irene. Once every 4 months, 2 full moons overlap and become one, and at that moment, the Brinichi shore unveils a secret path. Euphemina thought, I finally found it. Is it the path that leads to the deep ocean? Mief, the dwarf master that remained here after marrying a mermaid 500 years ago. The final destination of the journey in search of Mief's descendant. System alerted you have played Lorelia's flute. You can breathe underwater for 25 minutes. You have discovered a place only mentioned in legends. If you create and sell a map of this place, you can earn a great reputation and gold. When you sell the map to the 3rd prince of the Saharan Empire, a joint quest will be generated. You are the first discoverer of the Siren Kingdom. Euphemina thought, this is definitely worth jumping for joy about, since I am the first discoverer among 2 billion users. But finding Mief's descendant is my priority right now. To find the production method for the orb used by Muhammad, the first disciple of the great magician Braham during his lifetime. Euphemina said, I wonder how much you've grown. You still remember the promise to make the orb, right? I will bring you the production method. Just hold on. Euphemina will be there soon. Location Barren Village. Toon said, I only entered the guild to meet that skill head guy. How did I end up being some security guard for this tacky old village? Asuka, Black Teddy and Box wanted to find that guy too, but they all left the guild. What the hell are they thinking? I should say something to them. When Toon asked Box about Grid, Box said, I already met him, but I have not gained the result I wanted, so I left. It's not fun to tell you who is he. He's a very unexpected person, so have an open mind. And you remember my suggestion, right? After you are done with your business with him, move to our guild. With an attack like yours, you are welcome anytime. Shun wonders who the hell is the skull helmet guy then. I've met all the guild members. Not him too. Grid? But he's just a mere blacksmith based in Winston. Wait, he is level 172. I thought he was only level 110 a month ago. He's kinda sus. Back to Jishuka. Vantner said Pan and Ibaline are dealing with the monster nearby with the soldiers. And Faker is calculating the finances. The village is advancing quite quickly. Many users are moving here too. Jishuka said this village always had the potential for growth. They have multiple high-level dungeons and it's only half a day of travel from Winston. Vantner questioned where is the chief of staff at times like these. It's been a week since I've heard from him. After rejecting his request to help him finish his quest. Jishuka said we don't need Tobin here as the chief of staff yet, so it's fine. Vantner said Grid is not here too. That asshole has not intention to craft my equipment and is instead busy hunting. Did you see that? Do you see his level is over 170 now in less than a month? He said he was leaving to complete his quest but he just hunting all day in some dungeon. Jishuka thought that's a level up speed comparable to Riga's in his golden days. After seeing Braham in the labyrinth, I did individual research on Pagma. Pagma is the best blacksmith in history and the strongest swordsman. I had no idea Grid inherited that legendary power. Considering his difficulty of his legendary class change quest, it's understandable that he is taking a while to return, but still come back quickly Grid. I want to see how much you've grown. Back to Tobin, he told Grid please, I beg you, let's take a break, it's been 4 days already. Grid said I want to reach level 200 and have the stats awakening. Tobin said at least let me rest, I don't earn any EXP from being your bait. Tobin thought the stats awakening increases all stats and activates every 100 levels. That would be a huge benefit for normal users, but legendary class changers like him don't seem to be affected by their levels. Tobin thought he's defeated 4 top rankers all above level 200, and hunted hundreds of level 260 griffins alone. He is way stronger than the strongest known epic class changers. Tobin questioned how did you change to a legendary class? Grid thought thinking about it. It all started in the northern end cave. It was a terrible life where I died countless times and was burdened with debt. Grid said don't ask about these things. Tobin said let's stop hunting now and head to the Jadar church sanctum. I have no right to state my opinion, but I will help you clear the blessing quest. I took your time and effort lightly, I apologize. Grid said Tobin, alright let's get going then. Grid thought I was too rough on him and said but I will still snitch on you if you don't listen to me. I am only listening to you now because I am a kind person. Next day, Jadar church sanctum. System alerted obtained a defense buff skill due to God Jadar's blessing. The owner's defense will increase by 15%. Pascal questioned will my blessing be of any help to you? It's my honor as the Jadar church leader to be able to help goddess Rebecca's proxy. I am curious to hear about your tales of defeating Malachus the Wicked and Drevigo the Corrupted. Grid thought this hospitality was unexpected. I was ready for battle since he wanted the holy light set. But I should not let my guard down. I don't know what he could be planning. I am level 180 now, but thanks to the stats I earned from crafting, my stats are exceptionally higher than my current level. My level has increased by 30 since defeating Drevigo. I am confident that I can win even if we do fight. Pascal thought did he hear about me from Tobin? He is very alert, but I have no reason or need to be hostile to the goddess proxy. The holy light set was what I needed to become the Pope. Since the Rebecca Church has no one and the Dominion Church has no intention, I am the most suitable candidate to be the next Pope. This man named Grid made things easier in many ways. Pascal said however Grid, the Yatan Church is so secretive, that the location of their sanctum remains unknown to this day. If you want to get the blessing of the Yatan god, you might have to put your hopes up for the future. Grid questioned won't Tobin know? Pascal said he receives external information faster than I do, but I doubt even he would know that. But did Tobin accompany you here? Where is he? Tobin thought I can't go in, the church leader is going to kill me. Back to Castle Winston, Lady Irene, Phoenix and the Zadaka guild gathered at the main gate. Someone said a welcoming ceremony this grand must be for the king. When the castle door opened up it revealed Grid, then Citizen said it's a beggar. Irene hugged on Grid and said I missed you. Jishuka said you should have arrived sooner, welcome back. Grid replied, I never saw that costume. Did anything happen? I could hardly recognize you. TV broadcasting the ceremony, the user that received warm welcomes from Lady Irene of Castle Winston and Jishuka. The new Lord of Baron is the hot topic. Other users are in desperate search of this user who is Grid personally by the 2 iconic beauties that represent the NPC and users. Grid told his sister that's me. I returned after a long time and they were really happy to see me. Say he said I like you, but those 2 ladies are like celebrities. Grid said I am more popular than you think, so behave yourself. Grid thought they are both so beautiful, and they are grown-ups that look so confident. Grid questioned do we have food at home? I worked so hard, and I am starving. Say he replied whatever. Grid thought are you getting jealous, kiddo? You can't wait to become an adult. Thinking about it now, after I complete my quest we are supposed to have a wedding. Say he your older brother is going to lose his V card very soon. It's wedding night soon. Soon. Say he told Grid we are all going to sleep now. When are you going to? Grid replied alright, go ahead and sleep first. Say he shocked and yelled Mom, I think brother's sick, he is studying. Grid said you don't have a twin sister? Then that makes you the most beautiful person in the world. That's a nice line. I should have got this sooner. With this much wit, I would have been married to her way earlier. Grid thought well, the most important thing is the main event anyway. Should I search up some things about sex and satisfy? I knew that this game enables users to feel everything. But even being able to have sex in the game is amazing. Soon, Vantner yell how dare a guy like you marry my lady Irene, why you and not me? I only had a few conversations with her despite being a top ranker, so how did you manage it? Pon said give up Vantner, you are already lacking in the hair aspect. Grid questioned Jishuka what's this fuss about? I heard you became a lord, do you have time to spare for this? Jishuka said it's your wedding, I can make time for that. Showing up after 40 days and marrying a lady everyone is shocked. Since you are also the first user to marry an NPC. Either way, you can ignore Vantner's blabbering now, you got a lot more mature. Grid said right, Faker is here, I need to ask him something. Jishuka said he should be here, but he's probably in hiding again. Pon said he is indeed the top one assassin, someone please look for him. Grid stepped towards and said Faker, here you are, I got this equipment after defeating an assassin user, teach me how to use it. Faker thought I was using stealth, so how did he find me instantly? He's definitely changed from a few months ago, where he was always so hasty. Has he grown this much? An ability to read a person's nature and composure that complements it. This was the influence of Grid Insight stat which was over 600. Faker questioned is it a trap installation tool and poison combination machine? This is top quality. Grid replied was it Shay, I defeated him and his companions, he dropped this when he died. Faker thought Shay the 5th in the assassin ranking. By companions does he mean Sniffer and Curb? He defeated those assassin rankers alone. Faker thought Jishuka mentioned before that Grid could potentially exceed Pon and Riga's perhaps one day I will have an opportunity to fight him. Soon, after Grid and Irene swear. The wedding officiant told them you may now exchange a token of your pledge. Irene said my family have already prepared it for us. Grid we just have to put the ring on each other. System alerted you have worn the ring of pledge. If you are with a person wearing the same ring, special effects will occur, you will gain more benefits and have a stronger voice, the higher your wife's liking towards you. If your wife's liking is low, the worst case scenario is a divorce. Be careful. You have become the son-in-law of the Earl. The nobility stat has been opened. All stats have increased by 20. You can advance into the social circle of the nobles. You will receive a monthly salary of 500 gold. Grid said you are gorgeous Irene. You are giving me the sensation of a rejuvenated life. Meanwhile, Khan thought he became the lady's husband. Congratulations. Grid. Can this event life some of my burden? You gave the smithy to me and visited my son as my friend. You helped me enjoy life and gave me a reason to live. I was so thankful for the sounds of your hammering in the frozen smithy. You are a nobleman now, so we won't be able to meet each other. But please don't be discouraged. I will always support you. Goodbye, my son Grid. Grid came over and told Khan I noticed that the amount of coal in the smithy is running low. I have to get back to craft as soon as I return, so please order some for me. Khan questioned Grid but you. Grid interrupted and said your son asked me to look after you. Stime said I heard you are Grid's good friend. You are basically my son-in-law's master. You should take more pride in that. We can't just be standing around on this happy day. Start the feast. Hand out meat to all of the people. Grid said let's go. Khan, you should let go of your responsibilities for today and enjoy yourself. The Lady of Winston Irene and Grid's wedding was a celebration that increased awareness of the losses suffered after the battles with the Yatan Church. System alerted all the products in Winston will be exempted from tax for 10 days. Users who set Winston as their residence will gain a 50% increase in experience and 30% increase in item acquisition for the next 15 days. Users who have settled in a city or village that belongs to Earlstein will gain a 30% increase in experience and 15% increase in item acquisition for the next 10 days. The population in the Steim estate increased exponentially due to this event. Winston's affiliate village, Baron Village, also flourished during this period. This also marked the beginning of a new experience for the Zadaka Guild. And here, the one person who is finally having their first experience. Irene said Grid, I first met you when you came by the castle to deliver the family sword you crafted. And you have rescued me multiple times from danger. I am very grateful for that and was relieved thanks to you, but I've actually reprimanded myself for that too. I could accept the fact that a lady who has to protect her people can't even save herself. Grid thought it's definitely a traumatic experience for someone to be kidnapped alone several times. It's not because you are weak. Irene said I still lack power but one day I will protect you. Grid thought as gentle as she is strong. Grid said I've never received such a kind offer. Grid thought so that I can protect you. Next day, Steim said Irene will be a countess after me and currently she is a lady of a large city. I respect the fact that you would like to focus on your blacksmith work, but a commoner being a lady's husband is not orthodox, in terms of reputation and social norms, so please accept this. I will give you the title of Viscount. System alerted you have become a Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom. As Earl Steim's son-in-law, you have acquired the Steim last name. You have gained the authority to rule a territory. You have gained the authority to command soldiers. You can now employ knights. You can employ up to 3 NPC or users as knights. You will receive a monthly salary of 2,000 gold. Phoenix said according to aristocratic law, an earl can appoint up to 2 viscounts and 8 barons, but the Steim family is highly regarded, so with the privilege bestowed upon him, he appointed 6 viscounts including you. It's a title that should serve you well, in power and authority. Grid thought including the 500 gold salary I receive as an earl's son-in-law, my monthly salary is 2,500 gold. There's no reason for me to say no to a fixed 3,000,001 income. Steim questioned, so was your first night successful? Irene bashfully yelled father. Grid said, thanks to your kindness I experienced Teve. No, I mean I had a good time. Grid thought it's a shame it's only allowed once a month. The more I think about it, more frustrating it is. My dexterity, stamina, and strength that are close to 1,000 have gone to waste. Once a month, for a man who was literally born to be active at night. But it's alright, I have a goal now. I will do anything to protect my woman. I won't put her in danger like last time. Grid said, Erin, if it's alright with you, please lend me some of your soldiers. I am planning to go on an expedition to protect your territory. I will defeat the guardian of the barren forest that has been a threat to your people. Grid thought it's time to finish the failure. A soldier curious and asked why they ordered us to stay after the training. It's only us, the 1,300 man unit that's here. Another soldier replied, we are the cause of a lot of mishaps, so it could be a punishment. There are only about 2,000 soldiers now in Winston because of the battle with the Yatan Church. They need all the men remaining, so I don't think they will be harsh. Captain Jude, why have we been called? Jude replied, I don't know either. Then Grid arrived. Grid thought, are they the 100-man unit Irene prepared for me? They look stronger than normal Winston soldiers. I should be aware of their abilities before the expedition. Shall I try the sword I received from Irene? Commander's sword. A sword given to military commanders appointed by royalty or nobles. It gives the military commander the advantage of being able to observe soldiers' abilities closely. System alerted. Character observation is generated. You can view allies' personal information, their current stats, the limit of their stats, the limit of their stats, and their skills. This knight is Romeo level 196. Skill, Elite Spirit A+, Decent Blow A+, Cool-Headed B. This is Deck. Another Lady Irene's knight. Level 185. Skill Flattery B+, Ability to Grasp the Situation S-, and Conventional Swordsmanship B. Grid wonders, this sword really provides a lot of information. There are 3 NPC rallied for this expedition, right? Then the remaining one is Jude level 103. Skill Stealing Enemies Weapon S, Silence A, No Thinking SS-. Grid thought this guy's overall stats are a little lower than the other 2, but considering his level, it's actually pretty high. On top of that, his maximum stat growth is remarkable. If he manages to reach the maximum, he will at least be 2 times stronger than Romeo. His intelligence is trash, but his skill rank is nice and his stupidity can come in good use. I am going to help him grow as my knight. Grid said, listen, we will hunt the guardian of the forest. Romeo questioned, with just 100 men? It will be difficult to defeat the guardian of the forest even if you bring along all of Winston's troops, and we need at least 2 great magicians. Winston does not have any magicians at that level. Are you planning to bring the Zadaka Guild of Barren Village? Grid replied, no, we will do it with this number of people. Grid thought, in order for me to have blue orichalcum, the ingredient of failure, all for myself, I should not include the guild members. Besides, me alone is enough to defeat the guardian, to begin with. Vantner said, Master, you have to make Grid understand. He's supposed to make my equipment, but he's ghosting after his wedding. Jishuka said, he's not ghosting. I heard he was going to hunt the guardian of the forest. Tobin said, when I first met Grid, he was trying to take part in the guardian of the forest raid. Is he looking for something? Vantner said, whatever it may be, he did not tell us anything up to now. Jishuka said, you know how he is. He likes doing things alone. Don't worry about the production. I was planning to talk to him about fulfilling his duties in the guild anyway. Even if I don't, he will realize the importance of a guild when the raid is over. Especially since it's that time of the year. 4 days later, Grey Forest. A soldier said, we have not had any casualties because he sent in the knights every time things looked dire. But he's not going to stop anytime soon. That's not a commander, that's devil. Romeo told Grid, we made it so far, but I don't think we can go on further. There's a poison flower fog within 300 meters of the entrance. It's quite far away, but some of the soldiers are already in pain. Grid thought the poison fog emitted from a poison flower that deals a fixed damage of 350 per second. It would be difficult to get through it. I guess I am all alone now. Then, Jude starts to walk towards. Grid thought he's not afraid of the poison path that even the other knights are afraid of. The forced march made everyone stronger, but because Jude fought on the front lines, and thanks to his potential, he has already achieved level 110. That's more than enough potential to overcome his low intelligence. No wonder he caught my attention. Yes, continue to grow, Jude. I will make great use of you as my knight. Next second, Jude fainted. Grid thought alright, his intelligence was 11. Knight remains careful. Then tendrils of the poison flower and the goblins are here too. Romeo said I can't go any closer because of the poison fog. Grid launched wave, and killed all. Grid questioned Jude, you alright? Better now that the poison fog is gone. Your health is truly remarkable, but still, have a potion just in case. It's good to be brave, but next time think before doing something. You don't have 10 lives. I can't lose you in vain like this. Romeo thought it's mind-blowing that he defeated the monsters in one hit, but on top of that, a noble who is willing to risk his life to save a commoner. Grid said there are too many hobgoblins. Group yourself into groups of 3 and protect each other. We are going to the Guardian. Back to Jishuka, Vantner questioned about Grid realizing the importance of guild, especially it being that time. What was that about? Jishuka said we've been on the Guardian raid before. Our whole guild participated, but it was strong enough to would all of use greatly, but now it's that time of the year where 2 full moons overlap. The blue orichalcum that makes up the Guardian of the Forest has infinite magic power during this time. An awakened Guardian is stronger than a pope. Even Grid could die if he is overconfident. Back to Grid, he wonders this should be the Guardian of the Forest spawning spot. Where is it? I know what it looks like and I know it's about time for it to respawn, but I can't find it. The debts are all paid, so I was going to make failure before increasing my wealth. The blue orichalcum is not on the market, so the only way to acquire it is through hunting. I was barely able to drag the intimidated soldiers here with the dignity stat. I can't let this go to waste. I need 15 more blue orichalcums. I got 3 from selling the Sword of Self-Transcendence, but I still need 12 more. Suddenly, that notice the rock is moving. Grid said that's the Guardian of the Forest, so it was not a scam. It's way more convenient to go hunting myself, rather than waiting for the item to be on the market. Romeo said all troops, prepare for battle. Grid said something is different. It's like a human? Grid thought it was over 5 meter, but it's around my height, because of the orichalcum making up his body. I assume he is the Guardian of the Forest though. Next second deck being killed with a blow. Grid thought a level 185 knight dead in one kick. How high could its combat power be? Grid noticed it is immeasurable. Awakened Guardian of the Forest. Level unknown. Meanwhile, Vantner questioned Khan what? Grid has not returned yet? He wonders I am only here because Jishuka said even Grid would fail this raid. Vantner said when he returns, please tell him to make my equipment. Khan said I heard you say bad things about Grid on his wedding day. You don't have any shame, do you? Vantner thought so uptight. No wonder he is close to Grid. A man told Khan, thank you for the tea, I will get going now. Khan said leaving so soon. Why don't you stay a little longer? The man called a dragon pet and said now I've heard about his whereabouts, I will go look for him. Old man Khan. Khan replied don't be too surprised when you meet him. He's a lot braver now. Vantner thought was there a person like him among the rankers that had a drake as a pet? Is he another rookie? Damn it, I am stalled here because of my equipment. Where the hell are you? Grid. Back to Grid, he yell everyone back off, and wonders if the insight which worked on the Pope's combat power is not working. That means he is stronger than the Pope. Awakened Guardian of the Forest. That's a good thing. It will be difficult but he will drop more orichalcums for the increased difficulty. Grid critical attack only reduce 1% of the boss total health. Grid wonders the boss got smaller, so his defense and health decreased too. As the battle go on, Grid finds out the boss speed getting fast when it gets small, and a normal hit caused Grid drop 50% health. Grid immediately cast Pagma's sword Dance Link, but the boss dodged it. When the boss next attack, Grid defend with the sword. System alerted the durability of Dane's life has been reduced by 37. Grid thought he managed to drop the durability of the Dane's life made from black iron, a high-ranked mineral. Blue orichalcum is indeed the second best mineral after adamantium. I will destroy you, and loot all the minerals. Grid launched wave which caused the boss overall speed is reduced. When Grid decided to cast kill the most high damage skill, the boss rolled and counter with another blow. Jude said I need help. Romeo said wait you are just going to get in his way. The golden disc blocked the hit. Grid fly on the sky and said you used a snarky trick to dodge my attack. You are pretending to be smart, when you are just a mere golem. You don't even have a brain. Grid thought if I had to guess, he can probably jump up to 4 meter. An attack power that surpassed the Pope's and a body strength that can break black iron is kinda overwhelming, but if I take my time to attack, I can defeat it. I have something wanted to test anyway. Grid cast Transcend. Attack power is doubled and default attacks will turn into long range attacks. Then follow by skill link. System alerted you have successfully fused a skill. Fusion skill Transcended link is generated. You have succeeded in skill fusion, so your INT increases by 10. You will be in temporary transcend state and use link. A total of 20 strikes will be launched without interval. Pagma's sword dance has been upgraded to a higher state. It is now level 2. Grid thought the fusion skill itself was already good enough, but a level up in the sword dance is also a huge success, plus the effect of the deactivated state is almost the same as a level 240 skill. I have to finish this fast so I can return to create failure. That boss health was reduced by a third. His attack won't reach me when I am in the air, so this will be easy. Grid launched Transcend with Wave, but the damage does not look good. He wonder is there a specific combination for fusion. The mineral on his back is shielding him from receiving the full damage. I can't use kill yet because of the cooldown. I have to push when he is close to dying. Soon, Grid noticed that shielding on his back is dragging this out. System alerted the duration Transcend is over. Grid's stamina is reaching its limits just from swinging a sword. Grid thought I can use kill soon, so I have to finish this on land to save mana. Romeo said he's overpowering the Guardian of the Forest. This is amazing. If the Guardian is defeated, Baron will be peaceful again. Grid thought not even 25% of its health is remaining, so I should get ready to call it. Then Grid noticed the boss's body color changed. With an explosion, Grid being pushed back. Grid thought he got stronger after his color changed. Damn it. Grid using Pavranium to stall the boss and decide to create some distance now. The boss cast a shockwave to petrify the Pavranium. Grid thought it's as strong as Jishuka's ultimate Phoenix arrow. The boss chased up and attacks. Grid wonders the durability decreased more than when it was hit the first time. Does that mean his attack power increased? But why? The blue Orichalcum. It's a mineral created from the Guardian of the Forest's magic power and moonlight, imbued into Orichalcum. Giving it additional magic power is not possible, but it has the highest concentration and strength among all minerals. It gets stronger in the dark. Grid thought, damn it, him being in an awakened state is already troublesome and now I can't get away from him. The kill, the Pavranium and the fusion skill can't be suited against him. There is no way to win. Overwhelming power and speed. I've never come across such an unrealistic monster before. This raid failed. I will die like this. System alerted the effect of the composure stat is activated. Grid thought it's calming me down. Thinking about it, it's ridiculous. The items helped me a lot, so now it's become a habit for me to go down the easy route all the time, when there is no easy way to begin with. Skill or whatever that bullshit is, the last man standing wins. If so. Grid continued to attack and dropped his defend. Grid said let's keep going and see who dies first. Grid taking potion and continued to attack, so is the boss. When both the boss and Grid is last hit, the immortal activated and lead the battle win. System alerted you have reached level 200, your stats have awakened, enhancing your stat unique features. You have defeated the 2 full moon awakened Guardian of the Forest. You have acquired 14 blue Orichalcums, 3 purple Orichalcums and amethyst shield. Grid yell I should have scrapped all of it before killing him. How did you forget that, you dumbass? Damn, I need 1 more blue Orichalcum to make the failure. If I did not have the one I received from administrator, I would have been really pissed. Looking at purple Orichalcums, Grid wonders this is an ingredient for accessories. I have enough rings, so I should make a necklace with this. This shield bothers me the most. This is definitely a quest item. Thinking about it, this bothered me because that old guy at the Kisan Canyon asked me to capture Asmafal. I heard Asmafal is a citizen of the Saharan Empire. If I ever go to Saharan, I should continue Piero's quest. Romeo questioned, are you alright? Grid replied, I am okay. Besides that I could not protect Deck. I am sorry. I apologize to everyone who came all this way in blind faith. Suddenly, Hu Roi came with his dragon. Hu Roi said I was in a hurry. Long time no see, my liege. Have you been well in the meantime? Grid thought 10,000 combat power, his is 2,000 higher than Romeo, so he must be over level 200. But his class is a non-combat class called Order. Is this the effect of his second class? This is a remarkable improvement. Hu Roi said it's been 4 to 5 months, right? I've been through a lot of things, you know? There's not even 100 users that tamed a wyvern. Grid said you came by a perfect time. You go hunt the Frostlight orcs and get me 28 sylphid scales. Return the favor. The drop rates are low, but you should be able to collect them in about 10 days. Grid thought I will make a hooded zip up too. I need 20 sylphid scales to make one, so with the ones Hu Roi will get me and the ones I already have I will make 2 and sell 1. Grid said take them too. Hunting will be good training for them. Don't ride that moth and walk with them. Got it. I will make you good equipment when you return. Thanks. Hu Roi thought he's flying? When did he reach such a state? He's still unpredictable as always. Hu Roi said leave it to me. The descendant of the blue wolf never breaks an oath. Soon, Jishuka questioned, you succeeded? You defeated the Guardian of the Forest alone. Plus you were level 180 just yesterday. How are you level 200 now? Grid said it was quite troublesome because it awakened, but I defeated it anyway. Jishuka thought I was aware of the legendary class Pagma successor's ridiculous power, but this is not just an imbalance in power. This is basically a system bug. The whole guild can't defeat the awakened Guardian even at full preparation. Does that mean Grid is stronger than all the guild members combined? It was not fet to consider Grid stronger than the whole guild, since Brahm's boots and Pavranium contributed greatly to his victory. However, in this time of uncertainty with the Yatan Church's thirst for revenge after the defeat of Malachus, Grid's power made Jishuka contemplate. Jishuka thought, we need this man's combat power. I need to persuade him, even if that means I have to seduce him. Jishuka said, I know this is your base, but have you ever considered moving to Baron? Grid replied without hesitation, I am not going. I am busy, so you should go now. Jishuka madly left and said, that asshole, so you've grown, huh? Why is he more of an asshole now? The next day, a scandal about Jishuka, one of the two beauties of Satisfy, circulated the town, but Grid's mind was preoccupied with something else. Grid thought, I have only one chance to attempt to craft failure with the blue orichalcum I have. Failure is the best weapon there is. I must craft it to be a legendary rating. To increase the legendary item crafting rate, a crafting hammer that matches that level is necessary. I will make that forest a place that birthed the legend. Meanwhile, Anyu said, unbelievable, I've been waiting for this once in 4 months opportunity, but the awakened guardian is nowhere to be found. There are traces of combat here. So was the guardian defeated before I arrived? Should not it be impossible to raid, even with a decent guild? How dare they make me, Anyus, waste precious time? An insolent bastard appeared. 4 days later, Grid said, I stayed up for 4 nights in a row without receiving customers. I can barely keep my eyes open, but I did it. Legendary Blacksmith's hammer. Grid thought, my 4th legendary. It's an incredible hammer, but the legendary item production rate only increases by 1%. But all the legendary items I crafted were made when the legendary item production rate was merely 0.01%, so this is a huge plus. Optimistically thinking, this is beyond my expectations. Con question, how long have you been in here? Are you alright? Grid replied, I had to make this hammer. Con question, but why are you making that face? Grid replied, I don't know, it's definitely better than my last hammer, but I am worried I might fail to forge the great sword I wanted with the one chance I have. I know the circumstances are better now, but it still bums me out. A man told Khan I came to order an equipment. Khan said, I am sorry, but the smithy is closed until tomorrow. Grid questioned, you are not accepting their orders? Khan replied, that's not the important thing here. Come and sit with me. Look at the hammers you made. This one has a different color and this one's edges are shaped uniquely. Even though a skilled blacksmith like you crafted it, none of them are the same, are they? Do all of these hammers look like a failure to you? The one thing you should never lose on important occasions, where both the process and result is crucial, is the love for your results. Look at everything that passed through your rough hands with pride. Then you will grow to be grateful for a mere scratch on a hammer. Don't mind the customers, and wait for the production you will make with excitement. Whatever the results may be, it will be a good experience. Grid replied, thank you, old man. Back to reality. He told Chulho to watch Satisfy breaking news. Currently it's been reported that all users of Satisfy received a shocking notification. The notification states a successor to Pagma's techniques and determination has emerged. He who can craft legendary items is legend itself. Just you can see, he has successfully crafted his 5th legendary item and thus officially announcing the rise of Pagma's successor to the whole world. He said, this is the moment the world's first legendary class changer, Grid crafts failure. Sang Min said, is this a thing to laugh about? The legendary class changer now has the best weapon. Is not that going to ruin the balance of the game? System alerted, your concentration increases significantly for 1 hour, your health, defense, and dexterity increases by 200%. He said, well, I doubt it would necessarily turn out that way. The balance will naturally be adjusted. Failure legendary, a weapon crafted by a blacksmith that became a legend. The unique shape of the sword increases the cutting ability's efficiency. The small blade spiking out of the sword aids defense. It's lightweight, so the attack speed will not be affected. User condition, above level 300. More than 5000 strength, advanced sword mastery level 8 or higher. Grid thought, I did it. I've made several legendary items so far, but I can feel that this one is different. The legendary equipment I made before could not even equate to Albertino's unique sword Dane's Life, but this failure I created is undeniably an ultimate weapon. Grid said, I have the best armor in existence and the world's strongest weapon. I am now the best. Blood Witch Ura? I am not scared, since I am stronger now. My name is being engraved on it. This is the effect of the creation skill. System alerted legendary blacksmith's creation. When items are produced using this skill, the name of the creator is automatically engraved on the item. Legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship. Something special happens on every 5th production of a legendary item. The crafter's initial G will be engraved on all items the crafter produces from now on. Your potential is blooming. You are no longer a nameless blacksmith. A penalty of a 15% reduction per rating occurs when the person using the item has not reached the usage conditions. The penalty that occurs when using the skill attributed to the item disappears. The speed of understanding the item increases by 2 times. Grid wonders, a 15% reduction of the penalty means I can use any equipment to its fullest function. This is a tremendous privilege. System alerted, as a result of your enlightenment, your growth ability is weakened. The stats you gain from crafting an item has dropped. You will not get additional stats from producing rare and epic items. All stats will increase by 4 when producing a unique item. All stats will increase by 10 when producing a legendary item. Grid question, what the hell is this? Why are the stats I get so much lower now? System alerted information of legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship is updated. Witness of God's weapon legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship level 3 you can produce imitations of myth rated items. Grid excited said I can finally get something close to myth rated equipment, this is awesome. Then system alerted there is a high chance of producing rare epic rated items. There is a certain chance of creating legendary rated items. There is a very rare chance of successfully producing an imitated myth grade item. You currently have 11,830 reputation throughout the continent. When your reputation exceeds 30,000, you have access to the reputation store, a special store that all users can use. You can purchase products using reputation points. The location of the store changes periodically. While Grid happily with the special store, system alerted all stats of produced item increased by 17%, but all the permanently stat given by production dropped. Grid questioned, you do this and expect me to use the reputation store? You bastards, you making fun of me or something? Is having legendary class a crime? Why are all my stats dropping? System alerted the class Pagma successor has been revealed to the public. Will you announce that you're a Pagma successor by registering on the ranking? Grid yell fuck no, you assholes, if the stats are this debuffed, it's not beneficial to anyone. Khan question, what is the great sword? You finally did it. Grid excited on the sword and mad on the debuffed. Meanwhile, Sang Min said the debuff is too late, considering the stats he built so far. I am not sure if it could even call the balance adjustment. Why did you decide to debuff so suddenly, now that his class is official? Nah, he said we would never change a certain system if not for adding new episodes or quests. That debuff was already programmed in the Satisfy system. Sang Min questioned, so you are going to say the unreasonable stat rise was all designed by the system? Nah, he said yes, it can never be an error. The limits of a non-combat class exist, so we can't continue to allow them to grow using their stat increase effect. I think the reason behind that was because Grid was not predicted by Morpheus. Despite having a legendary class, the items he makes are all low rating, so it took him 3 months later than we expected for him to make 5 legendary items. Ironically, that prolonged the stat increase effect, because he sucks in the game. I am not sure if he has no luck at all or if he just has bad luck, but if I must describe it, he is terrible and incredible user. Despite his incompetence that exceeds Morpheus's expectation. The news that Pagma's successor appeared spread worldwide. The legendary Blacksmith, master of swordsmanship, the first legendary class user. Many theories about his identity and ability rose, and fame followed. The first ranked Blacksmith announced, I am not Pagma's successor. The epic class changer Cat said a mere blacksmith can be hired anyway. His arrogant comment is a hot topic. The hot topic among the rankers and guild was Pagma's successor. Concerned for the heated atmosphere of that topic, SA group came up with a solution. Chulho said promote the international competition quest and divert the attention. Soon, Jishuka questioned, did you heard? There's a high chance that there will be a war with the Yatan Church. I want you to craft equipment for each guild member within a month. Grid said a month? I don't have enough time, considering the fact I will be participating in the international competition quest. The international competition is in 2 months, you see. Jishuka madly questioned, oh, are you going to join? Will you be able to tolerate all the attention when your identity is revealed? Pagma's successor. Grid questioned, will it really get that troublesome? Pan said just participating in the event quest will give special rewards. Grid replied, a special reward? Then I should hurry, production is not the priority here. Ventnor said, halt, production is the priority? Seems like you will finally make some armor for me, since I will die in future battles without it? What do you say? Should I die here right now? Jishuka said, I will be honest. Grid, I want you to focus on the equipment production for the guild members. As I said earlier, the Yatan Church's movement is strange. Grid thought, well, I don't have anything to be nervous about, and I don't have to level up. I will just pretend like I'm a hidden master and enjoy my time. I am the best anyway. Grid replied, alright, then. Meanwhile, Seihi said this question is quite difficult. Spring break is ending and I will be a junior soon, so I should work harder. I only focused on studying so that I could look after mom, dad, and Oppa. But Oppa said I will build a place worth 10 billion within a year, so that our whole family can live happily ever after. He succeeded so much just by playing that Satisfy game. He thought it's a good thing that he can finally smile again after being stressed about money for so long. But what worries me is he is boastful. He does not even go out or anything. Yet he buys a 800 million won worth car. Plus, the beautiful ladies beside him that I saw on the screen. It's like, the perfect scenario of a person on a self-destructive path. Could that game be dangerous? What do I do with him? I've decided I will study for the therapist license too, just in case. He spotted a huge limousine and wonders why a car like that will come to our small town. Then she realized that it was Miss Yura who is super famous in the game. She wonders why a person like her looked for would my brother. She immediately called Grid and told him to come out quickly. He questioned why a person like you came to see my brother? For what? Are you going to use him for sketchy things? Yura replied, I met Grid and Satisfy. We got closer by playing lovers for a short while. He shocked and wonders, lovers? With my brother? And playing? What does that mean? But in the dictionary, it says love is a relationship where both parties love and miss each other dearly. Is my brother really okay? Soon. Grid thought my original plan was to enhance failure in my armor. This is because I realized that even legendary equipment needed enhancement after fighting the Guardian of the Forest. But I can't delay the production of Vantner's armor. Plus, its stats are quite good, so I could sell it as one of my main productions. But there's one problem. Grid said I will call you when it's done, so do whatever you have to do elsewhere first. Vantner said I just want to see the birth of my armor. Should I pray? I should help you this way. Legendary. Oh, legendary, legendary. Grid thought that's so pressuring. He reminds me of Cassis when I was crafting the holy armor. Thinking about it, is the Vatican alright? There's no news about electing a new pope either. It would be dangerous if Isabel's spear remains unsealed. Then Grid received a message from his sister to come out immediately. Vantner then noticed Grid offline in his note. Suddenly, Jishuka announced to all guild members to assemble at personal zones immediately. Grid wonders why is Sehi calling me so suddenly. She never interrupted me mid-game since my income became stable. If she is calling for me this urgently, then could it be a robbery? Grid yell, which fucker dares to touch my little sister? Yura said, I am amazed. You worry about your sister a lot. Sehi said, as you can see, my brother cherishes his family. If anyone tries to use him in a bad way, they will be punished by God, don't you think? Grid questioned, why is the mood like this? Anyway, how do you know where I live? Ever since the reunion, I feel like you know too much about me. Yura thought something has changed. He could not even meet my eyes before and was always withdrawn. Yura said, you've changed, right? Your physique got better too. Grid thought, after our life became stable, I am taking care of myself, including working out, but have I become that impressive for a woman like her to be interested in me? Grid said, it's a family's honor. I mean, I don't want your interest, so just get straight to the point. Yura said, I want you to join the international tournament as a representative of Korea. There was an unofficial request from the Korean government to form a team with me in the center, so that Korean could bring back good results in the international tournament that is to be held for 4 days starting May 1st. Korea's reputation of being one of the best at gaming is an old times tale now. The government wants to recover Korea's competitive power in the gaming industry with the results the Korean team gets from this international tournament. But realistically, it's difficult, since the evaluation that we Koreans lack physical presence compared to the Western countries dominates the media. Grid said, I understand, but are not you overestimating me a little? Yura said, it's because I am certain that you are the first epic class changer that has not been revealed yet. Grid thought she still misunderstand me as the epic class changer. Is it because I was fine after getting hit with her ultimate attack back at the Yatan Church? Well, it's reasonable since it has not been revealed that Euphemina is the first epic class changer. Grid said, but there are only 9 events in the international tournament. One person can participate in up to 3 events, so can't you just win 3 gold medals from them? Yura said, that's easy to say. Out of the 9 events, Booze Raid, Labyrinth Breakthrough, Production and Treasure Hunt are not my specialty. And in the case of Pet Marathon, users who own wyverns will have the upper hand. But there are no Korean users that own wyverns. I am confident in the siege, but the number of people also count in this type of battle, so it's difficult for the Korean team to aim for a medal since we are inferior in terms of power. Then she noticed, Sehi's notes, my brother is not an idiot, don't look down on him. Yura thought she does not like me very much somehow and said, anyway, the only things left is PvP, but there's at least 7 people that are better than me, so it won't be easy. Grid questioned, you are the 5th in the unified rankings, but there are 7 that's stronger than you? And are not you Yatan's 8th servant? Did not you receive any special powers? Yura said, the unified rankings are just an official ranking. There are unknown rankers in Satisfy, including them, there would be at least 10. Among the revealed rankers, 1st ranked Kraugel, 2nd ranked Sabal, 3rd ranked Chris, 7th ranked Anyus, 8th ranked Hurrent, 11th ranked Bondre, and 15th ranked Hao. I think these 7 are stronger than me. Grid said, Anyus is an epic class changer, so he is understable, but even the ones below 8th rank are that strong? Yura said, yes, their levels are much lower than mine, but each of them have beastly physical power. Well, they can't even come close to Kraugel though. Kraugel is a genius not only in understanding and calculating skills, analyzing patterns and weaknesses, but also in his insight of battle flow, efficiency of his attacks, his combat tactics, etc. He's a genius that can't be praised enough. I believe his talent in the game exceeds mine tremendously. Grid question, so if they are all strong then you are super useless, right? Yura said, the government promised a high incentive if we obtain a medal. It's difficult, but as the epic class changer, please show what you are capable of. Grid thought identity reveal is a rule in the official tournament, so if it's revealed that I am the legendary class changed, it will become quite troublesome for me. But she is asking so desperately, so I want to help. Grid said, alright, then I will participate in the pet marathon. My pet is a non-living thing, but it has its own will and has infinite health. Plus, it obeys me. Yura said, but a non-living pet? I've never heard of such a thing other than a top-rated golem made by a great magician. Grid replied, it's similar. Anyway, it's just the pets fighting until the destination. right? If that's it, I can win. But I have one condition. I don't want to expose myself, so pretend my pet is your pet. Obviously, the incentive for that will be mine. If you give me your word, the gold medal is yours. You're a set, alright. It's hard to believe since I've never met anyone with a pet of that sort. But you said you are participating, so I can return with satisfaction. Grid questioned, were you lied to your whole life? Go home right now and log in. I will show you. You're a set. I recommend you log in later and remember when I said I will repay your debt back at your reunion? Grid recalled back Yura's word, I will never kill you in the fight. Yura said, it's been around 40 minutes since you've logged out, so in satisfy. That would be roughly 2 hours. By now Barren Village would have become chaotic. Ventnor said, what the hell is that? What is that hole in the inner sanctum of the castle? Balak, the fifth servant of the Yatan Church, said, it's a small and pathetic land too sorry for me to even step on. Malachus was defeated by these worthless mortal. The old man is Niberius, the fourth servant of the Yatan Church. Yura said, because of Yatan God's fourth servant and fifth servant. Grid questioned, did you come to see me at the time the Yatan Crutch planned to attack? Yura said, our power has been weakened, but there is no group that can stop the Yatan Church for now. It was the only way for me to save my own savior without an inevitable loss. Please understand me. Grid thought she did a useless thing. There is no way that a blacksmith like me would be involved in a guild's war. Grid questioned, besides that, let me ask you one thing. The ones invading are the fourth and fifth servant, right? Do they have the power to give the Yatan God's blessing to someone? Yura said, advanced skills like blessings can only be used by the first servant. Requesting for an audience to receive the blessing would be difficult too, since even I, the eighth servant, can't. Anyway, why do you want the blessing when you are against the Yatan Church? Grid replied, you are so incompetent. Yet, you are so curious. Shu now. With various hunting grounds and even effects that resulted from Lady Irene's marriage, and with the Zadaka Guild's active engagement and protection, the Byram village was being reborn as a flourishing city, with over 2,000 inhabitants including NPC. However, that was before the mass teleport opened in the Baton Castle and the Yatan Church invaded. There were 1,000 unit level 160 or higher Yatan Church soldiers that exceeded the average user's level. Hellfire scorched the world wherever they used black magic and poison fog. Layla said, the Yatan Church is massacring the users and NPC that are evacuating through the North Gate. There are at least 1,000 of them that came through the teleport. Zedno said, there has been severe damage to the village. The only thing that can support the castle is here on top of the inner walls. Assist the evacuation, Layla. Layla said, I think we are surrounded on both sides of the wall. There are countless of them in the garden. Over 100 level 200 and higher high believers are here. Zedno's noticed children also being killed, and his skill cooldown is not over yet. Toon appeared and said, what are you mobs doing in my territory? Currently he is 35th in unified ranking. Faker appeared and covered the magicians behind. Rigas yelled, Zednos and Layla, leave this place to me and assist the others in the village. Did you say there are about 100 of high believers? My body was wanting to move for some time now from the punishment of accounting duties I got for being out of contact, but I am sure this many opponents will be enough to make up for the training I missed. Meanwhile, Ventnor reminds Jishuka, save your energy. You should use your skill on top of the central castle wall where you can see everything. I will get us through the inner castle main gate form here. Ventnor thought, damn it, I already regret it so much that I built my stats that way. Plus my damage right now is not that high compared to my stats. We have not even reached the corner of the inner castle wall. The Yatan Church was never an opponent this strong though? There must be a leader around here that affects the stats. Neberius has appeared and said, are you the heathens that defeated Malachus and harmed the church? System alerted, the sound of the flute contains dark magic that causes a loss of balance and loss of concentration. Your evasion rate is now 0%, your accuracy has decreased to 60%, magic casting speed is 2 times slower. These effects will last until the sound of the flute stops. Neberius said, I will have you pay for that. Ventnor thought, a overwhelming power that is incomparable to Malachus. This guy is their leader. Our whole guild barely defeated Malachus. We can't get through here with just the two of us. Ibeline said, go Mr. Ventnor. I overgeared, number 2 will block this. But next second he being stunned. Neberius laughed and said, I see you are trying to inflict even the slightest damage on me. It's a motive as pathetic as that sword of yours. Blame your recklessness of daring to hold me back with your incompetence, you heathen. Faker ambushed Neberius. Neberius said, your sword brushed against me, impressive. Faker said, it only brushed against him? Ibeline said that flute causes a handful of effects, including a decrease in accuracy. Ibeline said, you guys go ahead, the other members will arrive soon, and we are more suited to hold him back here. Faker said, there are many more enemies to be defeated other than him. Ventnor, you have a mission to uphold. It's a guardian knight's duty to protect their master. Ventnor told Jishuka, catch up to me, we are going through. A Yatan believer said, if you were not with the heathens, you would have lived. Your crimes of crafting the weapons of the heathens will be paid with death. The blacksmith of barren remorse in the afterworld. Mr. Smith said, I did not even know that this was going on. I must have been really concentrated. However, I have no regrets. After getting stimulated by a young man a few months ago and giving my all in crafting for the first time in my life, I successfully crafted the special Jaffa arrows. After spending 50 years as a low-rank blacksmith, I finally witnessed the stage where fire and hammer become one. I am not ashamed to see my master now. Suddenly, both Yatan believers died. Grid said it's been a while since I last stabbed someone with an arrow. Also, this arrow is strong, right? Old man Smith. You can meet your master a little later. Mr. Smith said, I've crafted zealously while thinking of you. I can't believe it we meet again. Grid said, this special Jaffa arrow that you made is super amazing. I am sure this is one of the best out there. After reaching enlightenment in the footsteps of death, Smith, who was now a high-rank blacksmith after being at an all-time low rank, desperately felt Grid's greatness. Mr. Smith cried and said, this is a sham. I finally became the blacksmith I wanted to work for many more years I want to work. System alerted, you were deeply touched by the desire of the old blacksmith who overcame his limits with determination and passion for work. Quest Blacksmith's affection grade has been generated. Quest clear condition protect Smith's smithy. Reward skill Blacksmith's affection rewarded. 30-year extension of Smith the blacksmith's life. Blacksmith's affection, you can raise an NPC blacksmith's skill by 1 to 5 levels if you have the maximum affinity with them. The blacksmith that receives our teachings will be loyal to you forever and will share new production methods with you whenever he acquires one. Grid thought it's the same situation as that time. Like the time when I was infuriated by the thugs that harassed Khan and Winston and acquired Blacksmith's rage. Grid said, old man Smith, your wounds are not deep, so hold this well. You want to continue your work and do it properly, right? And to do that, you need this smithy. Is that right? Grid thought, I don't have a hobby of being a nice person, but I guess clearing a pebble in the way of his passionate journey won't be a problem. Grid said, I think this place right now would be too loud for you to work in your prime time. I will go remove that pebble. Location, the northern outer castle wall. Tobin thought, why are we taking so much fire damage? Regas is stuck in the inner castle, and Pan is busy with the high-ranked believers at the west gate. The other guildmates are unable to join me at the moment. There is a limit to how long I can block him alone. This guy is too strong. Balak questioned, what's the point of blocking in that state of yours? Are you trying to create a distance from me? Another meaningless choice you've made. I was a little offended that only one came to stop me, but I am satisfied that it's a holy knight of the heathens that can even withstand the voice of the demons. Tobin thought I said all the buff skills I could, yet the damage is so high. I have to think out a way. Tobin cast Swamp Shield. Balak said, it feels like I am stuck in a swamp. The more I try to get out of it, the harder I get sucked into it. It would be easier for both of us if you comply with death and become the Yatan god's slave. Your sordid desire to survive by resorting to such lowly tricks disgusts me. Tobin said, those lowly tricks you speak of will be used even more, so brace yourself. Another few guild member gathered ultimate skills attack towards Balak. Toon said, move away you losers. If that's your ultimate, go to the back and use it on mobs instead. Lord Strike, which deal 1350% of your physical attack. Balak said, first a heathen and now a beast. I was not going to dodge your lowly tricks for the sake of your effort, but old Niberius's flute forbids that from happening. I appreciate that you think of me and that old man highly, but don't underestimate our believers so much, since they will lead you to the flames of hell. Hellfire Festival. System alerted, the flames of a demonic creature are like the breath of the Yatan god. Believers' stats increase by 50% from the blessing. Meanwhile, Ventnor thought the believers got so much stronger, because of that fire, there's no time for me to even take a health recovery potion. On top of that, Niberia's flute sound made all of us weaker already. Jishuka is getting damaged as well. It's the Guardian Knight's duty to protect its master, obviously. Jishuka questioned Ventnor, what the hell are you doing? Ventnor said, I failed to protect you. It's embarrassing, so just run. But to flip the flow of the battle, I must send you safely to the center of the inner castle. There's no hope, but I will do anything for a 1% chance. Ventnor cast the Destroyer Train power of the Protector, which exponentially increases party members' defense. When Ventnor almost hit by the magic spell from the believers, Jishuka said, see, this is why I said it would be more beneficial for the guild for Garcia to become a Guardian Knight than a hothead like you. I knew it ever since you insisted that you wanted to become a tanker when you were a dealer during the LTS years. Your stats are messed up because you invested everything into strength to compensate for your weak attack power. From now on, distribute your stats properly. Jishuka blocked the attack. Ventnor questioned, what are you doing? I am supposed to protect you. Jishuka replied, losing experience points from the death penalty is dangerous to everyone. Plus, we are rankers that take months and even years to just heal after losing experience. I am going to die if you are not around anyway. Since it seems like half of the Yatan church force is here, the time spent on building experience points is also the guild's power. If death is inevitable, I will use the Phoenix Arrow to wipe them as many as possible and save at least some of our fighting power. Grid yelled, stop. Why would you die? Jishuka said, why are you so late, asshole? Grid replied, sorry. Ventnor madly said, hey, could not you have at least finished my armor before leaving like that? Thanks to you, I am all beaten up now and I just became a guardian knight who can't protect. Grid said stop whining and wear this. Starting from now, you can actively help fight. Yatan believers launched attack, but immediately being bounced off. Relieved wave armor, legendary. Persistence when health is below 5%, 20% is immediately recovered and absolutely blocks one enemy's attack. Skill cooldown time, 30 hours. Among the items made by the great Blacksmith G, this is the second piece born with emotions. I was left neglected during the production process and became anxious. It is filled with the desire not to be discarded twice, and that desire affects the wearer. It has bad feelings towards its creator, but is not bold enough to express them. Ventnor thought it's as good as the Guardian's power, the absolute ultimate of the Guardian Knight, that even neutralizes one attack including ultimate attacks. It would be difficult to use it at the time I want, but it even has an effect that recovers health immediately. Ventnor said I'm going to get through all of them now. Follow me, Jishuka. Grid questioned, is it because of the guys at the East Gate and the North Gate that you are having such a hard time with mere believers? Jishuka replied yes, but how did you locate them? Grid thought because my insight increased, helping me view the situation better. Grid replied there are reasons. Anyway, you are still fine, right? Then I will trust you with this place and leave. Back to Balak. Balak said with this speed this pathetic land will burn to dust in less than a day. The flames would be unbearable for close combat fighters and the consecutive explosion of my Hellfire Festival are too much to handle for long-range fights, right? I was thinking of invite you to the Sword Festival, but your bodies are too pathetic to be used as entertainment. Tobin thought even Pawn and Rigas are held back by high-ranked believers, so I can't even dream of getting help. I could not get my experience points because I had to be dragged around by Grid, but it's going to drop even more. The only person who could get through that passive skill and attack would be Toon, who is our dealer/tanker, but with Toon alone his attack power is insufficient. If only I could fill up for that lacking attack power. Then I as a tanker can create a chance somehow. Then a great sword Dane's life through to them. Grid said that green firework dude is one of the bosses. Damn, look at that face. But there are 5 guild mates here, so you can handle it with that weapon, right? It seems like they need help dealing with the Westgate boss, so I will head over there. Tobin said wait, Grid, your great sword usage conditions are level 250, strength 1800 and advanced sword mastery. I don't even meet the level and there is no one that meets all those 3 conditions. Grid replied there is one person. I don't really like him, but you could trust him for now. Toon said you are just a guy who pretended to be a low-level blacksmith just to hide your identity. I don't like you either. However, the sword of the butcher that I've been looking for so hard. This is getting interesting. Meanwhile, satisfy breaking news. This is the current situation of Baron Castle under the attack of the Yatan Church. The Zedaka Guild, who are known to be one of the best guilds, are fighting back, but the situation is dreadful. It's critical that the guild's 2 strongest forces, Rigas and Pawn, are held back the inner castle and the outer west gate. A few hundred high-ranked believers are sure to be a threat with their enhanced stats due to the Hellfire. They are outnumbered, so a team from the center is needed to defeat them. However, the only ones supporting the center are Layla and Zednos, who are on the inner castle wall. Jishuka moved through the town and arrived at the inner castle wall. She is an archer, so she will be able to slow down the enemy's attack rate. Back to Toon. Balak said, who was that brat just now? You think a single sword can save you from doom? Your only chance to redemption is by accepting your death and being reborn as Yatan's servant. Vantner also joined battle for assisting defend. Meanwhile, Ibaline thought the only way to help Faker now is to hold the believers back, but is he really okay? Faker thought maintaining balance is already tolling enough, but my accuracy is horrible. Plus 0% avoidance rate. I can't fight him. Niberia said, looks like you are fast, but lack power. What a shame. It would have been a different story if you had used dark magic that stains every property and brings out all of its power. Consider it, if you are ever reborn. Dark Firestorm. Grid said you all got stronger. You lot barely defeated Malachus, even while fighting all at once, but still, you are going to be a laughingstock if a young assassin like you can't even defeat an old man. Faker said don't boast now, it's just that my skills were suppressed by that flute's debuff effect. Grid said Ibaline, take Faker and go, this area is about to get wrecked soon. Niberia said a mage who can use fly, I hope you are aware that you are challenging a great magician right now. Grid replied, whatever, if you did all this, that means you are pretty strong, right? Seems like you are a bit full of yourself too, making you the perfect test dummy. Let me ask you for a favor, please don't die too fast, this is a new so I want to try it out. No dying in the first hit, okay? Niberius replied, a mage with a great sword? And what is that size? How barbaric. You look confident after defeating Malachus, but you will greatly surprised if you think I am as weak as him. Grid said, thanks for the warning. Pagma's sword dance, transcended link. Niberius thought it was not just a big sword, a power that pierces through the dark firestorm, incredible physical strength, but Niberius cast dark ice wall and cast another dark spell. Niberius laughed and said you are not even suited to be entertainment. Grid replied, alright, if you are done laughing, let's get real now. System alerted holy light armor option effect activated immune to dark magic. Grid cast Pagma sword dance. Kill. Niberius wonders the lightning strike of the abyss was ignored and that attack it's powerful. I can't fight it. This beast came out of nowhere. Niberius cast reverse gravity cause Grid's kill has gone to waste. Grid thought there's no point of immunity when gravity is temporarily altered. Why does he have so many skills? Niberius said the tables have turned, now it's your turn to be attacked. Double casting. Dark Thunderbolt and Dark Water. Niberius wonders looking now. I can see that your armor is imbued with holy power. It looks like it's immune to dark magic. But it is not 100%. Grid thought, damn it. It is not a critical hit, thanks to the armor and Pavranium. But at this rate I'm going to end up as a sandbag. Alright, if the gravity is flipped then I will go the other way. The sky the ground. When Grid cast Pagma's sword dance link, Niberius immediately deactivate reverse gravity cause the attack missed once again. Meanwhile, satisfy breaking news, airing again. There have been reports that the masked user who is assumed to be Pagma's successor has appeared. It looks like Baron Castle is regaining control of the place due to his appearance. However, despite the small of hope he provided, after being overpowered by Niberius, the users are criticizing the legendary class. Chris said, looking at how he threw the great sword in the north gate, it seems like Pagma's successor and the butcher of the streets are the same person. The news broadcaster questioned, I will direct. There are currently numerous criticisms about his capabilities, but compared to you, who would be stronger? Chris said, just guessing based on this situation, he would exceed me in rating skill. Since I don't have attack power to defeat Niberius, the hidden boss, quickly. He's a legendary class so his default stats would be better. However, I can confidently say that I exceed him in PvP skills. His control is terrible and his techniques are simple too. I am not even sure about the power of those skills too. And that skill named Pagma sword dance is getting dodged, is not? Back to battle. Niberius said, a strange armor and a small dis. You have so many items on you. I believe you should feel ashamed of your lack of skill first. Dark Storm. Grid thought Dark Storm the skill Yura used in the Yatan church, but this one is way stronger. Grid replied, skill or whatever other bullshit. Just shut up. You can say that after you win against me, even when I am overgeared. Niberius took out an orb. Grid recalled back Euphemina's word, you can use the magic stored in an orb right away without casting a spell if you just continuously supply it with magic power. It's like insurance for a magician. Chris said, I am pretty sure the top 20 unified ranking users think the same, since it exceeds class or equipment. That being skill of battle. Outside the Baron Castle West Gate. Pan thought the accuracy has increased since the flute stopped. It's slow but the situation getting cleared up. I can't believe I am fighting several level 200 high ranked believers alone. I really did get stronger since the Malachus raid. It's a result of me focusing on leveling up too, but all this would have been difficult without this Gale Spear. This new equipment gave wings to the guild. I am sure everyone agrees. Meanwhile, Vantner dealing with Balak. Tobin reminds Vantner, don't get too close. That flame has a higher constant damage than you think. Vantner replied, are you underestimating this armor? This much is nothing. Plus, Toon said, I got an item this good. It would be shame for me to properly use it. Tobin thought they had outstanding combat skills, but their equipment stopped them from reaching their max potential. However, receiving new equipment increased their morale. Grid, the equipment you make means much more than just the stats and skills. Niberius thought the 2 spells saved in my orb are the strongest spells composed of 3 properties. Using just one of those defeated all the heathens. This dimwit, who relies on his little toys, is not a problem. That's what I thought. How dare he move forward against my ultimate skill? It was just crappy armor? The shield earlier was the best holy shield I had seen so far as well. Niberius yelled, nevertheless, your trivial items have no true power. Overpowering magic power and skill is the strongest form of power. Dark Stone Blizzard. You did not expect there to be another spell in the orb, did you? I will shred you to pieces, along with your oh so trusted items. Then he noticed Grid got through it. Niberius questioned, who are you to own all these ridiculous artifacts? Grid said, you've got a lot to say for someone with much lesser combat power than Pope. Why are you jealous now that your skills don't work? Niberius thought, there are no spells left in the orb and my magic power ran out, so I can't use any powerful magic. These persistent brats. I have lived a long life due to Yatan's blessing and have accumulated knowledge for 123 years, but I have never seen an immortal this unreasonable. Niberius cast Dark Shield and Diamond Shield and said, this is the defense spell I proudly present. You will never be able to break through it. I did not think I would retreat because of a single rascal. Grid replied, the teleport looks like it's going to take too long. Anyway, you can't use tricks anymore to make my attacks miss, right? Niberius laughed and said, you speaks as if you have skills left to use. You think simply swinging that stupid sword would break this double-layered barrier? Grid said, yes, there's still a lot of cooldown time left for Transcended Link and Kill, but the basic attack will do, since this great sword is legendary. Niberius unbelieved and thought, what? This is not a skill, he just swung his sword. Grid cut off his arm. Niberius thought, impossible. The others lasted longer than I thought too. But this masked brat is on a different level, like that bitch, Yura, who was selected by the god Yatan despite being a pathetic being. Niberia said that tremendous holy power is at the Rebecca churches. I heard that there is a secret temple in the Rebecca crutch that trains Rebecca's daughters and assassin Templars. You are Rebecca Church's Templar, are not you? Grid said I am not a Templar, I am just overgeared. Someone that you look down so much on. Now fuck off. System alerted you have defeated Yatan's fourth servant, Niberius, who conducted bio-experiments using the excuse of dark magic research. Grid thought it's done, I defeated him. System alerted you have acquired Niberius's flute and Niberius's bracelet. Grid said I would like to take my time admiring these, but it seems like clearing the area is more urgent. Then should I go while wiping all of them out? Soon. Grid sit on rooftop watching the battle Toon versus Balak. Grid said I cleared the area and came here, but you guys are not even close to finishing yet? Balak thought he is the one who went towards Niberius. Has Niberius been defeated by him? He does not look that strong. Toon said eyes on me. Grid questioned you like that sword, huh? Would you like to buy that trash from me? I will give it to you for 4 million gold. Toon replied you call it trash yet price it 4 million gold? Don't joke around with me. Toon thought he calls a weapon that could easily be one of the best existing weapons trashes. He's indeed crazy. Grid said just finish him already. If you can't defeat him until I finish checking my new things, I will take all the rewards, okay? Tobin said I saw the notification you defeated Niberius, right? Grid replied yes, that old man dropped a lot of good stuff. Niberius flute legendary. System alerted a hidden function does not exist in this item. Grid wonders this flute is interesting, was this how he played it? Buff and debuff classes are limited, but with this all that is unnecessary. When Grid played the flute, System alerted when a Yatan believer plays this flute, it reduces the enemy's evasion rate by 50%, their accuracy by 30% and magic casting time by 1.5 times. When a believer of the three other gods play this flute, it will increase allies' evasion and accuracy by 20% and reduce casting time by 1.5 times. When a neutral person plays this flute, a random effect will be created. Toon and Vantner being injured due to the debuff. System alerted you have heard an unpleasant flute sound. All stats will drop by 30%, a random effect has occurred. The stats of all allies have decreased and the stats of all enemies increased. They wonder it's because of that asshole. Balak laughed and said so there is an even dumber one among you morons. Thanks to you, this sword will get to have even more fun. Grid broke the sword in single blow and said was it your favorite? That'd be a shame. I have to clean up after the mess I created, so just try to understand it. Balak thought my sword was broken in one hit? No, before that. This great sword's huge size and aura, it's confirmed now. Niberius was defeated by him. Grid said hey, I actually have not used kill, so I need you to get one hit in. Balak thought it is dangerous. This battle was already a lost cause when Niberius was defeated. Balak immediately escaped from here. Grid said damn it, he's fast escaper. It's so annoying that I did not get to use my ultimate skill at all. System alerted you have completed the quest Blacksmith's affection. Smith's life has been extended by 30 years. Grid said I think this much is enough to say that things turned out in our favor, right? The Baron Castle invasion was over with the Zadaka Guild's victory. All of the guild's money and effort was spent on the Baron Castle the past 20 days, so the damage was massive. But it was still thanks to Grid that things ended up this way. Naturally, the media and communities all over the world all talked about the masked man that defeated the Yatan servant. There were discussions about how Niberius had been weakened by the other guildmates and thus had weakened combat skill and less mana, but it was still a very obvious fact that he was the center of attention. Location: Miami, US. A man said so he defeated Niberius, who was level 300. Regardless, Asuka and Black Teddy were also defeated by a guy like that. I am almost regretful offering an executive position to those two. Box said you still need Asuka's wealth. You can't let her go now. The man said we the Snake Guild will gather the best of each category and build a new nation. If we continue to conquer castles and dominate secret dungeons, a constant supply of legendary items would become easier to acquire. I kept a close eye on him since he was the only legendary item producer, but it's a waste to do that for that blockhead. It revealed this man named Jebel Graven second in unified rankings. Snake Guild, Guildmaster. Back to Jishuka. She said it takes a month to develop, but takes half a day to become ashes? How disheartening. System alerted one personage has appeared in the barren village. Jishuka wonders at least this notification is some good news, since we are in desperate need of an administrator right now, but the requirements are pretty rough. The insight stat only increases when you are a commander or manage a guild for a long time. My insight is only 75, so it would be difficult. So, Jishuka went to find Grid. Grid replied what? You want me to find an unknown talented person? Don't you know I am a blacksmith? Jishuka replied don't you have a pretty high insight stat? Is not that how you could read the situation so quickly in this battle? Grid thought is this like an upgraded version of the commander's sword? Also this is probably going to be troublesome. Jishuka questioned please do me a favor, I will reward you for this personally, please. Grid thought, why is she so pretty? My heart is beating so fast. Do I have a hair disease? Does she like me? Is this love? No way. All other women apart from Irene are dangerous. Grid said, never mind a reward, just help out Vantner and Toon. They don't have enough money to pay for the armor and the Dane's life. Jishuka replied, the guild fund is depleted at the moment, so please wait for their payment, and take this. The guildmates gathered it recently. System alerted you have acquired 7 blue orichalcum, 21 orichalcum and 55 black iron. Grid said, they are all extremely valuable minerals. You are giving me these for free? You already get all the resources and production methods. Jishuka said, you are our one and only treasured blacksmith. You deserve it. So I hope you, Grid, will consider our guild as your safe space. Grid thought, I like it in the Zedaka guild, not only because of this kind of physical support but also because they acknowledge and treat me well. Grid said, if you want to be on good terms call me Oppo or something. Are not you only 24? Jishuka replied, a guildmaster can't do that. Afterward, system alerted your insight is over 600. Talent search has become level 2. When Grid finds potential NPC, insight is increasing as well. Grid wonders there are about 500 NPC in the village, but my insight is rising, and I will be able to find a knight candidate, so it's 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, Grid received Yura message. Yura said, I was watching the live stream of the Baron battle and ended up contacting you late. The person wearing a mask is Pagma's successor in your guild? Grid thought the battle was live streamed? It was a good decision to wear a mask just in case. Grid replied, I guess he is. Besides that, why did you contact me? Yura said, I was thinking of going to see the pet you talked about. Also, I was curious about Pagma's successor. Grid replied, are not you Yatan's servant? Won't our guild disapprove? Yura said, I will disguise myself, so as long as you keep it a secret it should be fine. We have quite the special relationship personally, don't we? You would not be hostile to me, would you? Then see you later at Baron Village. Grid said, hung up? What do you mean by special relationship? Don't say anything that could cause misunderstanding. But Yura already ended the call. Toon came to find Grid. Toon said, I want this great sword, but I can't afford it, so I came to return it. I am not rich enough to pay 4 million gold. Grid said, if you're a 40th in the unified rankings, are not you popular in your home country? Don't you earn tons from the media? That's how all the other guildmates earn money. Jishuka mentioned she earns hundreds of millions. Toon said, I don't about other people, but I dislike, so I don't even get offers like that. The only thing I earn is 10,000 gold a week from hunting. Grid thought 10,000 gold rankers equipment start from 40,000 gold and up. At this state, his rankings will drop because of the limitations of his equipment. A ranker would obviously be rich, so I lent it to him. Still, it's nice that he came to return it. Toon questioned, by the way, what were you thinking when you lent me that? I could have run away with it. Looking back at our first encounter, we are not really on good enough terms to be lending each other valuable weapons. Grid said, you bruff it back. What else matters? And when you find decent production methods and materials while hunting, bring them to me. If you can pay, I will craft it for you. Toon thought my last resort because of life's hardships was to join an Italian mafia. It was only for half a year, but I committed all sorts of evil acts, apart from murder, during that period. I beat, stole, and destroyed everything around me like a propeller fallen off its axis and repeated that meaningless cycle, until I coincidentally came across the vast world of Satisfy. It was an overwhelming scenery I'd never seen before. It was light itself that gave me hope to start new. I had to gouge out my left eye to leave the gang, but I did not mind, since one eye was enough to capture the light. But even though I was reborn here, this was another form of society. The only language I knew was violence, so the place I ended up choosing was the backstreet again. But this had to be different from before. I had to do something. I joined a guild, became the chief of security, and decided to take at least one step towards a different part. A pledge that I would live a new life, if I could prove that to someone. Toon said, about me treating your work and you harshly. Grid replied, never mind, just do better from now on. First of all, don't spit on the floor, you look like a total douche. Toon replied, okay, I will try. He wonders to this man who was unconditionally kind to me for the first time in my life. Grid said, leave now, don't make that weird face. Grid wonders, why are Jishuka, Yura and that bastard acting all strange today? Did I just become a little sensitive after talent searching? Thinking about it, if the battle was live streamed, does that mean the Pavranium was revealed to the public? I was planning to hide it and enter the pet marathon. I need to do something about it. Soon, Mr. Smith told Grid there's no need to be so reluctant. Come have me, hero of Baron. Grid replied, what do you mean by have you? Just stay here. Blacksmith's affection. System alerted Blacksmith's advanced blacksmith craftsmanship rose by 4 levels. Mr. Smith questioned Grid, what's going on? Grid said, it's nothing, it means I am not just a hero, but an omnipotent hero. You are in your golden age, so you will be busy from now on. By the way, can I borrow this place? Grid thought Pavranium, it has weak attack power since I made it into a defense type when referring to Malicus's barrier. There's too little of it, so the most I can do with it is to forge 2 dagger blades. There's no pet that could harm the Pavranium anyway, but I want to overpower the others even more. I will make it into the most offensive form of Vibranium. Soon, Grid went to meet Yura. Grid said you are wrapped in layers? I guess enemy territory is scary after all? Yura said if just this scares me, I would not be in any open fields. If people recognize me, things will only get more troublesome. There's no point in stalling, so show it to me right away. Your pet. Grid said you are cold. I want to tease you more. I finished it a little while ago, so I will let you see it while it's fresh. Alright, throw a rock to me or something. Yura said I will trust you and throw. Grid said if you throw like this, it won't show and I need to see your surprised face. Yura. Pierce. Grid said it's a form created after a lot of contemplation. It probably is not a well-known form of pet though. System alerted 30 golden needles made of Vibranium. Yura questioned that's a pet. No, but that light is. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Phoenix questioned Viscount Grid, are you alright? Irene said I was on my way back to assist my husband who is having a difficult time restoring Baron. Then I saw you and thought you were meeting someone outside the castle. But Sir Phoenix recognized that she is the Yatan 8th servant who kidnapped me. What is going on? Grid thought what's with my luck today? What the hell? Yura thought did she just say dear? So it was Grid who married the Lady of Winston? Phoenix said she is our blood-sworn enemy who took hundreds of our men's lives. We need an explanation for this, my lord. Grid thought why now of all times? On top of being misunderstood for having an affair, her affinity is going to drop. I need to do something. Grid attacked towards Yura and said you nasty thing. You were after my wife's neck by getting close to me? Yura wonders nasty? Yura said I understand your situation albeit roughly. But those golden needles, it's quite similar to the golden disc someone used during the invasion. Anyway, I saw your pet and I can roughly guess your hidden identity, so I will leave now, since it's clear that you are a necessary asset to South Korea. Mr. Legendary Class Changer, Pagma successor. Then Yura fly away. Grid then told Aaron it's alright now. You must have been startled, but trust me, you have nothing to be concerned about now that I am by your side. A few days later, Jishuka said, thanks to the backup and support provided, we were able to recover much of the barren village. I won't forget your grace and will return the favor in your time of need, my lord. Irene said it's my business too when it's about Grid's co-workers. I hope you will continue to be someone Grid can lean on. Then I will take my men and return to Winston. Continue to take good care of Barren Village, Baron Jishuka. Ventnor told Grid you look happy. You did not leave the inner castle the whole time as Irene was here. Honeymoon time is great, huh? Grid replied if you don't know anything shut up. Do you know the pain of getting to bed? In excitement, but having to endure nights that can't be shared? Grid recalled back the moment. System alerted you can have sex with your married partner once a month with their consent. Remaining days 10 days. Grid said if you are jealous, get married too. Ventnor replied I don't know what's going on, but sorry. Irene told Grid I will get going now. You are an amazing person, so you must be busy, but I hope you will return as soon as possible. I was glad to have been able to see you after so long and next time, let's have a more enjoyable evening. I will be waiting. Grid thought I am sorry, those fucking moderators. I sent her away feeling disappointed but, I can't keep thinking about that all the time. If I want to return quickly, I have to finish my job here. Grid wonders then shall I finish off the talent searching? Soon, Grid went to Barry in Mine to search. He wonders I observed over 400 people and no one has the potential. My insight and persistence stats rise so there's nothing bad about doing this. But at this rate, I will never know when I will finish. Miners? Well, the reconstruction of the outer castle walls are almost complete so they have probably all returned to their original jobs. Thinking about it, I came here to mine iron during my lower level years. Just climbing the mountain was straining back then. It all feels like an old tale. Suddenly, a fragment flied towards Grid. A miner said I am sorry. I have no control over those fragments, so please understand me. Grid replied no problem, this is how it is here in the workplace anyway. Then a young miner said not again. You should minimize the fragments, not consider it inevitable. How many times do I have to tell you that it's easy to stop that from happening when you look at the texture of the mineral? You can't even use your pickaxe properly at that age? Grid thought he looks 15, but he has an incredible drive. I would not even know a kid like this existed in the past. But my insight stats right now are telling me that kid is going to be an interesting one. Soon, Ventnor said the population is going to exceed 12,000? Is it possible to hold that many in this village? Tobin replied we should expand and scale into a city. It's a fortune. Our guild gained a lot of fans from the live stream of this battle and many people decided to move in. We don't have enough funds, but I think that can be resolved with the users' help. Ventnor said no wonder the female users started looking at me differently. Pon said you wish. You only became a hot issue because you are the guild master's bodyguard. Tobin said it was a big deal that Pon and Rigas could not use their powers. They could have resisted, but if that had happened, the village would have been destroyed beyond repair. Faker said for some reason, Smith the village's blacksmith became an advanced blacksmith, meaning our weapons and manpower will now be stronger. This is all thanks to Grid. At first I thought he was a selfish man, but something has changed inside him. He's growing as a comrade, so we have to get moving to catch up to him. Ibeline questioned, did you see the live stream? He wore a mask, but he was still so noticeably awesome. Layla said, I saw it too and it was absolutely fantastic when he saved Jishuka. Ventnor said, is that why? Jishuka started looking at Grid differently. The meeting is in the library, so she should be somewhere around here. Ah, there she is. Should we ask her ourselves? Ventnor said, Grid is a married man. You sure you are going to be alright? Jishuka kick on Ventnor said, die, you bastard. Grid appeared and said, oh, everyone's here. This kid could not trust the dignity of the person he is going to serve, so I wore armor temporarily. Say hi to this bold kid, his name is Miner. Miner said, wait, I can't do this any longer. I am a mine worker, why do I, the future miner king, have to read? Grid said, stop doubting already, just zip it and study. 2 books a day from now. Grid thought, of course, he would not know that right now, since I gave him a book to hold instead of a pickaxe he held every day. System alerted, skill fantastic, pickaxe technique S, mineral master S+, talent will reveal itself SS. Despite his young age, he can collect minerals as well as miners with 20 years of experience. The villagers believe that this boy will someday transcend the legendary miner. Yes, a great talent. If this talent blooms, he will be the representative of a country in this particular field. Grid thought the ruler's sword helped greatly in seeing the target's skill in detail. The limit of stat growth for common citizens is only 100, but his stats are unreasonably high. The talent will reveal itself feels a little off, but all his skills are over the S rating. It's the perfect partner for a blacksmith like me. I chose a good one, my mineral detector. A soldier said, Viscount Grid, there's news that someone has arrived in the smith's smithy. Jishuka questioned, a guest? Who are you seeing? Grid said, I've been waiting for someone and work here is almost done, so I will head there and leave for Winston immediately. I will use this sword a little longer. I have to use it one more time. Soon. ROI returned with the completion of the mission. Grid said, good job. The soldier's level rose by an average of 8 to 10 levels. No casualties too. Everyone looks more reliable now. Grid thought the most noticeable one is Jude. His level rose by 17 and his stats rose by 280. So at least 16 stats rose this time. He has incredible growth speed. Grid thought, I checked the skill description with the ruler's sword. Grid questioned, who ROI, what about the most important sylphid scales? Who ROI replied, 28 right? It's all here. What are you going to do with them? Grid replied, you said you acquired the skill sword mastery after changing to your second class, right? We have all the materials, so let's go back to Winston. I will make you sword and my special equipment also. There's something I have to collect, hopefully as many as possible before the start of the international competition. TV broadcast. Today the data portal published some statistics that have garnered attention. The number of tourists visiting our country has reached almost 800,000. Considering that the average attendance rate for the Olympics lies between 200k to 500k and the fact that the event has flopped in the last few years, the popular opinion is that this will be the birth of a new mainstream global event. All signs point towards the overwhelming success of the Satisfy International competition. 4 months after the invasion of Baron by the Yatan Church, Baron Village recovered and back in the real world. Every day was full of exciting news about the international competition. However, none of it was enough to be of interest for Grid. Currently, his interest lied in a small cave in the north of the Eternal Kingdom. Miner said, this is the last spot. Let's get this over with already. Suddenly, Orc Monster appeared and said, let's capture this human kid. Miner said, did not you guys gear the explosion? It'd better if you run off. While the Orc decided to attack Miner, Grid killed them and said I was able to avoid, but I still got caught in Braham's trap. It detected my presence, so the stealth ability I went through the trouble of preparing ended up being useless. Miner said, if you don't need it, give it to me. I am the one that's in danger waiting outside. Either that or come out sooner. Grid said, do you know how hard it was to make this? I need I'd get my money's worth, but is not this sick? My zip-up hoodie. Miner questioned, did you find the item? Grid replied, yeah, as long as I know where they are. The traps are a breeze. This is the 7th Pavranium I've found, thanks to you. That's all the Pavranium in the north of Eternal now. Miner, your information really is spot on. Training you has been really rewarding. Let's go back now. Miner said, stop bringing that up. I keep having flashbacks of being trapped inside a library for 4 months for that weird thing. Grid said, come on, it's nice getting smarter. Miner replied, I already told you that I am destined to be the future king of mining. Grid thought, I also want to just leave you alone, but the conditions to obtain all the Pavranium that the great magician Braham hid across the continent. In order to make a soul vessel with Pavranium I need the blessing of 4 gods, but that's impossible, since I am now the Yatan cult's mortal enemy. Finding Miner ended up being my saving grace. After increasing his INT, his mineral detection abilities got stronger, helping me find the Pavranium. Now I don't need to make a fucking dog bowl to help that ghost revive or whatever. I can take all the Pavranium for myself without his help. Meanwhile, Braham said, Pagma's successor, you bastard, not only have you made a fool of me by breaking our promise, you just took the Pavranium completely ignoring my soul fragment. What an insolent bastard. Could it be has Pagma's successor started doubting my identity? If I can't revive by using him, I will have to prepare for plan B, but I will never forgive you for your crime. Back to reality, he report the requirements for the new legendary class, Braham's successor to appear have been fulfilled. Chulho said that's interesting. Has Grid finally realized it? That Braham is the world's greatest liar and villain? He said you should already know that he's not smart enough to ever figure that out on his own. Chulho said that's true. Still he registered for the international competition. That will be fun to watch. He said that's actually going against our predictions as well. There's a high chance he will be a no-show. The one that registered him is Yura, who has the support of the Korean government. Chulho laughed and said you can really never tell with this guy. Why don't we make a bet then to see if he will actually participate or not? Back to Grid. Grid questioned, so did you think by just giving me the blueprint without any of the core materials, the fire shield that you so desperately wanted would be magically created somehow? Tobin replied, please, I just can't obtain the fire stone, the core material, on my own. Would Miner's Mineral Master skill be able to find it? Grid said Mineral Master is not an omnipotent skill. Without specific clues, even Miner can't find it. I've told you this over and over during the past 4 months. Tobin said, but I need the fire shield and its high flame resistance for the Phoenix raid in 10 days. Grid replied, can't you just do something with your high mental fortitude? Grid thought, Firestone? Grid said, I will told Miner to look into it, so stop causing a scene and leave already. Then, Miner came, it said I found it, the location of the Firestone and how to mine it. Tobin questioned, really? Miner said Kokoro Island in the southern sea of the Eternal Kingdom. It'd normally take a week to get there, but you can travel in a third of the time with a fly spell. Tobin thought, if I am not mistaken, that's the Silver Knights Guild. Tobin said, thanks for looking into it, but I will have to pass. That's an area controlled by the Silver Knights Guild. On paper they are weaker than us, but they are still a powerful guild with over 200 people and their guildmaster is ranked in top 100. I do want it badly, but if we trespass without permission, it could lead to a guild war. Due to the agreements between guild, you can't enter areas controlled by another guild without permission, but I will officially request their cooperation sometime later. In the first place, we were supposed to take care of material sourcing ourselves. I am just thankful that you looked into it for me. Grid thought all of these guys are straight as an arrow, always being true to their promises. Grid told Khan, I think I will have to be away from the smithy for a few days. Is that okay? Khan replied, you have nothing but good intentions here. Don't worry, you can go. Obtaining materials with good intentions is another necessary quality of a blacksmith. Grid said, Tobin, this is going to be your reward for being obedient till now. Since I have this zip-up hoodie, I can go mine it without anyone ever knowing. Just make sure to have my compensation ready, since I'm going to treat this as a business trip. 2 days later in real-world time, South Korea, opening of the first Satisfy International Competition. For the first international competition, 17 nations with over 10 high record setters and related quests are participating. Each nation has 13 people on their team, so 221 people, with an average level of 213 are competing. Also, 3.6% of the earnings from the competition will be directly invested back into the economy, helping the public. Let's applaud the South Korean government and SA Group for making this tournament possible. He said, with 800k tourists, the effect on the economy has far surpassed what the Korean government anticipated. We are being flooded with requests from other nations to pick them as the next host nation. Not only do we have an unbelievably high public approval, our stocks are also rising in value. Chulho thought the rankers that came to Korea have been paid unbelievable sums of money, and billions of people across the world are being provided excellent entertainment, the likes of which they have not seen in a while. The world I created has surprised physical, language and international barriers. I've arrived at the threshold of being able to leave my name in history. Meanwhile, Jishuka teammates question, why is Jishuka acting like that? She's been looking for someone on the Korean team for a while now. I think his name is Grid? Back to Grid, he wonders, I finally got here. I think it took like 46 hours. It's further than I thought, though I did end up getting caught in the mood and coming here. It looks approximately 14 the size of Jeju Island. It's surprisingly big. I still got here with plenty of time to spare. According to Miner, I have to get there at the appropriate time in order to obtain the Fire Stone. I will defeat you slowly, so just you wait. Master of Hellfire, Hell Gao. Grid wonders, wait, I think there was something going on today. Soon, Grid questioned an NPC, I came to take a look at the monster called Hell Gao. Do you know where it is? The NPC replied, why would you want to see that man-eating devil? That's basically suicide. Don't you know about the legend of Sword Saint Muller who sealed the demons 300 years ago? He turned that devil's body into ashes, but its soul could not be sealed, so it still appears once in a while. Grid thought, the legendary Sword Saint Muller, so it's a monster that even a man like that could not completely defeat? Then Grid noticed some people. The NPC told him it's the Silver Knight Guild's expedition. They say that the devil will appear again. I wonder if they are well prepared for the flame. If you plan on meeting that devil, you better dye your equipment with the Fire Stone first. Grid questioned, dye? The NPC said you needed to resist the devil's black flame, which is hotter than the demonic clan's jade green flame. Go to South Street and find Ellen, give her my name and she will give it to you at a cheap price. Soon, Ellen said, soaking the firestone in my special solution turns it into dye. A dye made with this method is imbued with the flame's energy, so if you dye your equipment with this, your fire resistance will be higher. Grid questioned, can a mithril armor be dyed too? Ellen said firestones are a symbol of harmony, it fuses with everything. Grid said it's just a stone, yet it's so remarkable. Grid thought I can prevent burns thanks to my immunity to status changes, but this does not apply to fire damage, so I do need some resistance. Grid said then, here's my armor and gloves. Ellen thought it's beautiful and perfect. A dwarf skill? No, it's made by a craftsman who exceeds dwarves. I've never seen anything like this in my 56-year career as a dyer. Ellen said, trust me with it, I will pour my soul into it so that this amazing artwork won't be flawed. Grid thought she doesn't even let a single drop of dye touch the golden embellishment. She is a craftsman. On top of that, she's been on it for hours. I can't let this opportunity go. System alerted, your insight rises by 10, your dexterity rises by 20. You learned a little about the method of dyeing clothing and method of dyeing clothing in metal. Afterward, Ellen said, thank you. I enjoyed creating one of my best works thanks to you. It's to the point I want to copy you into a painting right now. Grid thought, is this really me? This is dope. The red and gold blends in and even creates an intense aura. Plus, this armor has 19% and the gloves have 7% fire resistance. This is an incredible buff. Alright then, just one more thing. Merge is 1, Grid thought, and 7 newly processed Pravanium. A demon king itself. It's perfect for my taste. An hour now till the Helgao raid. I should start sneaking in now. Do your job right, Silver Knight Guild. Peak Sword, the 16th in Unified Rankings Silver Knight Guild's Guildmaster said after many failures, we are still stand here. The Kokoro Island is a place officially bestowed to us by the Eternal Kingdom, even when the Sakura Guild wanted to own this place as a reward for their war contribution. We, the Silver Knight Guild, who represent Satisfy, will make this the home ground where Korean rankers are made. Peak Sword thought South Korea's standing in Satisfy is too weak. I already rejected Yura and the government's request to join the hopeless international competition. The past reputation of South Korea as the best gaming country was a part of my pride. I will not let that die as a memory. Peak Sword said, today, we defeat Helgao and restore our reputation. Everyone moves forward. Meanwhile, the live announcer said, this is South Korea today, where the opening ceremony of the very first international competition is ongoing. Unfortunately, Kraugle, the first in the unified rankings, has made it official that he will not be participating, but the top 5 excluding the first are participating and up to 21 rankers in the top 50 of unified rankings are participating, so it's worth all the excitement. And currently, the United States representative player is making a pledge. The United States has a comparatively high average level and is a top contender with 6 players who are in the top 20 unified rankings. On the contrary, despite being the hosting country, South Korea is predicted to be the worst team with their weak player base. Some suggest that the country the Pagma's successor is affiliated to could be the winning variable. The competition starts tomorrow. Satisfy users all over the world. Cheer on. Back to Jishuka. Pon said, there are so many fashionable people. Cool, look at that person. Master. Jishuka said, watch where you are going. Pon. I've known him for over 3 years. I can't believe it's a man like him. Rigas said, it's like the recoil of coming out to the real world from Satisfy. I am fine though. Jishuka replied, you are the one in the worst state here. Rigas said, it's a country of Taekwondo. Pon said, by the way, it's a shame that Kraugle did not participate. It was an opportunity to fight him, but I guess I should be satisfied with the rest. Rigas said, does Spain not care about achievements that much? It's quite different from England. Pon replied, no, we are the same with that. It's just a personal goal. Rigas said, I mean, I am also really excited to be in the home country of Taekwondo. I was a Taekwondo national athlete for over a decade, but I only came here now at the age of 26. Pon said, the media is surely giving the spotlight to the US, probably since their average level and number of rankers is overpowering. Jishuka questioned, where the hell is Grid? He has not even read my message, asshole. He did not even show up to the opening ceremony. Is he even participating in the competition? Back to Satisfy. Peak Sword said, 1 flame and half of the guildmates are died. Is this another failure? Grid thought, I was wondering why my stealth was disabled. Was I detected by Helgao? Then I won't need this anymore. I should mine quickly and leave. Back to Rigas. He said, it seems like Korea is not even getting any attention at this competition. Excluding Yura, most of the users in the Korean team are evaluated as the weakest, probably meaning they are not even viewed as competitors. Pon said, many rankers are participating, so it makes sense. Rigas said, however, in order to achieve the goal, surviving the competition is the priority. Jishuka said, I'm going back to the hotel. I will log in to Satisfy right now and ask Grid for his home address myself. Pon said, she's so into him. Rigas replied, I doubt that's the only reason. Pon said, well, a competition is still a competition. To think of fighting against a ranker, it's beneficial to build up even a single % of experience. Anyway, you think Grid will actually show up? Rikas laughed and said if he does I am sure everyone will be shocked. You see we are the only ones who consider South Korea as the hardest obstacle to victory. To the people who only give attention to the US it would surely be a big deal. Han said when I first heard about the competition, I did not care much but now that it's actually beginning, I am starting to get motivated. Jishuka said all of us are in the top 15 of unified rankings, I am sure we can score high. Whatever the results, this competition will restore Zadaka's reputation. Since with the equipment Grid crafted for us in the past 4 months, everyone became incredibly stronger. Back to Grid. Grid ignored boss and continued mining. Peak Sword questioned how are you fine? Jishuka said in our guild, there's something no other guild has, well it's nothing much. We are just overgeared. Peak Sword wonders one skill and half of my guildmates are gone? Even 86% fire resistance is useless and who is that man that the fire does not work on? Grid said this is annoying, I don't want fight so fuck off. Peak Sword thought the best dealers of the guild could not hurt that thing, but he blew Helgao off with a single swing. That ridiculous attack power and defense, he must be a hidden class. Plus, the aura around the great sword is a +8 enhancement effect. The chances are extremely thin, and it costs tremendously so I rarely even saw +7 equipment. So that means he's a high-level hidden class changer, rich and he even has luck. He must be a snob. Peak Sword questioned are you a Japanese spy from Sakura Guild? Don't interrupt our raid. Grid replied I am Korean though, and what do you mean by interrupt? Did not you see that I am the only one that dealt damage to this monster, while you guys could not do anything? I don't care about this monster, and if I wanted to take advantage of you guys, I would have done that already. I am only here for the fire stones, so let's just leave each other alone. Grid thought but those guys will never be able to defeat that thing, since that monster, I can't even see its combat power, and even when it was hit with a critical kill, not even 10% of its health was lost. Even if I used my immortality passive skill I am not sure I can beat that thing. A monster from hell indeed. I don't feel good about this one. I should just leave after mining the 3 fire stones needed to make Tobin's shield. Helgao said that is not something lowly humans can touch. Peak Sword start to launch attacks and said fine you say you are Korean so I will trust you for now. Consider just now as payment for what I owe. We got an opening, focus all your powers at one point. Helgao said you never fail to be delusional all the time. Despite being the same human, you show this much difference. Grid thought the fire stones were glowing now. Is this the source of its magic power? I see this firestone has to be connected to Helgao's magic power in being some way or another. So, if I manage to mine this, Helgao said hell's power if far beyond your reach, pathetic ephemerals. Remember this clearly and die along with all of your comrades. Peak Sword thought our month worth of harsh training was only an itch to this monster. It's my mistake for misjudging Helgao's power. Forgive me. Next second, Helgao's fire deactivated. He questioned you bastard how dare you. Grid said I was right, take it, the firestone is its weakness. Find a glowing firestone and mine it while it uses its power, it will get weakened. Peak Sword thought a legendary pickaxe? Helgao said you are pestering me too much. Grid told Pavranium to deal the Helgao. The boss wonders it does not break even with my staff, is it adamantium? On top of that, it's an artifact that can move like it has its own consciousness. Peak Sword said I am sorry, but I don't have any mining skills. Then he noticed Grid took out a huge great sword plus that effect +9 enhancement. Grid said damn it, I can't even mine comfortably, I gave you the pickaxe, even an idiot can mine with that. I will take care of this firefly so let go of that shitty sword of yours, and start mining already. Grid thought 10% of its health is gone. It definitely got weaker after mining the firestone. Plus I leveled up quite often the past 4 months and I am now level 246 so I have a chance. Helgao thought I am suffering this much damage? Even though I lost 1 firestone, it does not make sense. That bastard definitely got stronger after he started using that sword. Helgao questioned those strange golden blades in that sword. Did you rob the god's treasury or something? I've never seen a human like you other than Muller who I acknowledge. Grid said that legendary Muller guy? You are talking about that guy who turned you into rags a long time ago, right? I am pretty sure you are going to die once more today. I am a legend like Muller you see. Helgao replied what? How can a mere bug like you compare to Muller? The attack of Helgao caused Grid suffer from 2000 burn damage every second until he die. Helgao said it's a hellfire that never extinguishes until the opponent turns into ashes. You won't be able to turn it off even with your loud mouth. System alerted you've resisted. Helgao thought hellfire does not work on him. Just like him, is he really a legendary human like Muller, the strongest of the legends who sealed the great demons as a human? 150 years ago, after my body was sealed by him, I could only exist by using the firestone and the body of the demonic creature but, I am hell's eternal flame that will burn all of you several times and more. As if I Helgao the 9th of the 33 great demons, will allow that disgrace to happen again. System alerted you've been dealt a striking blow, you have suffered 7,930 damage. Grid thought it got stronger all of a sudden? The Pavranium. It's not only its strength, even its appearance and atmosphere changed dramatically. I've enhanced all my armors up to +6, yet this is immense damage. The critical rates are super high as well. I don't have burns thanks to my resistance, but the hellfire still can't be overlooked. I've already mined 1 firestone yet he is still this strong. Is this the power of hell? Helgao said you still have few tricks left. I surely do have to admit your effort in reminding me of Muller, but you are not Muller. Grid thought I already only have 30% of my health left, but still if I endure a little longer, I will be able to take the upper hand again. If I just mine 1 more firestone. Grid questioned Peak Sword, do you want to die here with me, you dumbass? Back to reality. Announcer said today is the first day of the first Satisfy International competition. Amidst the cheering of the audience, the boss raid and labyrinth breakthroughs results have been released. We could say the results were expected since the United States, Canada and France were the leading candidates. The 3 countries mentioned received their medals and have established the big 3. In the boss raid with calm orders, perfect damage dealing and tanking, Zabal II in the unified rankings of Team US won a gold medal. And in the labyrinth breakthrough, Bondre, 11th in unified rankings, brought the gold medal home for France. He analyzed the structure of the labyrinth with remarkable speed and fooled the other rankers with his skills. The last of the big 3 comes Canada. As the best in Canada, Chris participated in both of the games but he was defeated and won silver medals in both. Considering that each player can participate in up to 3 games in this competition, Chris's records are quite disappointing. Another man said yes, but moving on, the competition's starting results are as shown on screen. Tomorrow is target processing. Is there any winning tactic? The live announcer said tactic definitely exists, but the method to win is quite simple. You just have to hit your target. I doubt there are any rankers that can't do that. Back to Grid, he yelled, how can you can't even hit that firestone? If you look around the firestone carefully, there is a part of the ground near the roots that's weaker. If you pick on that spot, it will be done quickly. Helgao said you'd better be concerned for your life first. Grid took our holy shield to defend. Helgao said the never-ending artifacts bore me now. You still have more to bring out? Grid thought I couldn't get a break. Buy me some time, Pavranium. Damn, he's fast. He's on another level from the Guardian of the Forest. Helgao said you dared to underestimate hell, so die for your improvidence. I'll leave your head empty so you can think. While Helgao thought Grid burned to ashes, Grid said sorry to disappoint you, but I am not dying right now. Duran's ring activated. Helgao said how many artifacts do you have? Grid said you've been up my nose for far too long. Failure option effect activated, you used skill bisect, critical. System alerted you bisected both of Helgao's hands. Helgao now has his movement restricted and a significant drop in attack power and attack rate. Grid said if I use it against an enemy's strong attack, the effect maximizes with the effect of the armor. You see, my health is on max too. This is how you use Duran's ring properly. 30% of your health is gone. Are you holding on alright? Helgao then noticed that Bastard took another firestone. Grid said things look really bad out there for you. Time for round 2. Peak Sword thought I never considered it much. No, I have never even thought about mining. But this satisfaction when I finally acquire the mineral, it's another type of thrill I can't experience in battle. Maybe I should try investing in mining skills. Grid said there you go. You did as I said, and you got it. Good job. Peak Sword replied, really? I did really well, right? Then he thought how the guild master of the Silver Knight Guild could and the 16 of unified rankings crave for a compliment from a man at least 10 years younger. But considering who that young man is, this is not weird, since he is the man who swung the great sword of the abyss and the famous Pagma successor. The media described him as an individual with weak control and said he's just overgeared, but I don't think so. Utilizing his own productions is the most Blacksmith-like combat method. He overpowered that monster that butchered 200 of level 140 elites of the Silver Knight Guild. This is the level of the Korean legendary class. I can't watch the hope of South Korea taste failure. I will make a path for you with my mining. Meanwhile, location Baron Castle. Tobin said no, not hopeful at all. It's too unstable, that guy's. Someone questioned what's up with Tobin? He looks anxious. The woman said, you also ordered a production from Grid, right? There have been 140 pieces of equipment that Grid crafted for the guild over the past 4 months, but 8 out of 10 were normal or rares. The man replied, the ratings are all about luck though. I guess everyone had high expectations, like little children. The woman said, and as I heard, they all experienced the same thing. All the guild mates who got failed normal heard trust me from Grid. Tobin yelled, don't say that. I was a little unsure when he accepted it so easily, and this was exactly why. Without the fire shield, the upcoming Phoenix raid will have to be postponed. The woman said, I mean, it's just words, don't you think so? The man asked, am I getting a normal too? Back to Grid, he yelled, just trust me and mine. It's round 2. Helgao thought I can't experience this shame from a mere human again. This vessel of the Devilkin Pietas, this is its limit. 2 out of the 4 firestones I brought into this realm are taken. If I can't finish this human bastard with my remaining magic power, I will be ridiculed in hell again. Grid thought, what? You still have other attack methods? Helgao said, I must admit, I did not expect to meet a human of this level again. However, I will need an excuse for the ridicule I will get in hell, so I will drag your soul into hell and make you my slave forever. Grid thought he still manages to deal damage while bleeding. He's indeed a monster. Even after losing 2 fire stones, plus he started attacking from range. It was easier when he swung his staff. At this rate, I won't be able to get close. I can attack from far range with Transcend, but it only lasts 30 seconds. On top of that, Transcend is a skill I must save for the very last. If I want to end this, I have to change this into close combat. Hell Gao said you were in the perfect place to burn. Now let's end this. Turn into ashes. Grid thought I can't dodge this. I have to gamble with this one. Peak Sword thought no way, this explosion is extremely powerful. No matter how good the equipment is, he won't stand a chance. Hell Gao spotted there's smoke over the dart. Did my attack hit those instead? System alerted Kennan's dart belt. 1 dart at random will be charged every 20 seconds, and up to 3 darts can be charged. You have been detected by Hell Gao, the master of Hellfire, so your stealth has been deactivated. Grid said luckily the smoke exploded just in time and I barely managed to avoid it by using a blade. Thanks to that, I've been dealt with insane damage, but if I can't avoid it, I will deal the same amount. Let's end now. Blacksmith rage kill. Hell Gao thought this much power from this damned bastard. It blows away half the health immediately. Grid wonders this 5 joint attacks effect is under both the gloves and the failure, but it won't frickin' activate it. System alerted Link level 3 skill increased. Your damage increases. Number of attacks increased by 5 times. Hell Gao said your sword is heavier, but this is not enough. I am still yet to be defeated. Grid cast Wave and Restraint, which blew the magma and restrained Hell Gao. Grid thought I won't last in a long fight with Hell Gao's magic power, and it's obvious how things will turn out even if I use the immortal passive with this absolute difference in power. He's not like any other ones that I could defeat by countering. I have to defeat this monster with tremendous damage. Looking back, the fusion of Transcended Link worked after Link became level 2. This is the perfect time to make a new skill since it's level 3 now. I need multiple kill skills since it's my ultimate attack. I have to merge it into a continuous sword dance with Link. System alerted you have successfully fused a skill. Your INT rises by 10. You have created a fusion skill, Linked Kill. A minimum of 3 to 7 blows will be randomly generated that will deal 1500% damage per hit. The current damage of kill minus 300%. Hell Gao thought this unsophisticated and barbaric energy. This attack will be dangerous. Is he really just a human? Hell Gao said it's my defeat. I should delay my plan of gaining power with the human souls to retrieve my sealed body. Grid said remember this, even in hell, I am on the same level as Muller. System alerted you have defeated Hell Gao, the master of Hellfire that has been capturing human souls. You are currently level 253. Peak Sword questioned did you really defeat Hell Gao alone? Then he noticed the fire stone exploded. Grid thought did it disappear with Hell Gao? Grid thought my stamina is out. Peak Sword questioned are you alright? Grid replied and what if I am not? Will you get me a fire stone or something? Peak Sword said don't worry, I will give you the fire stones I mined. Grid said I still need one more. I held Hell Gao back alone for 30 minutes and you only managed to mine one. You say you are a ranker, yet you can't even use a pickaxe properly. Pathetic. Peak Sword replied I have nothing to say, but a legendary class changer in our country I am astonished. Are your rewards good though? Grid replied not at all. I did not get any money and only got this instead. Memphis's egg, it's a Memphis's egg. I don't know, I looked at the description and it says it's an egg. Peak Sword replied an egg? I don't think it's a pet. Information about pets is well known yet I never heard of this name. Grid said there's no instructions on hatching it, so I guess it's a rare food ingredient or something? I can't believe all I got for defeating the boss is this. Peak Sword replied if anything helps, allow me to treat you with a meal in my castle. Grid replied well, stamina can't be helped with potions so I do have to rest. Peak Sword said if you eat it will help you recover even a little bit. That he received his guild member message. Master you have to get away. Peak Sword told Grid log out right now. Yoshimura said I did not expect this. If you are alive means you've succeeded in the Hell Gao raid. If you've had enough fun here, I think it's time we have this land back. Yoshimura 2nd ranked archer 98th unified ranking Sakura Guildmaster. Peak Sword said it's the Sakura Guild, one of the 3 prominent guilds in Japan. They've been after this island for a long time. They are infamous even in Japan, but they are still a powerful guild with many rankers. It seems like they purposely came after the raid when we are vulnerable. Peak Sword said protecting this island is our task as a South Korean guild. If I hold on a little, my guild mates will resurrect and join me so you log out. Grid replied I don't mean to be nosy but what exactly are you trying to protect? It's clearly going to be a tough fight. You've been yelling around our country for some time now. Is it really more important than the experience? You will lose? Peak Sword said this is the island where I first met my guild mates. Island or nation, there's always a place that one wants to protect. There are people I cherish here, and in my country, I am sure you have a place like that too. Grid thought is it the fence? I really don't know. Peak Sword said anyways, from now it's my battle to protect what is mine so you can leave. Yoshimura said, that's so expected of you. Peak sword, attacking alone, an arrogance that certainly matches your capabilities. This whole time, we could not even set foot on this island, but from today onwards, you will no longer have land. Even the single grass blades here are all mine. Grid thought that Japanese bastard is crazily obsessed. My stamina is all gone, so I should quietly get out of here before I get involved. System alerted, remains of Helgao's magic power are scattered in the air. The disruptions disable you from logging out. Grid said, what the heck, I can't leave. Then, the members from Sakura Guild said, don't leave that red guy behind, kill him too. Peak sword said, he's with me, I will never let any of you get close to him. Grid thought, don't add me to this. Now stamina recoverable with food is small, damn it, all I can do is swing a few times and die. Grid heard the egg, said, hungry, I eat. Grid wonders, what the heck, it talked? Soon, Grid thought they would retreat when their leader is killed, but it would be hard to do that alone. Plus, I can't help even if I want to in this state. Besides that, it's quiet. Was it a mistake? I guess it was because of my low stamina. I should escape while that guy is drawing all the attention. Yoshimura said, Peak sword, you see, the strongest claims the land. Suddenly the egg again said, hungry, hungry, eat. System alerted, you have lost a part of your soul to the Memphis. You are more likely to be affected by status conditions. There will be a 50% decline in your main stats for 3 seconds. Grid thought, what is it? Something just came out from thin air. System alerted, you've earned the title man who has touched hell. Your health increases by 3000. Demonic power stat has opened. Hell's strongest demonic beast Memphis detected a human soul polluted with grid and hatching. You've become the first owner of a demonic beast from hell of Satisfy. Grid thought, a cat. The cat said your soul was delicious. Yoshimura questioned, a cat? Is it a stray pet? Grid catch opening and attack towards from behind. Yoshimura thought, what, 70% of my health gone in one blow? Grid thought it went in perfectly. The cat really drained this guy. Grid said, I thought you came here to claim the island when they are all dead. You are trespassing, so I assume you don't have any complaints. Grid said, your leader is dead, are you still going to continue? Soon all the members from Sakura left. Grid said, that was all I got. Peak sword said, I told you to log out. By the way, you now have a strange cat. The cat said, my master is a murderer. My master is a murderer. System alerted, your demonic power increased by 1. Demonic power, you can communicate with demonic beasts. When you reach a certain number, you can enter hell. Stat points can't be distributed to the stat. Grid thought, is this the consequence of defeating those Japs? Memphis, the most powerful species within the existing demonic beasts that is considered hell's treasure. However, they are a species in danger of extinction. Due to their lack of breeding ability, as an adult, their fighting abilities are superior to the higher ranked demonican. So they are the favorite of the 33 great demons. Grid thought, it's hell's treasure? The cat said, from the moment I was born, I ingested a human soul with my own power. I am the strongest from birth, just like my title of most powerful demonic beast of hell. Grid thought, it seems like I can't gain any EXP from Park, but they are incredible stats and skills, especially soul ingestion. Say he would love it when she sees it. Should I get a capsule for her? The cat questioned, does the master like me? Grid replied, yes, I like you very much. The cat proudly replied, of course, I am elegant, beautiful, strong and the most powerful demonic beast of hell. But I think master has a disease on your face. But don't worry, I won't leave you even if you are ugly. So just serve me with your utmost care. Grid thought, what the hell is this cat? I am not even its master at this point. I am tolerating it for the skill. Grid said, right, I should name you first to build affinity. What do you think about Noe? It sounds like slave, but I promise you it's not. It's the name of a mighty and noble warrior from the legends. The cat replied, awesome, nice, you are master and I am Noe. Peak sword thought he scammed against a demonic beast. He is definitely not a normal fellow. Peak sword said, we should get going to my castle now. You are exhausted, you must recover. Grid replied, no, I think it's best if I rest at my base. I don't feel at ease here. Peak sword said, I am just curious, but why did not you participate in the international competition? Grid answered, this weird lady put me up in the list without my consent. But I don't have plans, I don't want to be exposed to the public and I don't really benefit from it. Peak sword said, then it's a shame, but fighting together for South Korea will have to wait. Anyway, thanks for helping. Thanks to you, I have new hopes now. I will get stronger too, so I hope we meet again. I am called Peak sword. Grid said, if you want equipment produced, contact me. It's obviously not free though. Soon, Tobin said, it turned out that way after all. You need one more, right? It'd be difficult to get the materials ready before the raid then. Grid said, it may sound like an excuse, but Helgao was too strong. To the point it'd be impossible to only focus on mining. But at some point it's my fault for thinking that mining is a basic skill. I am sorry. Tobin thought he meant it. Everyone has been taking Grid's confidence lightly because of that theory, but this guy never says anything idle regarding blacksmith work. He is probably more desperate than the commissioner the moment he accepts the order. Tobin said, it's not something you should apologize for. I am grateful that you even helped. We can test the Phoenix raid with Vantner, who has been increasing his health in the meanwhile. Grid said, if that's possible. Thanks. Then I will keep the fire stones with me until I craft the shield. Tobin replied alright, but are not you participating in the international competition? Grid replied I am completely exhausted, I barely made it back here. I am going to turn the game off and sleep. Tobin said if you were that exhausted, I assume you did not get Jishuka's whispers either? She said she contacted you to meet up since we are all in South Korea now. Grid said I think it'd be fun if we met. Next day, the second day of the international competition. The target processing match is soon to begin. Today we have two countries that are getting more attention than the winning candidates, the US and France. Live announcer announced now it's South Korea and Brazil, satisfies best idol Jishuka and Yura. Yura the 5th in unified rankings acclaimed for her magic control, casting speed, and accuracy. Next we have the best archer Jishuka, who started half a year late than others coming in at 13th in the unified ranking. The match will take place on an island called Tira. The objective is to be the first to reach 150 points by removing small discs, each worth 1 point and flying at 40 meters per second. We also have a golden disc worth 50 points flying at 10 times speed, but it would need strategy. It's possible to out a user as well, though it won't be reflected on the scores. Groups of 2 are participating from each of the 17 countries, so the roles would be divided as target processing and ally protection. That's the unfortunate part. Yura and Jishuka are likely winners of this match. As soon as the game begins, they will be the first on the list to put out. Plus only Yura is present for the South Korean team. Is this a waiver? Rigas questioned Yura, did you give up like all these people say? I've heard Grid has no intention to participate despite his name being listed. We tried contacting him too, but we have not heard anything from him. Yura replied, you are Rigas of the UK, I know. I listed him up without his permission. Rigas thought she must have really expected him to be here, assuming by her decision to list him as her partner in this pair mission. It must be a shame. Rigas said it'd be difficult to do it alone, but hold on strong, our team won't attack you in the beginning. Jishuka questioned Rigas, why Grid the bastard is not here? She wonders that asshole, I was excited to see him on the list, yet I can't meet him even when I all the way here in South Korea. Jishuka said whatever, you start getting prepared too, if you focus on others, you will regret it later. Yura said exactly what she said, I am not here to give up. The people on the battlefield are elites that each represent a country. No one here expects less than the best, alone or as a pair. As the competition begin, Samuel the partner of Jishuka said, should not we also be on the high ground where we can easily spot targets? Jishuka said if we stay up there we will be spotted much easier, thus making us an easier prey. Samuel, there are 17 countries here, so soon enough, someone will start hunting after users. While that happens, we should focus on scoring. Samuel from Brazil currently is 95th in unified rankings. Meanwhile, Yura cast Darkstorm caused 20% of the island vanished. Live announcer said the entire Italian team has been logged out. Jishuka said the start is the stage for pesky idiots with no grasp of the situation and overwhelmingly powerful predators. Zabal watching the live broadcast and said Yatan's 8th servant, she's on a boss monster level. Quite impressive, seems like her plan is a blitz. Well, now is the best time to score as a solo player. A clever judgment indeed coming from a strong all-time 5th ranked ranker. But that's it, just raise the tension and get lost like a mere all-time 5th ranker should. Currently 8 teams are on the move to eliminate Yura. This man is Med 33rd in unified rankings. His partner questioned, would not it be better for us to earn scores right now? Med said if we do that, we will be pushed down in the rankings. We can do the scoring later. Plus, 8 other teams are cooperating. With it being 16 versus 1, we can defeat Yura first. Jishuka reminds Samuel focus on scoring now. This is a competition. Even if the choice we made was right, anything else could go wrong. The announcer said the teams who went for the catch the head tactic are after Yura. Among the 16 of them, there are 6 that are in the top 30 in the unified rankings. A partner's absence is really damaging. Grid said I just told her I'd participate to get her off my back. Am I an asshole for that now? But it's not like my patriotism will spark up just like that. The announcer continued, but her will to fight alone is unbeatable. I am even curious about what her motivation is. It must be the sense of responsibility she has as a person who represented South Korea for years. Yura has met our expectations faithfully. Even now, it must be the expectations of the people that gets her going. The joy of meeting an expectation, does not every have that experience? Yura thought it's not as easy as I thought. If I don't take the upper hand now, I have no chance of winning. If this becomes a long battle, it will get difficult. Riga stepped into battle and said, pardon me, I could not stand the sight of seeing so many going after one in a competition deciding who's the strongest. The goal you made prior to the game of becoming the best. You have not given up on that, have you? Miss Yura. Med said, go mind your own business. Rigas, are you planning to hand Yura the gold medal just to save your cheap ass sense of justice? Rigas said, it's my moral code I always remind myself of. It's true that I still lack plenty, but there is no reason for it to be sneered at. Rigas cast force palm. Med thought my bone shattered in just 2 blows. He's indeed strong. Then Med activated reverse origin, so his health and damaged body regenerated. Med immediately counter another attack towards Riga's. Med said, just like how your martial arts have been trained into your body, me too, I am a monk that trains my body with extreme penance. Do not bring your moral code into this as if it's something special. The sole goal of this battle is the victory of a nation. This man is Bubat Crusher 25th in unified rankings as a rare hidden class. Crusher is the best initiator. Bubat thought I can't hold her back after the dash skill. An insanely delicate control that counter-attacks exactly at that half a second gap between crowd control combos. Bubat said, but your mana must be depleted after dealing with 15 of us. It's all over now, everyone attack. Yura cast Divine Punishment with her orb. Yura thought I got out of the critical moment with the skill saved in the orb. I defeated the dealers with weak health, so now I should manage my mana for one-on-one fights. Bubat survived and give a powerful blow. The announcer said magicians have very low defense and health, so this should be her downfall. South Korea had the highest chance of earning a medal in this category, it's a shame. Another announcer said there's news, the other Korean player has just arrived. Notice, with there not being rules for this type of situation, the SA group has decided that they will especially allow the midway login to preserve the main point of the first hosted competition. In future competitions, we promise better preparation, so we ask for your understanding. The player just entered the capsule room. Wait, is he wearing slippers? Even the gloomy Korean audience is jeering. Back to the island. Yura's remaining health is less than 20%. She might not survive the international competition after all. Yura casts Diamond Shield, and wonders the only defense spell I can use before my third class change is a level 291. I can never give up. I should do my best. Bubat broke the shield and set a shield like this in a ranker's battle. It's getting tiring now. I deeply regret making the worst decision to go after you. So, I must at least leave with a reputation of killing a top ranker. Consider the price you have to pay for having such absurd abilities. Meanwhile, the audience's anger is pointed towards the player who joined late. Considering how the whining prize of the gold medal is 200 million won, his behavior is definitely problematic. Grid said Peak Sword and Yura really have no clue. It was a sloppily made promise, and I could not bear seeing my country lose, so I came, but it would have been a better reason if they told me the winning prize first. Back to the competition. Grid's Pavranium saved Yura. Grid said, hey, stop being so weak now and get up. It looks like I'm here to save you or something. The atmosphere here is lighter than I thought. I should have come earlier. I really liked how you guys did not care about head counts and method. It makes me feel at ease. This game can't get any worse, so there's no need to be civil. From now on, it will be a very crappy experience for you guys. One-sided game, let's go. Med said it's already a lost cause. He showed up too late. Riga said, you really think so? Grid said, then, we just have to resolve both. Announcer said the Korean team continues to score. The blades are targeting the disc. Those are the blades that saved Yura. Were not they simply parts of the armor? Bubat cast Bullhead Butt towards Grid. Bubat said, you think that will hide your true weak self? Then system alerted target is immune. Grid said, my +8 Dane's life specialized for crowd battles already lost about 20% health? Rankers are strong, indeed. But if you keep pestering like that, I can't help but bring it out earlier than planned. Grid thought it was impossible to hide my identity completely anyway. Now that I have the chance, I'ma make the fanciest debut I can. Grid launched Pagma's Sword Dance, Transcended Link. Immediately caused many users logged out. Bubat thought this is his ranged attack? It blows away this many people at once, and why are not the CC attacks working on him? Also, what is that? How can he swing that big sword so fast? Soon, Grid eliminated 15 users. Yura thought Korea's worn out hope. Yura, I did not take this title because of a sense of duty. It was because I had to do everything on my own after my parents passed, and that resulted in me developing the faith that I, myself, could do it all alone. I believed I had to do everything on my own like I always had, and that I would break apart if I could not prove myself. Grid said, I saw you struggle. Are you okay? Take a potion and rest for a while. Yura replied, I knew it. You are Pagma's successor. She wonders, but a person that lets me rest. Meanwhile, Brazil's archer is scoring at a fast speed. Jishuka thought, asshole, he ignored me this whole time, yet he came here at once to save Yura. Currently the score situation is Korea 113, US 77, Brazil 73, Canada 71, France 69, China 62, Japan 61, Great Britain 49, Spain 0. Hurrent from US, the Aura Master 8th in unified rankings, said they got rid of 15 players and now they are the top scorers. I know it's a legendary class, but come on. Lal replied, right, since the order of who reaches 150 points first decides the medals. Hurrent questioned, those golden blades, do you think you can handle them? Lal, the first ranked Qigong master, the best among the 10 rookies, said, I can snipe it, but those blades seems to be of the same material as the golden disc back in the Baron battle. It would be impossible to destroy it. Besides that, there are 5 teams that are in this forest. We are too concentrated here. Japan is on our tail too. Our scores are all similar, so it will become an elimination battle. Spain and Great Britain are not our concern, but France up there in the mountains alone, collecting scores is quite an eyesore. Unless we go after the Korean team who has the highest score along with Pagma's successor and Yura, aiming for a silver medal is our best choice. Hurrence said you don't even seem bothered saying we should go for second place. You are one cold-hearted tactician. Okay, I will deal with France. Wait for me for 3 minutes. Lal replied what? I said Japan's after us. If I am alone I will be attacked 2 versus 1. Hurrence said you can handle that much alone. Announcer said Hurrence just left the battlefield. It's very risky to go separately in the mid-game. Meanwhile, Rigas of Great Britain defeated Med just now too. Brazil is getting attacked by Canada and China at the same time. Seems like the second place will be decided here. Jishuka thought the game is almost over. They must be exhausted as well. If I can't balance scoring and park, this has to be done. Jishuka cast Phoenix Feather eliminated China team. Meanwhile Lal of the US is withstanding Japan's attacks alone. Lal said you can't just leave a tactician alone in the battlefield. Hurrent, you really are no man of virtue. Lal cast Empty Vessel eliminated a Japan user. Then Hurrent came back after killed French team. Announcer said the tables have turned. Though they initially attempted to defeat the winning team, only Canada managed to survive and now they are stuck in between Brazil and the US. While Hurrent attacking Canada, Jishuka shoot a poison arrow towards Hurrent. Hurrent said phew, Jishuka, taking advantage of this pretty clever, Canadians, please leave the stage to us now. Announcer said Canadian team all dead, that happened in the blink of an eye. Jishuka thought he's charging towards us fast. He overpowers us. I have to stall him. Samuel said try getting past me, but immediately being pushed back by Hurrent or a wave. Jishuka cast Heavy Rains at a good timing, but Lal said I can't block all these out with air control, so you have to deal with the rest with your aura armor. This is what you get for leaving your tactician stranded. Hurrent said, thanks to you, I am here despite looking like a porcupine, but you really hold a grudge, a young mind indeed. Jishuka thought an anomalous, no overwhelming control of aura. So this is the class of a top 10. Hurrent said having an archer aiming at your back is indeed really stressful. Am I too close to you for you to attack me now? Grid interrupted and said you have some keen sense. You were almost cut into 2 just now. Hurrent laughed and said of course. So it was true after all. You really are affiliated with the Zadaka Guild. But don't you think having a guild reunion at the international competition is little too much? Grid replied then what? You are bothering me yet I should ignore you? Anyways I'm going to have to protect her. Jishuka questioned seriously? Why did not you reply, you idiot? Grid said I was busy, don't be mad. Hurrent told Lal things are getting interesting now, you go score some more. Grid said dude, you are really persistent, why don't you give up now? It seems like our guild will take all the medals. Hurrent replied well, we don't know when you will interrupt like this again. If we want the silver, I should at least keep you stalled here. Grid said alone? That will be difficult though? Hurrent said don't worry about it. There's something called a growth type within the hidden classes. Jishuka thought a red aura? But is not an aura master's aura blue though? Hurrent said my aura master was initially a rare but it then advanced to epic class. Grid was it? Enjoy the time left with me. Since I have future legendary class, will gladly fight you. Grid told Jishuka. That kid is leaving to go score points. You should go score some points too. Even Rigas is still aiming for the silver medal. You are the guild master, so you should at least come in second place to maintain appearance. Grid thought they were the first people to recognize and respect me. Although I am unable to score for them, I want to at least give them a fighting chance. Grid said for the Korean team, Yura and my blades are catching the targets, so we are almost guaranteed first place, so there's not really much for me to do. At this point I want to try facing off against the US team which is rumored to be strong, so can you back off? Jishuka thought he's really not good at expressing himself. Jishuka said they want to compete with you, so I have no reason to stop you. Announcer said we believed him to be an unknown player because he was not registered on the rankings, but he's receiving quite a bit of favor from the 2 biggest idols on Satisfy, Yura, and Jishuka. The community is reacting with a lot of posts filled with both curiosity and envy towards the player. Meanwhile, Seihi friends said your Oppa's popularity is nothing to joke about, I want him more and more. Seihi said I keep telling you this, but my Oppa does not like girls, it's gotten even worse recently. Seihi thought the more my Oppa gets tangled up with those people, the more bullshit goes into his head. What goes on in that game for it to cause a person to change that much? Back to competition. Hurrent said I like that you are all ready now, but our team's kit is pretty good, so it won't be easy to win the silver medal. Grid said since it's their turn now, it's their responsibility to take care of it. While Grid decided to cast Pagma's sword dance, Hurrent attack stopped him. Grid thought I am currently wearing legendary armor, but I still received this much damage. Hurrent said when you are in a PvP match, you should hurry up your readying motions. Free advice, no need to thank me. Grid launched kill. Hurrent said your vigor is nothing to joke about. I don't think the rumors about you having the strongest among the existing jobs were false at all, but still it's a bummer. Hurrent simply dodged. Grid thought the fact that the damage I received was identical, Is it an aura that ignores armor and inflicts fixed damage? I am getting annoyed little by little. That expression as well. Hurrent said if you want to land non-target skills, you have to tie up the opponent's movements first. If that's not an option, at least try predicting their movements. Are you not lacking way too much in combat experience? Can you even handle your class properly? Grid said don't make me laugh. I've raided a countless number of bosses by myself. Hurrent said even then it's a target that stands still. Does that even count as experience? Grid said you are talking so much shit for dodging an ability once. Hurrent again dodged Grid attack and said even your ability to learn is looking bleak. I should not given up on the gold medal so quickly. Grid thought damn it. The preparation time is at best between 0.8 seconds to at most 2 seconds. There was no problem using these skills freely when facing boss monsters, but when facing rankers, it's something that can be so easily toyed with. Grid's attack finally hit on Hurrent. Hurrent thought I can't believe he could cause it to shake. If it's just his strength, the public evaluation was right. Hurrent thought he used big techniques multiple times and has received quite a bit of damage, but he does not look the least bit tired or his stats unusually high because of his equipment's influence. If we go for a long-term battle, the first person to get tired will be me. It'd be better to get as much data as possible. I have a good idea about his strength, but how is his speed? Grid casted quick movements. Hurrent thought his speed drastically increased the moment he switched his weapon to that dagger. Is his equipment enough to overcome the gap in combat experience? Hurrent received message from Lal reminding that's enough. Focus on the targets now. Hurrent cast Aura Spear. Grid said what were you going to do if I got hit? I told you that I was going to crush you. Hurrent laughed and said I am sorry but you guys are already finished. Announcer said the Korean team has reached 150 points. They've won the target processing game. Grid thought I neglected the Pavranium for too long after leaving it to take down the targets. Hurrent said that Aura Spear was to take down the targets. I'm going to play a bit more than leave. Goodbye, kid. Announcer said the second day of the competition is over. The biggest topic of conversation today is of course the first legendary class, Pagma's successor's appearance. Right now, interviews are proceeding at the conference hall. A man said with your win in the target processing competition, Korea now has a chance of entering the overall rankings. It was also really impressive that you pushed the US to a silver medal. The bronze medal returned to the UK due to the efforts of Rigas, who focused on keeping Jishuka in check. There were many criticisms that Brazil's Samuel was lacking in his ability to stop Rigas, but regardless you seem to have a special relationship with player Yura. Are you guys lovers? What about your relationship with Jishuka? There are many curious fans. Grid said I will not date a human female on Earth. Yura immediately said we are colleagues. I know that he's in the same guild as Jishuka. She whisper reminds Grid don't say anything weird, otherwise the interview gets longer. Just tell them something that they will be somewhat satisfied with. Don't reveal anything in your personal life. Whether you want it or not, you are going to be the center of the world's attention. A man questioned about 40 days ago, there was a global alarm that popped up stating the first legendary class had emerged. Was that the time you became Pagma's successor? Grid replied it's difficult to tell you the specifics, but I am able to craft legendary equipment. Also you are correct, that was the time I became Pagma's successor. The man questioned for a legendary class. You were one-sidedly beaten by US's player Hurrent. For a class known to be the strongest swordsman, you were extremely weak. What are your thoughts on the criticisms that this is due to a difference in player skill? Yura thought well, there could be a difference in skill, but the core of the issue is not that. Pagma's successor is excellent in both its passive skills and production abilities. It's not a strong class in terms of fighting skills. The skills that he used in the Baron fight in the tournament, there's only a little selection. The power is strong but the long cooldowns are its limits. When facing top-ranked players whose fights are done in the seconds, it's a critical weakness. It's the limits of a production class. Grid said is not it obvious? I still have not finished my class quest, so I have not completely received Pagma's abilities. The man questioned are you saying that you have still not achieved its complete form? Then are you implying that when you are in your complete form, you can defeat player Hurrent? Grid thought I can use restraint to stop his movements and transcend to completely overwhelm him. I could use active skills from Unbreakable Justice to Golden Flash. I was not really lacking in skill variety to take care of him. I did not use it because I did not want to reveal all my strategies. Grid questioned Yura there's a PvP category, right? Is Hurrent appearing there? Yura replied yeah, because he's the second ranker player from the US. For your information, you are also registered for it. Grid said I don't know if this will be a satisfactory answer, but compared to Pagma who appears in Legends, the current me is still a kid. But if it's just player Hurrent 30 seconds, I will blow him away in the PvP tournament within 30 seconds. Soon, at Satisfy Daily Show, the announcer said the second day of the international competition had ended. The events held today were target processing, siege and treasure hunt. A third of the total schedule has been completed so far, but there seems to be no home court advantage for the host country. Another announcer replied yes, because South Korea is the weakest amongst the 17 countries that are participating. They finished last place in both the siege and treasure hunt events. Even with player Yura's amazing tactics, she was unable to overcome the low expectations set on the team, as the Korean team which is predicted to finish in last place for the international competition. But a rising star has appeared, with a statement of "I will log out Hurrent within 30 seconds. He is spreading like wildfire throughout various sites. Pagma's successor, South Korea's player Grid. Someone questioned 30 seconds, is that really possible? Your opponent is ranked 8th on the unified rankings. Yura told Grid that will be all for the press conference. Grid questioned is it okay to end it? Yura said it's plenty. There's going to be a lot of interviews in the future, so let's return to the waiting room. Grid said you are really good at this. The interviews went well, thanks to you. Yura said our team atmosphere was about to be really depressing because of our results in the other events, but thanks to your great performance, the mood was lifted up, even if it was by a little. Even though I did whatever I pleased when requesting you to participate. Thank you for participating. Grid said I am having fun, so it's fine and I think I am better on stage than I thought. Yura apologized and said especially during Siege, I should have been able to lead the team better. The members immediately replied it was because we were lacking in strength. Rather, we should be the ones that are sorry. But anyways, you are Grid right, the first legendary class is a Korean. Suddenly, someone opened up the door. Jishuka hug on Grid. Jishuka said I wanted to see you. Grid thought Riga's and Pon came as well. No, before that she's way too pretty. Pon said Grid is the same in reality as he is in Satisfy. Riga said he really is contrary to a certain someone. Yura felt pissed. Soon, Yura said you did a great job participating today, even though it was really unexpected. Grid questioned are you okay? It looked like you were working really hard on your own, but no results came from it. Yura replied it's true that it's a shame, but you can't really say that there were not any results. I managed to take a step forward as a person because I worked hard with my teammates. If I were to win without that, even it really would not mean much. I am just enjoying failure as the reward. Grid thought just like production, is it? Grid replied but even then, I think it's better to have happier results. Yura questioned anyways what are you planning to do? The fan's sticking to you. Jishuka said take me sightseeing around South Korea. Riga said is it finally time for us to all go together to the Taekwondo theme park? Pon questioned what are you saying? It's definitely gonna be the club. Jishuka said please, you guys go your own. Grid is going to be alone with me. Grid thought why they are constantly sticking to me. They are talking an awful lot, but I have no idea what they are talking about. Yura said I guess I can't help it. It looks like you also need an interpreter. I will make a reservation for a restaurant. Let's go together. Pon said traditional Korean cuisine is really delicious. Now let's continue drinking. Jishuka then questioned why is that woman with us too? You guys also need to pack your food and disappear. Grid and I are going to have fun alone. Pon told Jishuka, Yura says she can speak 8 languages. Interpretation machines are also annoying. It's good to build relations as well. Jishuka replied relations with the Church of Yatan believer my ass. Well, I should be the better person. The whole reason I even participated in the international competition was to meet with Grid anyways. Maybe I should take this opportunity and just live in South Korea. Yura said Miss Jishuka is saying that she is not really enjoying South Korea at all, that if it was not for the international competition, there would be no reason for her to even come here. Jishuka yelled why don't you interpret it correctly, you sly bitch. I can also speak a little bit of Korean, okay? Grid thought what are these two doing? Why are you fighting? What are you doing? Rigas, stop them. Pon at least you. Pon hit on a girl questioned the lady, if you are by yourself, why don't we go out and have a drink? Grid thought they are all a mess. Are these really the people I know and satisfy? I can't take it anymore. I need to take a breather. Grid wonders they are completely different from how they are in-game. Now that I think about it, it's been a really long while since I've socialized with people in real life. If it was the past me, it's something that I would have never imagined happening. Thing like friends really do change a lot of things. It's about time we go our separate ways. Yura aside, are the rest of them all in separate lodgings? ChatGPT. Grid questioned the waiter about where the man had been sitting. The waiter replied that he left together with the person he was speaking to. Grid said, he left without even saying a word. He's really doing whatever he wants. Guys, we should get going. Then he noticed that both Jishuka and Yura were drunk. The waiter told Grid that the man who had been there was drunk and saying things about Taekwondo before running out. Grid thought, so they left everything to me and ditched? Things like friends can go off. Next day morning, Seihi screamed and alerted her dad and mom. Seihi said in Opa's room, there's something that should not be possible. Grid said what is not possible? It was a miracle even getting them into the taxi. Don't be alarmed, they are players in the international competition happening right now. They are famous celebrities, so I had no other choice than to bring them home. Seihi questioned you are being threatened, right? It's something like that, right? Grid said just wake them up. Grid's dad said alright, listen. From what I hear, you guys had a get together yesterday. Yura said I apologize for the discourtesy even though it's our first meeting. Jishuka said father, you eat too. Grid's dad told Grid, I am sure you are already aware. but it's illegal in our country to practice polygamy. Grid replied, it's nothing like that. Grid questioned, neither of you have matches today? Yura replied, yes, you are only allowed to participate in 3 events per person. The announcer said today is the 3rd day of the international competition. Today the production events will be held. It's an event featuring production rankers from all fields. Many fans were disappointed that the highly anticipated Pagma successor is not participating. Yura said it's such a shame, it would have been nice if Grid could participate as well. Grid said it's a shame, but I can't because of the restrictions, so not much I can do. The announcer said before the matches start, we will quickly bring you to Hurrent, who drew a lot of attention yesterday. Player Hurrent, you have received a challenge for the PvP tournament happening 2 days from now, on the 5th day of the tournament. How are you feeling? Hurrent replied, you are talking about that 30 seconds log out story. He's still young, so that's why he's saying immature statements like that. Lowell questions Zabal, it's about Hurrent. Is not he as being way too lax? If you look at Pagma's successor's equipment, it's difficult for Hurrent to win even if he goes all out. Zabal said, I think our rookie is just being very careful. Hurrent has a variety of different uses for his aura. But more than that, Hurrent did not show all of his abilities at the time. He's just a kid that believes in his equipment. Hurrent said he's few steps below me, that kid. That I can say with certainty. Grid said for the 5th day of the competition, the PvP tournament and pet marathon is an individual match, not a team match. If it goes well, it's possible to receive 6 medals in 2 events. The US team will probably try to use this time to collect a lot of medals to try and secure the first spot in the overall rankings. But they made a severe miscalculation. Because I also have the same idea. Soon, the announcer said it is finally the 5th day, the last day of the competition. The crown jewels of the competition, PvP and pet marathon, will be split between the morning and the afternoon. And here is the Lion's Castle on Pearl Island where the PvP event will take place. It was originally used as a training center for knights in the Bankost Principality, but now it's being haunted by ghosts. The PvP matchups for the 32 contestants have been decided through a lottery system and will now be revealed. A scenario has been drawn where Chris, the tournament favorite and 3rd on the unified rankings, will face off against Bondre, 11th on the unified rankings in the finals. And finally, the topic that's been the talk of the world. Player Grid, who declared a 30 seconds log out, will be colliding against another tournament favorite, Player Hurrent, in round of 32. Player Hurrent is already logged in. He is probably thinking of his competitors. Hurrent said unified rankings, 14th Hao, 11th Bondre, 7th Anyus, 3rd Chris, 2nd Zabal and 1st Kraugle. I will overcome those 6 people and rise to the seat of Sword Saint. For this PvP competition, Chris and Bondre, you guys are first on my list. The announcer said the cheers for Player Hurrent are overwhelming. Even various companies are confident about Player Hurrent's victory. Compared to that, Player Grid is drowning in booze. The article about him disappearing with a drunk Jishuka and Yura blew up 2 days ago. There has also been a re-evaluation of his performance on the first day. Yura told Grid they are booing a lot. Are you okay? Grid replied, I've never really experienced receiving cheers anyways. I will come back with a gold medal. The announcer said, now, let's leave the small things behind. The first match is about to begin. Hurrent said, oh man, even though this is a round I can win while resting, outright doing a sword dance? Is not that too brazen? I thought I told you I am not getting hit by a slow a skill like that. Of course, I won't be able to block that blade with my skill. That's a shame. Is it a sword dance you can't cancel even if you are getting hit? Grid cast restraint? Hurrent thought, my body, I can't move it as I want? Was he hiding this skill? For I need to completely focus my aura on defense, if I can hold on and collect myself. But Grid's kill immediately killed Hurrent. Grid said, you guys look so shocked. Just because someone you've never seen before shows up and rampages through everything. You have to at least be this tough to be attention grabbing. Grid said, take a good, long look. This villain has arrived. The announcer said 5 seconds. Player Hurrent, who Vasa tournament favorite, has been logged out not in 30 seconds, but in only 5 seconds. Someone said that's insane, a one-shot kill? That has to be a bug. The betting rate for Grid was over 3 times. For many people this was a shocking moment, but for those that knew Grid, this was an expected result. Grid said, I used my best weapon with 3682 attack power and applied kills level 2 plus 1800% effect, but the damage was only 68,300? The only person disappointed was Grid himself. Lowell told Hurrent, come out, you lost. Hurrent said, a perfect combination between a CC and an ultimate move. That went beyond my calculations. Was I not an opponent to him from the beginning? It is indeed a legendary class. If I want to catch up, I need to strengthen my aura. Lowell said, I don't know about that. I think the sheer difference in equipment is beyond comprehension as well. Hurrent said, I only hear you being envious. I am pretty sure that the Snake Guild promised unprecedented subsidies to recruit a rookie like you. Lowell replied, I have to be honest. It's natural to be fascinated by strength. I am also tired of the rookie's title. If I want to catch up to the rankers, I need equipment that can support me. Naturally, it's better to be overgeared than have good control. I'm going to join the Zadaka Guild. Hurrent, you should also reconsider Zabal's guild invitation. Hurrent said, have you made up your mind? Personally, I can't be comfortable with someone that I will eventually have to defeat. Good luck. Bondre thought impressive. Hurrent lost in only 5 seconds. In the end, that sword dance is what I need to be careful of. If the ground is slippery, it will become difficult to do the sword dance. Did not he use fly during the invasion of Baron? Then it will be more comfortable for me. The stage is an island, so the moisture is sufficient. The ultimate skill I learned through an S-rank spell book, Absolute Zero. Freeze and deal 42,000 fixed damage to the target. The cast time is long, but the burst damage was enough to make both Yura and Hurrent fall before me. Bondre thought, won a battlefield filled with moisture. Whether it's on the ground or in the air, there's nowhere for you to go, novice. Yura thought Grid's next opponent is Bondre. Once ice prison or ice spider web is set up, there will be no space for him to move to. I need to give him advice, but where is he? If he looks down on his opponent this time, he will lose. Meanwhile, Grid said, I know about you. Ibeline spoke about you frequently. He said you were a genius. What was it called again? The 10 Rookies. Lowell said, please accept me into the Zadaka Guild. No, please accept me as your subordinate. I swear loyalty. Grid replied, you can speak a bit of Korean, but did you learn through historical dramas? It's really cringy the way you talk. But anyway, why? Do you think I will make items for you if you become my underling? Lowell said yes. Grid replied, you are honest. Well, okay then. The more slaves there are, the better. Grid thought, I don't know if Miner is doing this to screw with me, but recently he's only been picking dangerous mining locations. Even though I left Jude as a bodyguard, there's no reason to refuse a user slave that can revive. Lowell said, I did not expect you to simply accept me like that. In return, I will give you advice about Bondre. The key to this battle depends on your ability to stop the casting of ice prison and ice spider web. If you are not able to properly break ice barrier, which is used to create time for his spells, you will lose without being able to do anything. Grid said, so before he can play around with ice, I just have to fuck him up. Lowell thought, he's being arrogant. Right now he needs to face a bitter experience. That's fine as long as he can show that he's worth growing. The announcer said all the matches in the round of 32 are finished. This is tournament favorite Chris's round of 16. Is the match already favoring one side? He was the greatest in LTS, but it seems the tables have turned. Unified Rankings 12th place, player Rigas, looks like he is about to lose. The wall known as Unified Rankings 3rd place looks to be too tall a wall to scale. Chris said to defeat Hearn in 5 seconds. Grid is amazing. He is an opponent worthy to defeat in the finals. But don't flatter yourself into thinking that you're also on the same level. Those that don't have the right to sit down on the same table should leave. Suddenly, Riga's attack was fast until Chris was unable to react. Riga said, I used to believe that these were a luxury for a martial artist, so I did not want to use them. Chris thought he halved my health in one hit? What is this? Riga said, but there's actually big difference when using them. Things like weapons. Thunder Duke's Knuckles, unique. Knuckles made by the great Blacksmith G, who combined thunder stones with blue orichalcum. Riga said, if you are able to discuss about qualifications in such a relaxed manner, I will catch up soon. Rigas immediately cast a 10-hit combo and eliminated Chris. The announcer said there's been a massive upset. Rank 12 player Rigas was able to break through the wall that was rank 3 player Chris. This has implication, whether it's due to Pagma's successor's influence as a blacksmith or not. The Zadaka Guild is really strong. Player Pawn should also easily pass the round of 16. But it is still too early to draw conclusions. The Zadaka Guild's reputation comes from the remnants of its past self in LTS. The Zadaka Guild still has a final hurdle to overcome before it can become mainstream. 3 months ago, at the competition held by the Japanese conglomerate Jin defeated Cats by a landslide. The normal class, who boasts a legendary, undefeated record in battle, Unified Rankings 11th place, France's Ice Mystic. It is time for player Bondre's round of 16. Despite having low health, armed with ice magic specialized in restraint and defense, he restrains his opponents then flows into an offensive sequence. This is the reason why Ice Mystics are called the counter PF physical DPS classes. In particular, it should be noted that in areas that have a lot of moisture, such as this battlefield, an Ice Mystic's magic power and casting speed can increase up to 20%. The last tournament favorite of this competition is here to stand in the way of player Grid. Bondre said the sword you used against Turret looked fairly strong, but you are using a different sword this time. The results will be the same, but I don't think you are in a position to be relaxed. Your sword dance requires at least 4 steps. On this slippery ground, spikes of ice will rise everywhere you step and restrain your sword dance. Bondre thought fly would be the last option you have. However, if you do that, I will tie you up with ice spider web and finish you off with absolute zero. Bondre said, this is the world of rankers, kids. Ice barrier. Next second, system alerted you have suffered 12,530 damage. You have lost 80% of your health in a single hit. You have been stunned for 3 seconds. Bondre thought, what is this? He attacked me from that spot without using the sword dance? Ice barrier is the strongest shield in terms of physical defense. He pierced the shield and inflicted this much damage with an instant skill. Golden Flash, a skill attached to Dane's life reproduction. All enemies in a straight line will receive damage that is equal to 1000% of your current magic power. The level of power was only possible for Grid, as normal warriors don't typically increase their magic power. If you multiply Grid's current magic power of 1706 by 10, his destructive power creates an attack that a low health ice mystic could never defend against. Grid said, let's stop playing house now. Since you've made more than enough shaved ice, you can piss off, Elsa. The announcers said favorites of the tournament, Hurrent, Bondre and Chris have all fallen out of the competition. What a huge turn of events. After the quarterfinals, the 4 remaining players are now vying for the throne. Is this going to be a new era of top rankers? Of the 4 remaining members in the semifinals, an overwhelming 3 people are members of the Zadaka Guild. It's a fierce battle between the aces. So far it's been hard to distinguish who has the upper hand. This is all likely thanks to player Grid's influence. The Zadaka Guild's current state is extraordinary. Rigas said you were amazing, Pawn, and so is that spear. It's really fierce. If I were fighting you without these knuckles, I would have cried saying it was too unfair. How do you feel about ending this in one final attack? It'd be waste of our equipment to go all out here. Pawn replied, don't make me laugh. Your expression is saying that you are dying to test out your knuckles' maximum firepower. But it's not a bad offer. I get an excuse to bring out the other spear that I've been practicing with. However, the one that will be going on will be me, so don't be too sad. End up, Rigas won the battle. Pawn said, don't get too happy. Up next is that indescribable production class. Meanwhile, announcer said then in the upcoming second semifinals, the main topic of this competition, Grid, will be participating. Grid dispatched various tournament favorites as well as displaying his qualities as a celebrity, but after that match, there was another issue that appeared, right? Another announcer said this time it's the class design error controversy. The established fan base cannot wrap their heads around his overwhelming strength. So before we start the match, let's head over to the headquarters of the SA group to hear a briefing. Despite the fact it is a legendary class, his production abilities are extremely overpowered. Is it perhaps a bug? Chulho said it's not a bug. Pagma's successor's strength was also intentionally designed by the development team. There are 9 legendary classes, and all of them have the passive ability of being CC immune. We believe that this ability corresponds to the difficulty of receiving said class. Thought we understand that there will be frustrations from the normal class holders, but based on the design of the game, a normal class holder's strength will also grow explosively after the second and third class advancements. Hidden classes are of course outstanding, but it's not a gap in strength that cannot be overcome. Satisfy will properly reward the efforts of all users. Please trust the developer's designs in us. Afterward, Chulho thought, for now, this is the best explanation I can give. It's not a bug, but it is the trust that it's been going differently from the developer's original intent. If I went as planned, he should have made the 5 legendary equipment faster, in which case, his stat growth limit would have activated sooner, but since he continued to fail, he dodged the penalty and managed to gather stat beyond our intent. Even if we were to reveal this, there is no way the users could be persuaded to believe it was fair. Adding on the fact that he stopped the expansion of the Yatan Church, and in doing so, rescued the Rebecca Church, he even guided the advancement of the first unique class. To think that he could change the game so much with his rotten luck, the planned designs can't keep up. This is an unparalleled main character. A main character made from extreme failures. Supercomputer Morpheus. Report quest RD3991X is complete. The first user to reach level 300, Kraugel has completed his 3rd class advancement. After advancing to White Swordsman, he plans to move from the Western Continent to the Eastern Continent. Chulho thought the first user. He has already taken multiple titles for himself by accomplishing various quests. That means he is currently an unrivaled being. A normal class swordsman is at the pinnacle. Chulho questioned Morpheus, if Grid and Kraugel were to battle currently, who would win? Morpheus replied Kraugel would have a 51.3% chance of winning. Chulho said despite being a normal class that is yet to receive any titles, he's above Grid, a good precedent, but Kraugel is different from other users since he moves alone. His win rate is due to genius as well as his unrivaled skills. Grid, who is starting to pull in the geniuses around him, and the independent Kraugel. Their abilities and growth, are they the 2 main characters of each extreme? The one who will reign as the strongest in the world that I have created, will it be the genius or the blockhead? Back to competition. Announcer said we will now be delivering the current state of the battle. What a surprising turn of events for player Grid. Player Grid's opponent in the semifinals was supposed to be the master of strong CC's player Bubat. Bubat believed that fighting with the CC immune Grid was a waste of time, so he resigned. So now his opponent is Rigas. Rigas said your attacks are extremely strong, so I can't ever get hit. However, if I can move fast enough to dodge your hits, that means you don't have time to use your sword dances, so be careful. Supernova Palm. Grid thought that strength. I really should not have given him that weapon. I want to use restraint to halt his movements, but with his speed he'd easily dodge it. Rigas thought I can't see his great sword and also something is wrong. Grid said of course if I am lacking in skills, the only thing I can put my trust in is my acting. And there are a lot of cards that I still have up my sleeve. Wind of Justice. Rigas thought damn it, it's a skill I have not seen yet. An instant O skill deals this much damage? Grid dash over and said the maximum time I need to prepare sword dances in 2 seconds. It's just 2 seconds, but it's really difficult to stop, is not it? Grid activated kill, Rigas defeated. Rigas said power is power, but it was an impressive use of your equipment. I should also properly learn how to use my equipment now. Announcer said it has been decided. The strongest player, the winner of the PvP tournament is Player Grid. Despite his initial start, Player Grid comes out on top, to the surprise of none. Counting their performance in target processing, Korea has also shown outstanding results in the PvP event. This was the same Korea that was believed to be unable to win any medals. In the latter half of the tournament, due to their relentless pursuit, they have risen to 3rd place in the combined rankings. Grid told Euro what did I say? I'd bring back the gold medal. The announcer said the upcoming last event of the tournament, the pet marathon. When you think of the strongest pet, of course you think of the wyvern with its amazing speed, stamina and fighting abilities. Current pet owners of wyverns are scarce, not even amounting to 100 in total, correct? Currently, the US with its plethora of wyverns pet owners, are favored to win this event. The location of this event is Urea Island. About 40 players are participating. The first pet to arrive at the peak of Changsu Mountain will be crowned the winner. Pet Marathon is an event participated not by the player, but the pet. Although the attributes of the wyverns may differ, their ratings are the same, so a wyvern trained through bonding will have the advantage in now. Fire, ice, poison, wind, etc. Wyverns of different breath attributes are showing off their dignity and the favorite to win it all for this event. Second on the unified rankings, Zabal of Team US. He is appearing with the wyvern. He has developed a long-time chemistry with Captain America. It is also Player Grid's last event. Can we hope for a miracle? Another announcer said it is likely impossible. There is no information that Korea is currently in possession of a wyvern. Zabal thought he won after suppressing the undefeated legend, Bondre, in 4 seconds. Only trash would believe that he won using underhanded methods. I can say without a doubt that his power was on the level of Kraugel. I looked down on him, but did another monster appear? But I think about the current landscape. After the PvP event, he should not be able to keep up his momentum. Even more so in an event where users are restricted, and only pets are allowed to compete. His arrogant demeanor will end here. Then he spotted Grid and wonders that crazy bastard. How much is he looking down on the event? Why would he bring a cat here? Grid questioned, excuse me, am I bleeding a lot? Aside from being able to use attribute breath, they are 2 times faster and stronger than a level 260 griffin. Despite it being many times inferior compared to a dragon, if you ignore the fact that it is hard to tame, it is a flawless creation by the dragons, the ultimate pet the wyvern. The audience also believed that this event would be a match between wyverns. Zabal thought I understand that he might have had to bring another type of pet due to the fact that wyverns are hard to tame, but even then, he brings a cat? That crude bastard. No, he told Grid dragons are scare. The Memphis race is the strongest demonic beast race in hell, stronger than even superior adult demons, but there is one thing that they are afraid of, and that is the dragon, the ultimate life form. Grid told Noe, hey, you are supposed to be hell's strongest demonic beast, don't embarrass me anymore. If you want to live, fly towards the finish line while avoiding those wyverns. Noe panicked, said, you devil, let go. Please save Noe. The announcer said if it participates right now, it looks like a situation where it will just be eaten by the wyverns, even though it is a virtual life form. Is not this just animal abuse? It can speak as well. Anyway, why is the name of that cute cat Slave? In the midst of criticisms against Player Grid, the competition's finale is finally starting. The magic bullet that signifies the start of the pet marathon has been fired. All the wyverns are flying towards the peak of Changsu Mountain. Meanwhile, Player Grid and Zabal are still struggling at the starting line. For Player Zabal it must be because he has a wind attribute wyvern. His confidence is amazing. Zabal thought I can at least acknowledge the skills that you have shown in this tournament. But I can't believe you are ending the competition this poorly. How befitting for a crude guy like you to act like a clown here, all alone. Zabal said there's nothing to be cautious of. Let's go, Captain America. Grid told Noe, you little brat, can't you stop embarrassing me and go race already? We are in last place right now. Noe replied, when you die, you are going to hell. Noe is never going to leave. I'm going to get eaten by a dragon. Then Noe noticed this smell, it's not a dragon. Announcer said just now something massive came out of the cat and completely swallowed up the wyvern. System alerted, Captain America's movement speed has dropped by 50%. Noe said normally it transfers to the master, but I should eat this time. I am not going to let those lizards, who pretended to be dragons, get away with this. System alerted Noe's movement speed has increased by 50%. Zabal thought, what's going on? After that cat's attack, Captain America's movement speed dropped, even though it looks completely fine from the outside. Noe said, Master, you were really scared? were not you? Are you a coward? Do you think that I, the strongest demonic beast of hell, would lost to some lizards? Grid thought I've ridden on who ROI's wyvern enough times to know how amazing a wyvern is. No, he deserves to be arrogant. However, I figured out during the Helgao raid, the effect of soul ingestion only lasts 3 seconds. As the buff ended, Grid yelled, "Shut up and just start already." No, he said, "I can't lose to these lizards even if I tried." No, he'd keep using soul ingestion at all the wyverns. Grid thought faster than Pavranium as expected. No, he's not an average cat. The announcer said there are as many as 6 US players participating in the pet marathon, but they are all helpless. The US, which was confident in their overwhelming performance, currently has 3 gold medals. But at this rate, they will end up tied with South Korea in terms of gold medals. Zabal thought, just because of that one guy? Zabal yell, "Everyone kill that cat." The announcer said a pincer attack from US team. Looks like there's no way to deal with the various wyvern breaths. Grid thought the 3 seconds of the buff should have ended by now. That means the stats have returned to normal. It's too much for Noe, who is still level 1. The announcer said player Grid's poet Noe is free-falling while being threatened by Team US's wyverns. The wyverns are going in for the kill using their tails, which are notoriously known for their destructive power. Zabal then shocked Noe use Ghost. The announcer said the wyverns of Team US are once again attacking using their breaths, but it seems to be pointless. The attacks are being nullified by its nimble movements and the Ghost skill, these swift movements. It really is a cat. Noe said, "You lizards are no match for me, now since you guys are adequately gathered in one place. Thank you for the meal." The announcer said all the wyverns of Team US are now in a panic. Now, it's time for the other wyverns, who took the lead while Team US was contesting Noe, to taste his wrath. That cat is popping off, no one can stop it. What a chaotic race. The wyverns are being slaughtered by just a single cat. No one is guaranteed first place now. Captain America tears through the open space. Despite the setback it experienced at the starting line due to player Grid's Noe, it is now in the lead. Zabal thought, this is the wind attribute wyvern that I, the pet master, tamed after countless challenges. High-speed wings that compress the air and detonated. 1 kilometer left until the flag, a straight shot. While the wyvern is fully accelerated, no other creature can keep up with it. It's a literal arrow of light. Noe sit on Captain America and said, "You are pretty fast for a lizard." The announcer said petrification. The cat just lightly scratched the wyvern, but now it's petrified. The cat is running wild. Some of the low-level wyverns are being culled. Zabal thought speed exceeding a wind attribute wyvern, as well as those skills. What in the world is it? Noe yell, "I am the strongest demonic beast of hell." Noe. Zabal thought, demonic beast of hell? Hell should still be uncharted territory, but he managed to tame a demon from there? Are his adventures on such another level that he can explore even hell? The announcer said player Grid's pet has revealed its identity and is moving at a high speed towards the goal. The identity of this adorable cat is the strongest demonic beast of hell. As expected, it was not a normal cat. The first pet to arrive at the peak of Chingsu Mountain, going against the predictions of all the experts, is player Grid's Noe. Zabal thought, I can't believe I prided myself of being the best pet master for simply taming a wyvern. This is my complete loss. The US, who was confident that they would win the pet marathon, was unable to receive even a bronze medal, and with this, the Satisfy International competition comes to a close. The results of the overall rankings are, first place US, second place South Korea, and third place France. On the overall rankings, which was expected to be overwhelmingly dominated by the US, completely different result was engraved. Even though it was an event competition, the results of the competition will clearly affect the authority within the game. It is because the impression of being the strongest country leads to an increase in human resources and information. Those plans have collapsed in an area beyond imagination, by someone who made his name known on the world stage as the hero of South Korea, that one user alone. Soon, Grid told Yura, I feel like I am receiving too much help from you. I received help during the interviews too. It's been a mess with all the requests for advertisements and broadcasts. Now I can't even walk around my own neighborhood comfortably. I did not think the scale would become this big after trying to avoid them all. Yura replied, of course, but I also did not think that you would have a dream of this magnitude. Grid said, I scraped together all the money I had, even the competition winnings, so I'm going to be in a deficit for a while. Yura said, I honestly had my doubts when you told me to look for a place to build a building, but it came true. The location and market price are the best according to my information, so don't worry about that. Grid said, it's a 7-story building, but it already looks so tall. I really owe you a lot. You even introduced me to a good tax accountant. Yura thought, someone who has the power to turn imagination into reality. I should also look into the lot next to here. Meanwhile, Riga said, we heard some incredible news on our day of departure. At this point I am looking into moving here. I wanted to focus more on Taekwondo anyway. Pan said, then should I move here as well? There are a lot of beauties in South Korea. What about you, Jishuka? Jishuka replied, now that the competition is over, he is not our Grid but my Grid. There's no way I can leave Yura alone to make moves. I need to make moves as well. Location, Haken Kingdom, largest city. Yubadakon. Asuka laughed and said, looks like you ended up getting completely wiped by a cat. It's such a shame for our amazing Lord Zabal. Bach said, you are being too harsh. I understand you are in charge of our guild's finances, but even then you should do it in moderation. Asuka replied, moderation my ass. He was laughing so hard when Black Teddy and I messed up. Zabal said, I sincerely apologize to both of you. I ended up becoming a hindrance in the Snake Guild's plan to take over the continent. Asuka said, alright, I got it. However, you were not even able to bring Hurrent and Lowell. Do you have any alternatives? You have to recover your reputation, whether it be through rushing to get your third advancement or trying to win over Katz, who's been on a tier recently. Zabal replied, until now, Satisfy was in an era of technicians, due to the difficulty of obtaining high-quality equipment. But because of that guy's otherworldly equipment, the game has changed. We will go to the Holy Land of Production, the City of Dwarves, to recruit the rank 1 Blacksmith, Panmer, who is preparing for a hidden class advancement to be a rival to Grid. The appearance of Grid brought new beginnings in various places, and that was not an exception to the enemies waiting in the dark. Bonkost Principality, 3rd Temple of the Yatan Church. Second servant said, now that everyone has finished praising God Yatan, believers welcome the newest priest. Yura thought Malika's successor was level 420, a 4th advancement NPC. Then how strong is the first servant that controls that monster? Yatan Church second servant Likehouse said, but before that, there is still a person in this hall who is lacking in heart towards the great god Yatan. You still need to develop, leave, 8th servant. System alerted the quest path of Penance SS. Safely meet the first servant. Yura thought, I can finally meet the first servant. But despite it being a high-level quest, the description is severely lacking. If it's like this, I won't be able to help Grid, who needs God Yatan's blessing. Anyways, this is a time for changes to take place again. I wonder what preparations Grid is making. Back to Grid, a man questioned, good work on the broadcast today. You must be really busy nowadays, right? Grid replied, yes, I only had 2 hours of sleep over the last couple of days. I will be heading out now. I am finally going home. I really don't think broadcasting suits me. If I make the mistake of participating in another tournament, I will really end up dying. After doing all of these broadcasts and commercials, the only thing I am left with is black powder to hide the hair falling out in patches. There are also 3 months left until the building's completion. I guess Satisfy really is the best way to earn money. From now on, I should spend 14 hours a day on Satisfy. If I want to maintain my income, I need to consistently produce unique rated equipment. But in the last month I have not seen epic rated equipment. But now that I think about it, I have not even checked the recent news. Is not that a little dangerous? System alerted card news. There is a surge of popularity in exploring hell to get the demonic beast Memphis. Due to false information, injuries are increase. Legendary Water Clan's Kingdom Sirens map is being distributed. Who was the first to discover it? Grid thought, the first discoverer of Siren. I bet they got a ton of titles. I have to stop myself. I should not get jealous if I want to take care of my hair. Soon, Grid's mother prepared nice meal and said, you've been pushing yourself recently. You should at least have a nice meal. Grid replied, yeah, I have just been getting by with mostly kimbap recently. Kimbap is basically a Korean seaweed roll. He said they say that if you are lacking in sleep, your chance of an early death increases by 23% compared to other people. Grid replied, are not you studying way too much? Grid's dad said, thanks to your efforts, we were able to recover everything in our household. I am sorry about my mistakes, and I am also extremely grateful to you. But if you still have the duty of protecting your family by weighing down your shoulders, you can let it go now. You also have the right to freely pursue your dreams. I don't know much about your work, so I can't help you. But I will always be here for you to lean on whenever you get tired. During midnight, he wake up as she felt thirsty. She saw Grid's room lights are still on. Grid said, damn it, there are more members here than in my fan cafe. It's not just 1 or 2 people but a difference of 500,000. I can't believe it. He thought, I am really worried about him. Is there nothing I can do to help him? Grid pondered, ever since the disappearance of the issues regarding both my family and money, my dreams have become rather unclear. I thought about it while looking at the building under construction. But now that I've achieved everything, what do I do now? If I fill up my canvas, I just need a bigger one. Tomorrow I am going to make a decision. Location, Winston. There are a bunch of user came to find Grid. Khan said, despite having 4 workers, there is not a moment to rest. It's good that the blacksmith that I plan to hand over to Grid is doing well. But why are there so many people suddenly? Euphemina said, I am sure you are just exaggerating. You are looking a lot younger. It's been a while, Khan. It's the first time I've come here since the item production competition. Have you been well? Winston has also developed quite a bit. The new lord must be pretty amazing. Khan replied, yeah, from what I hear, though it makes sense for you not to know. I heard from Grid that you left to find some item production method. Were you able to find it? Euphemina replied, I am actually here because of that. I even almost died while crossing the continent. But it was an amazing experience. I need to put in a request for the production of the best orb. Where is Grid? Meanwhile, Shay said, that's the smithy. There's a lot of people there, so it's better to aim for this path. He has not been here since the international competition because he was too busy. But there is information that a trusted subordinate of his comes and goes from there often. Everyone, reflect on the humiliation we faced enrolling. We are not the same people we used to be ever since we gained stealth level 6. Moreover, this time it's with Shadow. We will teach him the same pain of having something precious taken from you. Today, we will take the life of Grid's subordinate. We will show him that messing with assassins is not something that just slides. Location, Winston Castle. Grid said summon knights Lal. System alerted summon knights. If the knight responds to their master's call, they will be summoned immediately regardless of the distance. Lal said Knight Lal has arrived. You called? Grid questioned Irene. I really enjoyed yesterday. Irene replied as well. Then I will also be going to work now. Lal told Grid just contact me through a message if it's a normal situation. Summon knights is a skill with a long cooldown, so save it for an emergency. Grid replied, what emergency can there be when I am the strongest? Lal said, just tell me what you called me here for. Grid said, I want to become a lord, make me a plan. Lal thought he finally made a decision. After the international competition, I kept telling him that it was time for him to take a step worthy of his unrivaled existence. It seems my pestering has finally borne fruit. I've been looking for this. For a strong person to be the first user to challenge for the seat of emperor and to have the role of the designer who leads the way. Grid questioned, what do you think? It's something that I was considering for the past few weeks. Is it possible? Lal replied, of course it's possible. But to accomplish that, there's something you have to do first. In order to gain land, gaining influence is a must. Therefore you should disband the Zadaka guild. Form a new guild yourself and bring them into it. There won't be a lot of resistance against the disbandment of the guild. There is also no one that can deny the benefit they receive from your equipment. Grid thought, well, it is true that after I joined the Zadaka guild, I saved them from moments of crisis multiple times. I've also never done anything to harm them. There is enough justification. I am just asking them to move into a bigger house. Who would refuse? Grid said, alright, let's do that. Then Grid received Euphemina message, saying that she's at Khan's Blacksmith. Lal questioned, what's the matter? Who is that person? Grid said, she's a frightening person with an epic class. I promised to make her equipment, but if I end up making one lower than an epic rating, she will probably be determined to harass me. Lal thought, among the 3 epic classes, the nickname of the last person who kept their identity a secret is Euphemina. Now that I take another look, he also has good personal connections. Lal said, if it's a user with an epic class job, they will be of big help for your plans. What do you think about bringing them in? Grid said, I am a little uncomfortable with her, but what you are saying is right. Still, she's a wicked person, so I can't send just anyone. That guy will be perfect for this. Shay said, this was well worth the wait. I was wondering when you would pass by. It's a shame it's shooty person ranked 900th on the unified rankings. But according to the information you're Grid's close acquaintance, right? Should I say it's something like the villain has appeared? This is all because you met the wrong boss, so don't blame me for it. Order. The only weapons they can equip are books which have poor attack power. Their only attack skill is Spiteful Tongue with a cooldown that takes ages to recover. They have no defense or escape skills, as well as having health lower than a magician's. Orders can only progress through quests and combat by speaking. Due to that, it is considered the worst class, shunned because of its difficulty. Meanwhile, Lal thought, looking at how Grid sends him out on odd jobs, I don't think he knows yet that there is a different, real use for orders. Obviously military morale is one of them. But there is nothing more desirable to a noble than an order who can move the hearts of the masses. Depending on its use, it's a class that can overthrow authority. Of course, it still depends on if they can survive in that chaos. Shay said, it can't be for an order to counter a pincer attack from assassins. That psychopath's sword? It's the one that the butcher of the streets used. Mass-produced one-handed sword prototype. Unique. A trial work by the legendary Blacksmith G. It's a design made in reference to Dane's life reproduction that has succeeded in manifesting great attack power. However, it emphasizes convenience, resulting in awful additional functions. I said, I was originally a pitiful person who just barely passed by with my words, but the day I met my lord, I was able to receive an S-rank quest for the first time. Shay questioned, what bullshit are you talking about when we are fighting? The contents of the quest was to endure in a hell-like prison cell for 150 hours. Even if you persevere endlessly, the quest will continue. It was a painful time, for no matter how long I endured, not a single light would shine down on me. When I started to lost all hope, believing that nothing would get better no matter what I did, my master Lord Grid broke down the pitch-black walls and rescued me. Furthermore, he gifted a new power for my lacking self. I have met an unparalleled hero in all of history. Shay, Curb and Sniffer thought, my heart is full of emotions. What a touching story. Grid, you are an amazing person. System alerted, you have been fascinated by the interesting story. You feel like you have become the main character in the story. You have lost touch with reality. You are unable to grasp the situation. You have been confused for 3 seconds. Shay questioned what this is. Everyone wake up. It's some weird skill. I said, the villain has appeared? How dare you quote my master's wise words with your tongue? System alerted your morale has increased. The next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Who ROI said do your mothers know that you mock people like that using those shit-stained tongues? System alerted you have been affected by spiteful tongue. Your defense and attack have dropped by 30%. Who ROI cast unbreakable justice? Shay said impossible. How can an orator use a high-level skill like Confusion Link? Who ROI said this is the strength and weapon my lord has bestowed on me out of pity for my weakness. The only one I will give in to is my lord. Shay thought I can't avoid this. I was saving this for Grid. I can't believe I have to use it on a mere order. Shay yelled Kasim. Who ROI thought he suddenly appeared out of the shadows. Who is he? Kasim said you dodged a fatal attack. Seems like you have good senses. Shay said to kill Grid. We cleared an S-rank mission for the Assassin Association and spent a ton of money to hire him. He's a third advancement assassin NPC. Who ROI thought Kasim? I feel like I've heard his name before, but anyways, it's a third advancement NPC. He will be too much for me, but if I just leave you guys, the ones who are aiming for my lord alone, how can I call myself a knight? Shay questioned Wyvern. Not only is he overgeared, but he also has a strong pet? Is he a poor man's version of Grid? Who ROI said Lord of the skies above the grasslands, turn them into ashes, because you are my Wyvern, you can definitely do it. System alerted Lord of the skies above the grasslands morale has been raised, attack power and magic power have been greatly increased. Meanwhile, a knight said there is an explosion on the hills in the outskirts of town. It's a fire, call the guards. Jude said to put out fire, fan, prepare fan. For readers' information he's talking like this because he's a dumbass. The knight thought is he planning on fanning the flames in a burning house? Khan said that does not look too far. Is it a fire? The customers went as well. I hope there is not something happening again. Euphemina said it's not a fire, but an explosion. I don't know who it is, but the way they are fighting is pretty flashy. I am curious, is it a new skill? Back to Grid, he wonders the holy light armor is really complicated. If I want to fill up my understanding to 100%, it will take some time. Lowell came to told Grid it's a report from the guards. There was a massive explosion on the outskirts of the city. The location was near Khan's Blacksmith. Back to Who ROI, he wonders how a wyvern's breath that can take down most users was blocked by an assassin with low defense. Kasim said raise shadow soldiers. I will play with you for a little bit. Who ROI being attacked and said I remember now. I heard a rumor while traveling. Third advancement assassins learned special skills like shadow manipulation. Who ROI thought, and the NPC called the master of shadow manipulation was him. I cannot let him meet my lord. Shay questioned how is it? We will be like him in the future. Sniffer said there are already spectators. Shay thought damn it, that explosion drew in attention. We have to hurry up and get out of here. Shay said finish it quickly. Kasim we are escaping. Kareem said it's not fun. You are too loyal, I will end this now. Kareem then blocked by shadow. Kareem thought those are not my shadows. Kareem said judging by your white skin, you are not an assassin, and somehow, you are able to use shadow manipulation. Are you using an illusion? Euphemina said is this supposed to be something difficult? It looks like a skill that even newbies can use though. Kareem replied you are making me laugh with that nonsense. Keep using that technique as much as you want then. That's shoddy illusion. Grid's Pavranium attacked Kareem. Grid questioned who are you guys? Which bastard is it? The one that beat up my knight. Lowell said seems like we were able to make it in time. Thanks to Grid's fly. Hurry up and heal. Shay thought his lackey was able to hold on for longer than I thought. The number of people increased in an instant. Kareem thought an artifact that moves on its own. How interesting. But more importantly, the ring that he's wearing. It's definitely Duran's ring. I am getting interested. It will be better to find out first before fighting right away. Shay said alright. Grid had to die eventually anyways. Kareem you take care Grid. We will take care of the others. Then he noticed Kareem disappeared. Lowell said looks like he was tossed away by his partner. We should throw the rest of them into prison. The Lord is able to see the belongings of an imprisoned criminal. Let's decide on how to dispose of them after checking their items. We can ask them to give up items of their choosing in exchange for their lives. Grid said I see. You guys heard it as well, right? Like our smart bookkeeper just said. Lock them up. Soon. Who ROI thanks Euphemina help. Who ROI said even during the time I was in the underground prison. It seems like I am only receiving help from you. Euphemina replied I was only helping Grid because of my quest. So I only helped out because it was familiar face so don't worry about it. Anyways it was surprising enough to find out that you were a legendary class holder. But to be a noble as well? Lowell replied yes. He is a viscount. He is also the husband of Winston's Lord Irene. Euphemina said I can't believe there's a workshop like this inside of the castle. Grid replied that's enough. You said you wanted the production of an orbat or above the unique rating, right? Did you bring the materials? Euphemina said of course. It took a year to acquire the production method and another half year to gather all the materials. I just sent you the materials and production method so confirm them. Grid thought a year and a half just to create a single item. She's actually crazy. Wait, hold on. Was I like that in the past as well? Anyways, I have to succeed no matter what. She's someone that shoots out a lot of unpredictable and stupidly powerful spells. I should never upset a strong and crazy person. System alerted Mahmud's orb's production method has been acquired. Learned conditions. Mastered Blacksmith's craftsmanship or Dwarven Blacksmith's craftsmanship level 5 or higher. Mahmud's orb, a magic imbued orb designed by the Dwarven craftsman Malpew, who taught Pagma a big lesson before he became a legend. Because Brahm's disciple, Mahmud, loved this orb so much during his lifetime, it became widely known as Mahmud's orb. Grid thought magic imbued? Unlike stored, which is one-time use, imbued can be used indefinitely. Like Brahm's boots that are imbued with fly, magic imbued equipment is a treasure in and of itself. Even in Witness of God's Weapon legendary Blacksmith's craftsmanship's list, it does not mention anything about imbued production. Is it possible that even Pagma did not know about the production method of magic imbued items? Then which means that I, who was able to acquire this production method, am the only user who is able to produce a magic imbued item. With this production, at least in this field, I will surpass Pagma. My heart is pudding. Grid said, thanks, Euphemina, leave it to me. Soon, Grid said, the more I look at it, the more impressive it is. It's definitely the best production method I've seen so far. If I could just make it well, it can become an item that surpasses Dane's life. Of course it's an excellent item, but I was wondering why the magic damage amplification was not that high even at the unique rating. This design was balanced by purposefully lowering the damage amplification to reduce the usage restriction. If I think about Failure's outrageous usage restrictions, this is the perfect solution. It's a master's know-how that will end up being a good hint in the production of mass-produced one-handed sword. I am also able to gain something from looking at the materials. Frost Queen's Breath, Mithril of the Abyss, Deluxe Magic Stones and Water Clan King's Tears. Grid thought the material that can imbue magic to items is Water Clan King's Tears. If I can use this, I can design an item production method that imbues magic into items. But anyway, if Mithril of the Abyss is a specialty product of the Siren Kingdom, then which means the person who first discovered the Siren Kingdom, that's been all over the news, is Euphemina. I bet she hit the jackpot with quests and titles, right? I am supposed to give a gift to someone that won the lottery? Not only was I able to learn the production method, but I was able to figure out this and that. Thanks to her, I am losing strength. I am way too jealous. Should I just half-ass it? System alerted Frost Queen's Breath and Water Clan King's Tears are being combined. Blue crystal was created. Grid thought like Pavranium that Pagma and Brahm created. This is the material that Malpew created. Blue crystal. It has liquid-like elements, but it's also as hard as steel. It's fantastic. Yeah, I really can't half-ass something as awesome as this. I should make this properly. My ass must be so nice for her. I wonder how much she made? How did she find it? I also saw that her level went up by a lot. It went all the way up to 283. No, but I was able to learn a lot. Thanks to Euphemina. Let's do it properly. System alerted legendary Blacksmith's patience has been activated. Concentration, stamina, and defense will greatly rise for 1 hour. 2 days later, Euphemina questioned Lowell. You said the production was completed? Grid questioned, you came? Lowell said, my lord, why is your face like that and why are you wearing armor? Grid replied, don't worry about it. Just open that up, Euphemina. Grid thought, damn it, I barely managed to finish it. But I made something that is completely unusable. I completely wasted those expensive materials, so she will definitely try to kill me. I need to get ready for a fight. Indecisive Mahmud's Ord, legendary. System alerted it has been affected by the indecisiveness of its creator, due to its emotional instability. If often might not work properly or perform better than expected, the compatibility with its creator will differ depending on its mood that day. Grid thought, who care if it's legendary? It's the worst gambling item. Euphemina said it's the best item. No part of it needs improvement. Euphemina title competitor, good luck will be applied. Euphemina cried and said, yes, it feels like I finally finished sprinting after a year and a half. Really? Thank you so much. Grid replied, I guess I don't have to worry about dying. Lowell said, Lord Grid, now that all of your work here is finished, I would like to make a proposition. What do you think about bringing in Miss Euphemina as our ally? Euphemina replied, ally? But I've never been a part of anything like that before. Grid said, do we even need to ask? If she knows about my abilities, the answer is always going to be a yes. You are going to do it, right, Euphemina? Euphemina thought during the time I was struggling, he was changing just a much. He has a completely different atmosphere compared to before. Euphemina replied, if you are okay with me I will join. Grid said, while we are talking about that, let's depart. Lowell. Euphemina, you can rest here. I am confident now that there is no better way to convince someone than with your ability. Let's go to Baron Castle. Lowell thought he might be a little slow, but he's good at taking action. As his bookkeeper, it will be fun to prepare his path. Soon, Tobin questioned, is that the truth? Grid replied, yes, I will leave the Zadaka Guild. Ibeline questioned Lael, what bullshit did you use to seduce Grid? Lowell replied, what are you saying? Do you believe that Grid is only on that level? Grid said, I am planning on becoming Lord. I need to make money as well. Jishuka said, you can become Lord while staying in our guild. There's no reason for you to leave the guild. Lowell said he needs to attain a certain position in order to manage people. It's not enough as the Viscount. In the system he needs to have at least guild master authority in order to have a lot of subordinates. So, therefore it is impossible to continue a member of a guild. Faker thought he might be a close acquaintance of Grid that the guild members don't like, but as a bookkeeper he's a good kingmaker. It's situation where we need a negotiation card. Jishuka said we will hand over all of Baron's taxes to you. If we think about your worth, the guild members will understand as well. Lowell thought it's a merciless decision that is both justifiable and saves Lord Grid's pride. She really is the guild master of a high-level guild. We need to be cautious if we want to convince her. Grid replied, no, the minimum starting point that I want is territory the size of Winston, so while we are at this point, why don't you guys become my subordinates as well? On many occasions, I protected you guys numerous times, and I don't even need to mention the items that I made, and honestly, this castle is a little small as well. The territory is going to get bigger, so you won't really be losing anything, right? Lowell thought, shit, he crossed the line too suddenly. Jishuka replied, you are saying that since there is a big boat, we should just get off our small boat and get on board your ship? Yeah, we really did receive a lot of help from you. What you are saying is not wrong, but Grid, in your eyes, did all our efforts look useless? Grid said, it's just that good things are good so. Jishuka interrupted and said, before you even joined, we have been supporting the boat called Zadaka for over 6 years, even while arguing we would row the boat, and yes, it's slow. But we were getting better bit by bit, because if we are not the ones directly rowing the boat it could not be called an adventure. I felt that sincerity in your failed items that you stayed up all night to work on, but we cannot be with someone that laughs at the rowings of a small boat. You are free to leave, you can leave, but this is the end of us being together. Thanks for everything so far. Goodbye, Grid. Back to you, Femina. This really is an amazing orb. He made a legendary something I only saw in my dreams. Just like that. I should start off my imbuing the orb with magic first. What S-rank magic should I imbue? If I knew it was going to end up like this, I would have put more effort into copying S-rank magic. The one that I will end up using the most is probably this one, right? Astral projection level 1. The soul and body of the caster will be separated for 3 seconds. The caster can control the soul that emerged from the body, while the body will be immune to all damage. Euphemina thought it was worth following around Earl Asher to copy this skill because this magic is supposedly the benchmark of an archmage. System alerted, once the magic is imbued, it can never be removed. Do you wish to continue? Euphemina thought, but an ally, I feel like fun things are going to happen now. System alerted, the skill Astral Projection has been removed from the duplicated skill list. Astral Projection is now imbued in Indecisive Mumud's orb. Your position has been revealed to someone. You are not able to escape from the eyes of surveillance. Euphemina wonders, what kind of alert is this? Is this telling my location to its creator, Grid? Whatever it is, I love this orb so much. Meanwhile, Braham thought, I finally found it. Mumud's, huh? Great job creating an item with that name attached to it. Grid, you dare hide after secretly gathering the Vibranium and breaking your promise with me? To get the attention of that guy who uses cheap tricks. It won't be enough if I just use a normal method. Go my golems. Location: Southern Etnal Kingdom, Great City Pedro. Giant Guild's territory. Golem ambushed the city. Golem from the old era, level 240. A relic of the past. Due to being made with volcanic rocks and a small amount of black iron, it is very hard. Compared to existing golems it is exceptionally strong. Acelis said, anti-magic shield? How is a golem able to use S-rank defense magic capable of blocking all spells? It's that extra large golem's magic. As long as that golem is here, magicians can't do anything. Zirkin said, I will leave that extra large golem to the physical DPS classes. After Zirkin launched attack he wonders, I am lacking of power. All of these golems are harder than iron golems. Chris said, I will take care of it. These guys have high defense and health, but they are slow, do not panic. Split into groups of 3 and respond to the golems under the command of each of the 7 leaders. System alerted, Soul Doll. Level 280, a combat doll made by restraining the souls of famous warriors. It does not have an ego but can perfectly replicate the combat skills from its former life. Chris said its attack was fast and heavy. Are there ones that are on the same level as me? A level 298 mixed in? Chris thought their power alone is on the level of a field mini-boss. What kind of magician made monsters of this level? It's too much for my average guild members who are around level 180. At least to conserve my strength, I need to finish it at once. Chris cast Guillotine Cutter, killed the Soul Doll. Mihara said, thank you for your hard work. All of the other formations were also able to barely restrain them. The magicians also used all of the stored magic inside of their orbs. It was close. We had a hard time in and out of the guild because of the failures we faced in the international competition. System alerted, defensive wars. 300 golems have crossed the nation's borders. Defeat the golems that have crossed the Etnal Kingdom's borders to protect the Etnal Kingdom. Mihara said, thanked the king of Etnal Vispaden, putting out an imperial command. We have the opportunity to take a leap forward. Chris said, after becoming the first user to attain the Viscount rank, I built up Pedro Castle for over a year and a half. I want to be the first to reach the rank of Earl in this land of beginnings and be a step ahead of Zabal. Zirkin said even if it is an S-rank quest, we lost half of our guild members in the opening 10 minutes to just golems. If it was not a massive guild like ours with 700 members, it could have been dangerous. Acelas said looking at how the golem's destination is set, someone is controlling them. But who could it be? Even if you combine the strength of all the magicians on the continent, it is impossible to control that many golems. Chris said we will know soon enough. It's enough that Pedro of the South was able to block the golems advancing to Reinhardt. Mihara said hold on a second. Master, why is the quest not completed yet? System alerted defensive war as the golem amount increasing. Defeat the golems that have crossed the Etnal Kingdom's borders to protect the Etnal Kingdom. Clear conditions. Defeat the golems 300/1231. Chris yell everyone, rally together. Meanwhile, breaking news, it has been a month after the international competition. This is the biggest headline since we learned of Kraugel's third advancement, the army of golems that are suddenly advancing towards Etnal Kingdom and the giant guild's base which has now become the symbol of destruction of South Etnal. Let's find out what's going on with Pedro Castle. In-game 3 days later, Etnal Kingdom's capital Reinhardt. Yerim said I told you, if you put the inventory to your left and do this it opens. Anyways, what do you think about connecting to the game? Say he. I should call you Ruby in here. Say he said it's awkward so don't call me that. And what's with your ID? Sexy high school girl is way too much. Yerim said putting aside the fact that you were the first to want to go to a capsule room, why are you doing this behind grids? If you told him he'd probably buy you a capsule as well. Say he said it's the money he earned by working hard, and I can't even play an hour a day so it's a waste. But more than that, Oppa has not been sleeping recently, and seems to be suffering, so I am trying this out because I want to help him. He probably does not need it, but it's suffocating to only watch it happen. Suddenly, some people said they are saying a golem appeared in front of the castle gates. Let's go stack up contribution. A man told them it has not been long since the two of you started I am guessing, so you girls probably have not seen the quest yet, right? Right now an army of golems is marching north and came all the way here. Etnal Kingdom felt the crisis and started a quest for all users. If your contributions to the kingdom surpass 3,000, you can become a baron, and if it surpasses 10,000 you can receive the title of a viscount. The rewards are so good that tens of thousands of people are already rushing in. Golems are rather slow, so as long as the soldiers from the city and users are there, they will be easily blocked, but it will be dangerous for you beauties to stay inside the castle. Yerim questioned how unfortunate, since we are newbies, we won't have any opportunities, right? The man immediately replied as long as we are in a party, the rewards will be shared so I will go earn some. Say he accidentally bumped into a kid. The kid questioned Say he watch where you are going. Do you think you can get away with it just because you are an outsider? Say he apologizes. Yerim said you are so weird. Even if it's realistic how can you get so immersed with an NPC? And it was not an accident. It's a thief NPC used to teach new players about the map and key NPC. Say he then noticed her health potions really are gone. Soon, they went to track the thief. A man told them you are talking about Sig. Did he steal a traveler's cure-all again? They say that those potions heal all injuries, so it sells for quite high. Sig, that kid, he's helping an old lady that sells medicinal herbs all by himself because of his family circumstances. If you really want to find him, you should go to Austin Street which has an alchemy store. Say he thought a child is taking care of an old lady all by himself. Yerim said let's go quickly. If you listen to all of the NPC's circumstances, it will take 2 years to level up once. Say he replied but even if it's a game, the situation is so unfortunate. Yerim sighed and said you really suit studying more than games. Let's just get the potions and stop playing, we are wasting the money we spent on the capsule room. Suddenly, the wall explodes. Say he thought dust. The stone powder, I can feel it on my head. This fear, is this really just a virtual world? Back to grid, he said another failure. After returning from Baron, all I did for a few days was craft. But they are all failures. The balance is clearly better than the prototypes, but the usage restriction is too high. I should make it less complicated to remove the options and change the materials to raise its attack power, even though I received a hint while making Mummud's orb. Applying it to crafting is a whole other problem. Sword of Self-Transcendence, Divine Shield, Thorn of Deep Grievance, Legendary Blacksmith's Hammer, Failure, Relieved Wave Armor, Fantastic Pickaxe, Indecisive Mummud's Orb. Even though it's been a year, I've only made 8 legendary items. A legendary blacksmith only has this to show as results. What a mess. It makes me want to give up. After I crafted Failure and reached 5 legendary weapons created, something special happened and I got nerfed. Right now my production rewards are lower than the stats that regular blacksmiths receive. Yeah, I am not making a legendary because I might get nerfed again. I am the one winning. Soon, back to reality, Grid said let's stop thinking about unpleasant thoughts. It's time to devour the black bean noodles. Then he recalled back. Jishuka said goodbye. Grid. Grid pondered. I messed up because of the minuscule amount of power that I held. I thought I became something special and acted arrogantly. Beyond just the game, they were the first people to ever welcome me. They were like a ray of light that pulled me by my hand out of the dark corner. I called them my friends, my comrades, but all this time I was just looking down on them. I am no different from Junho. I did not even take the time to consider what was important to them. Protect them? What would I even protect them from? Disgusting. I became a superficial nouveau riche. It refers people who have recently acquired wealth, typically those perceived as ostentatious or lacking in good taste. Meanwhile, the TV news said the Golem army has inevitably reached all the way to Etnal's capital Reinhardt. But why are they invading Etnal, a neutral nation with no enemy nations? Being a neutral nation does not mean much, as there are 17 nations intertwined in relationships on the western continent. A TV announcer said it makes sense considering that it is impossible for a single nation to control all of those golems. Even Pedro Castle, that housed the giant guild, failed to last for 20 minutes before collapsing. Grid thought those guys that made a fuss at the smithy? I heard that they were a massive guild, but they gave up their castle? To those lumps of stone? Another TV announcer questioned a golem from the old era and ancient weapon are mixed in. Do you believe that there is a connection to the past? The announcer replied yes. If we take into consideration the ability to control them, it is possible to deduce the prime candidate Braham, who was the legendary great magician in the past, or his disciple. If you look at the path that they are advancing, the destination seems to be further up north. If my deductions are correct, the golems can invade all the way up to Winston, which is north of Reinhardt. Grid thought, Braham? Invading Winston? I don't even have the leisure to finish my meal. But if Winston is in danger, I have to protect Irene. TV announcer continue. Unfortunate news. Reinhardt's castle walls, which has been protecting 100,000 users, has ultimately collapsed. About 1,000 golems are slaughtering the users. Grid thought, huh? Say he? Why are you coming out from there? This is the map of western continent. Back to Winston Castle. Lowell told Grid, you finally arrived. The situation of the war in Reinhardt is awful. Lady Irene is extremely worried about Erlstein and his army of 60,000 solders that had been conscripted to war yesterday. Irene said they are saying that tens of thousands of people are being sacrificed, that there is a slaughter going on. I am so worried about my father, darling. Grid thought, did they already depart in the short time that I took to rest in the real world? Grid questioned Lowell, how far is Reinhardt from Winston? How long would it take to get there? Lowell said even if you use fly, it would take over half a day. Grid said, is not that too late? No, he is too small, so I can't ride her. Would Huaroi's wyvern be faster? Lowell said no. I have prepared a separate means of transportation, though I did not believe that we would be using it at this time. We can use the mass teleport skill that Euphemina has saved and go there immediately. Euphemina said, I've been saving this because it's a rare spell, but for you I will gladly use it. Grid thought their preparation is amazing. I am able to receive so much help due to how capable they are. After the Zadaka incident I was feeling down, but this makes me think about the meaning of comrades again. Grid told Irene, I will safely escort my father-in-law back here. Please wait comfortably. Irene replied, I will leave it to you. You have to be careful as well, my love. Lowell said, I will tell the administrator to prepare the home front, so call me when the situation requires it. You also have to make sure to collect contribution rewards for the Golem extermination quest. System alerted, rescue Erlstein. Grid thought, alright, is it just father-in-law and say he for now? It's going to be a busy day. Etnal Kingdom 13th King Weisbaden said, who is the malicious person behind this? And why are they creating these trials for my kingdom? Stein of the North, I apologize for the delay, my king. The war situation is dire. I heard that there were 100,000 travelers that participated. King Weisbaden said, but as the situation grew worse, the majority of them backed away. We are holding on with the just soldiers of Etnal now. Stein said, my army will put in their strength as well, but still it is a shame. There is not even a single explorer willing to save our soldiers from being slaughtered. Meanwhile, Phoenix told Romeo Winston should build a line of defense on the north castle gates to lead the refugees there. Frontier will stop the golems and create some time. Romeo replied, yes, understood, Sir Phoenix. Phoenix thought the hundreds of royal castle guards and explorers are not able to hold on against a single golem and are being killed. Goddess of Light, Rebecca, is there really no way to rescue everyone? Then, Grid said the Shredder has arrived. Grid said, Captain Phoenix, leave the golems to me and clear a retreat path for the residents. Euphemina told Grid there are 733 golems of the past era, 187 soul dolls, and 12 ancient weapons. The fighting power is 9,300 for golem of the past era, 15,000 for soul doll, and 26,000 for ancient weapon. Will you be alright? Even a difference of 100 in fighting power is equal to the difference in strength between an ant and an eagle. Grid thought the soul doll's fighting power is comparable to that of a top-ranked player, and there are even 12 of them that have a higher fighting power than the Pope. If they are all combined, are there about 1,000 of them? If I want to find Sehi, I will need a hand from you guys. Summon knights. Jude, Huaroi and Lowell arrived. Grid said, well, first, it looks like that big guy is blocking all the magic attacks. I have to hit that guy first, right? Lowell replied, yes, a wise decision. Grid said, alright, Let's all get into a party, including you, Euphemina, who ROI, started up. Euphemina said, I can't believe you were able to make that big golem kneel in one hit, how incredible. If there is no anti-magic shield, then it is time for the magician to go on a rampage. Euphemina cast Storm Gravity Field, while Lal said, looks like you need a finisher. It's rare opportunity to be able to use the Qigong cannon that I received from Lord Grid. Someone said, I can't believe it. The golems that did not even get scratched after the attack of tens of thousands of people are getting destroyed by the combined attack of just 4 people. Grid yell, everyone, keep marching forwards while you are defeating them. King Wiesbaden questioned, who is that brave man slaying those merciless golems? Did Goddess Rebecca hear our prayers? Steim said, I was not able to come with him when we were being conscripted, but it looks like he came even if it's late. He is my son-in-law. He has the skills of a legendary warrior. A few old man thought, what did he just say? Earl Steim's commoner son-in-law is a legendary warrior that we have not seen since Pagma 100 years ago. The same Earl Steim is the strongest noble in terms of influence, as he has been protecting the North for 3 generations. If what he is saying is true, it's only matter of time before Earl Steim becomes the next Marquis. Steim said, do not worry, my king. My son-in-law will protect this land. Romeo thought, is this it for us? We've already lost 2/3 of our troops. I will be your practice partner again in the next world. Grid stepped in and said, if you are a knight of Lady Irene, persevere until the end. Stop whining and drink this potion. Make sure to repay it later. It's 50 gold. Meanwhile, say he fall down when escaping Golem's attack. Grid killed the Golem and said, get your hands off my sister. Grid questioned, what are you doing? Just focus on your studies, why don't you get out of here already? Yerim said, that's too far. You should have asked if she was okay first. She started it to help you because you were staying up all night every night. Don't you think you are being too rude to someone that worries about you? Grid thought, she's acting like she's all grown up. Act like your age for once. Grid said, you are in the way right now, so go hide somewhere. You won't be able to log out right now. Grid thought, I gave up so much in my life to acquire this strength. Did you think that I would let you go through the same pain that I did? Say he. There is nothing in here that you can do. Say he noticed the thief kid earlier. He is carrying an old grandma. Seeing the building collapsing, say he said it's dangerous and save them. Say he gave the kid health potion and said use this for the grandma as well. System alerted, you are a weak being, but regardless of that fact, you have the mindset of sacrificing yourself to save others. You will serve as an example for others. Yerim told Say he said, stop dozing off. What are you doing right now? Say he said some kind of alarm popped up. Grid questioned, what are you still doing here? Quickly get somewhere safe. Grid noticed the dead golem still moving. Braham thought, Pagma's successor, I will engrave into your body the price of ignoring me. An explosion occurred in front. Grid. System alerted, you have suffered 591,140 damage. Immortal passive activated. Grid said, how is that self-destruct so strong? I was facing just a golem, so I did not have Duran's ring equipped. Grid thought, I just wasted my precious immortal passive. I might lose because of this. Say he thought, because of me. Is there anything that I can do to help? System alerted, despite receiving harm, you returned it with generosity. Despite being weak, you have risked your life to save another's life. Grid thought, there is no time to drink a potion. I am going to die. System alerted that sacrificial mindset is difficult to put into action for someone that just started their adventure. Your benevolence is enough to receive this qualification. 20% of your maximum health has been restored. Holy light armor increases the healing you receive by 300%. System alerted, after your advancement, it is mandatory to do 50 or more good deeds every month. If this rule is violated, your qualifications will be permanently revoked. It is not possible for you to acquire any skills other than the class exclusive skills. Only class exclusive weapons can be used. Will you advance to Saintus, a growth type hidden class? Say he said, I will came here to help. I will be right behind you. Grid replied, what is that? What a completely absurd class am I supposed to get carried by my level 1 sister? Grid said, if I think about my pride as the older brother, I need to match your level. Accept the party request. I will carry you. Who ROI said 2 more people joined the party. That was a massive heal. It's a level 1 with a hidden class? Lowell thought, from what I heard, Ruby is Grid's younger sister. Because of the level difference, she won't be able to receive any experience points, but the quest rewards are shared with everyone in the party. The minimum contribution you can receive per enemy is 100. To receive the Viscount rank, the necessary contribution is 10,000. There is no level restriction to receive a noble title, even Viscount. A level 1 noble will be born. She's basically born with a golden spoon in her mouth. System alerted, congratulations, you have become a unique existence in Satisfy. The Saintus class starts at the epic rating. To increase your rating, certain conditions have to be met. Say he thought, I accepted it based roughly on my intuition, but I received something amazing. When Say he almost hit by Golem, Yi Rim hug her and dodge the attack. System alerted, an angel will be sent for your courage to willingly sacrifice yourself on behalf of the Saintus. You will advance to Saintus's Knight, an epic rating hidden class. You are the powerful shield that protects the Saintus, who has weak defensive abilities. When you are in a party with the Saintus, the power of all skills will increase by 50%, all stats will increase by 30%, resistance to abnormal status effects will increase 50%, the Saintus defense will increase by 40% of your defense. Grid said, did you advance as well? These high schoolers are getting ahead of themselves. Lowell thought even the girl that came with her advanced to a hidden class. There's a strange pull of fate around Lord Grid. He truly is the perfect person for my ambition. Stime and Jude stepped in the battle. Grid said, father-in-law, it's dangerous here. You should fall back. Stime replied, I am not so old that I've resorted to watching from the sidelines while the fate of the kingdom is being decided. Euphemina said, if I am not able to duplicate her skills with my epic rating class skill, then his sister's class must be at least a unique rating. The only skills that I failed to copy before were Grid and Anyu's skills. Lowell questioned, is not rank 7 Anyus an epic rating class user like you? Euphemina said, Anyus is a growth type class user. Growth type classes are considered to be a higher rank than epic rating classes. Lowell thought Anyus is shrouded in a veil of mystery, so there are only a lot of rumors about him. Lowell questioned, do you know what his class is? Euphemina said, what I hypothesize, when taking all of his characteristics into consideration, is that he is the strongest undead, a lich. He seemed to hold infinite magic power while also surpassing life and death. If you are trying to win him over though, I suggest you give up. He is a very unusual and dangerous individual, and right now, the main priority is to finish this mess, right? Lowell thought she has good intuition. Her decision making is accurate as well. On this battlefield that looks easy, there has to be a hidden bomb. He questioned Grid, are you able to take care of the ancient weapons? Grid questioned, if everyone buffs me, I guess I can probably find a way? Lowell replied, then I will leave it to you. I also wanted to tell you this all this time, but I really have a strong lord. Grid happily replied, if you say stuff like that, I can't help but put in some work. Lowell said, then I will believe in you, run my lord. Sir, who roi, you spiteful tongue. Who roi said, you pitiful lumps of sand that can't do anything in front of a drop of water. Fuck off. Grid said, alright, now that there is a debuff on them I should use it my greatest ultimate skill. Kill. Grid questioned, what are you doing? I told you to give me a buff. Then he noticed something wrong. All of a sudden there's a horde of them. Lowell said the news mentioned the possibility that the sudden appearance of these golems was most likely caused by the great magician. The ancient weapon self-destructing can be seen as evidence that they are evolving based on the situation of the battle. The only person that can slay a golem alone on this battlefield is Lord Grid. The golems probably have started to become more aware of him as the barrier that they need to get over. Euphemina said, well, there are still over 800 of them left. If we think about our stamina, it would be much better to gather them all up in one place to catch them all. You are really good at dealing with fools, Lowell. Lowell replied, it's basic. It's also skilled to be the perfect bait, my lord. Grid replied, is that why you called me your lord? Shut your mouth. As Lowell and Euphemina cast a few ultimate skills, Grid noticed that Big One is going to self-destruct again. Lowell cast Earth Dragon to save Grid from the explosion. Grid madly questioned, how dare you call me your lord and use me as bait to farm, and to think that I let you slide before because you were smart. Lowell said it was a plan that was only possible because you were a great lord. As expected, you were magnificent. Euphemina said there are still 423 golems of the past era, 104 soul dolls and 9 ancient weapons remaining. Even if we farm them, there does not seem to be an end. Grid said they are still lumps of stone that break when hit. It's only a matter of time. If we keep doing what we are doing, it will end. Meanwhile, TV broadcast. It's already become a dark evening for the war situation in Reinhardt. It is still an emergency situation with over 500 golems flooding in. However, the army of golems that were able to destroy the 700 members of the Giant Guild are being overpowered by just 6 people. The people on your screen right now are the saviors of this desperate kingdom. She looks like a new player, but she is a user with extremely efficient heals, and next to her is her accomplice, the rank 1 order who exerts absolute influence in terms of buffs and debuff. There also seems to be a knight NPC with overwhelming strength that seems to be on par with a user. The rank 1 Qigong master who is calmly navigating the battlefield despite being a ranged DPS class with strong damage, and even a magician presumed to be a hidden class, who is able to make full use of magic of all attributes without casting. And leading in the front, the man that brags absolute power, the international competition superstar, Grid. Lowell thought overwhelming strength that can draw in the Goldem's aggro while being able to destroy them while charging forward. It is not unreasonable to have hope that he will be able to solve this desperate situation. But if this bad feeling is right, a crisis is soon coming. Grid said they are suddenly using magic? Their attack pattern has changed. System alerted the healing effect is reduced, you have resisted it. Grid wonders, I am certain, those lumps of stone, something's changed about them. Not only are they faster, but they are also more powerful. Lowell saved Euphemina and told Grid, you have to use more of your strength. From this point onward, they are completely different golems. Grid thought it's true, both their speed and power went up. Even Huaroi spiteful tongue has been invalidated. Huaroi thought their resistance to debuff is rising. Jude, Laurel, Huaroi, and Euphemina are in a worsened position right now. Grid thought Jude reached maximum growth in his strength stat and is over 2000 strength. That is exceptional even amongst top-ranked rankers. Furthermore, he is using +8 Dane's life, yet he is still getting completely pushed back. Stimes said the heroes are struggling. Swords of Winston, become a wall for the Etnal Kingdom. Go forth, you must hold on. But then, Golem's magic attack pierced through the army. Grid killed a golem and said it's dangerous. Hurry and evacuate. I can't fail the quest. The ancient weapon's fighting power, which was at 26,000, went up to 32,000. Failure plus 20% attack power in dark places. I have to take care of it the best I can. Lowell thought, did Grid not show all of his abilities during the international competition? Vicious Tongue is not working. The resistance to my chi is increasing and the durability of their anti-magic shield went up. Even the Saintess, who supported Grid's overwhelming offense, is at her limit. She was able to level up rapidly to level 13 while healing Grid. However, a fight between level 200 to 300 was too much for her in the first place. Including the 8 ancient weapons, we have to look at the remaining 300 golems as completely different golems from before. From this point on, the rate at which Euphemina and I defeat these golems will drop significantly. Which means that Grid has to take on the huge number of golems by himself. It's difficult for Grid to hold on when his stamina is nearing its limit. But what's more frightening than that is the fact we still don't know reason behind the invasion. Who and why are they doing this large-scale invasion? Braham thought, are you finally realizing it now? Pagma's successor, you are just a brat. Imprint this in your mind. This is what you will end up like if you forget a promise with Braham. Grid thought, I have to do it. With my strength I can protect everyone. I can protect them all. Grid recalled back his conversation with Jishuka. On many occasions, I protect you guys numerous times. It's just that good things are good, so. Grid realized, I can't protect everyone alone. I am sorry I was arrogant. Then he noticed its Gale Spear. Jishuka said, you rushed into them all alone because you are so amazing. I knew this would happen. I wonder if this is akin to the anxiety of a mother that's been separated from their child. If you don't get up fast, I am not going to help you. Grid, you dummy. Looking at your state, I think you've figured out what you did wrong. We also came to a decision. We are going to row together. It will be a boat where we reach the destination using our combined strength. From this moment on, the Zedaka Guild is disbanded. All 21 guild members will become Grid's subordinates. If you forget it again, I will kill you, boss. Lowell thought, Zedaka Guild, a guild filled with the strongest elites. They are the last piece of the puzzle to complete my ambition. Everything is in place. From now on, a new itinerary. Lowell said, Grid, establish the guild right away so that we can receive the guild buff. It will be a grand beginning. System alerted, please decide the name of the guild. Grid said, you idiots, are you going to start before you even receive an apology? Well then everyone, please take good care of the Overgeared Guild. One day before the invasion of Reinhardt, someone questioned Jishuka, so you kicked Grid? He was a great strength to us. How unfortunate. Jishuka replied, it's true that Grid's production is so great that it cannot be compared to anything found anywhere else. But it is also true that he made a rude proposition that made that upside meaningless. Grid ignored the years of time we spent together. I came to a decision that how we approach things is more important than equipment production or an individual's strength. That's why in that spot, I made a decision based on my own judgment. I know you were all looking forward to receive amazing equipment. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Pan said, a guild master should be prepared to carry at least this much responsibility. You did well. You are always too hard on yourself. You should not apologize for wanting to be together with people you like, and do you think there's anyone more upset than you about saying goodbye to that guy? Jishuka replied, what are you saying? That kind of guy is. Pan interrupted and said, all I am saying is that it's enough that you value us more than your Grid. He properly conveyed to us his justifications to become guild master. So let's give him a chance, and if you think about it, our members here are all people that do whatever they want anyway. Just trying out new things is plenty exciting. It will be the most Zedaka Guild-like decision. Jishuka said, for the first time in a long while, we understood your decision without being stuck thinking about the past, even though we all made a decision you should be grateful for. But what kind of guild name is Overgeared? The Overgeared Guild? Disband the guild and make it again. Lowell thought establishing a guild is difficult. There has to be at least 15 members. They must have proper social standing and even approval from the association. Because it is also so difficult, a guild's name should be a strong point that encompasses all of its qualities. Dark Flame Masters, Blood Ice Makers, Blessings of God. I thought long and hard for a name that would suit my ambition. So what is this dogshit above my nickname? Overgeared Guild? That guy, does he have a rock for a brain like a golem? Grid said, it's simple. System alerted, the Overgeared Guild has been established with 27 members. Defensive War 2 SS grade. Clear rewards, 1 large city, contributors to the kingdom will be increased by 50,000. Guild level will be increased by 5 million gold. Lowell said, it's a guild quest. This was the other reason for establishing our guild right away. It's a chance to stack up achievements in one go. Give us the order. Grid said, alright. Then we are going to defeat the ancient weapons first. This will be the first step taken by the Overgeared Guild. Who ROI, Tobin. As both of them give buff, Riga's start to launch his attack. Toon said you already know I've been waiting for a chance to use these new claws. I will slice you to shreds. Ventnor said shoot in moderation stone for brains, you will never be able to pierce this armor. Pon said looks like the effects of increasing your stamina, after the Malika's fight is showing itself. Thanks for the foothold. I am going to keep attacking for a while, so try to hold on while I attack. Ibeline said those two have a horrible relationship, yet they are still able to bring out results like that. I have to pick it up as well. But I can't ask for help from the other guild members. System alerted target's movements have been restrained. Lowell said I caught him. Don't even think about making an excuse about not having enough help. Well, even if I did catch him, you probably would not be able to do anything with your skills. After Ibeline launched attack, Lowell thought he was able to cut 60 of that giant golem's health in one hit in that speed. He said for someone who was initially only overgeared, it seems you were able to improve your skills, rookie. Ibeline replied you don't get to call me that since you were a rookie too. Well, considering your skills, I can understand why you are surprised. Faker said I am not going to let you run around freely in the residential sector any longer. Faker thought it can still move despite having its torso blown away. Euphemina saved him and said what a shame. I was trying to burn the stalker that was trying to kill me, but I missed. Regardless of my intent, I saved your life so you owe me your life, right? Faker said now that we are in the same guild, I lost another fun thing to chase. Sure, I will own you one. If you are upset about what happened before, try to get into a slightly precarious situation. I will try to save you. Faker thought, but the anti-magic shield is still a big obstacle. It's going to be incredibly difficult for the magicians over there. Jishuka said after I said goodbye, I had to store this away because I thought it was too shameless to use it. But now that it's all resolved, I should be allowed to use this freely, right? Let's start this off with a blaze. Grid said they are splitting up the golems and facing them one by one. Then all I have to do is leisurely do my share. Lowell messaged everyone don't relax just yet. Grid there are still things we need to do. Based on the self-destruct function and whoa they suddenly spiked in strength a while ago, it's possible that if the golems receive information that they are losing the war, they will update. If they update again, it will be difficult to predict what will happen next. We have to make sure all the ancient weapons we are facing are taken care of at the same time. Grid said you all heard it right? I will count down so finish them off at the same time. When count to 1, everyone cast their ultimate skill. Grid said was it because of the buff? My first hit dealt over 10 million. Euphemina the results? Lowell said in group one of them is still alive. It's from Ventnor and Pon's side. Ventnor thought damn it, we were both trying to steal the last hit and ended up missing it. Pon lost 60% of his health and even fainted. Jishuka said it's fast. System alerted high resistance to fire and lightning has been deemed necessary. Minerals with high conductivity have been purged from the body. Due to the removal of large amounts of minerals from the body has become smaller. Your lost agility has been regained. Increased fire rate of magic has been deemed necessary. The magic circle is reconstructed to reduce magic power in order to achieve a faster fire rate. Jishuka thought damn it, the remaining one became a monster. It's definitely different compared to the golems from before. If it is resistant to all attributes the only one that can match up against it now is Grid. But Grid's stamina has hit rock bottom. Grid said damn it, just when I thought it was all over, those guys decided to shit all over everything. I can't use a big skill anymore. Lowell said there are about 40 golems remaining. If we can just catch that one, it's essentially over. But if fail, everything that we've done so far would have been for nothing. My lord. Grid replied you only call me lord when you need me. Even though you are my advisor, you are using too much. I hate using this more than dying. It really pisses me off. This damn cat. Noe has stolen a part of the target's soul. Noe said so tasty, there's so much to eat. Grid said this is the last skill you are pissing me off now. So let's end it with this. Kill, but still, thanks to that, it was an amazing opening ceremony. Soon, the castle in the midst of restoration work. An old man said the 16 of you defeated one golem of the past era. We will release 300 gold and give 100 contributions to everyone. Alright, next person. You defeated 3 golems of the past era and 1 soul doll. We bestow upon you 1900 gold and 800 contributions. The man thought this invasion has been a big opportunity for the users who partook in the golem extermination quest as well as the town restoration quest. I am jealous. If only I'd tried a bit harder, I could have been on the same platform as them. TV news. This moment will be remembered as the time 22 Viscounts were born. Up to this point in Satisfy, Grid, Zabal and Chris were the only 3 users to attain the Viscount rank. This is a massive change in the landscape of power. And in addition, all 22 people who have become Viscounts are Grid subordinates. If you consider the fact that each Viscount is able to possess 3 knights each, it is effectively the same as Grid being able to possess roughly 70 knights. Although the responses to the name of the guild have not been great, it is definite fact that they are the guild that is drawing in the most attention. The old man said next warriors, please step forward. for assisting Viscount Grid defeat 473 golems of the past era, 115 soul dolls, 6 ancient weapons, and for making a contribution in overturning the losing war situation in the front lines, we will bestow 442,900 gold and 184,800 contributions. And not only that, who ROI, Lowell, Euphemina, Ruby and Sexy High School Girl will be awarded the title of Earl of the Etnal Kingdom. System alerted the title Kingdom's Hero is received. A hero who saved the Etnal Kingdom from a crisis. All stats plus 120. TV news. Despite there being a limit to the number of high nobles in a kingdom, as many as 5 earls have been born at the same time, it must mean that they made huge achievements for the Etnal Kingdom to put up with the financial losses. King Vispaden said, "Let me do the finale myself, hand it over." Ventnor said, "Were we too late? There's a massive gap between our rewards and theirs." Jishuka said, "Just think of it as a good exchange to properly lay the foundations of our future path." King Vispaden said, "Viscount Grid led all of these people at the vanguard and accomplished unparalleled achievements. Therefore not only will he be given the title of Kingdom's Hero, but he will also receive a huge amount of gold and an infinite amount of contributions. Additionally, a statue of him will be constructed in the Hall of Fame for future generations to honor these achievements." Jishuka said, "There's nothing to be disappointed about. I guarantee that the difference right now won't mean much. The new boss just started to move. There's plenty of time to build up achievements." System alerted, you have become a Duke of the Etnal Kingdom. The title Kingdom's Hero is received. The title the First Duke is received. Dignity plus 600, Charm plus 800. If a statue is made in the Hall of Fame, special effects will occur. Grid thought Lowell advised me to swear my loyalty to only King Vispaden and not the royal family. The other nobles are already trying to keep me in check. Is it because there is a need to prioritize the king? King Vispaden said, "I thank you again. I cannot express gratitude to you. I will bestow upon you the large city of Ryden." Lowell thought, if it's Ryden, is not that the city on the western edge of the Etnal Kingdom? Lowell thought King Vispaden is handing over an assignment disguised nicely as a large city. He's giving a reward that's going to make me the bookkeeper, suffer. Stime said, "Thanks to you. From an earl I was able to become a marquis. No, should I call you Lord Duke now?" Grid replied, "What do you mean, thanks to me? You were the one that participated in the war with the most amount of reinforcements amongst the nobles." A noble said, "To think that the man that saved the kingdom was the son-in-law of that eyesore Stime." Another noble said, "He's a marquis and his son-in-law is a duke. It's the biggest faction in the kingdom. It's quite a predicament." System alerted, the quest completed. The Overgeared Guild's contributions to the kingdom have been increased by 50,000. The Overgeared Guild's level has been increased by 2. Ryden City has been acquired. 5 million gold has been acquired. Grid thought, with this, it's over from this point on. It's time to send out challenge letters. So I will have to make it clear now. This will be my first step past the starting line. Grid bow an apology to Jishuka and everyone from Zadaka Guild. Grid said, "My apology has been delayed for this and that reason, but I hope you can accept it. I was so drunk on my power that I forgot the meaning of us. Without you guys, I will repeat the same mistakes again, so I want you all to watch over me while we stay as a group, as friends, together." Jishuka thought he's going to apologize in this situation? While we are drawing in the attention of the world? This guy, he might be slow, but is he slowly taking steps forwards? Jishuka said, "Should I say it's a relief that your intentions were not bad? Protect it while leaning on us, because that's what being together is about." King Vispaden said, "All right, I will bestow a reward of consolation for the residents as well. Let us move on from yesterday's hardships together. Soon." Grid said, "Everyone's so excited, but for me the 5 million gold we received as a reward is a pie in the sky." Lowell said, "It's a reward we attained together through the guild quest, so it should be the property of the guild. You should stop being so greedy about it." Say, he said, "Opa, Yaram and I got around 400,000 gold from the rewards, but from what who ROI said this is worth 500 million. Can you take care of this for me?" Grid said, "Ah God, some of us are struggling and can't even eat a single black bean noodle. Who are you making fun of?" Lowell said, "I was also pretty loud in reality the first time I received such a huge amount of money. It's safer for you to manage it than the people around them who don't know much about games. And if the two of them want to continue playing the game, it's good from the guild's perspective if they use it on upgrades, such as equipment." Grid said, "That's nothing too difficult, but is not it time for you two to go to school already? 10 hours of time in reality should have passed by now." Say, he said, "We're going to be heading out first." Lowell said, "Some incredible students appeared in an incredible event. But do you have any guesses on who was behind this? There were a lot of talks that the only person who can control that many golems and put the kingdom in a crisis can only be someone on the level of the legendary magician Brahm. Now that I think about it, did not the last ancient weapon drop a strange item?" Grid replied, "That's right, there was one, but I was not able to check it. A letter. Those lumps of stone, they kept only dropping experience points, but their dropped item is simple as well." System alerted, an unknown magic formed someone's voice. That was nothing more than a simple warning. Pagma's successor. "Don't think that I did not know that you broke your promise with me. I know you were secretly gathering Piranium, Hurry and receive the blessings from the four gods to create the vessel for my soul. Revive me. If you neglect this promise gain, I will send out unthinkable nightmares next time. Grid thought it really was Braham. Did he do all of those crazy things just to give a single warning? And he wants me to obtain God Yatan's blessing when the church is hostile with me? Braham said that he was unable to make the vessel for the soul because Pagma, who he was making Pavranium with together, died. But according to the legends, Pagma died 100 years ago and Braham died 300 years ago, which is way longer. If what he's saying is true, the timeline is riddled with holes and mistakes. If I continue receiving help from Minor, I can fulfill my goal and find all the Pavranium. As long as I can gather all the Pavranium, the advancement quest story will find a way to continue. It's not as if he was not suspicious to begin with, but to think he would dare threaten me. Grid thought, warning or whatever, his attitude is the worst. Damn bastard. I already did so many strange quests. I'm going to cancel your quest, you foul bastard. System alerted, Braham's message is destroyed. As the meeting in the cave and the huge incident caused by Grid's decisions have come to a close, the rise of the Overgeared Guild, which has birthed several new lords, led to a gathering of the 7 guild's leaders who are wary of the Overgeared Guild's expanding power. The next day, Lowell said it's the deployment plan. Jishuka should gather about 3 people of suitable talent and take care of Baron. Everyone else should go to Raiden first and start laying the groundwork. Jishuka said, I want to go to Raiden with Grid as well, even if it is not me and Baron. Lowell said, we don't have anyone who can lead a medium-sized city like Baron as well as you. The guild members will soon gain experience as lords. Once that's happened, we can decide on a replacement. So please do your best until then. Don't forget to continue doing the Guardian of the Forest raid and accumulate the minerals. But before that, I am cautiously proposing this to you, someone who is formerly a guild master. But what do you think about using this time right now to make a knight's vow so that Grid can summon you whenever he needs you? Afterward, Lowell said, we will likely need to do a lot of groundwork on the newly appointed territory before it becomes an asset. I will go collect items from Shay and his gang, who are imprisoned, and join afterwards. Grid told Vantner, please take care Khan and go to Raiden to lay the groundwork. Since Minor might try to run away, make sure tie him up when you take him. The new city will probably need lots of talented people, right? Euphemina, go to my father-in-law in Frontier, and take this with you. It's something that I received when I was bestowed Raiden. Great Lord Sword, a rare sword that is given only to the best lords. You are able to more closely observe soldiers and residents and efficiently command them. Euphemina said, I don't need that. My insight is over 1,600, so the skill character observation was already generated. Grid thought, my insight, even with the effects from my titles, is in the 1,100. She really is a duplicator. Grid said, aside from being the higher ranked noble, it's also a request from his son-in-law, so he should not be able to refuse. It's really necessary, so take them and come to Raiden. Irene said, we spent the night together yesterday after a really long time, but you are already leaving right away for Raiden. Grid replied, I am ashamed of myself for only being able to ask you to endure it longer. But after all of this is finished, I will be able to more confidently defend you from the threat of Yatan. I am doing this to create a place where I can be together with you, so please endure it a little longer. Irene replied, I will protect this place so that you will have a place you can always return to, my love. Lowell said, excuse me, is the reason that you are sending the advanced team because you have something else to do yourself? Grid said, yes, I have somewhere to drop by first, so go on ahead. I thought of a treasure that I have to bring soon. Grid said, it feels like it was just yesterday when I was struggling a lot to come here, but to think it was that long ago. I even worried about what I would do if I could not find the way here. I knew that I would be coming back to the Kisan Canyon at some point, but to think that it would be today. I am saying this because there's a spot left, but won't you become my knight? Piero. Piero replied, it's Piero. It looks like you don't even properly know my name. Who are you? Are you a pursuer that Asmophil sent? Grid replied, you don't remember me? You even made a strange request when you first met me. Piero, level 367. Great swordsman. As the greatest swordsman of this era, this person is the closest to reach the level of Sword Saint. This person is currently suffering from a severe sickness of the heart. All of his stats are reduced by 20% compared to what is shown in the status window. Grid thought, looking at his stats with the Great Lord's sword, I am sure of it. His abilities go beyond my all expectations. Whether it's his actives or his passives, all of his skills are at an amazing level. But more than anything else, there are no restrictions to his stat growth. Piero said, based on your energy, you are not a person that someone like Asmophil can order around. Do I really need to point out that it's proper manners to reveal yourself first? Grid thought, it's a named NPC that is capable of infinitely growing there on another level. Grid said, Pagma's successor and Duke of the Ethnal Kingdom. I am Grid. Won't you become my knight? Piero questioned what you just said. Is that the truth? Grid replied, I told you I am. I am a duke. Piero said, compared to the Saharan Empire, which is at the apex of the western continent, a duke of a small kingdom like Etnal is nothing special, but if you are Pagma's successor, then it's different. I have to test you to see if you're first worthy of asking me to become your knight. Grid replied, well, This is we are not even enemies but you wanna clash blades? You are such a psycho. Alright, let's finish this fast. Soon, Piero thought Blacksmith Pagma, who became renowned as the greatest swordsman after Sword Saint Muller. If I compete against his successor, I will be able to tell the difference between me and Sword Saint Muller. Piero said, what a great sword, but the important thing is not the weapon. Grid wonders, I almost let go of it. I have higher strength but I am losing in a battle of power? Is this because of his techniques? With combination attacks, Grid being pushed back, Piero said, how atrocious. Was being Pagma's successor a lie? Or were Pagma's skills just low level? Grid said, I don't care if you talk badly about Pagma, but I can't stand you insulting me. Pagma sword dance link. Then Grid shocked when Piero blocked all 21 hits with the minimum amount of movement. Grid wonders, is it because his agility is 2 times higher than mine even though it's been decreased by 20%? Piero said, don't tell me, is this you trying your best? Grid thought, I guess speed really is important in swordsmanship. I have to invest more into agility in the future. Grid said, you will probably regret it if I show you more skills. Grid casted restraint and combo with wave. Piero thought, this time, he's slowing me down. Grid thought the combo of using restraint into kill is a winning combo in PvP. It ties them up and lets me stab them. Even though it's the timing to use kill here, I don't want to get scratch on such an important talent. Piero said, I lost. You can stop. It's a sword filled with consideration for the opponent. I can't face a sword that is not filled with the intent to kill. Grid replied, for someone that says they lost, you blocked it too easily. Grid thought, that slide jerk. He was still saving his fated to die. Grid said, well, whatever, it's fine, I just wanted you to listen to my request. Since I won, you are going to be my knight, right? Piero said, I only said I would test to see if you were worthy. I did not agree to become your knight. Grid replied, what is that? You are saying that to someone who fought while eagerly looking forward to that. Piero said, looking forward to giving up. A knight must swear loyalty, and loyalty can only be built upon trust. If there is no trust, then there cannot be loyalty either. I am someone that made a pledge to never swear loyalty to someone ever again. I am sorry, but I cannot accept your request. Meanwhile, Braham said, this world's magic stems from my results and achievements. Magic's innovation, authority, and reputation. Everything comes from my greatness. How dare you ignore this great magician's serious warning? Pagma's successor, Mahmud, my greatest pupil, Pagma's successor, was able to perfectly reproduce your orb. He even properly implemented the magic crystal skies eye that I secretly planted in your orb to observe you. Mahmud, the genius that simplified the magic formula and spread it across the world. I observed and observed you, who had your eyes set on becoming the best, but your achievement will forever be known as mine. The seat of the one with the greatest intellect can only for me, Braham. I will resurrect to forever remain as that kind of existence. Until you produce the vessel of the soul, you will not be able to escape my surveillance, Pagma's successor. 3 days after leaving the Kisan Canyon, Grid said, you are really pissing me off. You roadblock, why are there so many level 260 orgries popping up? It's not like I can't slay them, but since I am trying to fight them while focusing on the basics, it's taking more time. Grid thought, damn it, if I only came 2 days earlier I could have received help from the ogre subjugation's guards. I wasted too much time on Piero. Grid told Piero, your obsession with trust, it's because you have trauma from being tossed away by your master, right? Piero replied, it's very rude to jump to conclusions about another person's circumstances. Grid said, you were a fugitive because you were falsely accused by a comrade. The reason that the emperor turned away from you in that situation is because they also had doubts about your loyalty. Were not you thinking about completely leaving society because you were obsessed with the betrayal you felt by your comrade and your master? Piero said, you know too well about my situation. Even though it could be considered the empire's disgrace, there is no way it should have spread. As expected, you are on the same side as Asmafel. Grid said, it's a story I heard directly from you a year and a half ago. You even requested that I get revenge for you. How can you not remember it at all? Piero replied, don't tell me you are that. I am surprised. Did that pathetic kid change this much? Grid replied, what do you mean pathetic? Don't you think that it's unfair that you are wasting your life because of that traitor? Come with me. Your revenge, I will make it come true. Piero questioned, why are you so obsessed with me? Etnal is a neutral nation, so there is no chance of going to war. What kind of need is there for a warrior like me? Plus, like I said, swearing my loyalty to someone is now. Grid interrupted, said old man, I am still far away from being mature enough to empathize with another person's troubles, but I am not so trashy that I would force loyalty from someone that was betrayed. But still, maybe follow me as my guest? We can open the door together. I mean, to see if there's anyone trustworthy outside. Back to present, Grid said, they die from just one hit if I use my skill. Why do they have to keep living and give me a hard time? I even have good equipment. For what reason do I have to fight them in such a difficult way? Piero said, your skills are a mess because you are relying solely on your gear. Lower your weapon's center of gravity and swing. Look at that, your sword's power has been multiplied. Your movement in this adventure, everything is a part of the training. So I'd like it if you did not complain so much. Just think of it as a gift from your guest. Anyway, I am quite looking forward to the next destination you spoke of. Grid said I was in the middle of regretting, thinking I should not have brought you. Let's talk when we arrive, okay? In Patreon. Soon. Grid said it's finally the last hill. We would have arrived here already if we had just flown. Piero questioned, do you become anything else other than a pig if your body gets too uncomfortable? By the way, you've been getting quite annoyed since around the time we arrived. Grid said it's because it's not a place I have good memories of. To me, this place is my first hometown. I've spent my time pretty well there for close to a year. I gathered a lot of contributions as well. Fortress City Patreon. Grid said we have to travel 4 more days until we reach Raiden. You can get back to harassing me tomorrow. For now let's stay here. Meanwhile, Asher said look who it is. Is he really coming back to this city? We installed magic orbs all around Patreon under the pretext of being wary against the Gauss Kingdom. But I was also waiting, secretly hoping that you would get caught at least once. Summon the knights immediately. That thief is so brazenly crossing the fence again, so I should go hunt him. Patreon. It's the boundary line that separates the western and northern parts of the Ethnal Kingdom. It's also the front line and strategic point for the Ethnal Kingdom's shared border with the Gauss Kingdom. This fortress city that is on the pathway to Grid's new fief, Raiden, is one of Satisfy's starting towns. Location and inn. Someone said, hey, owner, when will the food here start tasting better, and if your food is bad, you should at least make this place smell good so that I want to drink alcohol. How could you let those foul-smelling beggars into the inn? A swordsman, Coke level 109, said misfortunes like that can't happen when it's an important time to focus on hunting and leveling up. I will take care of it. Coke said, beggar, it's my precious break time, but your stench is a nuisance. Why don't you leave? Piero ignored and said this braised tail tastes quite good. Grid said it does. It tastes similar to Jokpal. Coke madly said, looking at the color of the mark, it looks like you are an NPC. You should not ignore a traveler like me. Piero threw Lizardman's tailbone to Coke, caused his health drop about 30%. Grid said, this is why I said to at least change your clothes or fix your hair. The stench is horrible, but at least do something about your worn out looks. You said you were 39. Piero replied, you are showing dissatisfaction with my appearance. Was what you needed my appearance? Grid said, if you are comfortable, then I don't really care, but it's drawing in too many eyes. Piero said, your basics are terrible because you are obsessed with things like appearances. Grid questioned, are you still talking about the orcs I caught on our way here? I told you, why would I need petty tricks when I have good equipment? Piero said, then why would a great sword user who values equipment such as yourself wear light shoes instead of heavy boots? When you swing a great sword, you have to put the weight of the sword on the foot you step forwards with to increase the power, and is not it obvious that your shoes should be heavy to do that? Grid questioned, my power increases if my shoes are heavier? Piero replied, it's common sense. Grid thought I found a hidden system. To think it was this complicated. Now I can be even more ahead of the others. Piero said, but anyway, you said that you were a duke, but it looks like you are hiding your identity. Did not you say that you spent your time pretty well here? Grid replied, because if I don't it will become too annoying. Why? Do you have problem with it? Piero said, no, as long as you get my revenge. Why would I care about your identity? Coke said, you were able to deal that kind of damage to me, a high-leveled player, with just a bone. It's something that should be impossible unless it is a bug. I am the person that became the best player in this city in just a year. I've also once killed the most notorious monster in Patreon, the main tribe's orc leader, alone. Do you think that I, who will be in existence like Grid, the butcher of the streets in the future, would leave a stain like this? Grid wonders me? Piero shoot a pea towards Coke, caused another huge damage. Coke thought he's on a different dimension of strength. Is this what the world of an expert is like? It's almost to the point I am in awe. Grid questioned, how did you do that? It's like a wuxian novel. Piero said, if I pout my chi into something, I can turn even something like a feather into a sharp blade. Suddenly, the Lord's Knight said, everyone stop. This smell, I guess commoners can eat well in pig cages like this. If it was not for the Earl's orders, I would have immediately burned this place down. Is there anyone here who has seen Grid? Grid said, it's going to get annoying. If you've finished eating we should slowly head out. The Lord's Knight questioned, you two don't stand up by yourselves until I've confirmed your identities. If you don't comply with the inspection you will be punished. Grid ignored and said, hurry up and come over here. There's no time to deal with flies. The Lord's Knight grabbed on Grid and said, you got on my nerves with your stench, but your attitude is same. Let's see how amazing you are. Grid said, really? Even if I wanted to quietly pass, I can't. Coke then noticed it is the butcher of the streets. Grid questioned, so, what were you planning to do if you saw me? I noticed you did not include my title as Duke. Am I your friend? Hold on. I think I've seen you before. I remember you now. I can't forget a single person who was there on that day. Grid slap on him. The Lord's Knight said, what are you doing? Even if you were a noble, to lay a hand on a knight without permission. Grid questioned, without permission? Is that something that should be coming out of your mouth? The manners that are shown to you are important, but the promises made to the users that are struggling to do your missions are not important, right? I exchanged so much time for that one mission. How dare you stab me in the back, and you shamelessly appear in front of someone that lost everything they had because they got scammed? The Lord's Knight said. The Earl said to safely bring you back, but how dare you humiliate a knight this much? Grid took out great sword and said, don't misunderstand. The reason your head is still attached to your body is because I still have not come to a decision yet. Be thankful to great people like Khan, because he's the reason I am not taking away your life right now. Let's go. I guess it was too much to ask for a quiet trip. Coke excited said, one day I will definitely become someone like you and come find you. Please remember me. Grict questioned, I am your idol? Coke said, please sign this for me, here on my chest. A cat should be below its master. Grid. Soon, Piero said, my only objective is my revenge, so I tried to not ask things that were unnecessary, but your circumstances look really strange for someone who is a duke of this kingdom. What happened in Patreon? Grid said, once upon a time, it was a place I worked diligently in until a disgusting incident happened. What happened was different, but I am similar to you. Should I say it's something like a betrayal? This place was the starting point to me becoming Pagma's successor. Right now I am reaping the rewards because I got lucky, but at that time, it was a situation where I completely lost everything that I invested. The person that put up the mission killed me just as I reached the goal. That night just now was someone who was there that day. Asher appeared and said, did you plan on just passing by after coming all the way here? There's still something big between us that has not been settled yet. Grid said, this place Patreon is the place where the person who betrayed and killed me lives as the Lord. Patreon's Lord Earl Asher. Asher said, I guess there was no point in leaving it to do. As expected, if you want something done right, you have to it yourself. Grid said, I was planning on settling this with you someday, but you came right away. Unfortunately for you, I've become an existence that someone like you can't easily put their hands on. Will you be alright if you do this? Asher said, you are just a successor at best. You are talking as if you've become Pagma. Well, it was because of that dullness that I assigned to you the mission of finding me Pagma's rare book. I am Etnal Kingdom's only great magician. How dare you say that to me, one of the 10 greatest magicians of the continent? I can't help but be amazed at your foolishness. Grid thought Patreon is the boundary between the Gauss Kingdom and Etnal Kingdom, both of which are enemies. That said, it is also the center of the dispute. In order to keep check Etnal's monopoly on products that come from them promoting their qualifications as a neutral kingdom, the Gauss Kingdom tried to prompt a border dispute. But the reason the Gauss Kingdom could not move rashly at the time is because Great Magician Asher is an overwhelming existence that blocks even the thought of attempting it. It's definitely not an exaggeration, because Earl Asher is Etnal's greatest force. It's to the point that he suppresses any disputes with just his existence. Piero said, one of the top 10 magicians of the continent. I want to have a taste of the reward for opening the door with you. Asher questioned, is your companion also someone who does not know their place? If you get ahead of yourself. Next second, when Piero released his aura, Asher shocked. Piero said, I am curious since I don't have any experience fighting against great magicians. Seeing as how you are one of the top 10 magicians on the continent, I want to experience your skills. Asher wonders, who is he? His spirit is enough to make even me feel fear? There was a monster like this in the kingdom? Asher said, I refuse. The only one I have business with is that brat. I have no reason to fight you. Piero replied, I was not asking you. I was saying I wanted it. You don't have a choice. Asher said, buy me some time. He thought Grid's performance in Reinhardt was not something to laugh at. At this moment there is no reason to fight too hard against that man who is stronger than Grid. I will open a barrier to create a battlefield for just Grid and me. Grid, the bastard that stole Pagma's rare book and even stole my son's Bland's potential marriage partner. I need to take care of him now before he establishes his position as Duke and gains more power. Piero questioned, are your knights only this strong? I can't help but laugh when I think about comparing them to Saharan's Red Knights, who are the strongest on this continent. To me, it just looks like a waste of manpower. Peerless swordsmanship, third form. Asher thought it's a sword chi that penetrates from the back of the shield. I can't believe the defensive line of the knights that I am proud of was broken by a single attack. I only need a minute to create a barrier, but my knights are not able to hold on for even that long. I heard information beforehand about the strange group known as the Overgeared Guild, but that beggar, I did not have any information that they had a monster like that. There's no option but to give up the barrier and take care of that beggar fist. Asher questioned, what kind of relationship do you have with Grid? Why are you protecting him? Piero said, protecting? I have no relationship with Duke Grid, it is simply an interest. In any case, you are not going to be an opponent for Duke Grid, so it's better to face me. Because currently, I am quite weakened. Asher thought, if it's a battle between a swordsman and a magician, what's most needed is speed. Haste. Piero thought, the speed? Illusions? Do you plan on playing hide and seek? Asher cast Oreo's illusions. Piero said, I am not the type that enjoys this lame way of fighting. But since I am fighting against a magician, I guess there's nothing I can do. Asher said, it's the same for me as well. I have to finish my spell before your swift blade reaches me. Due to acknowledging the dangers of entering close quarters combat with a swordsman, my staff is specialized in casting speed reduction and magic power amplification. Asher launched soul debilitation. Piero said, you are trying to control my body. How unpleasant. Do you plan to keep testing the waters while hiding? Asher replied, not only can you resist my magic, But you can also detect my real body in an instant? There's no way. Ice Tornado. Asher thought if I want to face a skilled opponent like him I need preparation time. I need to first create time. These two spells are A-class magics, but since I combined different attributes, the effects should have been doubled. So it should take 5 seconds to recover from it. That's enough. Enough to kill him with my lethal S-class magic. Grid thought he's really strong. His strength, stamina, and agility are higher than mine. That's his weakened state? It's to the point that I can't fathom his future value. The day he becomes the Sword Saint is the day he becomes the strongest NPC. He'd probably be able to take on a dragon or something. Piero broke the ice and cast a slash attack. Asher absorbed the damage with barrier. Piero said, but that barrier you will have to keep it up for a long time. Piero thought he's moving quickly while using the minimum amount of shield control and casting at the same time. He really is a great magician. His level of concentration exceeds that of a human. I should pressure him more, to force him to rush things. Piero cast Peerless Swordsmanship, 5th form. While Asher said chant complete. Piero shocked and wonders sword chi did not have an effect. Is he immune to damage? Asher cast Astral Projection. The caster's soul and body are separated for 3 seconds. The caster can control the soul. The body will be in a state of being immune to all damage during that time. All targets in the soul's path are dealt half of the caster's current magic power plus 1030 damage. Piero immediately received huge damage, as well as Grid. Asher said I emphasized it multiple times, my opponent is you. System alerted you have suffered critical damage. You are unable to come to your senses. Piero thought I let my guard down. Is this that astral projection I've heard about? They say that normal people get hurt without being able to recognize it at all. It deserves its reputation. Piero said, then how is the shell that lacks the substance? Piero being pushed back and wonders, is this the magic shockwave that comes out when the soul returns from the astral projection state? To think that it's strong enough to deflect my sword chi. His magic power is incredible. But his goal is still ultimately Grid. Asher said you are still somehow standing after taking that attack. I will finish you with this. Grid. Asher being stopped and wonders, it's a sword chi strong enough to pierce my barrier despite it being completely focused on fending off physical attacks? No, before that, he should have taken immense damage. How did he? Grid said, were you surprised I did not die? But even so, would you be more surprised than me? The one who suddenly spewed out a bucket of blood? Did not you say that if you wanted something done right, you had to take care of it yourself? I was surprised again because you had the same thought as I did. Transcended Link. Asher thought there's no way. His sword strikes are stronger than that beggar's. This much strength in around 1 or 2 years. There's no way the rumors about his performance in Reinhard was just the result of shallow incitements from the nobles that hid in the back. There's no way that talentless idiot could have gotten this strong in just a few years. It's no longer a matter of Pagma's rare book or Bland's marriage partner. To think that he's so strong that even I can't fathom the depths of his power. He's making me the great magician Asher, cower from that flimsy power he gained by a fluke? In the end, a legend's strength is just a byproduct of time. Asher said empires are not built in a day. It is time that built its strength. Inferno Harpoon. That is my strength as the one who's defended Etnal's walls for decades. Grid cast kill and said, why are you talking about time? The only thing that matters in the end is if you can reach your goal. And it's not something that I should be listening to from someone who played with someone else's time. Why don't you try saying it? Duke Grid, please save me. Asher thought I remember it. The time when he was still a brat. A weak body, no talent to look at whatsoever. He did not reflect on himself. He was jealous and coveted others' belongings and had trash eyes that were fierce to the weak but yielded to the strong. He was supposed to be like that, but now he has eyes filled with dignity, eyes akin to that of an absolute being. How was he able to change this much? Asher said that impudence is still the same. You are the one that broke the promise. Why am I the one that has to beg? I did not know whether Pagma's rare book existed or not, and because of that I proposed ample rewards as well as enough time to search. You accepted that, but after you found Pagma's rare book, your eyes were quickly filled with the urge to take it. Furthermore, you even stole the one my son admired. Even if I held resentment towards you, should not I have more of it instead of you? Grid said, it's still the truth that you tricked me into doing a reckless mission. I lost my life countless times and wasted so much time because of that mission, but you killed me just like that? Asher said, since it was settled, I only brought it to a definite conclusion, but I guess today could be considered karmic retribution. My pride as the protector of this kingdom for decades has crumbled in front of you, who was not even a threat to me in the past. But I did give that job to you because I at least thought highly of your tenacity, your current dignified appearance. You must have been through some difficult times. Since you have surpassed me, my complaints must just sound like whining. But I can't submit it to you. Just kill me. Grid thought finding Pagma's rare book and the things that I did after changing classes were all because of my efforts. But it is the truth that I was able to become Pagma's successor because of the opportunity he gave me. During that time when I could not catch up anyone even if I tried my best. It's also the truth that I blamed him for the things that did not work out for me. Grid said, alright, let's just stop. Asher questioned, you are going to forgive me? The one who tried to kill you. Grid replied, yeah, I don't know about later, but I don't have any thought of killing you right now. Asher said, it's not simple matter to overlook an earl's attacks towards a duke. I must have something you want. Grid thought, look at this guy? I was being generous to him, but the first thing he does is doubt me? Asher said, you are not someone that does things without a reward. Grid thought, if it's like this, I can't just overlook it anymore, even if it's disgraceful to do. Grid told Piero, watch over this guy for a bit. If he moves even a little bit, hit him really hard on his head. Grid texted Lowell, I am in Patreon right now, so I will be arriving there soon. But anyway, I had something I wanted to ask. You know Earl Asher, right? If I can ask him for one thing, what would be good to ask for? Lowell said, if it's that NPC, I definitely have something to recommend to you. If there is a biggest treasure we can receive from him, it's definitely this one thing. Soon, Grid said, hand it over to me. Your son. Asher replied, what are you saying, you bastard? Bland is not an object. Anything else. I will give you anything else. Grid said, I found out why your personality is so difficult. You lost your beloved wife to disease and your oldest son is a warrior. Bland is the one you had difficulty raising alone while cherishing him. Right. Leave him to me. Asher madly said, you are crossing the line. You demon. Just kill me instead. Grid questioned, would not it end up being a bad situation for your son if you were to die? I hope that I won't have to use force for you to come to understand it. Bland said, step back, Duke Grid. There is no need to do that. I, Bland, will follow you, Duke Grid. Asher said, how did you get here? Step back. How dare you decide this by yourself? Grid said, is it because he's young? He's much faster than his dad at understanding the situation. You thought, well, Bland. Asher said, shut that vulgar snout of yours. If you touch even a single hair on my son, I will even give my soul to the evil god Yatan to kill you on the spot. Bland stopped and said, that's enough. Just think of it as me leaving to study under Duke Grid. Please step back for now. I will definitely return after becoming a more dependable son. Until then, please take care of yourself and don't skip any meals. When we meet again, I want to see you healthy and smiling. Grid said, I know that it's meaningless since I am the total villain in this situation, but it'd be for the best to listen to your son. I also am in a different situation from the past in one way or another. I am in desperate need of people. I don't have the luxury to take my anger out on anyone. Your son, I won't eat him, so leave him to me. When I send him home after raising him, he won't only be able to carry you on his back, he will be able to flip you over. Meanwhile, someone said so Chris finally made it to his third advancement class, Destruction Warrior, so he chose an attack-based class. Even if he had been a little faster, he would not have been so mercilessly wrecked by the Golden Army. Besides that, 15 hours in the dungeon, I used up too much time. I have to organize my inventory, so I should quickly find a good vendor. I came over to the East Continent from the West while they were under attack for my third advancement class. Thanks to that, I received many titles and leveled up the skill 2 sword style, but I feel as if it's still too burdensome to attack that little part of the land in the East Continent. I should probably level up in the West Continent where it's easier and then try again. The places worth targeting are the eastern and southern parts of the Saharan Empire, the Labyrinth in Oriish and around the western part of the Eternal Kingdom. Kraugle White Swordsman, Unified Rankings first place. Soon, Grid questioned Piero, so how was it? The skills of one of the top 10 magicians. Piero replied, it was better than I had expected, even when I had prepared myself, though it would have been a draw if he had used an orb. Grid thought, while the staff does not have the ability to save magic, it has a high amplification factor, so a single strike can inflict a lot of damage. Asher is overly confident in his magic casting speed, though that became his weakness when he opposed Piero's swiftness. But still, Asher was stronger than I had imagined. I had the Holy Light Armors, which has an effect that reduces the damage from magic attacks by 50%, so I was shocked when I suffered 40,000 damage with a single strike. Piero was able to withstand that kind of out-of-the-world experience and continue on without equipment. He's surely a monster. Grid questioned Piero, how strong is that guy called Asmawful that you are not able to personally get revenge on him? He probably does not have a skill like immortality, so can't you just use Fated to Perish to kill him? Piero replied, it's not that he's strong. The hard part is getting closer to him. If I were to step foot in the Empire, I'd probably die that instant. The power of the Empire is beyond your imagination. Anyway, be prepared. Giant Worm level 330 appeared. Grid questioned, what is that? Piero said, you are quite weak. Are not you? You have not changed a bit. Grid thought, this much damage for an ordinary monster? I am not able to cut through it even with the +9 failure. It's as strong as the ancient weapon. Because I keep sinking into the sand, my sword's power is halved. But another few Giant Worm hit on Grid. Piero reminds to put strength into the sword. You must of course carry the weight from your arms, but also mobilize the muscles in your neck and transfer it into the tip of the sword. You are currently in a state where your movements and basics are clumsy, so what can you do if you can't even properly mobilize your weight? Grid replied, what kind of shit is that? I am playing a game? You think I am at a sword fighting lesson? Hagma Sword Dance Link. System alerted, you have defeated the Giant Worm. You have obtained the leg of a Giant Worm. Grid said, they might be strong, but I can defeat them with my skills. Moreover, It's great for EXP since they are at level 330, for a monster like this to exist in the western region. Grid thought this chance is optimal for me to get out of being level 270. I will put the 400 stat points that I gathered all into my agility, like Piero did. Piero said concentrate more strength in your thigh and butt. You will be able to increase the speed of both your upper body and your sword. It would be good if you don't think about calculating the angle of attack. Grid said that sort of advice is not needed for Pagma's successor. Piero thought instead of executing Earl Asher, he took his son as hostage. It was an unconventionally clever decision. He does not seem stupid, but the fact that his skills are at that level, maybe he's stuck because of his pride? If he uses a physical ability which compares to mine, then he would be much stronger. What a shame. I had hoped that he would later become my sparring partner, but it seems that it will be difficult. Asher's son, he's different. When we first started to travel together, he has become more skilled since. Why is he listening in on my advice? He inherited his father's magical power in its entirety, and his sword skills are great. He's definitely the child of the lion. It will be quite fun to teach this child until we arrive at Raiden. There will be things to show that stubborn kid anyway. Grid said my EXP points keep increasing. I think I will be able to reach level 275 by the time we get to Raiden. Grid said if I had some proper gear, then control would not be that important. Grid thought I don't think even Brahm's golem army would be able to pass through that easily. Anyway, it was because of this, the reason why King Vispaden gave on up Raiden. He was not able to control the monsters with the power of the kingdom. That's why he neglected the monsters that caused the desertification. System alerted you have been hit by the paralysis poison of the desert toad. You have resisted. While Grid about to cast Transcended Link, System alerted your skills are on cooldown. Grid told Piero to help. There are too many enemies. Bland stepped in. Grid wonders why'd he get stronger all of a sudden? This guy who had barely defeated a level 280 monster a couple days ago, defeated a monster that's at least 50 levels higher than that? If I were to compare him from when we started, there's nothing special other than the fact that his stats increased a bit and his level increased by 5. But he's this strong. Could it be Piero? Piero said that's right, you got it. Son of Asher. You should not play around when holding a sword in your hand. Rather than avoiding their attacks, try to block and counterattack. As soon as the sword hits, you lead their movements. Grid thought it's because of Piero's teaching. No matter if he's a swordsman, how does he develop others with just one piece of advice? Piero said you are being held back because of the fact that you are a magic swordsman. You are always vulnerable because you cast magic at the same time as you are fighting with a sword. Your magic abilities are far greater than your swordsmanship, so you should focus on using magic when you are facing enemies stronger than you. It would be ideal if you left your swordsmanship for defense. Grid said excuse me, I want to do that too. Piero replied you said you did not need it? You could not sit still watching Bland? What happened to your pride as Pagma's successor? Grid replied I don't have any, I want to be strong too. Piero said how amusing, your ears will tingle a bit. Piero thought it's been a while since I've seen such a youth. Afterward, Piero yelled how many times Saad I have to tell you to remember to keep your head still? How utterly stupid, I am telling you to try. Don't use fly warriors must get used to fighting on all terrains. Soon, Grid said I could defeat all the monsters here without using my skills. I even got to level 275 in the matter of a couple days. Piero said this is just the basics, you are still far off. Grid replied I am sure I will get better with training, keep teaching me. Piero replied I will decline, I don't think that your skills will get better. Bland thought no, Grid had already exceeded his limits. To go any further than that was simply just Piero's desire. Piero said anyway, it seems that we will arrive sometime tomorrow once we cross that mountain. Grid said we are finally arriving the next big city for the prosperous Overgeared, the land that's soon to be mine, Raiden. Earlier, Raiden, before Grid and Asher had met, Arik the administrative baronet of Raiden said what did you say? The new lord's men have already arrived? The soldiers replied I was late to understand the situation as the soldiers were confronting the people. Arik said goodness, you pathetic fools, how can armed soldiers be afraid of people who merely throw pebbles? You can quiet them by just killing them. I am here losing face because I'm late to greet the new lord's men. Faker appeared and said it's probably right to get rid of trash like this who are in an important position, right? The soldier then noticed Arik suddenly disappear. Lowell said it's quite a shameful situation. The Overgeared members have been taking care of the monsters in the west before you arrived, but I did not know how shocking their operations were. I guess we will have to address internal affairs directly. The 5 million gold that we have stored in the Overgeared guild, it will be waster in an instant if things keep going on like this. There is also information that traders well versed with the situations in Raiden are already fixing the costs of shipping and profit. It's probably because of garbage administrators like him who are taking advantage of the absence of a lord. It would not be late even if we were to execute him later, Sir Faker, since the information he has is indispensable. Who ROI said as it stands, after the Overgeared members took care of the monsters by the river, they took on another job. Lowell said we will have to go help too. Faker said but is it really alright if we don't get permission from Grid? Things will get crazy if we touch the funds without permission. Lowell said we have no choice. With things as they are, Sir Grid will be very disappointed when he comes back, especially if he finds out that this large city of Ryden, which can accommodate up to 500,000 people, is a shell of a city, filled with only 20,000 NPC who are on the verge of starvation. If we don't immediately use the money to help, there won't be any NPC left to work. 4 days later, Grid yelled, Lord Gree has arrived, open your arms and welcome your new lord. Next second, he find out there are a lot of workers, as expected of a huge city. Grid thought, what, something seems off? Why are they not wearing anything? Soon, Grid questioned, what is this castle? Why is there only the leather left? I've been totally scammed by King Vispaten. Lowell said, please calm down. Being in charge of cultivating the wasteland might be a sign of the king's faith in you. For now I will tell my lord the research the administrator has found on why Ryden is so underdeveloped. The desertification of this place began 10 years ago, when desert monsters started invading on a large scale. However, because the monsters were too strong, it was impossible to stop them with the kingdom's army forces, and aid to the city stopped. The lords left, and the people of the Ryden kingdom were looking for someone to help rebuild, but that person was Earl Asher, who could not leave Parshan. In the end, the citizens had to find their own way to survive. The place the people chose was the Saharan Empire. To the Saharan Empire, this was an opportunity to absorb the Eternal Kingdom's land into their own, so they offered their aid. However, because of the strong monsters in the west, it was also a big burden on the Saharan Empire. They requested minerals in return for only protecting the Hebben River, Ryden's lifeline. The demands grew larger every year, and the Ryden people who could not meet those demands were thrown away by the Saharan Empire. Grid replied, how pathetic, really? Then what's with the people left here? They look like they are about to starve to death, but they won't go anywhere else? Are they stupid? Lowell said, before the desertification, there were threats to Ryden as well. That is the vampires. They say that for many years countless numbers of them became their prey. Grid thought, when he says vampire, does he mean like that Marie Rose girl? This goosebump-inducing memory. Lowell said the former Lord of Ryden could no longer endure the growing fear, so he hired troops to clear them out. That was 10 years ago. Do you know what that means? Grid replied, wait, that means that the remaining people are no way. Lowell replied, that's right. Those who believe that the annihilated troops are definitely still alive and coming back have been waiting for that day for 10 years. Their families. Grid thought, 10 years, waiting in vain. Lowell thought a territory due to strong monsters residing in the vicinity. It's hard to even imagine their remains being brought back. They've connected the farmlands to the waterway, so for 2 months the problem of food has been solved. But due to the immediate relief that they need, the expenses cost countless gold, despite the people being worth only 3 silver. A person who is not free with his greed, will you be able to face their hardships head on? Grid replied, there's never a lucky day. I am a duke, but I am about to get tanned. Let's save the people. What do I need to do first? Lowell thought, although there are perilous parts, his character is enough. Lowell said, there's something else that you must do. Soon, Grid questioned, what is this midget saying? You are telling me to create farming tools and whatnot? Lowell said, please calm down. In this situation, farming equipment is the most necessary. To say farming tools and whatever, don't you feel a slight bit of responsibility as a lord? Grid said, of course, I will make it first and lend it to them and alter take the rental fee. Lowell said, but are not you going to introduce these two? Grid said, right, I will be stuck here for a while. Won't you guys be bored? Piero said, of course not. I was thinking of exploring the city and giving this brat some more education. Grid questioned, is that enough to cure your boredom? How about you guys go and help clear the fields a bit as well? There's nothing on the land. I know a bit about how enjoyable it is to make something myself. Bland thought, he's telling me, the kingdom's most elite to do farm work? He really know how to utilize people. A hostage like me has no choice, but Piero is not the type of person to just accept this. Piero said, this will be the first time I'm doing farm work. Since I am no longer a noble, it would be good to learn the ways of the commoner. This will also be an opportunity to train the muscles I have not used, so it's beneficial in many ways. In the last 9 days, I've met a man whom I have enjoyed teaching. As thus I have thought about what I should do after my revenge. There is fun in walking outdoors. Grid thought, I am a bit stronger now. Someone will change my thoughts, actions and my words. Grid said, now, then Piero and Bland will help you in farming so you can count on them. Lowell thought, can't believe he's passing me people I've never seen before. He's so indifferent. A noble like Bland is the son of Asher. But who is that beggar? I wish he was at least a talented person. Did he waste 9 days just to bring this beggar? We have a lot of work to do. Lowell said, I am Grid's advisor. I am proficient in dealing with energy. After Bland and Piero introduced, Lowell thought, an ordinary magician and a beggar. It's alright to assign them to farm. Piero said, these are farming tools used by ordinary people. What a great experience. Bland said, it's my first time holding one. It seems like this is a good experience for me too. Lowell said, I will leave all the stone fields to the both of you. You must remove the stones and harden the soil so that we can plant seeds on it. If you encounter something you don't know, You can ask the people nearby. If it's difficult for you, you can take a rest. I will go to another field. Lowell thought 20,000 people were assigned to do the land clearing, but efficiency is the worst. The number of the farming tools is 3,000. The rest who could not receive farming tools had to use their bare hands. I feel bad for them instead of giving it to someone with no experience. Dragon Claws. Bland said that technique. I can also clear this up quickly if I use magic. Piero said you still want to use your magic? Do you want to lose the chance to train your body? This is basically learning. You must sweat to use your muscles efficiently. Every movement will improve your swordsmanship. Bland said I was thoughtless. Come to think of it, I feel pressure all over my body. I've never experienced such pain. Piero said for nobles like you, that much labor is something to be looked down on. Lowell said this is hard. It's not normal to keep on using destructive skills for an hour in a 50 pyong land at once. Pyong equal to 3.3 km. Piero came over and said we are done. Is there anything left? Lowell thought, but I left 500 pyong worth of land to them. They finished that in only an hour? He's fast. It's the same speed as the overgeared members. Lowell said by any chance, can I also leave the land in the front of you guys? Piero replied no problem. This is like training. Rigas questioned who is that person? He's really fast. Lowell said I was going to check. Then they are shocked when Piero done in an instant. Piero then questioned that currently the number of waterways connected to this place is not enough, right? Lowell replied yes, we plan to connect more waterways soon. Piero said in that case, let me make things easier for you. Lowell thought when I saw this place Raiden, for the first time, the first thing I felt was impatience. I decided solely based on my confidence, but at the same time I was also anxious. Although I would have to start everything from scratch, but I desperately hid my anxiety after arriving here. Because I am a strategist who should not be shaken. The people whose faces would always be dull and gloomy were capable of making those expressions too. As a strategist, accepting the variables would mean considering the worst outcome because I need to calculate every situation. I was simply relieved that I did not bring over a big accident and waited, but he's really strange. Piero said this is a good plot of land. It always fascinates me who there's more than what meets the eye. What do you think? Was that good enough for a congratulatory salute? Lowell replied there can't be a better salute than this. Lowell thought to think you brought over such an absurd farmer. Grid, you are really incredibly unpredictable. Soon, Khan said wow, what an excellent rake. It will serve as a great example. Anyway, you are saying that such a person was in Etnal? Grid replied that's what I am saying, though he does smell a bit. It was annoying that I was so busy despite being the Lord. It's nice getting to work with you for the first time in a while. Khan replied that's only natural how that you are a servant of the king as well as a ruler of the people. But I did miss working with you. There's a lot we have to make, but they are simple farm tools, so let's hurry up. We can catch up afterwards. Grid said you already made 3? It has not even been an hour. Khan replied we need to hurry to fulfill the large number count Lowell requested. You still have not made even a single one? Grid replied I did not bring you all the way here just so you could do what any blacksmith can do. I need you to make the greatest farm tools to ever exist, tools that can turn even your average farmer into the best farmer. You should have pride as a high-ranked blacksmith. Compromising does not suit you. Khan thought this dignity. He's undoubtedly the successor of the legendary blacksmith, Pagma. Khan said you are 100% right. I was short-sighted. Grid said I do understand though. We are in tough situation. I was worried that you might have trouble with the heat of the West. I'm glad to see that you are healthy. You are worried about nothing? Do you think a blacksmith that deals with fire would lose to the heat? You need to stay healthy. This place where I work with you is both my starting point and a place for me to return to. Khan thought dear son, now I too have a place to come back to. Khan said I understand and the same goes for you. Grid said of course it does. Besides now that we have a proper furnace, we should get the most out of it. It looks like a small smith from the outside, but for there to be 8 large furnaces, it's like a factory. At least a few dozen more people could work here. Grid thought it's now coming to me that this used to be a major city. I should set up a plan to invite blacksmith players. Afterward, Lowell said there are not a large number of them but we should be able to farm efficiently with this. The works of the legendary blacksmith Grid sure are amazing. Ideal rake epic. Grid questioned are you mocking me? Lowell said oh, so it was made by Mr. Khan. I have something I need to discuss with you. Let's go to the castle. For the central spire of the Lord's castle to be 11 stories tall. It's really as big as the royal palace. The height of the spire represents a lord's power. It's proof that the previous Lord of Raiden had power that rivaled the king. The central castle has 127 rooms with 6 auxiliary buildings. It has a barracks that can hold 8,000 soldiers and 3 soldier training facilities. Grid replied what a surprise. I thought the Lord's castle was going to be a wreck like the rest of the city. It might be unfurnished and old, but it's in pretty good condition. Lowell said it seems that the people sold all the furniture and items in the castle to fulfill the tribute demanded by the Saharan Empire. But they managed to preserve the Lord's throne, an emblem of Raiden. It's the final pride of the people, who maintained this place while sacrificing themselves, even when the leaders abandoned this place. Grid questioned why did they go so far when they can't even sit here? You guys said I can become best. Do you still believe that? I said of course. Raiden's spire will become taller than the kingdom Spree. Lowell said I believe so too. You are the only man I've ever acknowledged. Grid thought it's a seat that holds a lot of meaning. Am I truly worthy to sit on it? My life that was in the gutters changed all thanks to becoming Pagma's successor. But with or without Pagma's successor, I am the one who put in the work to make things happen. I am worthy. But can I become a good lord who can give an answer to the people? Grid said the people should be a source of income. Becoming a lord for the people and whatever does not suit me, but if they are going to be this loyal I should at least do the bare minimum. Lowell don't even think about taking advantage of the people's hearts. Lowell thought I am surprised this man would say something like that. Grid said I can't promise anything since I don't know the people here well, but I have you guys who believe I will become the best. So I have to prove myself as Raiden's lord. Lowell said if you are ready, let me tell you our goals moving forward. Raiden's goal should be to quickly recover its population and industry to the level of a major city. We will first start with agriculture, then stimulate manufacturing and consumption and then supplement resources. As for the famine, fortunately, the legendary farmer and feng shui expert Mr. Piero solved the problem by finding us a water vein. Grid questioned when and how did Piero become a Taoist? Lowell said we will also start a massive fostering of blacksmiths in order to become a commercial city. As for the overgeared guild, our goal will be to annihilate the monsters of the West, especially the giant worms. Giants worms which cause special episodes, are bound to have a base somewhere underground. Once we raid their base, they should no longer respawn. I am sorry to request this of you, but, Grid interrupted and said I know. You want me to keep making tools and equipment in the smithy, right? Elaborating detailed plans are your specialty. Plan to your heart's content. The ambitious planner started rolling the ball, and so the reconstruction of the city started to move forward. In a harsh environment, the important task was min-maxing your limited resources. Tobin said we finished scouting the outside of the castle. I will see if there are any villages near Raiden to increase our population. Lowell replied no, please don't search for villages. If there's a village in the middle of a desert, it is most likely a vampire den. Vampires are at least level 250, with some even being above level 400. We need to avoid doing anything that could be dangerous until the city is stable. The priority mission is securing lumber for reconstruction. You might think that it is just manual labor, but it's a job that only we can do due to the desert monsters crawling around. Lowell thought to save a big city, it's important to revitalize basic industries. Mr. Piero and Mr. Bland were left in charge of the farms, while Jude took care of the soldiers' physical training. As long as they have the physical ability for it, their attack power can be supplemented with Grid's weapons, and this needs to become a sustainable system. We can do it through manufacturing. I have to rebuild the ecosystem, and there's the final piece of the puzzle. Meanwhile, someone said I came here because I have business at the castle. Raiden, it really is a big castle like I've heard, but the outfits of the soldiers don't seem to match the castle. I think I know why I had to come here. Back to Grid, he said it's only been 10 days, yet you have so much report? Lowell said running city is no a joke. But, thanks to the tools created by you and Mr. Khan, there's been a great increase in productivity. But at this rate we will never catch up to the other cities. Grid questioned how? We are doing so many things at once. Lowell said because the most essential element that will circulate the city's breathing is missing. I am talking about money. We used it for the relief of the people, so we've now almost bottomed out. We are spending almost 2,000 gold per day on food for the people, as well as transportation costs. We are in desperate need of money more than anything. Grid said no, not my building. Nope. Lowell said the crops we are growing are going to be used as food for the people. In order to grow the city, we need cash. Our only option is your wealth. You remember how you said you'd step up to the expectations of a lord, right? Grid replied nope, I don't. Rabbit told Khan I am glad to see a familiar face. Khan said sorry to interrupt you guys while you are talking, but you have a guest. Rabbit said this loud atmosphere is the same as always, though it does seem like I have more to do than before. Grid said you got here later than I expected, but it seems that Euphemina did her job right. Lowell, he should know the answer to your problem. Welcome back, Rabbit.